Living Lily zoomed in just after the flash. Second place Sparkle secured Fast and Furious Gust X8 Poggies.
that they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
I'm back. Welcome back. Morning, mate. Morning, mate. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's doing well. Hey, Lucy. Hey, Rigel. Piker. Piker was first today. Living Lily second. Lucy was third. Lordy, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you again. Rigel, of course. What up, what up? All right, guys. Oh my god. What a day already. Loved it. Although it's a little cloudier than I'd like, so... God. Let's start off with the headlines. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. We got a piece from Good. You will have the pleasure of having me the whole stream today. Oh, really? Wow. I'm honored. Excuse me, princess. Remember that? Oh my god, what an honor. Jesus. Fucking Brian, kill me right now. Got the morning off. How could this happen to me? I made my mistake. Got nowhere to... Oh, that song is so funny. You could like meme it for so many things. Oh my god. All right.
Welcome to...
It's cool that you can be in the chat more. I mean, you're pretty active in chat anyway, which is hilarious. You're like half asleep. How do you do it, girl? Could never be me. Oh my god.
Democracy Now!
Yeah, I don't even keep my cell phone in the same room, right? It's something I've been doing for 2 or 3 years. Like, I read somewhere that if you have like your cell phone or any sort of like electronics on, that like generate waves, they can interrupt your brain waves or some shit. And I was like, listen, that sounds kind of like bullshit, but I just kind of went along with it. I do my best work when I'm tired. Yeah, so what I started doing was I plugged up my phone's battery over there, right? Like the charger, my phone's charger. And I just started in the other room, right? And I just started like every night plugging it up there. And then I noticed, I was like, yeah, I am sleeping better. Now, I don't know if it's a placebo, right? I don't have enough information on that, but it just became habit. And honestly, nothing wakes my ass up. So that I'm happy with anyway. Gotta save the brain waves. Yeah, it was some weird thing like that. And I was like, okay, well, what's the harm, right? Like, I don't really need to take a call at 3 a.m, so fuck that. I'm not somebody who like needs to like listen to stuff before they sleep, right? I immediately hit the pillow and go to bed, so I listen to my phone to get to sleep though. Yeah, that's a lot of people. I've noticed that. Ducky. Yeah, I really, no, trust me, like it really, to me, right? I've noticed a difference. Like I wake up like much more refreshed. So something you might want to consider. But the thing is like, you can still use an alarm clock, right? Or like an AM radio. So I don't know, right? You got to figure out the way to do it yourself if that's how you are. But for sure, like, and then I did it in Costa Rica as well when I like stayed over there for a while, and I slept great. So I live a noisy building and hearing people's sounds in the, yeah, that's another thing I did. I got a fuck. What up? Oh my god.
Yeah! Hey there, Gus. Have you seen some boobies today in massive hugettes? Let's go, cumcasters. Gloggenouts assemble.
In Massachusetts. Clip it! Clip it right now! I love that. I did see some massive, huge tits in Massachusetts. Thank you, October. What up? Assemble, damn right. How you doing, girl? How's everything? Is it not playing? Hold on, wait a second. Oh, yeah, it is. Oh my god, that was amazing. We gotta watch that again. We gotta watch that again, guys. Oh my god. All right. Where's the link? It's going good, but busy as heck. But glad I can stop in. Yeah, I can do the voice. I've listened to enough Southerners to copy it. But glad I could stop in. You don't even sound like that naturally. That's like just the act you put up, right? All right, let's see. That was incredible.
Hey there, Gus. Have you seen some boobies today in massive hugettes? Let's go, cumcasters. Gloggenouts assemble.
In Massachusetts. Clip it! Clip it right now! Perfect, October. It comes naturally. I did see some massive, huge tits in Massachusetts. It's like a fucking sauna out there. I'm all sweaty. Good. Sweating helps you out, apparently. I don't know. What I heard. Ducky. Boobies. I fucking love it. That was a good one, man. Good job, man. You nailed that one. Thank you for the 25-day stream streak, my goat. The stream streaks matter on this stream, guys, because you get your name on the board, right? You get your name on the streaker board, and you get a redeem, right? So on every other channel, you don't get shit. You get some points. That's it. Sweating. I put in the work to make that a thing. Sweating doesn't help much in high humidity. It can evaporate. Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. Oh yeah, we just saw it, dude. You clipped it and then you saw it. Hold on.
Hey there, Gus. Have you seen some boobies?
Hey there, Gus. It's like he knew that October was coming in. Hey there, Gus. Hey there, Gus.
Boobies today in massive hugettes. Let's go, cumcasters. Gloggenouts assemble.
Oh my god, I fucking love it, dude. Thank you so much. Yeah. That's another reason an AC helps, because the AC helps get rid of moisture, right, in the air. No humidity. But inside, my apartment's more humid. Yeah, you need an AC. An AC. I love that. Oh my God. October, you missed another Charlie Kirk remix. The New Jersey one. God, New Jersey. That place.
DemocracyNow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Colombia, Reuters
the New Jersey remix. Oh my God, what a clown show that was.
reports more than 160 people are dead after a 7.4 magnitude earthquake struck the northwestern Chocó and other regions Monday.
Jersey Cook. Yeah.
Damaging and collapsing.
Nobody can Kirk it like Kirk did. Am I right, chat?
Hundreds of buildings. The death toll is expected to rise as search and rescue efforts continue. Colombia's president, Abelardo de la Espriella, was sworn in just 3 days before the earthquake. He's declared a state of emergency. The U.S. Geological Survey determined the epicenter of the quake to be about 3 miles from the small town of San Jose del Palmar, home to about only 5,000 people. The Chocó region is one of the poorest and most neglected in Colombia. The city of Pereira and the neighboring state of Risaraldo is among the hardest hit, as well as Cali, where several top floors of the city's main hospital collapsed, trapping patients. This is a local resident.
Fortunately, as the neighbor just said, there was a Google alert and we were able to get out. But many people didn't manage to do so. Unfortunately, there were impacts, like here at La Luna Bridge. And despite everything, people are still moving through there.
Hey, Levantine! How you doing? What up? October, when are you going to do your music? So I can make it to tomorrow. I got to work on some music tomorrow. Girl.
Also here in the strips, we see that the building suffered.
October's here, yeah. October 666th. 666th October. What up, Eleni? Welcome back. How you guys doing? Levin Bird. I'll add it to my to-do list. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm making music for everyone. I'm trying to.
Damage. I think they're going to have to demolish it. Really, this is a call for us as a community to come together and solve these types of situations that can happen at any moment.
New data reveals July was the hottest month ever documented in the United States since records began in 1895.
Damn.
That's according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. So far this summer, intense heat domes swept across the East Coast, the plains, and the Southwest, triggering massive wildfires in the Pacific Northwest and Canada. Lake Mead's plummeted to historic low water levels as the Colorado River struggles to sustain the West, while in Puerto Rico, hundreds of thousands of people are going without running water for 48 hours at a time as authorities impose rotating water shutoffs to combat severe drought. In France, nearly 70% of the country is under water use restrictions as successive heat waves intensify the crisis, with 2/3 of groundwater reserves falling below normal levels. Another heat wave is expected this week. Meanwhile, in England, 3/4 of the nation has entered drought status, placing 27 million people under water use restrictions as a fifth heat wave looms. In China, more than 1 million people were evacuated from their homes as Typhoon Dolphin made landfall. The typhoon unleashed torrential rains that paralyzed transportation systems. On Monday alone, Shanghai's airports canceled approximately 1,000 flights.
Damn, 73 attendances, 57 wins. Ducky and Piker. Damn, guys. You guys are fucking based. At 57, Lucy and Jersey. Okay, wow. Good job. Holy shit.
President Donald.
Yeah, it announces every hour, or at the beginning of every hour, it announces like who was first. I programmed it to do that. Gloggy.
Trump issued an executive order Monday reducing the number of childhood vaccinations from
Yeah, we covered this yesterday.
18 to just 11. The directive also proposes separating the combined measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine into 3 individual shots administered at different times. Back in January, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. reduced the U.S. immunization schedule by eliminating vaccines for 6 of the 17 covered diseases, but a federal court blocked the change. The new executive order reinstates Kennedy's overhaul despite the legal case still pending. Republican Senator Dr. Bill Cassidy of Louisiana criticized the order, saying, quote, "I'm a doctor. This executive order is wrong."
Yet you still voted for the attorney general. What a clown. Because fuck them poors. Why? Yeah, well said.
Wrong.
Fuck them
the
all.
president does
Fuck the poors.
not have the expertise to make these changes, unquote. The American Academy of Pediatrics said, quote, "There is no new..."
Shouldn't this just be left up to the doctors and working with the doctors to whatever they think is the right way to do it, right? Oh my God. So dumb.
Evidence to justify.
Like, I don't trust fucking RFK Jr. to tell me what I need to be taken, right? The dude literally eats like... The dude fucking literally killed a bunch of random animals. Like he's a... What the fuck?
Significant changes to childhood immunization guidance.
He killed a fucking grizzly bear and deposited it in Central Park, guys. Like, what the fuck?
Dozens of studies and
Mr. Swim in sewage, raccoon dick. Yeah, exactly. Didn't he get brainworms for swimming in sewage and shit? Like, what the fuck?
involving millions of people show there is no link between vaccines and autism, and yet federal leaders continue to promote this outdated, disproven idea to scare families, unquote. This is President Trump Monday.
Where they have a vaccination that looks like the size of a bottle of soda poured into a little child's body.
Bottle of soda?
Okay?
For real?
And bad things happen in many cases, in too many cases, because this is an explosion. This is an epidemic.
President Trump
Sir,
Monday
what?
claimed
Yeah.
Iran has killed thousands of...
A bottle of soda directly injected into your veins. Hey, I'll take that over the chlorine you said we should do, right? Like, what an idiot. Eat more chicken wings, daily chlorine intake instead of vitamins or vaccines. Right? Eat that chlorinated chicken. I remember when we covered that, right? That Trump and all these ass clowns were so upset that the U.S. didn't want to take like other people's meat, or like that they didn't want our meat. Their meat. They didn't want our meat, guys. And it was because our meat is chlorinated, right? Goddamn meat. Why is our meat chlorinated? Yeah. Exactly. Levantine. Our bleachy hormone meat. Yeah, it's disgusting.
In the
right?
region and during protests inside Iran and
like who wants to they literally do that, right? Because the conditions in the factories are so bad, guys, that they chlorinate the chicken, right? And like, listen, that's incredibly lazy to do, right? Because instead of like having them be in clean environment like every other country does, right? And then you wash the chicken, and that way you get rid of most of this stuff, right? They just like give them a chlorine bath before they feed it to you. That's fucking disgusting, right? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no.
demanded compensation. Trump's new proposal countered Tehran's existing demands for reparations and the removal of sanctions, which largely matched a preliminary peace agreement signed in June but has since collapsed. This is President Trump.
Don't like the GMO bleached chicken. For real, right? And I mean, it quite literally is GMO because they hybridize the chicken to be like fattier and to get fattier, right? So they're like chickens that grow bigger breasts. And not only that, but they feed them tons of GMO, right? Like products and shit. And then they just like kill them, or they end up dying by themselves. A lot of them do, right? Because the poor little chickens are so fat that they can't develop, and they get so fat so quickly that they develop like we learned about this, remember? They can't like stand up and like maintain their own body weight, so they just immediately plump down. Big chicken in the house. Big titty chicken. This should be pinned. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Whoops, wrong one. Hold on. That's so us right there. Oh man, I like that, Levantine.
The damage they've done over a 50-year period, whether you go SS Cole or whether you go all of the people that were so badly hurt, so badly wounded or killed, many thousands of people, and maybe damages for the 52,000 protesters over the last 4 months that were killed in Iran.
Meanwhile, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian reported he spent 7 to 8 hours with Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei and confirmed Khamenei is in good health. The two men met in late July around the start of Pezeshkian's third year as president, according to state media.
Mm-hmm.
It was good meeting with Iran's Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei. We talked about all sorts of issues. We raised all the problems and set out our concerns. In terms of his health, he was completely well, because someone who can sit there and hold discussions with us for 7 or 8 hours cannot be in poor health.
This comes amidst new reports President Trump secretly left the presidential jet before Air Force One took off from Turkey at the end of last month's NATO summit because of a credible threat, an Iranian threat.
Holy shit. I love this stream so much. Aww. So much love. Love it. Keeping you guys in my pocket while I work on this door. You working on the door? On this door here? Didn't he hide in the catering car? He did. He did. I remember that.
To fire a missile at his aircraft.
Ah, got her.
In Syria, a court sentenced ousted leader Bashar al-Assad to death Tuesday after a trial in absentia.
I didn't know girls had pockets. Jeez.
He was convicted of killings, torture, and arbitrary.
That's crazy, guys. Women with pockets. You learn something new every day.
Arbitrary arrest during Syria's nearly 14-year war. It was the first Syrian conviction against Assad, who fell in a rebel offensive in December 2024 that ended his family's decades of rule in a war that killed hundreds of thousands
He speaks.
of people.
Lurk mode is peak strategy. Now I'm curious. What's the story behind the shay? Also, Annie sends subdued purr vibes your way.
Damn right. All right. There you go. It looks like he went through, so we're all good here. I turned him off for now, but he flew back with an old Air Force One and left the... Yeah, but I heard that he also, like, he hid in, like, a little catering car. It was hilarious, right? Stop spilling our secrets, girls. Damn.
A U.S. oil company linked to President Trump called Greenland Energy is preparing to drill in Greenland without local approval. The firm...
I was watching a video about that, right? That, like, I mean, obviously, if you wear jeans or something, you're right. Like, it's sort of a joke on that, right? That like a lot of women's clothes just don't have fucking pockets at all, right? It's fucking hilarious. We need pocket equality, guys. Fuck. Dresses with pockets. Everything with pockets. Pockets, pockets, pockets.
Recently landed drilling equipment on Greenland's eastern coast as President Trump renews threats to seize the Arctic territory. Greenland's government issued a strong warning that no permission.
Yeah, fake pockets. I've seen that too on women's clothing. It's bad, girl. Oh my God. The almost pockets, yeah. It's so fun shopping. I like, what's the point of an almost pocket? Like, whenever I'd go out with a girlfriend or something, and I'd be like, fine, go ahead, fucking buy something. I don't care. That'd be my attitude. She'd be like, oh, what about this? I'm like, does it have a pocket? Yeah, look. And then you'd like put your, it was like a fake one. Oh my God. I've done way too much of this shit, guys. If you're going to be in trouble, just fake pockets. Just give us real. I know, it's so dumb. Like, I actually agree with the critics. Like, that's why I watched the video. I was like, yeah, it is a little fucked up that women don't get fucking pockets. God. Women, am I right? Come on, guys. Let's give women a chance with pockets. So sad. I'm actually an anti-pocketer, rarely use them. Yeah, I think that might be why, right? Because a lot of women don't like pockets. I don't know, right? There's got to be a good reason, right? But I think it's starting to change. What should pickpockets do if there's no pockets? Pick the purse. We ask for pockets and they say, here, shut up. Shut up, Piggy. And they're like, shut up, Piggy. Levantine, you're so dramatic, but we wanted actual pockets. Exactly. That's what they did. They just gave you like a half measure, a fake pocket. There you go. Quiet, Piggy. Okay. Jesus. And those little almost pockets in jeans always manage to turn themselves inside out. Yeah, T-. What up?
It's sad, Donald. So sad.
How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. How's everything? Doing well, yeah? We're all doing well here too. We're having fun going over the news and talking about how women's clothes don't have any pockets.
Was granted. The island's Mineral Resources Authority must approve all future logistical operations before.
Oh, you know him? You know T-? That's cool. Got a break from trucking, resting for a few hours. What up?
Before they proceed, officials said. Under Colombia's new right-wing Trump-supported president, Abelardo de la Espriella, Colombia's recognized Morocco's sovereignty over occupied West.
Wow. Morocco is on fire with this shit. Oh my God. So now that's the second country to fucking realize that. Thanks for the gift. Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Western Sahara.
Yeah.
Colombia.
Well, our emotes are pretty well known. They're gaining traction. We're getting more too. We're getting a booty shaking emote any day now. That's gonna look like fucking fire.
Has frozen diplomatic relations with the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic and ended prior support for the independence group, the Polisario Front. Morocco's brutally occupied Western Sahara and its indigenous people, the Sahrawi, since 1975, in defiance of the United Nations and the international community.
For real, yeah, Levantine. I don't know if you were here, but we broke down. We talked about this twice already, but there was a stream where I went into detail about what's been going on in Western Sahara. Nobody knows about this, right? And this is why I'm very careful. Remember with the migrants coming in, I have a lot of sympathy for them, especially coming in to the Ceuta and Melilla, right? But Melilla less so. It was Ceuta. But the idea that like Morocco is like fighting this crap. I mean, guys, they are the biggest imperialists, right? Like, look at what they're doing in Western Sahara. It's a fucking scam.
Community.
Right. Also, like that city that they want back was taken in like 1400, back when like people were in like before even like Columbus had even set sail or anything. So again, I think like you have to give context to these situations, and I think Morocco's done a really good job at like tricking people to be like, yeah, we're gonna take over this land, and we want people to recognize it. And it's fucked up because like the Swahili people are a very unique culture that are being oppressed by Morocco, right? And it's fucked up.
The first Trump administration recognized Moroccan sovereignty over Western Sahara in 2020 as part of a larger effort to normalize relations between Israel and its Arab neighbors.
Yeah, even Algeria is getting fucking pissed off, right? They're like, because they're messing around with Russia and Spain. Exactly, right? So I don't know. Like this is it's becoming a really fucking polarized world when it comes to like might makes right. Right. And we talked about how that was like a giant psyop essentially by Israel to get people to be like, because Spain doesn't support the genocide going on in Gaza, right? So like nothing is quite as it seems, and you know, like it's important to shed light on these issues because like you're absolutely right. The more you dive into this shit, the more you're like, whoa, this is fucked.
Trump's State Department's revoked more than 175,000 visas from foreign nationals as part of its sweeping immigration crackdown. This comes as congressional Democrats say they plan to investigate the Trump administration's efforts to deport U.S. military service members and their families. The probe was announced in response to an Associated Press investigation that found the Trump administration's detained more than 50 parents and spouses of active duty U.S. military personnel. The investigation by U.S. lawmakers led by Senator Elizabeth Warren also found ICE has attempted to deport 282 veterans and their immediate family members. In April 2025, ICE rescinded its long-standing policy that protected immigrant veterans and replaced it with a new measure that allows for the detention and deportation of non-citizen U.S. service members.
Damn.
In more related news, attorneys and local advocates, part of its sweeping Morocco's products deportation of non-citizen U.S. service members. In more related news, attorneys and local advocates are reporting Haitian immigrants in Ohio are being forced to report to ICE appointments and wear ankle monitors after the Trump administration officially ended TPS, that's temporary protected status, stripping deportation relief from hundreds of thousands of Haitians.
Look, all right,
girl. Videos circulating on social.
Thank you.
Social media and news.
You can U.S. military don't need humans anymore. AI can defend the Middle East bases.
Outlets shows Haitian man in Blue Ash, Ohio, collapsing to the ground in tears after leaving an ICE check-in and receiving an ankle monitor. He's been identified by CNN as Monsanto Mahler. He said he's lived in the U.S. since 2023 and that he fled Haiti fearing for his life. A U.S. appeals court in San Francisco allowed thousands of lawsuits to proceed Monday against Meta, Google, TikTok, and Snapchat for designing products that are addictive to young users. Attorneys representing thousands of school districts and individuals suing Meta and other companies said in a statement, quote, "A trial is how the public finds out what Meta knew about its products' impact on children, when it knew it, and what it chose to do with that knowledge. Meta has fought to keep that evidence from the public."
Well, it's because we already know. We talked about this yesterday, right? There was a whistleblower who came out and said, yeah, they don't care that they're fucking over little girls' like self-esteem and shit. In fact, they know it And they're actively doing it to make a buck. Right? The incentive is the algorithm. Meaning to make you feel like shit, to rage bait you, to divide us. All those emotions, right? There's very little like engagement if you were to present things factually, right? And it does reflect us as a society, but the reason they're hiding it is because we all know that they could definitely get sued over this and be held for some sort of criminal case in court, right? Or in the courts. Money, yeah. It's this. I might have to clip this clip too. This is another one.
Poor, penniless, bankrupt. No more money? We've got to have money.
There is a subpoena on Meta a few. Yeah, well, and that's the thing is like the whistleblower came out in 2022, right? We discussed this yesterday, and there've been crickets, and I remember that. I was like, whoa, I wonder if this is gonna go anywhere. Nope, all got shoved under the rug because the Democratic Party, right, is overwhelmingly in favor of these corporations, especially Meta, up until recently, right? And don't be surprised if they don't go right back to sucking their nuts off, right? Because Meta and Facebook are just playing both sides, guys, right? That's all they're doing, playing both sides.
Unquote.
So they will actively like campaign for Republicans now and Democrats, right? I mean, two sides of the same coin, but you get my point.
And in New
With the exception of some of like the new DSA members that are taking over, right?
York, a Staten Island judge ordered an emergency pause on New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani's new pied-à-terre tax. The court ruled on Friday in a lawsuit filed by 3 homeowners seeking to delay the rollout of the tax. The pied-à-terre tax targets homes valued at $5 million or higher and co-ops and condos worth $1 million or more when the owner does not live there as their primary residence.
Oh, the horror! No! But I want to be able to have it without a tax. Oh my God. So like, what a reasonable... God, this is pathetic, guys. I think it's in London there. Is protests against Ray-Ban for the Meta sunglasses using Epstein as a part of the protest. Damn, dude. Yeah, I was kind of curious of those Ray-Ban glasses, but I don't want Meta fucking knowing what I'm looking at. Fuck that. Also, can you imagine like someone wearing that like in the oh my God, all the crazy shit that Meta would be able to see. Jesus. Assholes. Fuck those 3 greedy fucks. Yeah. For real. Latatas, welcome back.
For ma'am, I'm done.
I remember that the building was from the Ghostbusters movie in the 80s. Oh yeah, it was. You're right. You're right. I remember now. I forget what it's called, but I remember that. Yeah, you're right.
And he said, quote, "We disagree with today's..."
I watched that like a few years ago.
...ruling, but we're confident in both the pied-à-terre surcharge and the city's ability to implement it fairly and effectively. This surcharge asks those who own second homes valued at $5 million or more to contribute their fair share to the city they benefit from, the spokesperson said.
In all of the New York City, they could only find 3.
In India, tens of thousands of student and youth protesters marched on the legislature in Jharkhand Monday as riot police deployed tear gas, water cannons, and beat demonstrators with batons. This comes amidst weeks of street anti-government protests against the ruling BJP.
I feel like the whole chunky eyeglass frames trend is an op to get people to look at all the smart glasses that don't stand out. Yeah, it could be. It's just a way of surveillance, right? Also, does it really matter? Like, I don't know. It's a little creepy, right? The more you think about it.
JP party over the leak of national exam questions, which forced millions of students to retake the exam.
It's creepy because, okay, let me give you this breakdown, right? The reason it's so creepy is because they know, like Meta knows in particular, a lot of these companies know, the money is not in the platform or the hardware. They also have a lot of trouble like keeping people in the ecosystem, right? So the incentive is to keep you in the ecosystem, right? Let me give you an example, right? Up until recently, whenever you clicked on an ad or something, it just take you to a web page. Now it takes you to an in-browser ad in the Facebook app that then shows you the web page. That doesn't work as well, right? Okay. Well, as that dries up, they have to do more of that in-browser shit. So what's a better way to control the ecosystem 100%? Have you be the hardware, essentially, or you purchase the hardware and they own the hardware and the software, and there's nothing you can do about it because you're hooked. It's like crack cocaine, you're hooked to it. Hunter, what up? Right? So that's their incentive, right? Because if you're on your iPhone now allows you to block all that stuff, that tracking stuff. If you're on your Android phone, you can block that stuff, so they can't track where you go or like the cookies you get and all that shit, right? So what's one way to get around that, Ducky? Just buy a fucking Oculus headset or whatever, right? Or get those fucking frames, the Ray-Bans. They keep you in the ecosystem, and then there's nothing you can do about it. You're getting spied on 24/7, right? And when I mean spied on, I mean like they know more and more information, and they can sell it to corporations, and right, they make the profit off you. They know all this stuff about you. Yeah, so it's pretty insidious, but that's how it works. Didn't ICE get these smart glasses a few to identify people just by driving by? I think it was a camera, but it was something similar to that. You're right.
Some students ended up dying by suicide after studying for the exam for years. The protests forced the resignation of India's education minister last month. This is a student leader.
I would like to humbly appeal to the state government through your platform that this
They're calling them meta pervert classes. Gray, what up, buddy? Welcome back. I'll let that play.
Protest today be a historic one. By evening, the crowd here will increase gradually. I appeal to the state government that you will have to seriously come up with a decision today itself on the student-related issues.
And Massachusetts has expanded.
Massive, huge tits. What? We're making news again?
Late
issues.
And Massachusetts has expanded late-term abortion access, loosening restrictions in cases of severe or lethal fetal abnormalities or if the pregnant person's life is at risk. The law will allow providers to perform abortions after the previous cutoff of 24 weeks when it's necessary to save the pregnant person's life. Most abortions still happen within the first trimester. During Monday's bill signing, Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey, a Democrat, said, quote, "We believe healthcare decisions should be made between women and families and their doctors, not politicians, mothers and fathers and families who experience these devastating diagnoses, and they are devastating, heartbreaking. Now they'll be able to make their own choices," the governor said. Massachusetts becomes the 10th state, along with Washington, D.C., to allow an abortion at any point in pregnancy. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
All right, let's watch it. Oh, yeah. Holy shit. Meta. Yo, Ray-Ban, we fixed your meta pervert problem. Yeah, let's see. That's amazing. That's fucking amazing. He's turning it around. They're putting them in the front of the stores as well. Oh my god, these guys are goated. What up? That's amazing. Oh my god, and like the marketing for it, it's to make it look super cool, so everyone has a pair of glasses that basically spy on one another, right? I love how isn't it funny how neoliberalism, if you really think about it, right? The people who really need glasses end up getting contacts half the time, especially if they can afford it. And the people who don't need glasses end up buying them because they look cool. There's almost like very low overlap, right, between those two demographics, right? I mean, I guess there are people who need glasses and then like wearing them, right? But that's not my point. My point is that it's like squarely in a camp, right? It's all due to resources half the time. This is what they did with Kylie Jenner's one. Oh no. Yeah. That's from They Live. That's awesome. Oh, we gotta watch that movie on the stream. This is a very political movie, and it's really well done. They just keep trolling Meta and Ray-Ban. Yeah. I hate wearing glasses, but I also don't want to pay. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I've noticed. Right now, I'm making like a very broad. I don't have any data on it or anything, but I'm just saying something that I've noticed is that a lot of the people who have to wear glasses don't particularly like them. But they're stuck with them because contact lenses are very expensive. And then the people who generally wear glasses as an aesthetic don't have to wear them, obviously. But like the price doesn't bother them half the time, right? Yeah. Like I have a 15/20 vision in one eye and 20/20 vision in another, so I technically to see like 15/20, which is better than the average person. Yeah, I think it's 15/20 he said. I forget exactly what he said, but like, so basically one eye sees better than the other, right? One eye sees normal, the other eye sees better. He's like, here are some glasses, but I hate wearing them. So it's like, what's the point? Plus, I don't need them. I see perfectly fine with, I can see stuff really far away. So, right. And if I really need to, I can do this and see even better. But I saw a video on a thing that gives people the ick. And one chick said that her partner ate the contact in the milk and don't know the real name, but made me laugh. Oh, if you can find it, sure. Meta. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I noticed. It's just so funny, right? And I don't know what else to describe it as, but that to me is like what neoliberalism tries to do, right? Marketing does this a lot. It tries to get you to be like, oh, what you don't have is actually what you need, right? So, and then people are left kind of always unhappy, right? It's kind of like when you buy your something that you I mean, oh yeah, I don't know what's going on with Gloggy. Hold on, is he writing a speech? Oh yeah, something's going on. Hold on, my bad, dude. My bad, dude.
I wanted to take my time so I can give you guys an honest opinion on these. Here's a 1-month update on the Kylie meta glasses. People saying that the quality of these suck, but I think they just do not know how to configure it. Filmed in a wide angle.
They look like cheap plastic, girl. Like really cheap plastic. Sorry, I'm gonna disagree. They look like shit. They look like real shit. Working. Here we go. I think I got it now. Cool. I'll let it run.
One was pretty good in 3K. Obviously not as nice as a main camera at home filming like what I do. I don't think these are very necessary for businesses that want behind the scenes content. Something hands-free like a florist. These are very cool.
That's the only reason I wanted it. Because if I were to do like in real life streaming for you guys, I would want something that I don't have to like hold the entire time, right? That's the only reason. I'm like, I don't want Meta or any of these fucking companies. But then again, you know what I think will happen? Is there will be glasses with cameras with 4K or whatever, right? That are open sourced and you just download an app and then it connects to OBS.
Grey Haster reached 210 stream streaks 7 minutes ago. If they cannot afford to pay the tax, let them plead their case to the Stay Puff Marshmallow Giant. At least he has been contributing to Comcast. He knows the future of news, the future of information, the future of the human race. Comcast, know it, live it, and subscribe to it.
Damn right, clip it! I love that. But because they thank you, buddy, for the daily Comcast announcement. What up? Because they cost a fortune and have to something especially cool, right? Right? Damn right. Well said. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know what happened. It literally just froze. I told you this software is pretty new, so they're constantly like updating it. And it'll get stuck occasionally.
Sunnies run for about $400 and up. These are the same price,
Oh,
but they're
fuck that. $479? You know what you could buy for that?
actually smart and can do things for you. Unless the main purpose is to replace a camera, these are not there yet. This nose piece, it is not.
Yeah, see, so this is why I didn't get them. Why I didn't get them, and they look ugly too. So I'm like, why would I? Could never be me. Could get a Switch 2 for that price. Yeah, same, right? A Switch 2 for $479, guys.
Around spreading
You'd have more fun with that than looking at a pair of shitty glasses.
It's just adjustable so that it fits onto your nose better. I wanted to take my time so I can give you.
Yeah, no, fuck that. I'm good. All right. Breaking Point says the story. Establishment Dems are panicking over Francesca Hong. Based.
Part of this will be put to the test. not just in the primaries on the Democratic side, but also in terms of the general elections. And one of the test cases here is very likely to be Francesca Hong in Wisconsin. She has been leading in that primary the entire time. She's a state rep from Madison, Wisconsin. We had her on the show. Emily and I interviewed her. She's put B2 up on the screen. Polls could be wrong. I think we all found that out in Michigan. Yep. I would expect a polling error, frankly. But they have shown her leading easily by double digits in all the recent polls, starting in July. She previously had two opponents. One of them dropped out of the race and said, hey, the writing's on the wall about who the nominee is going to be, meaning her. Her other opponent is David Crowley, still in. He's backed by the governor. He is the more establishment candidate. She has a lot of wild posts from Woke 1.0. There is no denying it. And unlike Zoran, she has not... She's done a little bit of but he did the I'm going to delete my tweets and I'm going to apologize. Abdul did a similar thing. I'm going to delete my tweets. I'm going to just
he hasn't apologized.
I'm going to move forward. And,
he's just lying about what he said.
But he deleted the tweets and really distanced himself. She's kept the tweets up and is doing less of that rhetorical distancing from her past. So that has led to a lot of concerns about whether or not she'll be able to win a general election in Wisconsin for governor, even in a year that is very, going to be a very, very likely a wave year for Democrats.
Well, and look, this is where let me give my flowers to at least some of the DSA for attacking her opponent, David Crowley, who claims he's a black man, not that it's relevant, who says that by calling him, quote, establishment, it's a racist slur. Let's take a listen to B5.
I'm trying to figure out who the establishment is, right? I think that when we talk about the establishment, I don't know who that is. I'm a kid that grew up in 53206 zip code. My parents was drug addicts and suffered from mental health. I worked extremely hard to be where I am today. And so when people try to call me the establishment, I look at that as a slur, particularly as an African-American candidate. And so I have never ran for office to protect the establishment. I've always been here to protect the people. That's my foundation. That's what I'm going to continue to do as a county executive and what I'm going to do as the governor of Wisconsin.
That's woke 1.0 if I've ever seen one. Is calling the establishment is a racial slur.
That is an important point as well, which is that a lot of the origin of woke actually came out of the neoliberals, the Hillary Clinton campaign, as an attempt to weaponize identity against the left. We're seeing a lot of that playbook continue to this day. Didn't work, but almost did against Abdul El-Sayed. They, attempted something similar against Zoran. And so, very interesting to see that playbook rolled out here as well. Let's go ahead and put B6 up on the screen. There's Wisconsin's Dem establishment really freaking out, scrambling to try to stop Francesca Hong. And I think all the scrutiny of her past tweets and her positions and obviously all of that is completely justified. I do think there's been less curiosity about why it is that this random Madison state rep jumped out to such a large and seemingly insurmountable lead. And Ken Klippenstein lives in Wisconsin and has been tracking a lot of this. And the interesting thing, and actually, what's-her-face, Dana Perino on Fox News gave Francesca Hong some credit for this. Mm-hmm. The campaign she's run has been, first of all, very, very grassroots heavy, using the DSA organizing model, having actual community members reach out to people directly who have a connection to the campaign and are passionate about it. They're not just being paid to knock doors. She's also, and actually we could put this B9 up on the screen, talked about some of this strategy. She also, I think, has honed in on some of the issues that are not only a concern to the Democratic base, but are more broadly across ideological concern. Right, girl, and I'm specifically talking here about data centers.
Oh my God, I love it. I'll let it play 1 second. Doggy's working on it.
And flock cameras. And she also is the only candidate I think I've seen who has specifically addressed NSPM 7, which I think is more of a specific concern for the Democratic base. But on data centers and on pushback against AI generally and on flock cameras, she has really separated herself. There was a famous debate moment that Emily and I played on the show where all the Democratic contenders at that point.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Lucy Rosie 20 just got a 25-day stream streak. www.watty.
Thank
What
you.
and love this stream so much. You guys are the best, and we are all so friendly here. Thank you, Gust X Broadcast, for create such an amazing community where we all feel we can express ourselves without in-group stream eskis.
I love
stream
it.
eskis. Gust X 8 cute. Gust X 8 cute. Lee 3 less than 3 Gust X 8 AOC Deans Gust X 8 AOC Deans no comps. Lat AOC Deans no com. 1 Deans no com. 1 Deans Gust X 8 scream. Gust X 8 scream.
That's not you, that girl. You just rolled bad.
The race were
That's hilarious.
asked if they would.
Thank you, girl. I really appreciate it, guys. I told you, like, that was my goal, right? And I'm glad you guys see that. I really appreciate it. Thank you, girl. It means a lot to me.
Support an AI data center moratorium. She was the only one that raised her hand.
No, Crowley has explicitly actually defended the ability for localities to get data centers, which, again, I don't even know why politically that's why you would do so. Put B9 up here because it kind of goes into that. And look, you know, I don't like Francesca Hong, you know, not my cup of tea.
You don't, dog. Of course!
Variety of different levels. I do respect that she came from an organizing background and that she was able to use her organization to fill these No Kings protests, like in Milwaukee, which are full of the most standard. I mean, if you've ever been like or driven past, like these are like old white. Maybe I'm just speaking from where I live, but the vast majority are old white boomers.
No, I think that's
who are
fair.
like Kamala diehard. You know, every single one of my neighbors who has No King sign had a Kamala sign. Like these are very traditional kind of Democrats, and she had brought thousands of people to these No Kings protests, and that really filled out and like made a connection with them. So I'm like, okay, that is traditional grassroots political organizing. The question is actually something I talked about yesterday with gubernatorial races. Gubernatorial races are very different than national. Like we were talking about Abdul, the fact that he lied about defund the police, no one's going to give a shit, like in my opinion, because you know what? At the end, you know, Mike Rogers has said some crazy stuff about the 2020 election. What it comes down.
What's with the Toe Jam and Earl fucking tie, dog?
I'm Brian.
Does anyone know what I'm fucking talking about? Toe Jam and Earl? I had that game growing up. I still have it. I love that game. Yeah, literally. That's what it looks like to me. He lied about defund the police. What is he even Sagar talking about? Yeah, I don't know, right? Oh man. Yeah, look, see? It's so funny. Jesus, dog.
Down to when you vote national,
now that's all you're gonna see, right?
Especially in the Senate. Are you going to vote to confirm a Trump justice? Are you going to vote to fund ICE? Are you going to vote, you know, these are high stakes, massive votes. Your individual opinion, especially as a freshman senator, it
classic Sagar moment.
Basically doesn't matter. Oh, you're going to introduce Medicare for all? That's cute. All right. We all know this shit's not going to pass. Maybe, you know, one day
how, like,
in the
future.
future.
Comment section just shit on him all the time, right? Every fucking comment section is just him getting shit on entire. Like, why does he even do this shit? Like, nobody listens to this guy on the show. Everybody's listening to like the opposite opinion, right? They basically listen to his opinion and be like, cool, so it's the opposite of what you just said. All right. Sagar is in extra boomer mode today. There you go. Like every comment where he has like a presence in the video, every video that he has like something to say like this, he just gets shit on over and over and over, like dunked on. Hey, Sagar, we have a president with dementia. Just saying. Yeah, exactly, right? Sagar is spiritually an 85-year-old white Republican. There you go. Like, guys, I'm not joking around. Sagar, literally, every comment is about him. That's the only reason he stays on here, right? To shit on him. Where's his bias on his sleeve? For real, wait until Sagar. Literally, every comment, guys. Wild to see Sagar seemingly perplexed by unhinged people winning politics. Sagar really terrible today. Exactly. It's the Sagar hate bots. Exactly. The Sagar hate army. God. Oh, wait. Interesting how Sagar keeps it. Literally, guys, every comment. It's so funny. Like, I don't get it, right? If I had this bad takes as like a political commentator, I just like, I mean, I guess I still would do it, but I just wouldn't do it on this platform, right? It's so
At the
funny.
end of the day, the most consequential votes you will make are funding, no funding, impeach, not impeach. I could go on forever. Governor is very different. And this is where, with Francesca Hong, I mean, especially like you're literally going to be in charge of law enforcement budgets. Like you're going to be administering the day-to-day of the actual state. Like, do you want a lady who's, literally diagnosed bipolar to be running that? I mean, I'm not trying to come across prejudiced, but it's a genuine question. You're like, this is somebody who's a diagnosed and admitted past of mental illness, of bad judgment with tweets, and comes across, like, frankly, very strange in a lot of these interviews. Now, having good political instincts nowadays, all right, it's possible. But having that person run your state, people are much more willing to buck the national politics at the state level. Now, today is very different, as you've well pointed out. In the state of Virginia, you have a guy who is on his text message says, I want to what did he say? I want to murder Republican children or something like the children of my Republican opponents. He literally said that.
I don't think he quite said that. I think it was like, I don't remember, but they were wild.
Yeah,
there was no like.
Okay. He's like, I want to commit homicide against my opponents. He won the election. I mean, he won a statewide. That man is in charge of my rights as a Virginian. Like that who is currently running the state attorney general's office and decides like prosecutions and stuff. He won. Like, so that's important to say, right? About what it could look like at the state level. But there's enough evidence, like, how, we live here near Maryland. Maryland loves to blue state, Larry Hogan. Vermont had a Republican governor. Massachusetts had a Republican governor. These blue states or different states, they buck the national trend all the time. And so that's why I would say that she has a much less of a wind at her back than any national candidate. If I'm a D who is running in 2026, the best position I could possibly be in is to run for Congress or run for the United States Senate, because the stakes are so high whenever it comes to impeachment and funding and all of the other issues that people are paying attention to in the day-to-day. Running the governor's mansion, you're negotiating, property tax and, whether this factory is going to get built here. And that's super important, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't motivate people in the same way that we have seen, at least traditionally. It could be a very different moment.
Yeah, well, and we'll also see how powerful the data center politics are.
Oh, well, that I think we already know.
She's going to be very clearly different from Tom Tiffany, is that his name? Who is going to be the Republican nominee. And I do think she's being underestimated a little bit. I've watched, we interviewed her. I've watched a lot of her interviews and the
Hey, he's got the toe jam and Earl tie, girl. I mean, I give him props 1,000% better than Toomer at CNN. No, for real. Like, that is where, like, objectively, I agree, Gray, right? Like, I'm just used to not being lazy and listening to only, like, what people say. I'm used to, like, parsing everything out. So, like, there is, like, some kernels of truth or, like, value there, but unfortunately, it's, like, it's covered in shit, right? It's kind of like when somebody eats a diamond and you got to sift through the poopy to get to the diamond, because then you'll have a diamond, right? But the thing is that it's a massive turd. It's a massive stegosaurus turd. Like, remember in Jurassic Park, there's that stegosaurus who shits. You're trying to find the diamond in there, right? Like, there is some but I don't know, value is subjective, because you have to go through a lot of shit to listen to like maybe some kernels of truth, right, with him. And that's what I was critiquing, is that, like, I don't know, it's just like it's always wrapped up in poop, right? So it's certainly better than CNN, when you don't get anything, right? But I'm used to it, right? Because unfortunately, fortunately, in political science classes, you're very much used to like analyzing stuff, and you don't take things 100% what you're told, right? You always have to question it. You always have to back it up with details, with metrics, with ways of measuring stuff. You just don't say, this is this because of this, right? That's a logical fallacy. You can't do that, right? Like, if you were to do that in any other field of science, you would be laughed at. So this is where I think it's really important to like have critical thinking on everything, right? Because it's important to like discuss these things. But yeah, this is dog, this ain't it, Chief, today. Freak out if he maybe with bipolar. Yeah, that was a pretty bad take. But I mean, let's be honest. CNN thinks that without even saying it. So Sagar has shitty fashion sense. Yeah. For sure a gift from his
way
wife.
She communicates on the ground, etc. And she has a very sort of unique style where she is both soft-spoken and also very confident. And so anyway, I think, and I do think that she, obviously, the Democrat.
Why hasn't that primary happened yet? When does it happen? Today? Jesus. Fuck's sake. I think it's today, yeah. Like, come on. I'm so sick and tired of covering electoral, like, primaries. Like, get to the fucking elections by now, right? Oh my god. Fuck's sake. We need to speed this election cycle up. I told you guys, we all should be doing them more or less at the same time, right? It's just such a drag because other countries have them in a span of a week or two. And here it's like months to almost a year, right? Fuck, more Kornacki. We're getting more Kornackied. We're getting more corn. Kornacki. The khaki. Like I said yesterday, I don't understand the double elections. Yeah, that's what I'm really critiquing, right? And a lot of people, there are some people like in politics who think that is politics, right? When like I hold if you really examine it, right? There's a line between electoralism and politics, right? I think when the problem I have with it is when the election cycle is that long, it tends to go towards this like long-hauled electoralism, right? Again, I'm all for covering elections. You know me, guys. I love covering, right? I've covered them. I just want them to be concise, right? I want them to be done like as you got to give people like some space and then let them vote and then fuck off, right? Like we need to really reshape all that. And again, this isn't even just my opinion. A bunch of scholars and like political scientists have said this exact same thing, right? This isn't breaking news. This shouldn't be breaking news to anybody, right? We're getting cornackered. Oh shit. Hopefully we won't have to stay up till like 4 a.m. today. Remember the fucking Abdul Al-Sayed? I think that this one will be pretty quick. Hopefully. Yeah, like I try to strike a balance, guys, right? If you've noticed, I'm very I'm very like, I strike a balance. I don't cover every fucking race because if I did, that becomes a little too electoralism for me, and I don't like that. There's several problems with it as well. You get kind of lost in the rat race, and I don't particularly think it's useful. But the really important candidates that have like interesting messages, yeah, right. And also like it's just impossible to cover every local race because a lot of them are unchallenged, right? So
I want to bring into this conversation
yeah, we'll watch this next.
Democratic base has found her to be very appealing and very credible. So I don't think that should be discounted. It is a major feat that,
at least in terms of time, right? But
one of her opponents, the one who dropped down to the race and was like, obviously it's going to be Francesca who wins. He was lieutenant governor of the state.
Right.
Like these are not nobodies who she's up against, and yet, according to the polls, again we'll see, she's running away with it. Let's go ahead just to give you a little.
When do the polls close in Wisconsin?
A little bit more of a sense of.
God, isn't Wisconsin the Michigan butthole? Isn't that the joke or something?
Her and her opponent, David Crowley. Let's play a little bit of their bios here so you can get a sense of both of them.
It's so stressful to get by these days, and I know a lot about stress. I work in restaurants. I started in this kitchen 15 years ago, and you might recognize what's across the street. A lot of people in that building don't get why it's so hard to get by right now. Working hard.
I like this style, yeah. Ohio is a dual butthole. Yeah, I don't know. Ohio, Michigan, same difference, right?
Doesn't mean you can always keep up. One wrong step can lay you out flat. This is by design. Don't let anyone tell you we can't do this. We can build a Wisconsin where we share the table. I'm Francesca Hong, and I'm running for governor because I know that together we make better possible.
I didn't grow up in the halls of power. I grew up here, and here, and here. Evicted 3 times as a kid, having to pick up yourself and everything you own off the curb. It'll break you, or it'll make you. I'm David Crowley, and I didn't want any child to go through that. So I became a community organizer. I went on to serve in the state assembly, where I saw what happens when extremists had total control. And I'd had enough. So at 33, I returned home, elected to lead the largest county in Wisconsin, helping create thousands of new jobs, cutting our carbon emissions in half, balancing the budget, all while delivering the largest property tax cut in our history. So to the single mom in Eau Claire, looking for affordable, dependable child.
Yeah, affordable, guys. Get a tax cut on your home. That'll fix the problem.
Steve Kornacki must again Steve Kornacki must again feast on the flesh of humans. I am an abomination unto the earth. I will find you and you will know my vengeance. Israel calls to me in my dreams. I, Steve Kornacki, must again feast on the flesh of humans. I am an abomination unto the earth. I will find you, and you will know my vengeance. Israel calls to me in my dreams. I, Steve Kornacki, must again feast on the flesh of humans.
That was Grove, right? Yeah, I remember that. Our formal campaigns are between 33 and 50. Yeah, I think that's perfect. I think that's perfect. 33, about a month from, like, think about it, because you're doing a primary at the same time too, right? So 33 days to roughly 60 days, that's perfect, right? My problem is that in the US, it goes on too long, right? For far too long. And it just loses people's interest, right? There's a few problems with it. Maybe one day we'll go over all the issues that I've read about, but this has been a problem in American politics that multiple people have critiqued on, right? Like multiple books I've read in classes. In fact, I think even my professor, if I remember correctly, I'm blanking right now, but my professor, who was the GOAT, one of my favorite professors, he said the exact same thing, right? So, in his professional opinion, he said the same thing. So I was like, oh shit. Tax cuts and job creation sound like a real corp lib dem. Yeah, it's just that's what I don't like, right? That's not really going to fix the housing crisis. That's not really going to fix the affordability crisis, right? Hear that again, right? Again, this just sounds great on paper, but if you're paying attention to the words, this is just a half measure to fix, it's a half measure. It's just a half measure that doesn't really fix the problem.
Return home, elected to lead the largest county in Wisconsin, helping create thousands of new jobs, cutting our carbon emissions in half, balancing the budget, all while delivering the largest property tax cut in our history. So to the single mom in Eau Claire, looking for affordable, dependable childcare, I hear you. To the union worker in Sheboygan, taking an extra shift today.
I hear you. Pow. You haven't said anything on it.
To make the end of the month.
See, and this is what I mean. Once you get once you've seen a lot of these things, right? Once you've worked in a lot of elections, that's why I hold a balanced approach, right? I'm not like somebody who thinks like elections don't matter, right? I'm not that nihilistic, but I'm also not like a bean counter, right? Where I'm like looking for every single win, because that's not how generally wins work anyway, right? I think it's going to require more education, more across the board collective action than just winning an election or elections, right? It's not gonna work out that way. So I'm somewhere in between, right? I try to put myself somewhere in between. I think they can matter, and they do matter clearly. Otherwise, they wouldn't spend so much money. But you can't just sit there and be like, everything will just be different if you fucking bean count every election. No. That used to be me, but I learned that lesson very quickly, right? Through experience, through being in this process for so long. And that's how you become really good at listening to people's words, right? Because we like Gray automatically, see, I've rubbed off on you, Gray. You're listening to the words and you're being like, that's so neoliberal. And that's my complaint with most of these politicians, is when you hear them, it's why I don't cover them. When you hear them, they're essentially all about tax cuts and this neoliberal approach. So I try not to cover that crap. I try to cover people like Francesca, Zoran, right? Avi Lewis, et cetera, who actually want to like move away from this model. And I think that's the way we go about it, not basically promoting shit like this, right? Even though this is better than MAGA for sure, still not, right? It's not your determination anyway, because they're basically just to the left of MAGA, right? The pause after saying it will break you, yeah. So, right? That emote is funny, dude. I'm balancing the budget and giving tax cuts means that you're losing services. Well said. See? You are learning well, my young apprentice, because that is exactly what it's. I was about to say that exact same thing, right? Balancing the budget means cutting taxes and then cutting services. It's just always, that's what it comes down to. So just always be really skeptical of these things, right? And this is where I say, like, yes, this person probably should beat the MAGA person, right? But I'm not going to sit there and pretend that they are someone far better than, like, say, Avi Lewis or Zoran or Francesca or any of this stuff, right? Which is why I don't really care that I cover them. And that's the problem, is if you look at a lot of the election results or a lot of the people who have won, look at who won in Missouri, right? The first district there, right? Who beat Cory Bush. He's basically this person. They're just copy and paste Democrats. A lot of these people are like that.
Little bit easier. I see you. To the dad in Platteville, working towards your degree after tucking your kids in good nights, I am you. I'm David Crowley, and I'm running to be governor for all of us. Wisconsin, let's get to work.
Sagar got excited when he said he lowered the property taxes.
All of a
Won him
sudden,
over.
He jizzed his fucking pants. Confirmed. Sagar. Wow, what a subtle burn, right? Crystal, damn.
Sire got excited when he said he lowered the property taxes.
All of a
Won
sudden,
him over right then.
All of a sudden, I'm all in for Hong. Fuck that guy.
You're gonna go Hong
but
wild.
Look, being serious, I said this to you while I was playing. That's like an ad from 2002. Like,
yeah, exactly. See, that's my problem. I see a lot of these people's platforms, and I'm like, neolib. I'm like, okay, moving on.
It's a crazy ad. I mean,
they'll be like, I support a public option, maybe if the right, with the balancing the budget along with tax cuts, right? There's always some like wishy-washy fucking, oh my God. Also like public option versus private, right? We've already gone over all that stuff and to what degree, oh God. Grill Sagar some more. I know, like that was quite the jab. Very subtle.
Look, again, you don't have to take my advice, whatever. But like that is the most boring political ad.
It's clearly not worked so far.
Yeah.
But all right, so let's move on for Wisconsin quickly and take a look at Minnesota, which also has a marquee race on the ballot that's gotten a little bit less attention. Put B3 up on the screen. So this is for Senate. Open Senate seat. You've got Angie Craig, who is a current, very moderate, I guess you would say, congresswoman, very corporate aligned, et cetera. And then you have Peggy Flanagan, who is the current lieutenant governor, more of a lefty, Medicare for all, not directly DSA backed, but that type of candidate. And
I would put her more in the, what's it called? I would put her more in the Brad Lander camp. So like almost DSA aligned, but not quite, right? Hey, we got to take wins where we can, right, guys? Fuck.
It has got.
But at least like, at least they're like right there, right? And they help each other out. That's kind of where I draw the line. Like how cooperative are the candidates, right? Do they want to reach across the aisle to other people on the left or who are more to the left? If they're not willing to do that, I don't know, right? I have a lot of problems with supporting candidates like that, right? Brad Lander at least does. He did cross-endorse, right? He did cross-endorse Mamdani. See? So, like, you also have to be somewhat practical, but yeah.
On the lead, I think this one is very close. The latest poll has Craig up by 2.
Yeah.
The one before.
Well, no. I don't mean that. I forget her position. I actually don't know Penny, because she's lieutenant governor, right? I don't know what her fucking position is on this. But
that had Flanagan up by 14. But
let's look it up. Lander is funny. He's very funny. Kind of an oddball, but hey, he's the results don't lie. Also, he's done some really good work, especially in his youth. He's been consistently for like peace and like not just giving Israel a pass, right? Just what the fuck? What is it with these captchas? You fill them out and then they don't fucking work. Oh my God. There we go. Do you support government calling a permanent ceasefire in Gaza? Yes. Okay. Doesn't help. Too late. There was like a Ballotpedia thing. Hold on. Oh. I guess we'll get informed by Jewish Insider. Oh. Whatever they say will determine. Okay, so left-wing Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan's anti-Israel message is being complicated by her outreach to AIPAC earlier in the campaign. Okay. So it looks like maybe I was right. He's kind of like a liberal Zionist. Like she doesn't support AIPAC, but she's reached out to them in the past, right? So she's not exactly like 100% against AIPAC, or at least not traditionally. Man, how did I nail that? I don't even know her position. I can just tell based on like the way she talks about the issues, right? I had a good estimated guess, right? It was an educated guess on it. Okay, well. Also, like, just because, Craig and Flanagan, yeah. Okay. She's called for humanitarian aid to Palestinians in Gaza. Yep. So basically the Brad Lander position, right? Which is a little, it's funny, but hey, it's better than being an AIPAC shill, right? I guess. Hey guys, take your wins where you can, right? I don't know. For fuck's sake. Hold on. Flanagan has less of a record on the issue. Yeah, I haven't been able to find all that much because remember, Lieutenant Governor has nothing to do with fucking international politics or a position on. It's very difficult generally to find this stuff. But she has criticized Israel's war in Gaza and at times called it a genocide. Okay. I mean, what more do you want? I guess. Yeah, I mean, I figured, right? It's exactly the same position as Brad Lander, basically, right? Oh my God. I believe, of course, in what I know, the two-state solution. Yeah. So basically, it is the Brad Lander approach. See, Gray? I believe, in course, you know, the two-state solution. That's his solution, right? He believes essentially there should be a two-state solution, or like both states need to work together to provide equal rights, right? I believe that that's what's happening is horrific, and the people of Israel and the children of it deserve to live in peace. Yeah. So a liberal Zionist, basically. I'm here for Lander with boobs, but if nothing else is well, and that's what I'm trying to tell you, buddy, right? Is that there is nothing better because those are the two candidates running. See, guys, like I didn't even have to look this shit up, and I just kind of figured it out myself because I could tell based on her position and the way she talked about stuff that she was like in that Brad Lander camp. Do I think that's the best position to be in? No, of course not. Will I take it for now? Sure. Why? Because I've noticed that Brad Lander at least is willing to work with people, right? And that's really what I care about, because the left right now is very weak because there's a lot of infighting, right? And we need more people to work together to get this stuff fucking actually done, right? So if it takes Peggy Flanagan being like, yeah, I believe in a two-state solution and it is a genocide, listen, I'll take that over the person taking tons of AIPAC money for sure, right? There you go. Crazy, right? Crazy, but I think that's pragmatic, right? Those are the two candidates, unfortunately.
That was before.
I wish there were more, but right?
Or there's been a new onslaught of money that has come into this race. So I do not think that Peggy Flanagan is going to win by 14 points. I think it's going to be very close, and I think it's a very difficult race. And, you know, there's a lot. Look, Minnesota has been ground zero for a lot of things. Black Lives Matter. But that's kind of, you know, I think in the past in terms of the politics there in the Dem primary. But now you have the fraud scandal, which caused Tim Walz to say, I'm not running for re-election anymore. And Peggy Flanagan obviously is part of that administration put before up on the screen. There's been a lot of back and forth about who's to blame for the welfare fraud scandal. Minnesota's image has really taken a hit over this because part of what they were very proud of in the state is, okay, we pay kind of high taxes, but we have really good government, good services, well run, et cetera. And so this kind of strikes to the heart of how people think about Minnesota. And then obviously the other thing is, you know, Minnesota being ground zero for ICE. And this is where Alex Priddy and Renee Good were killed. Angie Craig is critical of ICE, but doesn't want to abolish it. Peggy Flanagan does want to abolish it. Angie Craig has taken some bad votes in terms of increasing ICE funding. And
there you go. There's always a correlation. When AIPAC money is, right? Like, guys, for some reason, I could probably get into reasons why, but I'm not going to think too much about that right now. For some reason, when AIPAC support goes up, ICE support goes along with it.
Powers. So these are some of the fault lines in this race.
Yeah. And that's kind of where I was like, she probably is going to be like the more Brad Lander. That's what it sounded like to me, because I've heard her speak a few times. And yeah, see, guys, I'm rarely wrong on people's positions like this, right? Especially if I hear them speak on these kind of issues and topics.
And obviously, like I said, Minnesota has really been a powder keg on some of these key issues. And that's part of why. Yeah, part of why there's a lot at stake here, I would say.
Did we put the polls up on the screen?
Yeah, we did. But you can put it back. But the latest poll has Angie Craig up by 2. So very, very close.
That's what I was saying. It's very tight. And I actually do, well.
Who knew fascists supporting fascism? Yeah, well, that's probably one of the biggest correlations, right? Yeah, well said. Correlated, not directly like linked, but correlated for sure. Yeah.
I mean, it's tight, but also you have multiple Flanagan ones previously, which had her up by like plus 30. So who the fuck?
I guess theoretically, right? Theoretically speaking, there could be like an inverse, but it's very rare. If you look at overwhelmingly, I would say it tracks. There is a correlation, right?
Small amount of likely voters, which are even sampled in front of this. I do think that the fraud thing being in a scam, I mean, that, you know, to loop it all together to our woke one discussion, that's healthy. Video. People should actually be like, hey, you said X, Y, and Z. You led to a disaster for our state. It led to a bilking of the state treasury and becoming a national laughingstock in front of the nation. Like, sorry, like that's actually a huge problem, and people should be held accountable for that. So internal reckoning, just like I'm saying in terms of these primaries, it is healthy and it is good. And I don't like Francesca. I think she needs to do a hell of a lot more to literally come out and to be like, yeah, that was ridiculous, and all that I said. But it is at least healthy to see some of these people be held to account. I also think that woke one was crazy is probably now the leftmost that you're even going to be allowed to go. Like she talked about the Overton window. The Overton window shifted in my favor now, where I got Zoran over here apologizing to cops. And so woke one was crazy. If that's, if they're at least going to have to say something like that or be held to account for it in a moderate, like by a debate or even internally in a primary, I do think that's healthy. I hope to see more of that too in a future Republican primary to be asked about affirmative action for.
He reminds me of the kind of like douchebag Republican. Like, guys, it's actually kind of funny. Maybe that's another reason why I'm just like so used to his terrible takes. He reminds me of like several douchebag Republicans in debate and Model UN class or club, right? That we would have to like always debate or like always show up to the pay their dues, right? All that crap. It's so fucking, oh God. The more I think about it, it's just like there was this one kid in our class who just reminded me. He even dressed up like very like flamboyantly, just like Sagar does sometimes. And he was like the biggest like right-wing douche ever, right? We all fucking hated him. His name was Michael. Oh,
bullshit anti-Semitism. It's like, if I ever get selected as moderator, I'm sure you'll see some of that. So
there were 2 Michaels actually. Now that I remember, yeah.
Anyway,
well, it's called democracy.
What is it with Michael?
You know,
yes, I agree.
And I do think
good.
that
It's healthy.
Like I said before, the fact that now the left actually is governing, is winning, has a chance at power, I think it leads to a higher level of pragmatism where it's not just, you're not just posting online to get like points for your radical chic. You know, you're actually trying to put together a winning coalition and appeal to voters and be able to win. And to me, that's a very positive development for the left. Although some people in on the left are sort of being dragged to that kicking and screaming.
There will be dead enders in any movement. I mean, if you read a history of leftism, having like disagreeable radicals is literally like, frankly, like that is the history of leftism. Part of the reason I don't like it. But anyway.
Oh God, fuck you,
Former Wisconsin.
Get the fuck out of here.
Democratic Party Chair Ben Wickler, who says he can save the Democratic Party. He spells it all out in his New York Times bestseller, This is the Plan, How to End America's Meltdown and Save Democracy. Ben, it's nice to see you. Usually we have these conversations when I'm in Wisconsin. I'm sorry we're doing this one remotely today, but let's break it down here. Could Francesca Hong... I'm sorry we're doing this.
I thought it said for a second, Dems expected to face election denier in Wisconsin.
This one remote.
Wow.
Today, but let's...
I was like, really now? MSN now? You're starting to use internet slang?
Break it down.
Hey, remember when CNN did the kids room? Like the streamer setup? And we all laughed out loud? How fucking silly that looked? I think it was like Jake Tapper or forget who was in there, right? With the streamer setup. It was so pathetic.
Here, could Francesca Hong, this sort of Democratic socialist, further to the left than some of her competitors in the primary, could she cost Democrats what is widely viewed as a winnable governorship there?
Tom Tiffany is the most extreme general election nominee the Republican Party has put up in Wisconsin. And he's someone that any of the Democratic candidates is going to be on track to beat. It's going to be a fight. Wisconsin elections start with both sides at 48%. But the thing about Wisconsin Democrats is that once the nominee is chosen, everyone unites around the nominee and goes to bat. When people know that Tom Tiffany is the reason why they're losing their health insurance because he voted to cut $1 trillion from healthcare, when they find out that he tried to overturn the 2020 election as part of Trump's coup attempt in 2020, when they find out that he's voted for and supported abortion bans left and right, they will do everything they can to bring everyone they know to the polls to support the Democratic nominee in November.
But Ben, to be clear, as you know very well, certainly in states like Wisconsin right now, it's not just about rallying the Democrats against the rallied Republicans. This is about getting those independents right in the middle who are sort of go either way depending on the candidates that are before them to make a decision. And so the question, I guess, is having a candidate who's on the further left flank of the party the best bet to defeat a Republican, even if he's vulnerable in November?
Voters are going to decide on the nominee. I'm an advisor to the state party. The party's neutral in the primary. What I do know about the voters who might go either way in November is that the number one thing on their mind is how darn expensive it is to fill their gas tank, how frustrating it is to have a local hospital close in rural Wisconsin, how infuriated they are that filling their grocery cart is unaffordable. Tom Tiffany has been part of every one of those problems. And whether it's Francesca Hong or David Crowley or any other candidate, they and Democrats in the legislature are laser focused on affordability for working Wisconsinites. That is a winning message no matter what part of the Democratic Party you come from, and it's one that Tom Tiffany is terrified of.
Can a party, the Democrats, be powered to victory by a base that doesn't really trust that party to win anymore? There's a lot of frustration with the Democratic establishment right now.
Geez, these are the candidates.
The biggest anger that so many people have is the sense, first of all, that the country's not working for them. And secondly, that leaders aren't doing anything about it. That creates an energy for change. You can see that in primaries. You also see that in general elections. People want someone new who's going to bring a different energy. none of the current Democratic candidates is there to fight for the status quo. They're all fighting for change. They're all mad about the same thing that voters are, a problem that Tom Tiffany is a part of creating. And I think what we're going to see is people who fought against each other in the primary join hands. You can see it in Michigan right now. You're going to see it in Wisconsin tomorrow to make sure that we're going to fight and win in November at every level of the ballot.
Or today?
It's not just the governor.
What? But this was released 2 hours ago, right? 3 hours ago? Fuck. It better be today.
It's the state legislative races, it's House races. Add those things together, and you can create a Democratic trifecta in Wisconsin that will bring down the cost of healthcare, expand it for everyone, and put a check on this rogue administration that is trampling both democracy, people's freedoms and rights, and the economy at every turn.
No,
So
can you send it to me? If you have it. If not, we can look it up. But that'd be funny to watch. Morning Joe. Fuck that guy. Oh.
I want to get from you, if I can, a sense. You said America's meltdown did not start with President Trump descending the golden escalator. It started with Project Red Map flipping state legislative seats across the country in 2010. Why, in your view, are there sort of down ballot races, the legislature so critical in the electoral process?
Well, look at the mess we're in as a country right now and ask, how did we get here? It began with this wave of gerrymandering that's driven by state legislatures. It came out of voter suppression that was driven by state legislatures and Republican governors like Scott Walker before him, and now Tom Tiffany would want to do the same thing. Union busting, attacks on working people, money in politics, and Citizens United. All that stuff flows from 2010, and it's the future as well in 2030, unless we have people who believe in democracy and a country that works for working people win in states like Wisconsin at the state level to ensure that Trump can't steal the election in 2028. The plan, and this is the plan, is to make sure we're winning the offices that write the rules of how politics actually works, and then change the system to put the people in charge of the United States of America instead of a tiny cabal of right-wing billionaires, the folks like Elon Musk who want to call the shots for everyone else.
So to be clear, in your view, is this the need for a national strategy or a state-by-state plan?
Well, I argue not for a single 50-state strategy, but rather 50 state strategies. It looks different in different places. Right now, Wisconsin has a shot to win the governor, re-elect attorney general, win both chambers of the state legislature. There are other states where the only hope is to break a Republican supermajority. In North Carolina, this fall, critical election for U.S. Senate, but also state Supreme Court. In every state, there's some kind of fight that no one's paying attention to, but where if a few thousand more people throw their shoulders against the wheel, we can actually make a difference that will last for years. And that is my call to everybody, is to find those races now. In Wisconsin, the number one priority is beating Tom Tiffany, the election denier who wants to be in charge of election certification in 2028. But it might be different in the neck of the woods where any particular viewer lives. If everyone focuses on the thing that can make the biggest difference, it can add up to a sea change in American politics, and that has to start this November.
I want to get back to sort of where we started this conversation. A lot of Democrats right now, they agree with you. All they care about is winning back some of these seats, these governors' mansions, and beyond. The Senate, obviously, such a big priority here. But I think there are a lot of more moderate Democrats right now that are anxious that the party may be wasting this opportunity because they're pursuing people who are further to the left here. I know that you don't take a position on that in particular. But what do you say to those folks who are worried right now that the energy is on the far side of the party, much like it was on the far side of the Republican Party, but for Democrats, it may not be able to pull enough other people with them?
Well, there's very often we kind of get involved in these conversations about left versus center left. If you look at who performs really well in elections, part of it is whether their point of view matches their states. Lots of states have a huge spectrum of views. Wisconsin's one of those states. We have Tammy Baldwin and Ron Johnson. We had Joe McCarthy and Fighting Bob LaFollette. There's also questions of, can your candidate deliver a message effectively? Can they unite a coalition? Can they attend to the relationships and think through how to bring people together? Those are not really about ideology. That's about having a nominee and having a party and having a movement and an infrastructure that is focused on doing the things that generate victory. And all that stuff is stuff where people can not only vote, they can roll up their sleeves and get involved. The person who matters most to a voter is probably whether their neighbor talked to them the day before the election. And everybody has neighbors.
No, I apologize for the interruption, but I just want to be clear, though, because some of the polling was compelling. Marquette Law School right there in Wisconsin said Democratic socialists are viewed negatively by more than half of the state's registered voters. I think that's where some of the concern comes from right now.
I think the central question is going to be what's on a voter's mind if they're unsure who to vote for. What makes them make a final decision when they're in the voting booth? And if that question is, can I afford to fill up my gas tank and buy food to bring home from the grocery store at the same time, then candidates with a strong affordability message are going to win this November. And that's what you get from any of the Democrats on the ticket. I think if the question is, how can I best support Donald Trump as he tries to dismember American democracy, then it's Tom Tiffany's election. But I don't see I don't see any data point in any poll that says people are looking for another rubber stamp for Donald Trump in Wisconsin or in any other battleground state.
This is a good conversation. We're going to have plenty of time to continue talking about it. Can I ask you a quick question? The reports that you might run for Senate in 2028, are you running?
I'm not going to make any decisions about the future until after the November election.
Don't you have to start a campaign now, though? I mean, it takes a lot of work, Ben.
Look, this is a hair on fire, roll up your sleeves moment. You can see my book. We have a fire extinguisher on the cover. The country's on fire right now, and this is all hands on deck for November. We can figure out the presidential nominee. We can figure out every other race for 2028 after this election is over.
Fine, let's get through this election. Well, you're always welcome back here on State of Play. Ben Wickler, it's always a pleasure to see you. Thanks for being here.
All right, I found it. This is going to be fun.
It's crazy that we're even having this conversation. If somebody says a woman being raped doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, it's okay to call that person out.
Morning Joe's Joe Scarborough going off on Democrats who refuse to disavow controversial Twitch streamer Hasan Piker.
It's crazy that we're even having this conversation. If somebody says a woman being raped doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, it's okay to call that person out and demand that candidates distance themselves from those people. If you want to rule over a party and win elections.
He's losing his mind. Bro, was he this mad when Trump won? Because if I recall correct...
he went to dinner with him, right? They literally went to dinner. Oh my God. They literally wined and dined his ass, right?
When Trump won the second time, he went to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the ring and the tip of Trump's
Exactly.
God
well
damn,
said.
Dude. Boomers and their emotional support apartheid state. Holy you tell a boomer, hey man, can we have more housing? They go, I will literally do everything in my power to destroy you. You tell a boomer, your emotional support apartheid state has gone too far. They did a genocide that's unjustifiable. They go, I will do everything in my power to destroy you. We get it, bro. You think the Palestinians deserved it. We get it. Oh my God.
It's crazy that we're even having.
And Mika's just sitting there cross. You saw that, right, guys? What the fuck?
I don't need people telling me. Oh, you have to just turn a blind eye to people saying that women getting raped on October 7th didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. No, Americans aren't going to support that. This is not about me. This is about the Democrats, once again, fumbling the football on the 2-yard line when they have a chance to make great gains, but being so woke, I don't know if you want to call it woke 1, woke 2, or woke 3, but being too
woke 3-5
to call out the obvious. I swear to God. It's crazy.
Bro, you're like,
that we're even having this.
Why are we listening to Republicans? Thank you, Ducky. Why are we listening? This is why I stopped listening to Tim Miller. I like Tim Miller, like, as someone fun to watch, right? In terms of like maybe some like takes and stuff. That's it, right? That's it. I genuinely like have some, like, I kind of like him a little bit, right? But I don't listen to his opinions because his opinions are shit. Same with Joe Scarborough. Why are we listening to him? He's a Republican, dog. You are a Republican. Sarah Longwell, same thing. JVL to a certain degree, right? He's kind of more on that conservative spectrum. He comes across as very libby to me. Yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch of, he's like a liberal Republican, right? Oh God, I'm so sick and tired of these fucking. Why are we listening to these people? They're not even on the team, right? And that's what I realized. Is like, listen, you can kind of like have some like, it's just not going to be very useful for the movement, right?
Conversation. If somebody says a woman being raped doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, it's okay to call that person out and demand that candidates distance themselves from those people. If you want to rule,
is this a
over
performance?
a party and win elections. If somebody says going to a rally the day after Hamas slaughters more Jews than any time since the Holocaust, it's okay for Chuck Schumer. It's okay for Hakeem Jeffries to call that despicable and demand that people distance.
But where were you calling out Trump on a daily basis when Trump said that Chuck Schumer was a Palestinian? He used it as a slur, remember? I admit I'll watch a little Rick Wilson and as a treat. Yeah, I think we all have like maybe somebody that we kind of, that it's obviously way more conservative, that we kind of are like, we, not that we like, but that it's anywhere from like to like they're not annoying as fuck to watch, right? But you have to be honest with yourself. You have to be like, well, listen, this is what's going on here, right? Right? I think another one I've kind of I like his overall cultural videos is JJ McCullough, right? I disagree with every political take he has, but although he's kind of interesting in his like North American integration take, that I think is a very internationalist approach. I just don't think it's applicable when it comes to the United States and Canada today. So again, it's a bit of a weird take, but I mean, take what you got, take what these people say and then analyze it, right, guys? Never fucking just believe it like slop, because all this stuff is just like they're all so right. And there's different ranges of these people, right? So like Tim Miller is on that spectrum, but yeah, Rick Wilson, right? But I don't care what he thinks about the Democratic Party. Yeah, exactly. Same, right? So like you have to be you just have to be selective, right? Like who you watch should be like, you should always be picking apart what they're saying anyway. You shouldn't just take whatever they say as like face value or gospel, right? Did his hearing aids battery die? Yeah. I consume some right-wing BS because the media loves to blurt out crap every day. The best jokes of the day. Yeah. I think like once you're honest about like it being, you just have to realize like what it is, right? Or you maybe have like you kind of like the way they present something and that's it, but you don't care about their politics or their takes. Weird. Scarborough is giving me Cenk vibes. Yeah, Cenk is another one, right? Like people like watching Cenk for us. I don't know why, right? I don't particularly like him that much, but he's been busy getting his paycheck. Yeah, I think we all have like people like that are more on the right or whatever, but I haven't watched Tim Miller in a long time, so the problem with screaming, also I think he's problem with Screaming Morning Joe is that he doesn't turn red like the proper screamer. Yeah, I think it's an act, right? This is just a grift
Themselves from that.
This is him earning a paycheck, guys.
Okay. So why are we bringing this up now? We're bringing this up now because it seems an awful lot like what was happening in 2024 when Democrats couldn't get out of their own way to win an election they should have won. I don't need people telling me, oh, you have to just turn a blind eye to people saying that women getting raped on October 7th didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. No, Americans aren't going to support that. This is not about me. This is about the Democrats, once again, fumbling the football on the 2-yard line when they have a chance to make great gains, but being so woke, I don't know if you want to call it woke 1, woke 2, or woke 3, but being too woke to call out the obvious. I swear to God. It's crazy that we're even having this conversation. If somebody says a woman being raped doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things.
All right. Is this? I can never see the.
Okay to call.
I can never see when it ends because it just keeps looping.
We're at the point now.
All right. This isn't about me. This is about taking the quote out of context. Exactly. Can someone tape his mouth shut, please? Thank you. Yeah. So tired of these people.
Now, where Trump is so high on his own supply that he feels like there's nothing he can't get away with. It's also the case. I mean, Trump has said this in a rally speech he gave one time. He's like, I thought I'd experience more pushback from the Democrats. I forget which thing he was talking about that, like, you know, he did, that he was surprised he got away with it. But he said, I was expecting more of a fight. So in other words, he's like, bro, there are no limits to my power. That's another thing he said in an interview. There's no limits to my power. He sat down with Punchbowl, and this shit right here is absolutely fucking crazy, dog, because he is going to casually admit to a major campaign finance felony in real time. Listen to this. Here we go.
Oh,
shit. MAGA Inc., the super PAC that your allies control, has a lot of money and a lot of people.
Not my allies. I control it.
Okay. You and your allies.
$800 million.
Are you going to spend it?
It's funny. Nobody ever, of course, I'm going to do.
You're going to spend it in the midterms.
I could spend it on pretty much anything I want. I'm going to spend it I'm going to help Republicans.
That is wildly illegal. Don't take my word for it. You go look it up yourself. It is completely and utterly illegal for the president to control this super PAC. Are you insane? He said, quote, not my allies. So the guy, the questioner's trying to help him. He says, MAGA Inc., the super PAC that your allies control. That's him trying to help him, right?
No, I'm the one who controls it. I am the Senate.
And he goes, not my allies.
This is his I am the Senate moment.
I control $800 million. I can spend it on anything I want. I have a busy schedule. I won. I'm not campaigning. A lot of people are angry at Republicans. They're not angry at me. We're going to get to that point in a second because I got a lot to say about that too. But he just casually admits to a massive campaign finance violation, a total felony. He's not supposed to be the one that's allowed to control that money and dictate where it goes. It's a super PAC.
They don't give a shit.
Like, okay, I know campaign finance law is annoying and there's different elements to it, and like how much you can spend on a campaign versus how much a PAC can spend, which is technically separate, versus how much like interest groups can spend. It's all different, right? But there's been a march towards very few rules and regulations around our campaign finance. Well, one of those rules that still remains is you cannot directly control the PAC. And here he is, he announces it, and guess what? Nothing's going to fucking happen as a result of it. There's going to be absolutely nothing that happens. There's going to be no investigations. There's going to be no further talk about this.
There aren't going to be because
if a Democratic...
There aren't going to be any investigations because the executive... I already told you, right? This is like the big flaw in the system that we need to fix. If we even going to fix the system to begin with, right? They can investigate themselves and find no wrongdoing, as we've memed on many times, right?
Candidate or
this is like in the purview of the executive branch, right?
Sitting Democratic president came out and said, I control $800 million in a PAC. Before the end of the day, you would have everybody of the opposing party and half of the same party say, sorry, bro, this is unacceptable. You just admitted to a federal crime in a live interview. It's like, what does he have to do? What more would he have to do? What more would he have to do?
Nothing to see here. The Islamic countries are imperialist. 50 countries overtaken. Pakistan, good example. North Africa was colonized. Why do we ignore this?
In order for there to be any consequences. I don't understand. I don't get it. Like, what the fuck, man? I mean, I'm seriously at the point where I believe if he nuked Greenland or Panama or Iran, I really think that give it a week and the entire Republican establishment would be defending it. and the Democrats would largely shut the fuck up about it. And like it would be just right back.
You know what I've noticed? Now that I'm thinking about the Tim Miller thing I said, I think the only reason I kind of like them is because they're gay. I have a thing for like flamboyant men that express themselves in a specific way. It's just fun to watch, maybe, right? So is that why? I don't know. Because I don't care about their opinions, right?
Back to standard operating procedure.
Oh man.
And they would say, "Oh, yeah, we can't really impeach him because we don't have the numbers."
Maybe that's like what I'm like. I'm like, oh, this is different, right?
They would still say shit like that. They would say shit like that if he fucking nuked somebody.
I don't know, just off the cuff comment there.
Because here he is saying, I mean, this is the classic, I can shoot somebody on 5th Street and not lose any supporters.
Yeah.
Here he's going, I control $800 million in a super PAC, which is illegal for me to control.
Are you familiar with Brad Palumbo? I don't think so, but probably. Maybe that's like what I'm like gravitating towards. I'm like, oh, this is different, right? Like the way they're expressing themselves, right? And it's just like, yeah, well, they're both gay, right? And not only that, but it was funny because they both did like recently a segment together and they flowed really well. Like there was a lot of like, they just like meshed really well together. And I was wondering, I kind of figured out that I was like, yeah, like they would flow really well together. They had like an interesting conversation and I didn't care a single thing about their opinions because they were shit. But like that aspect of it, I think was interesting to me. So yeah, there you go. The gay community has abandoned Christians and must abandon Islamists are not LGBT for the LGBT.
But I control it, and nobody's going to say anything, and nobody's going to do anything, and here we are.
I mean, so when you say I don't care.
No, I didn't say that. I said some people say that.
Yeah, look, I mean, I could do a lot easier. I didn't have to be away in Nevada yesterday. I didn't have to be in Los Angeles yesterday making speeches. I didn't have to be supporting all the people. I have a lot of,
Well, they would prefer that you weren't doing that because you have a 36% approval rating, and now you are dragging down the rest of the Republican Party. Up to this point, it was viewed as the opposite. That like Trump is the star in the Republican Party. He drags up all the Republicans. Now the poll shows the opposite. In fact, CNN just did a segment on this where he's the problem. His name drags people down now.
busy schedule. I said to somebody, wait a minute, you don't understand. I won. I'm not campaigning. Now, that's the other thing. I get a tremendous vote. I have records in many of the states, the most votes ever in Texas and Florida and many, many states, Alabama. You can go through them, many, many states. The most votes ever. The question is, and they're asking this question, and I've had some great polls recently, real polls, but they're great polls. If I don't run, will those people...
This is all drivel. None of this matters. This is firmly in the poop basket, the poop bin. I don't care what your polls say, or I don't care what your numbers were in 2024. Oh, okay. What the fuck does this matter? God, guys, I'm so done.
Go out and vote. And that's the one thing I can't tell. I'm going to ask them to, but I'm just watching guys like you and you're very talented people. The question is, will they vote? Because a lot of them are very angry at Republicans, to be honest with you. They're
Why is
angry
that?
I don't know. I mean, they're angry at Republicans, but they're not angry at me.
This is the classic narcissistic deflection, right? I don't know. It couldn't be me, right? All this stuff happening that I say I take credit for, only when the good stuff happens, right? Oh my God. Fuck off.
I swear to God, he really reminds me of like the kid who went over to the cookie jar, took the top off, took a chocolate chip cookie out, started eating it. The fucking chocolate's all over his lips. He's got crumbs on the floor, you know, schmutz on his hand. And then mom's like, now, little Timmy, did you eat the cookie? No, Mama, I didn't eat the cookie. Now, Timmy, why are you standing right by the cookie jar with the top off and stuff on your hand and chocolate on your mouth? And why do I still see you chewing, Timmy? No, Mama, I didn't eat the cookie, I swear. Like, he reminds me of that. The voters are very mad. They're mad at Republicans, but they're not mad at me.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Look, I know he's a
Cringe.
pathological liar and a malignant narcissist, but you'd have to imagine a lie like that is so extreme that even he...
See, like, the first thing I would do is, what am I doing wrong that's doing this? And then work on it from there, right? But then you honestly assess the situation, right? You say, hey, could it be something else, right? Like, do I have the control to, like, do the X, Y, and right? And generally speaking, like, if you're honest with the position, right, with your position, you come to the conclusion it's probably either you or a mix of problems, right? So then what do? You work to iron out those problems, right? That's like what an intellectually honest and self-reflective person would do. None of this is self-reflective, right? Because it's only blaming the other person or everyone else. But in reality, guys, what you can really control most is what you do, right? But then you'd have to admit that even just yourself and you're wrong about something. Yeah, and you can't have that, right? Being wrong about something, oh boy, could never be him, right? Oh my God. You can't use intellect and Trump in the same sentence. Yeah, well, true. Right? And oftentimes, I don't know. This is why I just like, when I come to a conclusion like this, I come to like a crossroads or something. I say, well, what can I do better next time, right? Or what can I do that's gonna change the situation, right? How can I work to fix this problem and move forward, right? Really that simple. And if other people just don't like acknowledge it, then it's on, you know what I mean? You can't change people. But he's not even acknowledging that first half that I just said, right? Like, you have to first do that before you can say anything else, right? For fuck's sake.
He knows that's bullshit, right? Like, even he knows that's bullshit. He has to know that that's bullshit. His average approval is 36%. His average approval.
Right.
His low is
Terry,
30%. And we're definitely about to be hit with a 20 banger at some point in the near future. Okay? Yeah. Bro, what are we talking about, dog? What are we doing? Are you kidding me?
Probably by November we'll hit
They're really mad at Republicans, but they're not mad at me. But you know what? In a weird roundabout way, this is a good thing.
That, if you're honest with yourself, you are a Republican. So by definition, they would have to be mad at you, right? And that's what I mean about the honesty, right? You look at, okay, if I'm the one in charge, what am I doing that is creating this? That's what somebody in a position of power should be doing, right? So then what do we do to change it, right? What do we do to like get a group or to actually like keep people happy, right? And that's what like that's what somebody who looks inward actually will do, right? Now everything can't be like, you can't fix all the problems, right? Because there could be a bunch of problems out there, right? Like, let me give you an example. Like, well, in the case of the president, right? He's the one who started the war, right? But like, the war is not going his way, but he started that. Right? Now there's very little he can do to fix it, as we said. But he's the one who started it, right? But sometimes there are things that are like out of your reach that you can't like actually fix, right? Like, let me give you an example. This is something he definitely can never fix. There is a general trend in politics and political science that says in the midterms, almost always the president of the party that is in power will lose the House in the next 2 years. Generally speaking, that's how it works. Now, not always, but generally. Hey, Miwa, welcome back. Mima, welcome back. I mean, how you been? Good to see you again.
Because if this is
right, so that's something like he won't necessarily be able to overcome. Not with the kind of politics he represents anyway, right? This has been the thing for a long time. you have to have like that FDR kind of style transformation to really overcome that. So even there, I'm like, right? But still, like, if you're looking at it from a current day perspective, yeah. Right? And this is like looking at current, we went over all the elections and stuff, right? This was like the general trend. Okay. So like that's an example right there. And there's probably a few other ones, but I'm trying to think. There aren't that many examples of this, especially when it comes to president, right? Like, for example, a depression, right? Like, he would have helped with that. So either way.
What he's thinking about, maybe he's giving himself an out where if he loses the midterms and he can't rig it, he can't get away with that. That his cope is like, well, I wasn't on the ballot, so it's not my fault. Like, it's all their fault.
It's his cope, yeah. Even though he claims to be the leader of the Republican Party, right? Exactly. Yeah.
It's these Republicans weren't as interesting as me. They weren't.
I don't know. To me, it's like this, right? I'll give you another example, right? Remember we were talking about Destiny? Destiny was saying like, oh, I can't control my community. They're a bunch of toxic people, right? And to a certain degree, he's right. But you are what you attract, right? So like Destiny's a toxic guy, and that's why his community's toxic. Meanwhile, right, you can list other communities that are just as big, if not smaller, whatever, right? That are not nearly as toxic. So that's another example, right?
As like dynamic as me or charismatic as me or likable as me. So in a weird way,
exams trying to avoid army, family suggestions, live in farmhouse in the village. Oh wow, Mima, really? You're trying to avoid the army? Are they gonna come knocking, or you mean like because that's your only route out?
it's like psychologically preparing himself to acknowledge, like, okay, yeah, Republicans, we got blown out in the midterms, but it's definitely not my fault. It's just the fault of all the other Republican candidates. So in a weird way, there's like a weird silver lining here. Now, it's very possible he says this and they still try to steal the midterms, and, you know, because there's many indicators that
there's a video called Destiny Loves Genocide, 90 seconds. Well, there you go, right? Maybe instead of critiquing that you can't control anything, right? Maybe taking a look at that example, right? Because maybe the reason your audience is there is because they love Zionism, Israel, and all that shit that he spews, right? I don't really watch Destiny, so I don't know a shit ton of everything he believes, but I've watched enough of him where I'm like, yeah, dude, you're very toxic, right? And you don't take a very level-headed approach, even though you on the surface look like you do, because you do a lot of research streams, right? Oh god, it's like him and that other girl too, right? Like there's like a female version of Destiny who's like also an orbiter, right? You guys were telling me. Oh god, what's her name? For fuck's sake, Destiny made promo videos in Israel for the IDF and shit. Yeah, exactly. Remember that? Maybe you don't do that. Maybe that's why your audience, it's directly, there's a correlation there, right, dude? Maybe, right? Just saying, dog. Yeah, it is always like, you shouldn't be promoting any like sort of foreign army like that, especially the one like the IDF, right? Yeah, it always knocks on the door to place you where you scrub yourself to. It happens. That whole system is designed against the normal life and avoiding the army. Erda White? Yeah, her. That's her name.
They will do that. However, it's nice to know the
I was blanking on her name. I don't watch her.
Psychological process.
Every time I turned her on, she's like, well, the housing, the real fix to housing. I remember, like, the last thing I watched of her, this was months ago, right? She literally said, well, rent control doesn't work because all the studies show that it doesn't work, because you need to fix housing through building more housing. And I'm like, well, totally true. Okay. So what's your solution? You need to give tax breaks to them to give more housing. And I was like, okay, there you go. Fuck you. Right? So it's just like a neoliberal take on a liberal take on what we already know doesn't work. So her full name is not so. That's what it was. Sorry, PB and Jan. I really don't watch a lot of streamers at all, so I don't really know their names and shit. I came on here at fairly brand new. I came on because of Hasan. I've been introduced to like Central Committee. I think I watched like one video of his. Yeah, so the right and Destiny I've seen in a few debates and stuff, but other than that, I don't know. Like, these people claim to be well researched and shit, and half the time they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. If he's another female orbiter, she's a... Yeah, she seems just like an orbiter to me, because she defend him or some shit, you guys said, right? At the moment, Stardust is kind of irrelevant now. Yeah, the girl always sitting with the feet on the chair, which was weird because, again, guys, I don't know the fucking answer to this, but does anyone know this? Because people were telling me in chat that Straighteraid was a Destiny orbiter, even though she's raided here a few times, and she showed me her debate against Destiny, and she seemed to be debating him on like actual merit. So I don't know what the fuck to believe, because some people call her a Destiny orbiter, some people call her not, and I just don't know what to fucking believe. But she's raided me a few times. She's cool peeps as far as I can tell, right? I don't know. I don't get to know these people unless they hang out in the chat all the time. So
process is already kicking into gear where his cope is, they're not mad at me. Really? They're not mad at you? Hey, here's a question. Who's the guy who did the Epstein files cover-up? Who's the guy who refused to arrest a single Epstein pedophile?
Yep.
Who's the guy who was listed in the Epstein files over 1 million times? That would be you. Who's the guy who said, I don't care about Americans' financial situation at all? That would be you. Who's the guy who said, we can't afford daycare, we can't afford Medicare and Medicaid because we got a word of...
That's why I have PB and Jan. She's going to tell me all the deets. The girl always sitting in the feet chair, camel toe, and pressure. No. That's not her, I don't think. That's not her, no. But it doesn't have to be on the same page. I mean... another one I found out about recently was Loner Box, right? Ice Beans was telling me about him. I was like, okay.
Be you.
I don't know any of these fucking people.
Who's the guy who oversaw the massive increase in grocery prices and gas prices? Who's the guy whose big bullshit bill kicked 18 million people off their Medicaid and is going to close up to 742 rural hospitals? Who's the guy? That would be you. Okay? So... he can cope, he can seethe, he can whine, bitch, and moan and try to obfuscate and deflect and blame others. But at the end of the day, I think even he's got to know when his head hits that pillow at night, bro. You're barbecue chicken, son.
I mean, they're angry at Republicans.
Barbecue chicken.
But they're not angry at me.
Thing. Why?
They're not angry at me, but they are angry at Republicans.
He thinks if I just repeat it enough, it'll become true. They're not angry at me. I said they're not angry at me, but they are angry at Republicans. But they're not mad at me.
Everyone's always angry.
And there are some areas that are basically Democrat, but they're Trump, like Pennsylvania. I win Pennsylvania easily. I win other places easily. Look, I won Michigan easily. I did well with Michigan. I did well with almost everything, to be honest. I did well with everything.
But it's a good point, Mike.
Now I can't imagine. Could you imagine being an 80-year-old man and like you engage in this much self-suck off?
Yeah,
I can't imagine gargling my own nuts so aggressively at the age of 80. It's supposed to be when you hit a certain age, you no longer really give a shit what people think about you. You no longer really give a shit. You're not like super sensitive like this. But this guy, as he gets older, it's like he gets more sensitive. He gets more like fucking, up his own ass. And we've always said this, but the reason why he toots his own horn is because nobody else is going to do it, especially when his ass is gone. Oh, my days. Oh, my word. You're about to hear fireworks in this bitch when he's gone. You're about to hear champagne popping all over the place. I'm about to smoke a big-ass Cuban cigar to the face. Oh, my days. Are you kidding me?
Question is,
Rogers lost when you were on the ballot.
Yeah.
And now he's up again.
Hello. Oh, there you go. So much love. That's why I like you, though. You cover, you don't really, I think you meant you don't. Yeah, I don't really cover them for that reason because, I don't know. It's just, it seems very emotional and it seems like I see a lot of people covering like Twitch panels and stuff on, they love that crap. I just don't do it because it's not really, I don't know. It's not really covering like the politics of the day, right? I don't care what this person has to say, right? Why do I care what Destiny or this person has to say?
Well, he lost when I'm on the ballot and I won big in Michigan.
Shouldn't you have your own opinion based on the facts, right? Right? You should be able to look at the facts and be like, this is my opinion on the facts.
But I happen to think he won.
Okay, well, that's
on the metrics that we're using to measure this, right?
Isn't that convenient, right? Isn't that convenient? He did the same shit with the fucking the LA mayor's race. What's his face? I'm even blanking on his name now, but the celebrity douchebag who's like a Republican, Trump is convinced that guy actually won. Meanwhile, it's literally a blue wave year in a city that's a massively blue city. And they go, no, the Republican won. Like, no, he actually didn't. And you guys are a bunch of fucking idiots. Okay. But there we go, man. I mean, just admitting to crimes, coping and seething about his plummeting popularity. Man, I just want this nightmare to end. I really do. I don't want this to continue. He is a thoroughly and severely broken man. And the consequences of that have been atrocious. And I feel like they're only going to get worse and more taxing as we move on here.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Up. Let's hear what Kornacki has to say. Yep. Fishy time. I love that emote. It's dope. It's very useful, right? It's not even just us who uses it for fishing now. Apparently a few of the streams you said, guys, use it now for their fishing game, right? Cut the shit because I want to just hear what Kornacki has to say.
Establishment races tonight.
I don't care about what these fucking libs have to say.
Yeah, well, let's start in sort of the...
People were saying, oh, well, Kornacki, I think, wants this person to win. It doesn't really matter, dog, guys, because you're not watching Steve Kornacki for his political take. You're watching him for his analytical, mathematical take, right? His analysis on the results coming in, right? And this is just objectively the truth because we watched him on election night. If you remember, when we stayed up till 2 a.m., way past my bedtime, what up? And what happened? NBC was the first one to call it. Right? Why were they the first ones to call it? Because they just had more of the numbers. It just, to me, like I even said this about 10 or 15 minutes before the elections were called, or that election was called. Why haven't they called it yet, right? And the reason is because I just can't see somebody coming back from that much of a lead, right? And she wasn't able to do it, even though it did tighten a bit. She wasn't able to overcome the numbers, right? So this is why it's are we getting Wisconsin governor? Yeah, we are, girls. So stay tuned. We're going to be covering that.
Feature content.
We're going to be covering that tonight.
In that
later tonight.
Genre, and that is that Democratic primary for governor here in Wisconsin. A couple things. First of all, if you look at Hong and you look at where her path to victory would be tonight.
Hopefully this is going to be a quicker one because Jesus, I don't want it to be close.
I think you just think back a week ago to what we saw in Michigan with Al Sayed winning the Senate primary there. His vote, his support correlated pretty closely to the median age in counties in Michigan. The younger the median age, the better he was doing. The more you had like college towns,
Texas is cooked. Life no one is familiar with Enos Josa at all. Yeah. That's another thing is a lot of these campaigns are very difficult to do. You could have a great candidate, but if they don't have a good grassroots campaign, and if you don't go down there and like campaign like Hasan and with his numbers on the regular, these people are cooked, right? Because like Texas is a huge state too, right? It's a very difficult state to campaign in, right? There's a few problems. We've talked about Texas a few times, but
areas, that's where he was getting running up the score, doing the best. So take a look here in Wisconsin. You got the mother lode of sort of the college town. That's Madison, Dane County. Dane's going to churn out more votes than any other county in Wisconsin probably tonight in this primary. You'd expect Hong to be doing very well there. You'd expect also some sort of smaller college towns. Think of like, Portage. You can think La Crosse County, places where you've got branches of the state university where the median age tends younger. That's where she's going to be looking to run up the score there. One other thing that I'm looking at here, though, is the interesting dynamic you got at it of how topsy-turvy this race has been with candidates getting in, candidates getting out. David Crowley, who is now her main opponent, the establishment, if they have any chance of stopping Hong, it's going to be with Crowley tonight. Remember, Crowley was out of the race for a little over a week in July. Then he got back in. He got back in because Sarah Rodriguez, lieutenant governor, got out. The key point, though, is that as all of this drama was playing out in July and this field was being shaped and reshaped and candidates were getting in and candidates were getting out, something around 140,000 votes were cast in that month, in the month of July, by mail. Now, not all 140,000 of those are going to be for the Democratic primary, but we know that Democrats tend to vote by mail a lot more than Republicans. That means a big chunk of the vote in this Democratic primary was cast before this became the Hong-Crowley race that it essentially now is. So if Crowley has gotten a bunch of momentum late in this campaign to make this a game with Hong tonight, getting that sort of establishment wing to coalesce behind him, there's a world where he could get close but fall just short. And those 140,000 vote by mail that were cast long before this dynamic materialized could loom big.
That's fascinating. We'll definitely be watching for that. Tonight, Stephen, of course, we will see what happens in South Carolina. Do you think that this crowded Republican field could complicate a path to victory?
Yeah, I mean, look, you get an open Senate seat in a state like South Carolina, you get it anywhere, you're going to get a lot of interest. So you take a look here on the Republican side. The question here really is if somebody were to get an outright majority tonight, obviously they win, but it's the runoff likely. Who's getting first? Who's getting second? Most expect Darlene Graham will make that runoff. So the question then would be second place. And you've got here,
everyone
just
needs
go through this, Ralph Norman is a congressman, Russell Fry is a congressman, Mark Sanford, a former governor, a former congressman, some other candidates as well. Just keep in mind sort of the regional variances here. Norman, okay, he just ran for governor unsuccessfully in the Republican primary. His base is right up here, York County around Rock Hill. It extends a bit into the upstate. A lot of Republican votes right there. Go to the sort of the Myrtle Beach area, the PD region, they call it. That is where Fry's congressional district is. So you look for him to run up the score right there. Sanford, when he was in Congress, it was right here along the coast, but he might have a broader sort of a base of support from his days as governor. But there's sort of the regional question right here.
Mark Sanford, guys. The guy who cheated on his wife with some like girlfriend from Argentina. Remember, he'd fly out to Argentina to bang her, and then he resigned his seat.
Is one of these candidates going to sort of get more of a bounce?
How do I remember all this shit?
That could get them potentially into that second place. But I think the expectation with Graham is her support may be more evenly, widely distributed around the state. So then the question is from these sort of regional candidates here, which one can pack the most punch from their neck of the woods?
Yeah, and we'll see about that runoff in just a couple of weeks. Steve Kornacki, thank you so much for all of your expertise there. And, of course, tune in tonight starting at 7 p.m. Eastern to the Kornacki Cam for special coverage of the results as they come in.
We're getting Kornacki'd.
On NBCnews.com and on YouTube. Plus, for even more expert analysis, scan the QR code on your screen right now and subscribe to the Data Dive with Steve Kornacki. Now let's head out to Wisconsin, where NBC's Shaq Brewster is there on the ground, as well as Charles Benson, as voters are doing what they do best, voting. Shaq, let's start with you. You've been talking To those voters in Wisconsin all day. What are they telling
Voting? What's that?
you about this primary?
Yeah, Monica, I'll tell you, it's definitely stressing out a lot of voters who I've been talking with. Some telling me as they left the polling booth that it's something that they didn't decide on until they were in that polling booth.
Of course, it's Argentina. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh my God, that was really funny when I heard that.
Making that final decision,
Steve getting
it's a classic
all up and
head
down his
versus
center
heart
dumpster.
battle for some of them. I want you to listen to some of the conversations I've been having with folks as they cast that ballot for this contentious race for governor. Why did you vote for David Crowley?
Because I think he can win. A lot of people think she's like too radical, or not electable. But I think that she actually just knows what she wants to do, and she doesn't really play by what donors think she should do.
Really interested in the DSA candidate, but we're also both pretty worried about beating Tom Tiffany.
I think in a primary you get to vote for your conscience, and in the major election you tend to go for the candidate who is the lesser of two evils, and so I voted for the candidate that was with my conscience.
So you voted Hong?
I voted
It's
Hong.
a divided household. Let me dig a little bit.
Wow, women!
I voted for Crowley.
Oh my God. Break up with her, dog. Could never be me.
Because I am a risk-averse person.
Oh my God. More like a lib-averse person, am I right, chat? Jesus.
And I really was reading a lot about like who has the chances to beat Tom Tiffany in the larger election.
Lib.
I apologize to that couple afterwards for maybe pushing a little bit too hard, but it's that conversation that so many Democrats are having here, and you got a sense of that in our conversation there. For Crowley, he's saying that Hong essentially isn't ready for the limelight. We saw the
Ducky, this is why we can't have nice things. Whammon, am I right?
the fact
God.
that she's had to walk back some of her previous comments, including those involving canceling Thanksgiving. She says she no longer wants to do that.
Fuck, I was doing something and just checked the screen and I thought she was naked. No, but close. She voted for the lib candidate, not Francesca Hong. Jesus.
Hong is saying
Close
it's about
enough.
the issues. She believes her issues are popular. Based on the conversations, they're popular among Democrats. The question is, do enough Democrats believe that they'll be popular with the general electorate when it gets to November?
A house divided. I love that, Shaq. Thanks for that. And also, we heard some of Crowley and Hong's closing message, but whoever wins will have to basically unite both wings of the party. So do the candidates have a plan for that part?
Yeah, they do. And specifically, the Democratic Party here has a plan for that. We know that there's going to be a unity breakfast that will take place tomorrow. You'll have the nominees for governor, for lieutenant governor, all there with some of Wisconsin's popular Democratic elected leaders, including Senator Tammy Baldwin. But we know it's not just going to be that breakfast. They're going to have 5 different days of events, dozens of stops across the state trying to preach that message of unity. I think one thing that's unique for Wisconsin compared to what we saw in Michigan just last week is while the primary definitely got contentious and you have a lot of
The Democratic Party's plan is usually fuck the left, hug and kiss the Republicans. Yes, correct.
messaging, a lot.
Who cares about the general electorate? I mean, it shouldn't. See, PB and Jan, this is what I mean. This is why I always say, guys, if you look at the data, and especially recently, right? I can't comment on every fucking election since 1800 or something. I'm not gonna do that, right? I'm gonna comment on what I've seen recently, right? Recently, we're sort of in a pickle because this is what's going on recently, right? Up until when the DSA candidates started winning, this started breaking the mold, or that them winning broke this mold. The mold generally is this: Republicans vote for the most extreme candidate on the ticket, generally speaking, right? There are some examples where that isn't always the case, right? Maybe they're like to the left a little bit of MAGA or something like that, right? But generally speaking, they're far more to the right than right. Okay. And then with the Democrats, it's kind of the opposite. The Democrats pick very centrists, very much centrist candidates who are not always on the left at all, right? They're like basically light Republicans to like moderate liberals, right? Or liberals. And like that's what you just saw there, right? Is essentially like her vote canceled out his. Right? Because if you look at the people who partake in the primaries, it's generally people who like to go out and vote. And generally people who like to go out and vote are people who are older. And older people generally tend to support more conservative candidates, right? So these are statistics, these are metrics that you can use to kind of overwhelmingly determine this stuff. Now, recently, have you noticed that all these DSA wins are when that is actually broken, right? So I'm hoping that this is what's happening tonight, but I don't know, right? I don't know what the Wisconsin electorate looks like in the primary season. It's not that different than other races. Now, is it enough for her to overcome? We'll have to see. Right? We'll find out in an hour or two. Oh, breakfast. Yeah, who cares? But you're right. The way I would vote is very different than, say, that lady, right? That girl is thinking like very risk averse, right? And that's what I mean about the average like Democratic primary voter. They tend to vote like that lady, that girl, right? And I fucking hate it. And I know because I've talked to a lot of people, even in my own state, right? I used to do this stuff for many, many years in the background, right? Like going to campaigns, go to elections and stuff. Yeah, there you go. That's what you see.
The focus on the front runner. It hasn't been.
She's been listening to too many pundits. Exactly. Right. That's why I say I feel like a lot of these people who vote this way, and she's not old either. Like she's in her 30s. Right. I want to. But she's been listening to too many pundits. Right. And that's why I decided to start streaming, because I feel like there's some balance that we need to achieve. Right. We need to have like people who are serious about analysis and talk about like metrics and stats and stuff, but at the same time have fun doing it and not be so like pundit brained, right? And I think there are a few streamers who do that, or YouTube creators who do that really well. But she clearly is not watching those people, right? Clearly, we need to get more people to watch that kind of content. Because she should not be voting like that. That is a dumb take on so many levels. Yeah, Dems have been voting too safe for too long. Exactly, right? And again, I like if you just kind of take an aerial view of all the data, it kind of points to that direction. Meanwhile, the Republicans, right? They will vote for the most extreme people ever, right? They don't like the fucking milquetoast, tax cutting, like moderately conservative people anymore. They have gone further and further and further to the right, right? That doesn't mean that like every Trump endorsement wins, but that doesn't really mean that because people also gauge stuff besides Trump just endorsing it, right? They gauge whether they actually think that like the candidate means who they are or whatever, right? So there's a bunch of different things, but either way, like even the non-Trump backed candidates are still very are still very right wing in most of the cases we've covered, right? They're just like, they just aren't endorsed by Trump or whatever. Yeah, so this is fucking stupid to look at it. She looks like a millennial. Same, yeah, exactly. That's what she looked like to me. She was maybe at max like 30 something, right? And she's like has a boomer take. So fuck that. No. And this is why I talk about these issues, right, guys? Because you can't be thinking like this, right? Like if you got pundit brain like that, the fuck? Republicans also vote with name recognition, sure, for sure. Yeah, exactly, PB and Jan. Well said.
As divisive. When we saw them on the debate stage, they were not slinging attacks at one another. This did not get deeply personal. Many of the voters I talked to said they would consider another candidate if that other candidate does win the nomination. So there's less work that needs to be done than we've seen in other states. But without a doubt, there's going to need to be that focus on unifying the party here if they want to have a good shot at taking down Tom Tiffany in November.
Jack Brewster there. Thank you so much for your on-the-ground reporting. As always, Charles, I want to turn to you now over in Milwaukee. What's happening where you are? Take us behind the scenes.
Yeah, so I'm at a place called Central Count here in Milwaukee. This is where they count those early ballots that Steve talked about, the mail-in ballots, and then, of course...
Oh, good. They're counting them so we don't have to wait. That's like one thing Michigan took forever to do, right? To just count the fucking ballot. God, Michigan, fix your shit.
The in-person absentee ballot. So about 20,000 ballots here that will help determine the outcome of the race. You know, we sort of have put this election around Francesca Hong versus David Crowley, Dane County versus Milwaukee County, where I am. And yes, Francesca Hong has built a solid base, not only in Dane County, but throughout the state. She's run a grassroots campaign using the phrase, a campaign for the many and not the money. So she's hoping the dividends of doing all of those early campaign organizing and door knocking and holding meetings will pay dividends. David Crowley coming into this race really late after being in it, drops out, gets back in with a key endorsement from Governor Tony Evers, the most popular politician in the state of Wisconsin based on job approval numbers. The other thing is, when I talk about Dane
That's not good, yeah.
County versus
Hey,
Milwaukee
Ally,
County,
welcome back.
this is
Good
where
to see you again. How's everything going? Hope you're having a wonderful day. If not, we're here to make it wonderful.
Has been elected twice as the county executive. It is the biggest county in the state of Wisconsin. So is he able to sort of overcome what the polls have said and climb this big hill that showed people still undecided? Can he make up that gap that was showing at least a potential here with that many undecideds? Can he close the race? That's what I'll be looking for tonight when the results come in. Milwaukee County, a big vote number versus Dane County, also a powerhouse for Democrats. Monica?
And Charles, how key are independent voters going to be heading into the general election there?
I think that's going to tell the story. Look, I think the Democrats are going to find a way to unite around whoever is the nominee. The Republicans have been united around Tom Tiffany, the likely Republican nominee. He does have a primary, but he was endorsed by President Trump. So each side will probably rally around their candidates. But it's the independents who are maybe going to be a little bit leery about a Democratic socialist. Independents who are going to be leery about a President Trump endorsement. And so both sides are going to have to weigh those options as they fight for the independents, which I think could determine the outcome of this election, which is always close, as you know, in battleground Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's right. They often do. This will be a really interesting part of the race to watch for that test, as you laid out. Charles, thank you so much for your reporting. And turning now to South Carolina, where Ryan has the view from Columbia. Ryan, Darlene Graham told you she's feeling confident about a win, even if there is going to be a potential runoff. What are voters telling you?
Yeah, first, Monica, she's confident about a win, but she's also pretty confident that it is going to a runoff, which means it's likely not to cross that 50% threshold today, and it will mean that she'll have at least 2 more weeks of work ahead of her. And part of the reason that she's going to have 2 more weeks worth of work is that voters are a little bit skeptical that she might just being handed this seat by President Trump and by Republican Party leaders. Listen to what one voter told me this morning about that exact topic.
Like somebody that represents the people and like somebody that is not necessarily given an opportunity just because of who their name is or who they are.
Mark
Sanford. I assume that means Darlene Graham. Are you worried that she's just being handed the seat?
Yeah, I do. I think that, I mean, I don't know what her past voting history is or what her issues are.
These people are so uninformed. I don't know. Fuck it. That MSN Now guy looks like Scott Bessent and Henry Winkler had a baby. He really does. Oh my God.
I understand that she's
Ducky, that's
lost
funny.
a brother and lost someone very special to her. And I sympathize with that, but at the same time, I don't think that it's necessary just to give it to her.
And certainly it's anecdotal, but we did talk to quite a few voters who had a very similar sentiment, Monica. They like President Trump. They appreciate the fact that he's endorsed her. They like Lindsey Graham. They liked him, thought he represented their state well, but they just feel like they don't know enough about Darlene Graham to give her this seat for the next 6 years. We'll have to see how that translates in tonight's vote totals tonight.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that a little bit more because, as you say, voters are a bit unsure about her track record, but she has been serving as the appointed senator from South Carolina for this short window of time. So does what we've seen so far on Capitol Hill just over the past month give us any clues into where she may differ from her late brother?
Well,
oh, yeah, they're literally trying to set up a dynasty, right? These people in power love dynasties, right? They love, like, the family member of the family member of the brother of the brother, right? Oh my God. The sister sometimes, the direct descendant of this. I am so against this, right? Because I don't think that's healthy for a state or like any kind of system, right? To have like a hereditary component to it. Alabama planet. Yeah, me mom, right?
They touted the fact that she got the Russia sanctions bill over the line in her late brother's honor. She talked about her commitment to trying to get the president's voting changes bill to the Senate floor, even though that didn't happen. But what is interesting is the way she's making this pitch to South Carolina voters. She's acknowledged that what her brother was known for was his national security expertise, but she said that that's not going to be her focus. She's way more concerned about
shouldn't it be pronounced Darline? I see Darline. God! Haven't we been fucking railing against these kind of pronunciations in the past, guys? First Canada, now this. Could never be me. God.
Issues like the rising cost of everyday goods.
Darlene, go up.
Put her into a tight spot because she has the president's
up.
support, but yet things like gas prices are still sky high. So she wants to make this about kitchen table issues. She's dealing with the legacy of her brother. She's dealing with an unpopular president. So all of those things are playing a factor in what we're seeing here in terms of voters heading into the polls.
A crowded primary, too.
Brian, you just mentioned the president. Of course, he has endorsed Darlene Graham. Do you think this is a true test of his endorsement strength with this race?
Make no mistake, every Republican candidate would like to have this endorsement, but what we're seeing play out here today is it's not going to be the end-all, be-all, at least at this stage.
As I said,
Darlene Graham
right, there are a lot of candidates that Trump endorses and they lose. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're not, like, more to the right. Because Trump doesn't operate that way. He just operates on loyalty, right? All right, now this I found interesting because Michelle Wu, I feel like, is going to run for something else after being Boston mayor. But I'm kind of curious who she's picking for, like, her, not Brianna Wu, Michelle Wu. God, PB and Jan.
Boston Mayor Michelle Wu isn't on the primary ballot.
Don't make that mistake like I did.
September, but
it's so funny because Michelle Wu and Brianna Wu definitely know each other. I guarantee it. Like, they've definitely met. Because when Brianna Wu was running for Congress, right? With Progressive Victory or whatever the fuck, she was running for a city council seat in Boston as well. And I remember their flyers have, so they definitely did something. Lion Kamala. I have no idea what you're talking about. None of the Trumps pick lose. He is 100% best call in the world. I know he's so good at it, guys. I know he's so amazing at it. I knew it. There you go. There's the Brianna Wu emote. God,
some of
what
her
a
preferred
clown.
candidates are.
By the way, don't you just love how she became a rabid Zionist? Boy, did we call that. Didn't a kid like try to get recruited by her to shill like fucking products and shit? He told me that. To spread the message of Brianna Wu. Jesus. Nobody liked her here. Thank God she lost. Yeah, crazy moves from Wu. Yeah. No, this is the wrong Wu. Michelle Wu. But Brianna's cringe as fuck.
Mayors
Yeah.
have passed, she isn't shying away from making her
Could never
feelings
be me,
known.
guys. Oh.
NBC 10 political reporter Matt Pritchard went one-on-one with the mayor and has more in this week's At Issue Sit Down.
Boston Mayor Michelle Wu, thanks for sitting down with That Issue. It's
great to see you.
Let's talk
They
a little
wanted
bit about-
exactly. Yeah, I remember he told me that. He was like, "Yo, they wanted me to do and I was like, "The fuck? Really?" There you go. That was a pipeline to get him to become a rabid Zionist. Yes, Wu was inviting him out to eat and stuff. Oh my God. Yeah, that's how it always is. That's how it always starts, guys. That's why do you think I left that, right? Because there's a lot of that stuff. There's a lot of like wheeling and dealing. There's a lot of whining and dining. There's a lot of like really fucked up shit that on the surface you're like, oh, this is innocent, but the more if you just take like a skeptical look at it, you really start to realize, oh no, this is pretty fucked up.
The primary election.
This is not her though. This is Michelle Wu, guys. In a very similar, like Brookline, she represented Brookline, or she was gonna represent Brookline, Mass. Brookline is a different part, is not in Boston, but it's like right next to Boston. It's right next to Boston. Yeah, Lainey, I know you sucked off Michelle Wu. You love her. Fuck you.
You're not on the ballot, but you've been drastically involved in this particular election and in specific races. Can you tell me why?
When Boston is facing so
She's
many
not
challenges.
terrible, guys, to be fair. Like, she's not a terrible mayor. She's just had a lot of bleh. And I think, like, in this moment, we need people that are less meh. Right? But there you go.
We need to make sure we have representation at every level, city, state.
Brianna Wu's a Zionist? Yeah, she is. Can't be. If she were Wu-Tang, she would slap that down. Nope, she's definitely a Zionist. We covered that. She's gone hardcore. Damn it. You lost your fucking Ultra Beast, girl.
And federal that sees the urgency of these issues and is running to solve them, not shrinking back and hiding from hard conversations.
2 state Senate races in particular where you have laid out endorsements, candidates you think should move into those particular roles. Let's start with LaToya Gale, who is challenging State Senator Nick Collins. Why is she better than Nick Collins?
LaToya is an incredible advocate for early education. She's a mom of 4. I didn't know her well until this campaign cycle, but I had known of her because if you've done anything with BPS, she's been in those rooms, she's been leading the conversation. And we're at a point in time where we cannot afford to keep having our representation at the State House and the State Senate.
I mean, guys, she's from Brookline. If you know Brookline is like the super douchey fucking... Okay, how do I explain Brookline to somebody who doesn't know the area very well? Brookline is like... Okay. I mean, Brianna Wu represents Brookline very well. She's actually quite the representative for Brookline. Very upscaled, very elitist, very, like, loves the smell of her own farts. Very politically active, right? People in Brookline tend to be very politically active. A lot of communities here in Massachusetts, guys, tend to be very politically active, right? But like Brookline is one of the most. Very woke, very like PC, if you want to call it that. How else would I describe it? It's very like there's a little bit of tokenism, which I don't like either. I don't really like tokenism. Obviously, for obvious reasons. A little bit. I'm not going to say they're the most, like, everything is about tokenism, right? Because there is some diversity. But yeah, she represents it well, and she still ended up losing. So, in Israel, boo. Yeah, it's also a very, like, Jewish-heavy area. and there's a lot of Zionists, right? They probably tend to be more like liberal Zionists, but it's a very like, it's still very Zionist, right? So you do not want to be like connected with people like that, because they have the money to like wine and dine your ass, right? And do all this stuff, and then like kind of slip money under the table, as they say. But yeah, you probably want to avoid that. She's in the Manhattan of New York. Yeah, I would put it like that. Brookline is like, or like the Greenwich Village of New York, right? It's similar to Greenwich Village or something like that. Michelle Wu at the time was great before Mamdani. I know, she sort of had her comment just completely crash and burn into the sun. Aspen without skis. Yeah, it's very, I'm trying to give you guys like an accurate representation of it. Woke 1.0. Yeah, it's very woke 1.0. There's a lot of like diversity this and diversity that, and very little like, oh yeah, we need to like, their police force is actually generally pretty nice. That I will say. I got a ticket in Brookline, and like their police, you can tell they put a lot of effort into their police force, like trying to like really make them more like, what's the word? Not so dickish, right? But that's the kind of town it is, right? Like they would focus a lot on that because they don't really have a lot of other problems because everybody's so rich there, right? Very, like most people cannot afford to live in Brookline. So Brianna Wu living in Brookline is like, that means she comes from old money, right? Which is fucked, but it's the truth. The ghost of Brianna Wu, fuck, I remember that. F-Bomb started investigating her. Yeah, what up, everyone? Hey. But this is not her, guys. This is Michelle Wu.
Continue to be a barrier to Boston's agenda. We need to move fast.
Oh, she focused a lot on like video games too, right? Like stuff like that. That's what I mean. They focus a lot on like cultural issues, right? That's what they really care about. And to me, it's just like, the cultural issues are important. I'm not gonna lie, right? I talk a lot about culture, but I don't know. I think like the way they come across is they're very like artsy fartsy and very like up their own. They love the smell of their own farts, and I've never liked that, right? I've kind of always like, ugh.
Issues like housing affordability, economic development,
I've always
and
cringed.
Senator Collins and I just see things very differently when it comes to policy and also the role of government.
Let's unpack it a little.
The Canadian goat is here. What up? He's here. Damn right.
Of course, we know the property tax tiff that's been going on between you and State Senator Nick Collins. He recently sent you a letter basically saying we need to set aside our differences for the residents of Boston and come together to back the legislation that I've put forward on Beacon Hill in the state Senate. How do you sort of read that letter and that framing that's coming from Nick Collins?
There's a way to both meet the needs of our residents, protect the city's long-term financial health, and we've put that on the table, and it's not even been able to get a vote at the Senate because Senator Collins personally blocked it. If we had passed that measure after the Council and the House of Representatives had done it, if he had not blocked it from getting a vote, Boston taxpayers would have saved more than $150 million in property taxes over the last 2 years.
Yeah, see, this is what I don't really like about her, is she's a little too neoliberal for me. Right? When I hear way too much of this, like, we gotta save money on taxes shit, and I'm like, the fuck, girl?
Political games to you?
It's too little, too late.
Again, I think she's not like a terrible candidate. I think she's done some good. I told you, she's had like a public-private partnership with the city to like create this there are like these parks that are right near my house, right? Because I live right on like the edge. And she essentially made them where like the big private schools help contribute to the parks. and they get to use them for like field meetups and stuff, but they're left open for everyone else at all times of the day. So like a lot of times you'll drive by there or even walk by there, right? Because they're right by the Charles River here. And they'll have like the floodlights blazing, like the lights are on all night. So you could literally show up at like 3 in the morning and do whatever the fuck you want there, and nobody can say anything because it's not exactly a private park, but it's managed by both the city and the like through rich fucking douchebag schools in that way, right? So it's kind of interesting, but I don't know. Let's see how long it lasts, right?
This issue has already been hurting our taxpayers and residents for multiple years now. And this particular proposal is a little bit of a smokescreen because it doesn't address the underlying challenge.
Let's talk about the other race that you're involved in as well. That particularly being Daniel Lander, who is challenging Senator William Brownsberger. Lander is a former aide of yours. Why do you feel like he would bring a new level of leadership to the state Senate?
Daniel's fantastic, and I've worked with him very closely now for many years. He's been behind some of the city's most successful programs, and in this case also, Senator Brownsberger and I see things very differently from how I think the vast majority of our Boston residents see things.
Is there a risk for you to be this out front in these two particular races? I mean, your predecessors, Marty Walsh, would stay out of this sort of thing, or others might have tried to use back channels, not be out there with your name attached to it. Is there a risk to this?
Everything carries a risk, especially in politics now. You can choose to be as popular as possible with as many groups as possible, or you can choose to try to make a difference and change things that need to be changed.
Let's say Senators Brownsberger and Collins both hold their seats. Are they people that you can still
primaries
work with
tonight?
after
Yep,
September
we're going to cover
it's
it
always
in
hard
about an
for
hour.
first-time candidates, and you expect people to sometimes give a try and then try again and sometimes even try again.
But will it still
We're
be
just pre-gaming right now.
difficult to work with them if they hold the seats?
I mean, the truth is that it's already been difficult to work with them, and that's why we are where we are.
I want to pivot over now and talk about safety.
See, I think the problem with Michelle Wu, not Brianna Wu, the Kornacki warm-up, damn right. We're going to get some serious analysis tonight. Hopefully it's quick this time because, God, I hate those long election nights, right? I mean, I love them because you want to know who wins, right? But at the end of the day, it's like, it really shouldn't be that close, right, guys? So, like, I do want it to be a moral victory as well, right? But I think this is one problem, is Boston should be put on the map, should have a mayor like Zohran Mamdani, and she hasn't really delivered on that style, right? That's kind of my main complaint with her, is that there were a lot of like empty promises. Like she said she would help with the homeless crisis epidemic that we've had, right? Especially here in like Cambridge, Mass, right? Like if you go late at night to like go get a drink with your buddies or like on a date or something, right? There you see a lot of homeless people, and it's because like the homeless shelters are all stacked up, right? Now Boston's a lot better at it than other cities, but that's still like there still needs to be done. There needs to be more done, right? Like we looked at the most homeless people in the country, and Boston was like in the top 20. It wasn't in the top, like it wasn't the worst. It wasn't like Portland or anything like that. But yeah, like there's been a few fuck ups is what I'm saying, right? Also, I think like her movement hasn't been as strong of electing people that are like in that Zohran camp. Does that make sense? Like here she is talking about like state senators and like elected officials who don't support her, and it's because she hasn't been maybe as clear or well spoken on these issues. That could be part of it, right? It's just been my general gauge on the topic, right? I don't technically live in Boston, so it's not something that I always like partake in as much, right? But yeah,
streets.
I always say I'm in Boston because it's Metro Boston, right?
Been a few weeks since transportation planner and advocate Louisa Gag was killed while riding on Tremont Street. Certainly, we've seen the raw emotions from you, from the community at large. Can you take me back just to the moment when that news first reached you?
I'm not
That almost never happens, by the way. Like the T, they call it the T right here. It's very safe. So I don't know. This is fucked, right?
sure there's been many instances where I've felt my breath just sort of completely sucked out as deeply and painfully. We know that our streets matter to every single person, and this is an incredibly painful push to remind us all that every intersection matters, every street matters.
You received a letter with thousands of signatures with specific things they wanted to see. They asked you to respond in 30 days. You responded quickly. 8 days later, I had Enrique Pepin on the show who said he felt like there were some real tangible steps that you had laid out. He was encouraged by it. The Cyclists Union, though, still felt like it lacked some things, and they feel like it doesn't specifically say how stalled projects will be restarted. What do you make of this conversation around stalled projects? Do you think that that is a fair criticism, the word stalled that they're using?
Every detail of our streets comes with real choices and trade-offs. And what might look like on the surface is something that's simple. Let's say we want to just move out the sidewalk so that it's a little wider, either so more people can walk on it at one time because it gets really busy, or so that we can add a bike lane right on top of the sidewalk and get it out of the street. You'd think, okay, you're just moving one line over, just move it and fill it in, and that's that. But then actually, there are pipes underneath, and if they're under the wrong part, the pipes have to be moved over first. And so every little thing has to be worked out. We now have a dashboard that has all of the city's active projects on it. So everything that we are working towards construction on right now is on the City of Boston website. As more projects get into that active construction pipeline, we will also add them to it so that you can see exactly what's going on. But we have to be realistic about the amount of funding that we have, especially with the federal government now dialing back. That funding has to go to both maintenance and operations, repaving our streets so they don't fall into disrepair with potholes all over the place, and building new infrastructure.
Given all those factors that you just laid out, all the things that people should be keeping in mind, is it frustrating to hear that word stalled thrown around?
We have to be real and clear about what we're doing, and also hold ourselves to moving as fast as possible.
How much blame do you sort of assign to your administration versus other administrations versus decisions that have been made by the city over the decades?
We've moved very fast over the last 4 years to close some of those remaining gaps in the networks first envisioned 15 years ago, to finish projects that had been stalled or needed to be moved forward. And so what we've done over the last year is to find a way to focus on catching up with repaving and ensuring that we're maintaining our roadways, getting them in a higher and better quality, while retooling our internal processes, in some ways slowing down on the new build stuff so that we can go faster and have more capacity to do that well and do it sustainably. I know our streets are really personal for everyone because they're one thing that affects every single person.
Boston Mayor Michelle Wu, thanks for the time.
All right. Well, half of that was about streets and shit. What election fucking primaries? Fuck that. All right. Oh yeah, I did want to talk about this. China, a W from China, I guess. Wow, awesome.
Turning now to China, this story absolutely captivated me and is really making me think a lot about their system versus ours. Let's put it up here on the screen, C1. So in China, the headline that the Wall Street Journal writes is this
is pretty based.
Billionaire becomes China's Charles Schwab. Quote, then Beijing crackdown. Leaf Li Futu brokerage has become a central target in the government's campaign to control the flow of Chinese money offshore. So Leaf Li said his inspiration came from Charles Schwab. Within a decade, he built a company that spanned all of China, Hong Kong, Asian markets, and the US. Like his American idol, Li pivoted from simple trading to managing clients' wealth through mutual funds and advisory services. Now, Li's ambition is colliding with Chinese authority. His company, Futu Holdings, has become a central target in the state's crackdown on the flow of Chinese money offshore. Authorities in May handed the NASDAQ-listed Futu a $271 million penalty for offering brokerage services and mutual funds to customers in mainland China without a license, and that action included a personal fine for Li. The news obviously sent their share price down 30% in a single day. and now has a market cap of less than 15 billion. But the quote, the fall in the share price has knocked hundreds of millions of dollars off of Lee's net worth, which is now at roughly 5.7. What they point to, though, generally, is that this regulatory action against this company is a way for the previously China's tech elite, as they explain, were able to list their companies in Hong Kong and then mint fortunes offshore beyond the reach of Chinese authorities. What this does is they have completely shut that down, any foreign flight of capital. And they said that they will continue to tax offshore trusts previously, which is a very popular tool for a lot of these Chinese investors. But the reason why that they went after this company specifically, and like kind of the story of this entire takedown, is that Chinese authorities at the end of the day are like, no, you do not get to offer securities and tax advantages to a bunch of our rich people without suffering the consequences and operating under a license. So, you know, before that, this guy was like a global celebrity. And the Wall Street Journal takedown really of this is like, this is the story of, there's a lot of Chinese billionaires which basically were inspired to recreate many.
So remember when I said that China, like I have like a very nuanced take on China, right, guys? I don't suck China off, but I also don't bash China on the regular, right? I just kind of take it issue by issue, as you probably should do with most nation states, right? I think there's a lot of nationalism or like pride that goes into these discussions, and I try to strip all that shit out of all these discussions, right? Even the countries that I think do really well metrically, right? Scandinavia, there are some things they can do better on metrics and stuff, right? So my take is always like China has some good policies that we could easily learn from. But are they perfect like every other state around the world? No. But then again, you know that I'm critiquing every nation state around the world that has any sort of power or big presence, right? So that's kind of what my take is. I don't sit there and suck off anyone like this, right? Especially the US, right? But yeah. Blue Room! Welcome back, buddy.
Of the rapacious capitalist industries
He
of
has
the United
arrived.
States.
The blue.
Literally, the guy says, Charles Schwab was my idol, right? They did the same with Google. They did the same with Uber. I think it's called Didi over there. Like, you know, basically because China would ban our services, they would just recreate them. But what the Chinese state saw is that those fundamentally were threats to the power of the state. And so while they let them grow, and initially they were happy with a lot of their wealth accumulation, they eventually come to see the Jack Ma's and Alibaba's and this Futu and all of these other billionaires as tools of like a globalist class, which are fundamentally loyal to capital and to the rest of the world than to the state. And so what they've done is they've come in and cracked down dramatically and sent a message to their entire billionaire class. It's like, you work for us. And whatever we tell you to do, when we tell you to jump, you're going to say, how high? I mean, you know, it's
we thought the
like,
nation
you know,
states
we want
were a
freedom,
good idea.
etc.
Propaganda.
Yep. That's what I mean, right? Always just be skeptical. I do not right? That doesn't mean that they don't have some good ideas or one, right? But in general, just always be that's
like,
why I said, guys, skepticism will never fail you.
How can you not admire like the system where you've got these filthy rich people? All they're doing is just helping, you know, like this company, it seems like a big part of their sell was just like, hey, if you're rich, let me get your money off into a tax haven. And they came, they're like, oh, that's not happening at all. And they just shut it down completely.
Yeah.
And they all snap into line. Like, that's about preserving the primacy of the state. Now, obviously, theirs is an undemocratic state, but the tool and the mechanism of that.
I think you can critique it for that. But to be like, hey, that policy isn't giga-based, I think everyone in chat is like, right? So you gotta take it where it comes from, right? When Sagar's fucking nodding along, you know you have some issues here. Jesus.
Is something which you can't help but admire the seriousness which they take their endeavor of sovereignty. They're like, we run shit. The government is the person ultimately that you will be accountable to. You do not get to create these private nexus of wealth, which ultimately will challenge our authority. And like, that's how it should be, in my opinion.
You can't help but admire the lack of corruption that this indicates, because you could not imagine a service that not only was run by a powerful, very wealthy.
Do you think that old white guy gets hot under his Sagar bodysuit?
Person,
right?
But then is servicing all of the powerful, wealthy Americans that our government would come in and say, oh, no, you can't do that. We're shutting this all down. Sorry, entire billionaire class would never happen here because of our own democratic failures and the way that the oligarchy has been allowed to buy our political system.
And this is definitely see, even Crystal's agreeing with me that this is something we have to seriously look at, right? We have to be honest with ourselves. We have to be like, this is sort of a fault of the system, right? So how do we address it? I don't think the answer is to just pull in authoritarianism, but it certainly is to have a government that is sovereign in terms of its making its decisions independent from what the fucking corporations want or what neoliberalists want. Right. And I think this is a very nuanced take that a lot of people are not going to understand, or maybe like is too like one side to the other. No. It's a very sharp critique, right? It's a very sharp critique on the system, right? Versus like here we say that like China has corruption and stuff, and it's like in this case they're less corrupt than our asses. The fuck? Right? And it does have corruption, objectively so. I'm not gonna pretend that China doesn't have any of that stuff. But in this case, oh hell yeah, right?
And money has been equated with speech. So you look at that and you're like, wow, that's possible for you? That is wild, regardless of whether you think it's the right policy or not. But to your point, it's not just that they were moving their money into tax havens. It's also that they were investing their money in other global companies outside of China. So, they were buying stocks in American AI companies. A lot of this was heavily invested in, the AI American stock boom. And so this is also, you can invest. You can invest in Chinese companies here at home. That's what you are allowed to do. And we're going to actually enforce it and make sure that that is the case. They've also instituted policies, not just in this regard, but to make sure that their top graduates are not by and large going into Wall Street type financial engineering, that they are much more focused on STEM and technology. And as a result, the number of engineers...
This is something, that's another thing, right? We talked about that. Is they're investing heavily on technology. Well, how are we going to get to that post-utopian future, hopefully, right? Post-scarcity future. It's going to be technology, baby. Right? So if every country did this, I think we would be much better off, right? But again, this is what I mean. We're not talking about the country. We're talking about the policies that the country's implementing, right? Like, these people should not be going into Wall Street. Wall Street is dying, right? In 200 or 300 years, hopefully it will be dead. Hopefully. Right? Maybe even 100, who knows?
That they graduate every year vastly exceeds. I mean, it's not even close. It's multiples of times more than what we graduate here in the United States. And then that also has led to, now you've got the best and the brightest minds not going in to create some new exotic derivative.
Yeah, they're creating like AI, right? Like the local AI that we were talking about, right? DeepSeek, Quen, right? All these AI companies that are running locally that are not on some server that are like destroying fucking water supplies and fucking raising your electricity bills. Yeah. Right? Now that's a reasonable take. Now, does that mean I'm gonna no, of course not. Every nation around the world deserves criticism for stuff. And we should be willing to openly be able to say it. But this in itself is a W, right? This is a good thing. Damn, all this actually seems reasonably well thought out policies. That's what I'm saying. These were the examples of the policies that I was talking about, right? So you can divorce the like nationalistic fervor from the policies. You do not need to have both. You can calmly and rationally and with static-driven metrics be like, yes, this is a good policy, right? And there's several others that we've talked about on the stream, right? But again, you need to be willing to have that discussion. I think like we get stuck on these like black and white ways of thinking, and I don't try to think like that for that reason, guys, right? You have to look at things through metrics.
That basically crashes the economy and exploits poor people. They're going to develop technology, and that's why China, on almost every technological frontier development, is leading us. I was just saying in humanoid robotics, they have like 98% of the market. Like, we're not even competing there. The only thing we focus on is AI, where our frontier labs are a little bit ahead of them.
Correct.
But even that, you ask, how long is that going to be the case? There's nothing that says that we're going to maintain that lead forever. So it's just a completely different orientation of their and priorities of their political system.
To this. The crackdown is meant to funnel Chinese individual investors into licensed platforms where the people can trade only on China's domestic stock exchanges. Citizens are also permitted to invest overseas, but mainly through government-approved methods that return any profits in yuan. So they're like, look, sure, you can invest abroad. It will be under a domestically licensed platform. The profit has to be delivered in yuan because we don't want currency problems. Again, like what they're focused on principally is sovereignty. At the end of the day, like that's what our biggest problem is here. Like if we have the biggest tension that, I mean, we've always had this, is between the capital, billionaire globalist class, which cares much more about making money than about their own citizens. That has always been our dance with democracy and with capitalism. Part of what we've seen over the last 25 years is many of these people believe of themselves as transnational entities, of which their only job is to preserve shareholder value, and they don't give two shits about the American worker. And the only person that American worker can look to is their government to make sure that those people are kept in check and to make sure that some of this extraordinary profit will also have ancillary benefit to the median American beyond your 401k going up when 50% of the country doesn't have 401k. Compare it then to our system, which kind of looks like the old Chinese system. Let's put C2 up here on the screen. Here's Trump. This is the latest story from Trump. Quote, "The curious case of Guren Bobby Zhao shows the ease with which investors with shady backgrounds and unknown motivations can funnel money to the president. They say Trump Crypto took $100 million from a businessman with red flags." And they specifically point to this photo at the World Cup where you have Zach Witkoff, who's the son of Steve Witkoff, in a private suite at the World Cup with this investor. Bobby Zhao, 2 years earlier, apparently, quote, was a failed hardwood flooring retailer in Britain who had come under investigation for money laundering and presided over the collapse of a small crypto startup. Out of nowhere, he became one of the biggest buyers of tokens from World Liberty Financial, dropping a total of $100 million to a firm called Aqua One. Kept it quiet for months other than briefly speaking as Mr. Bobby on an audio stream on X. However, as they dig into, the curious case of Zhao illustrates the ease with which buyers from unknown backgrounds, motivations can use the anonymity of crypto to shower Mr. Trump with money. The president's recent financial disclosure form shows he collected $1.4 billion from crypto businesses last year, the majority of it from anonymous sources. It is not even clear how closely they scrutinized his past, and a money laundering investigation in England with publicly available information as portions of Zhao's troubled business history were public record at the time that they decided to accept his money. Now, look, to be clear, like, he did give the money. He did not respond to a request for comment. We don't know about pay for play. I'm not really sure why anybody gives somebody $100 million as the president of the United States for no reason, just my opinion. Whenever it comes to businesses, I just saw today, you know how Trump's company is selling the $100,000 a month for first access to his Truth Social market moving posts? They have 10 customers already. So 10 times 100,000 a month. That's a healthy little profit line that you've created there purely off of your own information and tool of power, in the state. Like, this is what China was like in the 1990s. And it's like we've seen a reverse of what that system is looking like.
And this dude, no one knows where this money came from.
Literally.
He had left a rap sheet of failed businesses was basically deported from the UK because his visa had expired, and then he had this sort of money laundering allegations hanging over his head, and they were like, no, you gotta go.
Right.
He turns back up in Dubai, and suddenly, out of nowhere, and we have no idea where the money comes from, is flushed with this $100 million to give to World Liberty Financial. And of course, Trump and the sons and the Witkoffs who are also involved in this, they don't ask a single question. Just thank you for the money, sir, amazing, doing business with you, and keeping it moving right along. And as the public, we have no idea what this man expects to get from that $100 million or whoever he is representing, whoever he is the front person for. We have no idea what strings this money is coming with. And this is just another day under the Trump regime. This sort of story, you could literally tell this story every day of the week of some utterly shameless level corrupt skeezy deal. And much of it has to do with crypto in terms of the massive amount of increase in wealth, the billions that he has been able to accumulate just since coming back into power in Trump 2.0. So very extraordinary. There's another story we wanted to highlight here, which is wild. So we covered before.
Dear to our hearts.
Jared Kushner and Ivanka were on the yacht. You can't even tell this story without just sounding anti-Semitic, on a Rothschild yacht, and discovered, like they're Christopher Columbus, this island, Albanian island, that, oh my God, it would make Ivanka's dreams come true to develop into some sort of luxury property. And she's talking about this thing. We played the video before. Well, the people of Albania were like, no.
So much love in chat. Ally HD Blue Room. Love it, guys. That's what I love about your takes. You're well thought. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
This is our island. We don't want you there. And as part of this,
it's like I could just fall in line with everyone else's, but like these are my own takes, right? After studying this stuff in general. I should make crypto coin myself, just the giggles.
This island deal, they are also buying property on this nearby peninsula.
Do the Emperor Palpatine, do it.
And now we're finding out more about the incredibly sketchy, to say the least, characters who are involved in this transaction that Kushner, quote unquote, bought this land from. Put this up on the screen from the Wall Street Journal. Okay, the suspected gangster causing headaches for Kushner's Albania deal. I won't go through all of the ins and outs here, but the TLDR is this dude, Artur Shehu, is accused of not only being a money launderer, only of having created forged fake documents to claim that he owns this peninsula land that the locals say he does not actually own, and this is apparently a common problem, by the way, in Albania. He also is an accused drug trafficker and human smuggler. Okay, that's who Kushner is, quote unquote, buying this Albanian property for. So, just the sketchiest, most corrupt dealings you can possibly imagine, whether it's here, whether it's in the Middle East, whether it's through crypto, whether it's through Trump and the pardon for sale shop that he has set up in his second administration. The list goes on and on. Yeah. But no surprise that you've got this kind of incredibly sketchy gangster who is deeply enmeshed in this Albanian situation.
As you said, my favorite part of this story, by the way, is what you highlighted, is that one chunk of land was secured by one of Shehu's lawyers in 2007 by presenting property officials with a mistranslated Ottoman-era land record. While translated from Ottoman Turkish, an archivist substituted the original owner and inserted his name instead, court later found. That is apparently how property is disputed in Albania, which is incredible. Incredible. All right, let's get to the
Ottoman Turks.
Hey, if you like that video, hit
that shit was like 200 years ago. What the fuck? His dad and his dad-in-law act like mafioso, so like he'd be right at home dealing with such a guy. For real. I mean, yeah. Are we surprised? All right, we're about to start. But first, I did want to cover the flock cameras because this is important to understand. This is just more corporate surveillance, right?
Turning now to flock cameras, which in my opinion is the new data center issue.
I agree. It's pretty bad.
Every
this company needs to go. I'm fucking done with this
locality in the nation having a discussion around this privacy invasion and the ubiquity of these cameras everywhere and their pairing with police powers, now becoming a matter of significant political controversy all the way up to the federal level. Of course, that's going to invite certain people to defend them, one of them being Bari Weiss's Free Press. Let's take a listen.
Do you ever feel like you're watched? That's the panic behind a new fear sweeping across America. People are freaked out about surveillance from our employers, our nanny cams, and our phones watching our every move. And right now, this anxiety is being taken out with electric saws and cans of spray paint on tools used by law enforcement to keep us all safe. The target? Flock safety cameras. In upstate New York, someone cut down a flock safety camera with an electric saw. In Oakland, California, another was covered in paint. And in Idaho, someone rammed one with their truck. And in good old Florida, a man just sits in his lawn chair with a cardboard held up to the lens. Since January, roughly 23 cities have canceled their contracts or shut off.
Florida, am I right, chat?
Their flock camera over Fourth Amendment concerns. There's even an open source intelligence website, DFlock, that's finding these cameras so people know exactly where to vandalize them. Here's what's actually under attack. In 2025 alone, the system helped locate 10,000 missing people, about 27 people a day, or about one every hour. Over 40% of agencies said Flock helped recover over half of the stolen vehicles in their jurisdiction. In Indiana, an infant abducted at a shopping center was found in under 2 hours. In Ohio, a missing girl was located in under 30 minutes. And this is the tool.
See, I don't give a fuck. It could literally end world hunger. Oh, well, okay, maybe not that. That's a bad example. I don't give a fuck. Because the cost is too much, right? God damn it. But guys, we found a kid that was abducted. Huh? Yeah, I don't want to give private corporations my shit and know where they are, where I'm at all the time. Hell no, girl.
Well, that people are treating.
Oh my God. That's some 1984 level shit. World hunger for surveillance state. Exactly. Yeah, that's why I said that this is not a good comparison, but it just popped in my head and I went with it. I'm trying to imagine how a camera ends world hunger. I know. Still, right? I think the costs are too much. Like, yes, it will probably help in certain circumstances, not in all, and it's too much of a privacy violation. On top of that, it could be used for nefarious purposes, right? Especially in the hands of private actors. No, fuck that.
Like the enemy.
Led for
it
a
is
funny
fair
moment.
to have concerns.
It led to a funny moment. Not only do the exes in Germany was a case for VIP stalking via exactly right. Like, sure, like it could lead to kids getting found and stuff. And listen, I'm all for that. Nobody's saying otherwise, but to just have them for these reasons alone is stupid, because then there's that risk, right? There's the risk of it becoming like V for Vendetta, or having like police registers following you just because you're getting stalked, or like some police officer wants to like do something to you or has a vendetta against, like, it's just, it opens up a whole other can of worms that we all really should be like, oh hell no, right?
Oh hell no.
Yeah. Fuck that. Right? And again, yeah, like, sure, but I'm not gonna like sign off on this because we found a kid or two, right? In comparison. Like, that's essentially her argument, right? Do they have a 100% victory or a chance to bring back the kids? No. But that's essentially what she's resting her argument on. And that's where I'm like, no. Today I told my mom there were over 50 cases of cops stalking folks with flock cameras, and she was like, 50? Not so many. That's 50 too many, right? Because I guarantee you the amount of kids that have been abducted is under that. So like, again, we're doing a cost benefit analysis, if you want to call it that. Only 50? You wouldn't feel like that if that were you, girl. Primes themselves since the cameras are there, not enough. Exactly. There's not enough for them to do, so they're like, eh. That's a good point, I guess. That makes sense. Police doing now, they're now gonna stalk. They're gonna stalk me, but I'm like, okay, and subscribe. Wow. Stalk and subscribe.
Use and track our data, but that's not what these cameras are for. To be blunt, they're not interested in you, unless you're a kidnapper, a thief, or someone who intends to do harm.
They're not interested in you unless, what is it, you need to comply. If you've got nothing to hide, then why do you worry? This is, vintage privacy arguments from like the War on Terror era. But,
yeah, and that worked so well, right?
But this is where it actually bears investigation. It's like, okay, are these claims even true? Let's put the next one up here on the screen, and we've gone through some of this before. 1 in 3 alerts wrong. High error rates and data concerns force cities.
There you go, right?
To drop flock. A 32% LAPD false positive rate and immigration data fears have pushed 82 contracts across 28 states to collapse. They say that an LAPD audit reveals that flock safety cameras produced a 32.3% false positive stolen vehicle alert rate, and at least 82 municipalities have canceled them. More than 5,000 cities now currently have flock cameras, which are scanning license plates. Again, most residents never voted for it. 30 localities apparently just deactivated them since early 2025, and that number continues to grow. But I feel like the LAPD in particular, being one of the largest, what is the second largest city in the
Most
nation,
family
being one of those who is going to come out and say, hey,
correct.
Purely based on business reasons.
Right. That's a fact, not an opinion.
I'm not going to put morality
Dark
in the
humor.
LAPD. I don't think those two things to go together.
32%. Yeah, that's too high. That's almost a third. Right, 33 1/3% would be a third. That's too high. Gappy got a ticket because of a flock camera. Yeah, I don't like those either, right? In Rhode Island, there's like a part whenever you go down. Somebody told me, he's like the rep from Rhode Island. Right? He's one of the people I managed. I drove to Rhode Island, and I was like, yeah, I'll be there in 45. What up? And he told me, well, be really careful because there's a camera that will ticket you if you don't. And I'm like, oh shit. And I'm like, where? He's like, it's right in this part of Providence, Rhode Island. And guys, it gets so many tickets, right? There's like a YouTube channel of the camera of the court throwing these cases out because they're so numerous. So these things are very problematic and stupid, right? They're very stupid.
Yeah, they're not like worried about privacy or any of that. For them, it's pure business. They're like, yeah, we used it and it got a false positive rate for stolen vehicle. We've covered some of the stories here. Terrifying incidents of people being pulled over. And
Texas used to have those red light cameras that take a picture if you run the red light, but I'm pretty sure they reversed, and I don't know now. It would make sense, right? Texas would probably be against something like that. But yeah, no. I mean, there's a few examples of this, right? You look up, and people here in mass fucking hate going down to Rhode Island for this reason. Luckily, it's like 4 places in Rhode Island, so you don't have to worry too much. And we're going to start the Kornacki Cam soon, but he's just pre-gaming, so don't worry. He passed away fairly recently. There's literally a channel, guys. There's a channel on YouTube called Caught in Providence.
You have a speeding violation in a school zone on Reservoir Avenue.
Honestly, I don't know how it happened.
Here's how it happened. You had your foot on the gas pedal, and you were doing more than 20 miles
I understand
an hour.
now.
That's how it all happened.
No, I understand that. But is there any way, like, we can see it on
somebody was
TV?
pushing the car behind you. I'm not.
Jesus. Wait. There's normally like he'll show the camera activating. It's crazy.
Who's this young fellow with you? Is that your lawyer? The car will get towed. So effectively.
Yeah.
On black.
You gotta lower it, yeah. Oh, it looks like they recently ruled that these are unconstitutional. Yeah, here we go.
Thank you, Walt. A follow-up now to a Target 12 consumer investigation, speed camera controversy.
Last week, Target 12 first reported that 5 newly installed cameras across Providence generated 12,000 speeding tickets in their first 33 days.
Well, today, hundreds of those violators appeared in municipal court, many of them to challenge the $95 fine. And a number of those contested tickets were actually thrown out.
Target 12 consumer investigator Susan Campbell has been on top of this story from day one. She joins us now live from the newsroom with today's new developments. Susan?
Judge Caprio says it's the busiest day he's ever experienced on the bench, and that was just for the morning session. The afternoon session just got underway. Hundreds of more people are expected to show up.
Hundreds of people appealing speed camera tickets.
The signs are too low. Cars are in the way. You can't barely see it.
Get people that's flying through the streets. I wasn't flying.
Some waited in line for hours, including Phyllis Hicks.
One judge, so that means the city really knew how could he handle all those people.
Yeah.
So people are going to walk out, people are going to say they're going to pay, and most people don't have that extra $95.
Exactly.
I don't.
As Target 12 first reported, the city issued 12,193 speed camera tickets in a 5-week.
Pure profit, am I right? 12,193 times 95. Do the math. That's a lot of money.
stretch. 2,600 of those drivers landed on Monday's docket in Providence Municipal Court. On a typical Monday, it's about 300.
Today we broke the all-time record for the number of people that came to court.
Judge Frank Caprio presided over the morning session that stretched into early afternoon.
Today was an historic day, really, in the court, because it's the first time in the history of the state of Rhode Island that there have been prosecutions for speeding for people who were caught on cameras.
For some, the tickets were dismissed.
I am happy because it's $95, you know.
Others just
it's a lot of
paid
money
the
for
fine.
people.
And then there were some drivers, like Phyllis, who pleaded not guilty and asked for a court date to argue their case at trial. Providence pays the camera company Conduit about $3,000 per month per camera, plus $7.50 per violation.
So there's guys, did you hear that? There's a financial incentive to ticket people. $7.50 per ticket they win. It's pure profit for the company. You see why I don't like neoliberalism? Oh, fuck off. Hell no. This is wrong, right?
Cameras went online today. At those, there will be a 2-week warning period before tickets are issued. Coming up new at 6, Judge Caprio explains.
So again, I'm glad that Texas looks like they got rid of them, PB and Jan. But this is crazy, right? Like this whole idea of ticketing shit is dumb as fuck through cameras, right? Let's check in with Steve.
In the runoff right there. So it's a real interesting question.
He's just doing the
themselves, like either held at gunpoint or others being accused of false or of having a stolen vehicle. We covered previously the guy who drives cars like for a living for dealership plates. He got surrounded by police on some sort of a fault.
Right. And then it does, like, this is the problem, right? Like the courts get strained, so it strains the federal system or the state system. It's who's paying for all those hearings? We, the taxpayer, right? So this is why I say, guys, neoliberalism rarely works out the way you want it to, even if you believe in these policies, because you're paying for basically a corporation to ticket somebody to then pay the judge and all those fucking county, all those clerks and stuff to hear ticketing cases in court. So it's like a double dip. It's essentially just a stealing from the taxpayer when you think of it that way, right? It's a way of taking money from the taxpayer and hardworking people. All for the illusion that you're getting a safer streets or whatever, right? So it's not going to work out the way we want it to. Sorry, guys. Like, stupid as fuck. This is why we don't need these things. We have about 1,500 fixed speed cameras around Australia, but about 7,000 total. Yeah, that's not good either, see? And the red light measures and cameras that capture mobile phone usage and seatbelt infractions. Yeah.
Incident. And I think there's just like a bigger question. Like she talks about like, oh, these companies are not interested in you, but they do have all of the data. So
I wonder
they
how
are
many
interested.
of those are fake too, right? Especially if there's a financial incentive, right? PJ? How much people like, do you got to pay a ticket? Do you got to pay part of it? Like all these things we have to start asking ourselves, right? Just always be skeptical of this shit.
And also, it's not the government that has the data. It's the private company themselves. They claim, that they have to abide by X, Y, and Z privacy record. Is there an audit of it? Like, what are the internal controls? What exactly, recourse do I have as a citizen to make sure that that is not being improperly used? And this is everywhere. Yeah. She also says DFLOC is an organization for people to vandalize. That's, again, by that definition, Weiss is a terrorist tool. Because I know where every cop is on I-95.
That framing was so
That's what
dishonest.
I mean, right? So like they're like, by just knowing where it is, that
like,
in and of itself is a tool.
If you don't know what Weiss is, guys, Weiss is right? A lot of people use it. I know all around the world. It literally tracks where the police are and speed traps and shit. So now that's considered terrorism? What? What the fuck?
A vandalism. I'm sure cops hate it when we mark.
Many of them hate them, but it's normal for us. Yeah, well, this is the thing is all you have to do is make them normal, right? For people to accept them. Now, again, I don't have enough information on the way they're doing it, so I'm going to hold back on that. Weiss is Israeli. Oh, no, I didn't know that. Fuck.
Them on Weiss. We do it because we don't want to get a speeding ticket. That doesn't make you a terrorist.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, of course. And
I heard that.
all of this has required
Weiss, so
obfuscation and hiding from people what is actually happening in their own towns. So they do see DFLOC as, the CEO of the company who later apologized, called it a terroristic organization because it is providing people with just transparency and information about what is happening so that they can politically organize and act on it. It is so dishonest in her little, vertical video to not talk about any of the instances of misuse that have been documented. I'm not even talking about the false positives where police really think they got the bad guy and then they come and we'll show you one in a minute and create very dangerous situations, by the way, not to mention this is a waste of police resources because they're going after the wrong person. Meanwhile, the person, whoever they're trying to get, is getting off scot-free. I'm talking about the 50 police officers who've been charged with abuse of this system, using this to stalk. Tell me that FLOC is not interested in you unless you're a kidnapper or thief, etc. Tell that to the woman who was stalked by her abusive ex, whose child was also stalked by the abusive ex, whose, future partner is also stalked by. So it's such incredibly dishonest and selective framing. She also uses the stats that come directly from the company. This is like basically a FLOC camera press release that they put together for the free press. To give you another example here of, a really dangerous situation because of a FLOC error. This is a local news story about the wrong person being aggressively pulled over on an interstate, cops jumping out, guns drawn, and it wasn't even the right person. Let's take a look at that. This is D4.
Good morning. Yeah, quite the mix-up. Brookfield police say they pulled over a car because FLOC camera flagged it for connection to a Milwaukee homicide investigation. Well, turns out quite the mix-up. Not just wrong person, but also wrong car. Take a look again at that video that you see here. You can see multiple squads on I-94 in Waukesha County, officers with guns drawn and a passenger sticking their hands out the window. Police pulled over the car after a flock camera flagged it again for Milwaukee homicide. But when Brookfield police called Milwaukee, said they no longer needed the car or the people inside, so officers let them go. That's according to Brookfield police.
How long until this gets someone killed? I mean, if you're a normal person, it reminds me of the ICE stops with like the, unmarked vehicles where people think they're being carjacked. Like if you're a normal person, look, these are marked cars.
This is trusting the companies too much, right? And that's what I was trying to tell Piker is that sure, like maybe they don't use it like this in Australia, but there is going to be a point where when you allow this too much, it does have the risk of getting into this territory, right? Yeah.
So to be fair here, but you're not expecting to have this aggressive, you're on an interstate and they're pinning you in and coming out guns drawn. Most people don't know how to react in that situation. You make one wrong move, next thing you know, you've got a person who's killed. Right. And the death on the, conscience of the officers too, by the way, all because of this stupid tech that got something wrong. It is a very disturbing situation. And I get that there's no doubt they're helping to solve some crimes. There's no doubt about it.
You're right.
But you have to ask the question, where do you draw the line? Because that logic will work forever of, okay, well, if we just put cameras on every street, if we just put cameras in every building, if we just put cameras, activate your phone camera in every house, then no one could ever get away with anything. And then they'd have 100% compliance with the law.
Damn right.
Is that worth it to you? So where are you going to draw the line? And I think many Americans at this point are drawing the line before we get to flock cameras. There was a man who was arrested in West Virginia for vandalizing a flock camera, and the Facebook post about his arrest put D3B up on the screen.
It is insane how violence is normalized and easily could be avoided with proper wealth distribution. Well said.
29,000 plus comments, and all of them are like,
couldn't have said it better.
Oh, couldn't have been him. He was with me. We're helping orphans. Yeah, it's couldn't have been him. He was helping me make a tank setup for some snakes. He was saving my neighbor's dog from a fire all day. Couldn't be him. Arrested for doing community service is wild. Couldn't be. He was canoeing with me that day. This is literally, I can't say 100%, but this is like 99% of the comments that were left on this post to give you a sense of how much this has disturbed the population at large.
And I think that the private angle really matters here. It's a company with no, like for example, their trust center says every search is recorded, logs and review tools to help agencies check usage. The thing is though, is that the audit and review system is run by the agency using the camera. It's not by an independent party. And none of us voted for it. Like, look, I support, actually, like if we're going to have, a radical reduction in petty crime, which would be my dream here in the United States.
See, the problem is there's a really good point that a lot of political scientists make. And it's whenever you try to go after crime without the actual root cause of this shit, you end up just kind of fixing like appearances and not actually fixing the root of the problem, which is wealth distribution, all the stuff that we talk about, right, Mima? Like you just mentioned that base comment. I agree with Lucy nodding along. All these things are symptoms of a greater problem, right? So we need to address the greater problems, not just punish them with enforcement, right? Like we need to look away from always enforcing, and we need to look at also rehabilitation, right? Or like fixing the actual root problems of the situation, right? So like punishing people isn't always going to work, right? And many times it actually has the opposite effect. So yeah.
States, I need to make that case. We all need to buy in and be like, all right, guys, we're going to have these camera systems everywhere. We will no longer have petty crime or any of this. But this is why I think this is a good, bad idea. You get to vote and decide.
There's a really good movie about this, by the way, right? I don't know if you've ever seen this. I've talked about it on the stream before. There's a really good movie Flock cameras have $300 worth of gold and copper inside them and useful solar panel, which Joe Biden banned. Jesus. I didn't know that, dog. There's a really good movie that talks about this that we will probably watch one day on the stream or something as like an interesting political discussion movie, right? To break it down politically. It'll probably take several hours, but it's called Minority Report, and it sounds kind of funny because it's like, minorities, right? But no, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with a concept in the movie that is that basically, like, in this movie, right, they've gotten rid of crime because they've proven, according to them, that most crime are committed, or like especially the violent ones, are committed pre-cognizant of the crime occurring. So they can basically predict right before the crime is actually going to happen. So they call it the pre-crime initiative, right? The pre-crime unit. So like they catch the person killing the wife or like drowning the mistress or whatever before the crime actually occurs, but like right before, right? And then the system is so solid that according to them, it has a 100% no failure rate. And that movie explains like this whole surveillance state system really well. I thought it was a pretty good movie in that sense, like from a political perspective, right? Like what would be the implications of something like that, having thought crime, right? Because you actually don't commit a crime, right? Because you're not actually killing the person. You're about to, technically, and then even then you find out it's not always how it appears, right? There are ways for people in the system to basically fuck it over. So it's a very good movie. We'll probably have to watch it one day on the stream just because for like on a fun day or something, right? Because it has a lot of like that kind of concept, this concept of the flock cameras just on steroids, right? And that's like what art and movies do really well, is they take these concepts of like a surveillance state, of a police state, and they amplify them in maybe like not the most realistic way, or like there's some parallel to reality, but it makes it very interesting because it gives you like the sight where it gives you some insight on what this would look like in a world full of flock cameras, essentially, right? Does that make sense, guys? The state governments hire private companies and security for the equipment and then sit on mobile roadside camera speed camera vehicles and government departments' locations, verify offenses, and collect money. Yeah. I can't remember the movie, but the story was based, yeah. Bavaria was such a good system powered by Palantir, yeah. By Philip K. Dick. Interesting. I don't know what you're talking about, but it's Philip K. Dick's book. Really interesting future of dystopian. Yeah, he's an awesome writer. Like most insane things that happened recently, it's to put drug sellers, rapist killers that become due to fall of the USSR and poverty into jail, and then they hire soldier and recognize the hero and give freedom, but without the skills and rehab for the new civil, peaceful, healthy life, then they will commit crime once again due to the PTSD and lack of normal human being skills. Well, that's why you can't just treat them like criminals, right? We talk a lot about this, Mima. So my man Philip K. Dick.
I lose, so be it, right?
Well, and also
that's important.
That sort
He wrote Total Recall. Oh, okay, yeah. There's a few movies like this, right? V for Vendetta, Total Recall, I, Robot. I mean, technically Hunger Games, right? I watched Hunger Games and I was like, there's a lot of politics in here. Then I watched the newest one. I didn't really like it that much, but like the concept of controlling a society through like fear, right? Through using games as a fear, meaning like a bread and circus. I thought that was kind of interesting still. A Scanner Darkly. Yeah, these are all like really good examples, guys. Can we remember it was For You Wholesale?
Discussion would require
Black Mirror. Yeah, well, we live in a Black Mirror episode. And he wrote to Android Dreams of Electric Sheep. Which Blade Runner was that based on?
The people who wanted them to say,
I'm on Kick too. I mod for a streamer here. Cool. Awesome. I can make you mod over there. I mean, you're probably going to want to stick on Twitch, but sure, just follow the channel and yeah, that'll be based. Thank you, Ally and HD.
And here's going to be the checks. Here's how we're going to make sure that when the police department implements this, there's not going to be abuses of police officers.
I'm one of the few places that have all the places I stream connected into one. The reason I do that is because I want to build a community, right? I don't want you guys to be separate depending on where you want to travel, where you want to watch, right? I think it's really important to have that relay connection, even if you're on a different platform. Yeah. So.
Randomly stalking their ex-girlfriends, the mother of their children or whatever. And so you would have those systems put in place. Instead, this is the Wild Wild West. People didn't have any idea this was happening. There was no democratic accountability or a check. So now you have this, I think, increasing. I mean, I haven't seen any polling on it yet, but you were talking about how you search this and every local news station is picking up on this. I was
going to end on that.
Because it really is like becoming this flashpoint. And it ties back to the Francesca Hong thing. She's picked this up in her campaign too. Very savvy.
Free advice for any politician.
And there we go. That's going to lead very well to the election. See? Nailed it!
When I was researching this story, every single I'm talking about Wyoming, flock cameras, Chicago, flock camera, Texas, flock camera. Every single is negative headline. Everyone is about communities getting upset.
Did he just call it Chicago? God. Shitting on Ducky City. There are a bunch of other movies based on his stuff. Philip K. Dick, yeah. He's a pretty popular author. I've an imposter.
Vandalism, about debates, local news organizations are running.
It's like when I say New Jersey.
Polls, should we have flock in Cheyenne?
But that's literally how some people in New Jersey say it. So I'm like not even that far off.
It's like small, not small, but
I think it's like the New Yorkers. I don't know who fucking says that. But I remember I was talking to somebody and they were like, I'm from New Jersey. And I'm like, New Jersey? What?
Our standards are small.
And that's never left my mind.
This is not a national issue yet, but it's like data centers. I can smell it. Like when there's local news, these people, they know exactly what's capturing attention, right? That's why they cover crime and they
live in the community,
exactly.
finger on the pulse.
They live there. They know what gets attention. If they're all writing up flock and it's all negative, free advice for any politician out there. And like I said, if you want to defend it, like the Free Press and all that are doing, it needs to be taken to a ballot. A locality must vote on whether they want themselves to be surveilled all the time. They need guarantees, independent audits, and none of that's happening. That's what's so terrifying about this. And there's it's like opting in just because the cops like it, they get to do whatever they want to do. That is the inverse of what a civilian force who would grant extraordinary control should be able to do.
My family says it that way. What up? What up? New Jersey? I love it. I'm like, why do they say it like that? Is it like a local thing? Right? Is it like the Paktakan, the Harvard Yard kid thing, right? Oh my god. Every time now, when somebody, I just like, New Jersey? I missed the way my mom said coffee. Coffee, yeah. They say coffee too, right? I want to talk. Or coffee, yeah. Uh-huh. Oh my god. God, New Jersey. I'm so old. So remember the SNL sketch where John Lovitz, I think his name was like, I'm from New Jersey. Yeah, are you from Jersey? I'm from Jersey, yeah. Apparently, Cosmopolitics says I'm from New Jersey. I think she meant that I look like I'm from New Jersey because I look from the Jersey Shore. I'll take that as a compliment, I guess. What is she saying there? That I look Italian? Oh my god, that I look like some... Jesus. She literally said that, right, Lucy? You told me. I was like, wow, yeah. Jesus Christ. Oh god. Never. That's insulting to me. Looking like New Jersey could never be me, guys. Bostonians and New Jerseyans, God, could never be me. Gus the Situation Broadcast. That's not too bad of a name. I like that. You do look Italian. Yeah, I mean, I get it all the time. So they were like, oh, I think that's what she meant by it, that I look from the Jersey Shore. Isn't the Jersey Shore like where the Italians are the most prevalent? I don't know shit about New Jersey, guys. Sorry. Align HD, you're gonna have to tell me, girl. Hey gang, been here for a few hours, couldn't type. No worries, you're moving stuff still? Yeah, that's crazy. How's the moving been? How's the moving? My dad's side, yeah, it's very, I think it's very common in New Jersey, right? My dad's side was Italian. Cool. They say that the Boston accent and the Aussie accent have similarities. Do they really? That's kind of interesting. That doesn't totally surprise me, because if you think about it, all accents essentially come from parts of England, right? Especially in English. Like, that's what you've come to realize, that a lot of the, like, the regional accents are just, they're older accents from England or Spain or France or whatever language that you're talking about. Like, I've talked about that, Piker. So that doesn't surprise me whatsoever. Yeah, look at that. Me and you too. So much love in chat for me and you too. I love it.
To us. So that's my last thing. We have to have a democratic actual process surrounding this. And if we come around on it, then that's fine. But I don't think that that's going to play out right now. Let's get to David Day, and he's standing by.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps.
All right, let's start it. The news coverage.
This is a little bit more, it's a good size, again, right on the border there, Augusta, Georgia, and, there's a little bit of money here too, and, that's a good number, at least in the early vote.
He's helping you get rid of shit. You're moving out? To like a new house? Did you buy a new house?
For Darlene Graham. That's interesting. Fry, far from his district there, distant second. Norman, distant third right there. And
Gus
Sanford,
and
I just keep
crew.
seeing
We
Sanford.
love you too, me and
I
you
keep seeing
too.
real low numbers for Sanford. I
So
think we're
much
getting
love
more from
here. I
Sanford's
love you
district
guys.
here. This is the old district that Sanford rep. Look, this is the early vote from what's supposed to be, Sanford country, and he's running in second place right here. Second place. This is supposed to be, yeah. That's the clearest thing we can say. The most definitive thing we can say early on is
good.
Oof, not a good night so far for
Mark
Sanford.
Good.
For Mark Sanford.
He's
and
a
those,
piece of
and
shit
those comeback
anyway.
hopes. It's been interesting. It is very interesting to watch where Fry
Fuck you, Mark
and where
Sanford.
Norman are. That's very significant, I think, for Fry to be running 10 points ahead of Norman. Again, at least in the early vote in a place like Aiken, that's a decent size piece of real estate, right? Between Columbia, Richland County, Lexington County, Aiken County, these three are probably going to make up 15% of the vote statewide. So that's a place. Yeah, if you're Fry and you want to be doing something outside your congressional district, that's a place.
I'm ready. Yeah, you're downsizing, right? Essentially,
that's a good place to be doing it. And I guess they do. The name of the game for these candidates, I think, increasingly is just to get one of those two spots. Because Graham, you can see here, is so consistently performing. She is starting to put distance here in the statewide tally.
I love that. That's a very positive way of looking at life, right? You can't, guys, like, if there's something holding you back or stopping you from doing something, right? Being a better person or like doing what you want to do, right? Like I told a friend this, they didn't really listen, but like you need to like figure out what to do to make yourself get that to that next chapter, right? You can't just be sitting in life like wallowing, right? Or like stuck in this like past expectations and stuff, right? You really do have to move forward, right? And I'm just speaking from experience because like I did that and I feel so much better, right? Like, look, I'm streaming now. I'm having fun every day. Like when I stream with you guys, on the days I'm not streaming, I'm working on the stream, right? And like I just like appreciate what I've done, what I've built so much, right? And if I wouldn't have done that, like I would have just been stuck, right? Like, and that's one of the worst feelings. It's depressing, right?
Yourself in the
life is too short to live a life you don't want to live. Exactly, right? That's basically what I told her, but I gave her like a good example, and right, like I gave her, I don't know, and like maybe some people just don't listen, they're too stubborn or whatever, but eventually, like hopefully, like they listen or get it, right? It might be too late by that point, or it might be 10 years later or whatever the fuck, but at least you left him in a better place, right? I told him that I want a divorce last July, but then begged me to stay. So I stayed for my boys, but he's done nothing to change. And I want him to change for me because I knew he wouldn't. I wanted better and deserve better, so I'll find my own way. Yeah, well.
Rest of the candidates, because again, everywhere we've looked, Adam, I don't know, you're looking at it. Is there anywhere she's not at least in second place?
Not that I've seen so far, and I've been keeping an eye out for election day vote, and we've been getting a scattering throughout places. But I'm still looking for a good place to get good representation of what election day vote's looking like.
Okay, yeah. So we're just we've seen. So we'll just zoom out, and I think 10% in, the two clear things we've seen is that breadth is there for Darlene Graham. It is starting to assert itself as the map fills in. What's unknown is how much that's going to continue as the election day vote comes in. If that's going to mark a departure, but at least in the early vote, the theory of the case there for Graham about being at least second everywhere is holding up, and it's having an effect there of building some distance for her ultimately, in first place right there. And the other thing that's clear 10% in again is just how lousy this is going for Mark Sanford so far. In terms of Fry and Norman, some big numbers. We can just show you again, some big numbers in the early vote in their, sort of the core areas of their congressional districts.
Steve,
yes.
I do have one piece of news from the decision desk here. They're looking at this race as well. What they're seeing in the numbers is they're confident that this race is going to go to a runoff at this point based on these numbers.
Good, I guess.
Not ready to say kind of who is advancing yet, but guidance from our decision desk is runoff.
Okay, that's great. So, I mean...
I'm so sorry, guys. I took a long
I think you
nap
could tell
this afternoon.
Right away here. We've seen
No
so
worries,
much of the
girl.
map fill in.
How was your nap?
And, the only place...
Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it.
I've seen somebody get close to 50% right where...
We're just covering the Francesca Hong primary and the last primaries of... Right? I guess these are the last ones. I hope they are. God damn it.
Kind of these two, which we've already told you are kind of...
The ones I care about, right?
Kind of outliers. Adam, could I ask just a facilities question here or something? At some point, maybe could Josh or somebody come down? This thing just locked, and I want to keep this thing on so I can look at it.
Technically, no, because then we have the Massachusetts ones in September, right? And that's going to be Ed Markey versus... I think Markey's going to clean his clocks. Because, I already told you that guy's a clown.
We just got some more from somewhere. It looked. I saw something light up, but I don't know where it was. Did you see anything just come in now?
Gotcha,
yes.
me and you too. Yeah.
Oh, that's big. Greenville. Oh, wow.
Ralph Norman.
Wow. Okay, so we said this is the biggest. This is the biggie. This is like probably 12% of the vote, something like that, statewide, is coming out of here. And here's Ralph Norman, early vote. The question of does this change as the election day vote takes shape? But boy, look at that.
Well, Trump must
2
be
to 1
pissed.
almost over Graham, 3 to
Remember,
1 essentially
Darlene is
over
the
Sanford,
Trump
almost
candidate.
4 to 1 over Fry. This is a place where there's a lot of votes. It's a place where there's a lot of votes. That's a big, and you can see what that just did in the tally, right? A thing we've been seeing is this district fill in here. Fry's district has filled in, and he's been running ahead of Norman. And in fact, Norman now has caught Fry in the tally for second place. What else just came in was another. It was more in his district. I think
that's it.
No, was it Cherokee or was that already in?
Yeah, no, that just.
We just got the early in Cherokee. Again, this is a place where Norman did very well. He ran a distant third statewide in the gubernatorial primary. He got 17% of the vote, but in that gubernatorial primary, he got like 40 here, and he's running at 39% in the early vote here in Cherokee County. So, again, you're seeing a congressional district that kind of goes here. It goes into Spartanburg too. You're seeing that Norman support extend, in the case of Greenville County, quite impressively into the upstate. And if you're a Republican in a primary in South Carolina, the upstate's a very good place to have your support extend to, because it's just there are so many votes there. Again, we say a third of the vote coming from it. So with that, Norman now inches is ahead of Fry in the tally.
2,000
and
votes.
Again, you can just see here. This is the effect of running at least second place everywhere, the way Graham is. Norman's going to have his spots where his numbers really flare up. Fry's going to have his spots where his numbers really flare up. And they're each also going to have spots, as you can see. I mean, Greenville's a great example, right? Here's Fry. His number goes all the way down to 13%, right? He's able to get, in the second biggest county of the state, which is in his district, he's running at 47 in the early vote. Then you go to the biggest county in the state, and his number falls, all the way down to 13%. And here's Norman,
That's a big difference.
in the biggest county of the state, running at 40%. And you go for him to the second biggest county in the state,
Yeah,
and his number falls all the way down to
runoff. I think I agree.
single digits,
entirely.
9%. Meanwhile, there's Darlene Graham. She's getting 30%, right? It's not great there, 22%, but she's well in the 20s in each of the two biggest counties in the state, the two biggest vote-producing counties. For that matter, York's a pretty big one. She's in the 20s there. We say Charleston's about 5-6%. She's nearly at 30% there, right? And meanwhile, in Charleston, there's Norman at 15, right? Fry at 18. So just, that is how Graham right now is. It's continued to build as this early vote is filled in. The breadth's asserted itself.
When do the polls
now it's
close
a 5.2 point margin, and it certainly is very encouraging for Darlene Graham. But maybe it's a bit of a subjective question, and maybe you got your own opinion watching this. But I think the thing to be kind of thinking about with Graham's performance right here is a little bit more
8
trickles
p.m.
in. Is what?
All right.
What
So
do
any
you
minute
think?
now.
Oh,
give it 15 minutes.
Richland. Whoa, we just got all of Richland in one fell swoop. We think that's right, Adam?
Well, take a look at it. Yeah.
Yeah. Does that match our expected vote?
Why does this
is
race matter to anybody but wondering why we give a fuck? This race matters because this is Lindsey Graham's old Senate seat. As you could, if you couldn't tell, Darlene Graham, right? This is like his sister? What is she again? I forget. The fuck?
Be a state capital. This is the suburbs.
There might be,
might be a little bit more,
Like
but we're basically there.
something, right?
I'm not sure about that, Richland. We'll check it out. Maybe check out somewhere else in the state.
Okay, sometimes we get a little. Let's put a pin in it. Although we can't unsee.
Inherit. Yeah, literally his sister. That's why we're watching this, right? I'm like, huh? And let's be honest, like South Carolina is probably going to vote Republican because it's a very, very conservative state. Tell Ice Beans, I don't know, PB and Jan, right? I blame it on Ice Beans. I blame Ice Beans.
Growth here.
Yeah, I literally inherited it, right? And that's what they were shitting on her for, PB and Jan. That's why I find it so interesting, because it's like the people were like, well, why does she get to inherit his seat? Just because her last name is Graham, right? And that's what's so interesting about it. But yeah, in case anyone's curious.
Adam is trying to
Otherwise, I wouldn't give a fuck, right?
Down.
But,
that may well,
because it's going to be a Republican regardless. But
what you saw may well be completely legit. It's sometimes there are
because she's not doing too
numbers
well.
get entered, it's caught quickly. We think it's legit.
No, I can just say what came in.
When the overwhelming amount of people don't vote for you to do in a runoff, I think that's not a good sign, right? I think a lot of people are. It's an anti-incumbent year, and people don't like this crap that, like, this man who's dead is now having like his sister run for the seat. Because reasons, right? It's just because her last name is Graham. It's so like hereditary. It's like very it's like a monarchy, right? Like, no, we try not to like do that. Try is the key word. Fail, but yeah, I don't. This is pretty stupid.
Yeah, that would be very high. Richland accounted for 4% of the vote in the
because she wants to run again, of course,
in the gubernatorial primary in the
Kirsten
Republican
B. What
gubernatorial
up,
primary.
Outer
So
Signal?
that would be high, but
yeah, I'm really against these like family dynasties, right? Even like the Kennedys and stuff. Yeah, fuck that crap, right?
Is Lexington County. We say that advantage that Fry
I guess
has
if you're
over
like
Norman
a cousin, that's okay, right? Because you're distantly related. Like Theodore Roosevelt was distantly related to FDR, right? It was like his second cousin removed or some shit. But yeah. Like that's like a little better. But when it's like your sister or your direct, yeah, fuck that.
And I'll probably ask you 1,100 more times.
Yeah, dynasties, because we're a very Chinese time our lives. We're a very Chinese time in our lives. He is part of the dynasty. Yeah, hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're doing well here, man. We're just covering the elections.
That this, in theory, would be Sanford.
This seat's important because, yeah, she might actually pull it off. Wait, no, that's just in that county now.
Country, but it's Graham. It's Graham in the early vote.
Okay.
It
feels feudal as shit. I think, and that's what a lot of Americans are trying to express, at least here in South Carolina. Now, will they use their fucking peasant brains and just vote for her because her last name is Graham and his last name was Graham? Maybe. As PB and Jan eloquently said, dynasties, because we're very Chinese time in our lives. We're a very Chinese time in our lives, girl. What up?
Unexpected.
Hot Chinese summer, am I right?
Also would be, the number though, would be much, much higher than Richland has typically been in these primaries proportionately. So they're checking on it. And while they do, they've taken those numbers off. Again, it could end up coming back just like it looked. It may be different, but look at the effect that had on the statewide
the
tally.
polls are closing in about 10 minutes. Outer Signal. So we're going to be getting the Francesca Hong results. Hopefully this will end up quickly so your boy could go eat dinner.
When Graham has put some distance here between herself and second and third, but second and third
Remember that, guys?
are now 3 votes separated. Norman and Fry are 3 votes separated. Most of this, as we've been saying, the vast majority of this represents early vote. And now Adam is trying to piece together and will report to us on the election day vote as that starts to come in and that picture materializes. Because again, we already saw with the election day vote was not a great story for Fry here. And I see something just came in that gave Norman the advantage statewide. Do you see what just ticked in?
Lawrence. We got another update from Anderson.
Well, Lawrence, this is election day vote from. Okay, can we take a look at some of the election day?
Yeah, do you want to take a look at Lawrence? Let's see.
Yeah, or Where do we have more election day vote, Anderson or Lawrence?
That's what I was trying to look at.
Oh, right.
It looks like we have more in Lawrence.
God, Kornacki, get it together.
Too.
Lancaster was one I was looking at. Let's do that one.
Okay, yeah.
So Lancaster in the pre-election vote, it was 33% for Graham and 17% for Fry.
What was Norman?
Norman was at 35%. In the election day vote currently, with about a third of the election day vote reported, according to our estimate, is Graham 38, Fry 16, and Norman 31.
Same thing. So what happened down here in Fry's district, right, we were saying is also now is happening right here. This is, the heart of Norman's district right here. Same thing. Graham doing better with the election day vote. And then Norman, whose district this is, right, who led that first, report, actually now trailing her just in the election day portion of it. These are, if you're Graham, super encouraging numbers here, because what they suggest now having been replicated, right? We told you about the particular demographics of the Myrtle Beach area, of the retirees, the golf players. Now we're talking about fast-growing suburbs, exurbs outside Charlotte in Lancaster County. Very different demographic. Same phenomenon. Better with the election day vote for Graham than the early vote. Adds up statewide. Now you can see that margin for her over Fry is approaching 7 points over second place. And in fact, she just got a little bit more. What else just lit up?
Kershaw, we got an update.
Okay, but do you have? We got election day vote. Excuse me, we have election day vote that we can look at.
Yes.
Kershaw.
So in Kershaw, the advance vote was running Graham 34, Fry 20, Norman 26.
Yep.
Election day, we're about 40% of our expected vote there. It's Graham 38, Fry 15, and Norman 25.
25, right. Okay, so again, you're in, this is in 7, I think, right? This is, no, this is in 5. This is in Norman's district. And Norman running 6. But we keep seeing it. Graham is running 4, 5, I think it's 6 points better with the election day vote than the early vote. Do you say Anderson? We could take a look at Anderson? That might be, do we have much there? I see 23%.
Yeah, we don't really.
I think the Wisconsin results are going to come in pretty quick because they count the mail-in ballots first, right? Like, thank God. Unlike with Michigan, that took forever.
So it doesn't look like a lot of election day out of Anderson yet.
Okay, is there anywhere else you could just see offhand with some substantial election day vote, especially maybe toward the upstate? I'd love to just see if.
Taking a look.
It's set. She's up 7 now.
We just have some of these small counties: Lee, Barnwell. Yeah, that's those are the ones that have the highest percentage in vote right now.
I mean, okay, we could take a look at.
We just got another update out of Spartanburg.
That's a much better. Okay, so now we've got some real election day vote in Spartanburg.
Yeah. So
okay, so what do we got?
The pre-election vote was running Graham 24, Norman 37, and Fry 15.
I can see what's happened.
Yep. Election day, Graham 25, Norman 34, Fry 15.
Yeah, I mean these aren't huge shifts, but it's consistent. Here, Graham's only going up a point, but Norman's losing a couple. So and that's in a very, very big county. Again, where
12% of the vote comes out of there.
Right,
That's
and
crazy.
that update was that Spartanburg that just came in?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So that is why Norman now has catapulted to a 36 vote advantage over Fry for second place statewide. This could be we say it could be an efficient counting state here. We got 20% in, and it's coming up on 8 o'clock. But it could still be a while if we're stuck. But I think what's most noteworthy here, I think you can start to think about the possibility that this number. I'm sorry. Right,
and the reason I say
number
that
may be on its way north.
I mean, she does have a good chance. This is the dynasty,
we're
right? This is the dynasty in effect. Oh my God, people are so stupid, right? Yeah, This is just dumb as fuck.
Election day vote, we've seen her running 4 points better. We saw, 1 point, but we've seen a range here. We haven't seen her running worse anywhere with the election day vote than the early vote. We've basically only seen degrees of better. And as you can see in most of these counties, there's a lot more election day vote than there is early vote. Okay, in these Republican primaries, we just, the pattern is voters tend to prefer to vote election day. We've seen
and
that.
That's Republicans in general, right? You saw that even in 2024. The Republican vote was the same day vote, and the mail-in vote was the more liberal left-wing vote, right? It's the same in this. So, yeah, that's why I think she probably has this in the bag, or it's probably going to be a runoff, right? Because they need to get above 50%. So with that, she probably has a really good chance because her name is Graham, right? See what I mean, guys? Like, this is how silly politics is with these like more normie voters. They just vote for like the person with the name while pretending that's not the reason why they voted for them. Pathetic. Jesus.
I think if you saw it earlier, watch the whole hit. I think we'll probably be just kind of living where we are. I'm going to recap what we've seen, so far here. And they may be like a preview of Wisconsin too or something. We also have at 8 o'clock, it's 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
So
go to
I can
Wisconsin.
show you.
Fuck this.
Right?
That's what I really want to know.
Is this going to be our one look at it for the night?
No, we'll get there again.
Okay. The first district of Connecticut, we'll keep an eye on this. We expect this to be very, very slow here. Longtime incumbent elected in 1998, Congressman John Larson, facing a challenge from Luke Bronin. Comes into this with a big credential, Hartford mayor, and had won the endorsement. Bronin, had won the endorsement of the state party. I think it's the most significant thing here. He won the official endorsement. Larson, it's a rare thing for it to happen in Connecticut politics to an incumbent like that. Very ominous sign.
Connecticut politics is very similar to Mass, where it's very like insular. It's very party driven, right? So like this is kind of nuts.
Could be slow. We'll keep an eye on it. There's a gubernatorial primary there as well. We will, in fact, there it is. We'll keep an eye on this too. Could be. In case there's a surprise, Ned Lamont going for a third term there. But back to the story of the hour. We got 1 minute till this hit. What did something just come in the last?
I don't give a fuck about South Carolina, Kornacki.
We're getting a couple of precincts of election day vote in Beaufort and Florence and Lee. Those were the most recent updates.
Just a couple precincts.
Yeah, it's not a substantial amount to do our checks.
Why don't we do this? I'm going to take a sip of water, get ready for this hit. While I'm doing the hit, maybe if you're able to come up with what our best current county election day, same day would be. But we're 30 seconds from the hit.
He's doing a hit.
I also need to just, pardon me. Excuse me.
The county that we have the most vote percentage in right now is Lee County. So that's very little split between the election day.
We'll give Lee County the most attention it's ever gotten in a Republican statewide primary after we do this hit for News Now, folks.
New updates in Spartanburg and Berkeley, too.
We'll show folks.
Joining us now is our chief data man, always the highlight of primary night, NBC's Steve Kornacki. Steve, great to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. As we come on the air tonight, polls have now closed in 4 states, right? So how's it looking?
Yeah, so I think the story of the hour is right here in South Carolina. In fact, there it is, Gotti. NBC News' decision desk.
All right, guys, we're going to watch something else because it says the polls are closing in Wisconsin in an hour. Because remember, they're in a different time zone, so fuck that. All right, meanwhile, while we do this, because like I almost guarantee you that's going to a runoff. We're not going to sit there and watch him play around with the map until like no. So this was something I wanted to watch. It dropped on More Perfect Union. We calculated how much water and data centers actually use. Yeah, while we wait for the polls to close in Wisconsin, right? That's what we're waiting for. That's the big election that we're looking for. We kind of already know how South Carolina is going to end. It's probably going to be my guess, right? Yep, there we go. They just called it. See?
Has just made an important declaration in this race,
what did I say? I didn't even have to look at it.
The sister.
I didn't even have to look at it. It's going to be between her and... So it's going to go to a runoff. Yeah. That's why I don't want to sit here and like look at South Carolina Republican politics for an hour, right? Until then. We got better stuff to watch. Like this new More Perfect Union, right? And then we'll get back to the Francesca Hong race.
Sister of the late Lindsey Graham, appointed to
Give me
his...
those Francesca Hong number, Kornacki, you fucking dweeb. I don't have time for your shit tonight. You goddamn embarrassment. 1 + 1 = 2 if that helps you, Steven. 4-eyed dick.
Clip it! 4-eyed dick. 1 + 1 = 2. Does that help? Jesus. You're so funny, dog. Welcome back, Grove. Been a while. How you been? I feel like it's been a while. It hasn't been that long, right? How you doing,
and
buddy?
now running.
Someone joined the Patreon. Thank you so much for joining. Appreciate it. Appreciate it so much. It's been a couple days. How you been? Yeah. I can tell. I've been great, man. Doing excellent. Okay.
In this,
so I basically, it's gonna be a runoff. We're not gonna know who won, but it's gonna be between
everyone.
1893-55633. Join the Patreon. Active patron 8/11/2026, 8:02:44 p.m.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you joining. Helps out the stream.
Special election. Our decision desk has now projected that she will advance to the runoff.
Yep.
This is a Republican primary. The top 2 candidates make it into the runoff, which will be held 2 weeks from tonight.
I won't be covering that election because I don't give a fuck, but it'll probably be, the chances are that she has a better chance, right? Because generally how runoff elections work, not always, right? But generally, especially down south, is that the person who gets the most votes generally ends up winning them. But it's not always the truth. It's not always true, right, guys? There you go. I just took
watching for the last hour.
The sale out of it.
Well, then Norman has.
All right. So yeah, we're not gonna sit there and listen to this shit. But in an hour, less than an hour, we'll go back and check. Yeah, we got other stuff to watch. But we'll keep Kornacki on live.
In a fight over who
I really want to see what happens in the Wisconsin race.
Gets priority when it comes to water in the American West. The arrival of data centers just made it a lot more complicated.
About 2/3 of new data centers under construction are being built in drought-prone areas.
I would ask the farmers, why do they keep planting more pecan orchards? That is a bigger water user than the data center.
I hope that those people who support the data centers can eat computer chips, because where are they going to get their food from?
Computer chips, guys.
Driven by local tax breaks and an industry-wide space race to build, these companies promise they won't add to the water burden.
Daily water usage over the course of an entire year is roughly equivalent to what a single restaurant would use.
But is that really true?
The water that's used inside the data center itself is only the tip of the iceberg.
We've all noticed our wells have pretty much dried up.
Everything has been so secretive, they just don't know. No one knows.
There will be no future without water. What don't you understand?
We came to El Paso, Texas, in southern New Mexico, where Meta, Oracle, and OpenAI are building massive data centers, to ask the question, how much water does the AI boom actually need?
Our goal is to get about 2,000 pounds per acre, about 50 to 60 pecans per tree.
Roberto Roque is a third-generation pecan farmer in southern New Mexico. Like many farmers in the Southwest, he's seen his water supply dry up from years of drought.
And the water's just gonna flood this field. Yeah, just gonna go ahead and flood the whole field. It's very difficult because instead of relying on the water that comes from the Rocky Mountains, we've had to invest into agricultural wells, and that becomes very expensive.
It's also becoming more complicated because there's a new water-hungry industry in town, data centers.
If they consume the amount of water that people are saying that they're gonna consume, then what are we going to eat? Because agriculture is going to cease to exist.
Roberto lives just a few miles from Project Jupiter, a 1,400-acre data center campus being built by OpenAI and Oracle. The companies say it will only require a one-time fill of some 11 million gallons to start up and cool 4 buildings.
They like to tell us that it's going to be a minimal percentage as compared to what a farmer uses, but who meters their water? How are we going to know? They're not telling the community the truth. They're not being transparent.
Around the country, residents and researchers have been pushing for more transparency around data centers' actual water use by filing public records requests. But what they're getting back is vague or redacted, like this water deal in Stafford County, Virginia, for an Amazon data center. In my home state of Oregon, Google's data center water use numbers were considered a trade secret. After a 13-month legal battle, documents revealed Google was using 1.5 million gallons of water per day, as much as 40% of the city's entire consumption. But even that figure is misleading.
The biggest part of the water footprint of a data center is not inside the data center itself. It's indirect water consumption due to the electricity that is generated for the data center. That's the part that these tech companies don't disclose. But if you're only talking about what's going on site, you're really missing the lion's share of the impact.
This is exactly what farmers and residents are so worried about on the New Mexico-Texas border.
When we found out that the data center was moving in, we understood that we were going to lose water.
Veronica Carbajal is a community organizer and attorney who was born and raised in El Paso.
So that's the Meta data center construction site over there. They broke ground October of 2025.
Big tech companies are flocking to the Southwest for cheap land, tax breaks, and power, and see water scarcity as a solvable problem.
This facility will be a very low water user. In fact, we have a closed loop system that basically just recycles the same water over and over again as a cooling technology.
In 2025, 20% of El Paso's water use was just used to cool power plants on the local grid, and demand is only set to increase as more data centers come online. But at full build-out, Meta's new data center could account for up to 43% of El Paso Electric's peak load.
One new consumer, Meta, wants to use 1,000 megawatts. That's going to explode the need for water.
I met up with El Paso Water CEO John Ballou, who is adamant that the concerns over Meta's water use are overblown.
Meta coming in is really a drop in the bucket. It adds 0.4% to the overall water consumption. So it's not a big deal. We have plans in place. We have a sustainable supply of water.
We've asked them time and again why they keep speaking out of both sides of their mouth. To large water users like Meta, they're saying, don't worry, we have plenty of water. And then to residents, they say, we have to raise your rates because we don't have water.
In fact, it's the 11th year in a row that El Paso Water has imposed rate hikes on residents, with a double-digit rate increase in 2026. At a city council meeting this past June, fed-up residents demanded the city of El Paso cancel its deal with Meta.
The most violent act of this deal is the sale of water. In a desert region facing climate collapse, the oligarchy has decided that water is a commodity to be sold to a data center for profit.
But the city council voted 5-3 to keep the deal.
With the numbers being as large as they are, we might find that a lot more people would start protesting if they figure out just how big of an impact these data centers are having.
Alex de Vries Gouw has written numerous peer-reviewed studies on data center water usage.
In my research, I found that on average,
Coca-Cola
the
and
water
for
that
bottled
is
water, there's no
consumed
sense. Yeah,
to
well-
generate the power that's ultimately used by data centers is 10 times higher than the water
We
that's
are so
actually
fucked.
consumed inside the data centers themselves. But they generally don't report on it.
Of course
Only
they don't.
Meta provides this number, and in their case, their indirect water footprint is 24 times larger than what they consume inside the data centers itself.
Yeah.
The numbers are shocking, and it's unclear if local leaders making the decisions are even aware of them.
So we're at a community meeting being held by a city councilwoman. We reached out to her to ask for an interview, but she declined. But we're going to see if she can talk to us anyway.
Cynthia Boyad Trejo. She is the city representative where the Meta data center is located. And despite over 200 people showing up to City Hall, she voted in favor of Meta.
We came here to try to speak to the city councilwoman about this deal that they have with Meta and the water commitments that the city has made to guarantee Meta water. She's right behind us, but she won't make herself available to speak with us.
Can you guys do your interview outside?
Outside?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why?
She's not comfortable with you guys holding this interview here. Yep.
Okay, we'll leave, yeah. I mean, we just want to ask the councilwoman about how much water Meta and Project Jupiter are going to be taking from the community. Why do you think she won't answer these questions?
I don't think anybody knows. The council doesn't know. Meta hasn't been able to answer those questions. What's happening in El Paso is that economic power is concentrated in a handful of people.
We in El Paso and the Borderplex region need to get on the AI bandwagon.
There are private people with private businesses who are recruiting other corporations and businesses to El Paso, and it's a pay-to-play system.
One example, local businessman Lane Gaddy sits on the El Paso Water Board, which is providing water for Meta's $10 billion data center. At the same time, he sold the rights to an undisclosed amount of water to Oracle's Project Jupiter from his own New Mexican sod.
And in case anyone doesn't know why there's so much water that needs to be used for these things, it's because the best way to cool like computer chips is through water cooling, right? We have talked about this in the past. Basically, there's like two ways to cool the chips that run the data centers. Either through fans or through water cooling and using fans, right? Generally, they kind of use both, unless you're using only fans. So, only fans. But in this case, because the computers, the data centers are so massive, they require so much water to cool the chips that's why they use so much water. Yeah, only feet. Damn right. Only feet. What is this? Wow, Kornacki's still at South Carolina. Pff, how did I know? Nailed that. That's quick. Oh no. This is in Germany? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Cut the shit, Kornacki, and go to Wisconsin. I mean, they haven't closed the polls yet, guys. All right.
Farm. When I asked Gaddy if he would speak on the record, he told me he was under an NDA.
Is that a conflict of interest?
This one is a clear one. When you sit on a board that deals directly with water, then you have a conflict.
The tech companies say they have nothing to hide, and local officials take them at their word. But on the other hand, I'm getting kicked out of public meetings and running up against NDAs. Nationwide, huge decisions are being made about data centers' water use based on numbers and technical details no one can seem to agree on or are willing to openly discuss. But one person agreed to talk to me. Jerry Pacheco leads the Border Industrial Association, a trade and advocacy group.
This is an industry that's moving.
Didn't Justin Freakin really hate raid you the other day? Did he hate me? I haven't done anything to him. Why would he hate raid me?
By the minute. Companies have high stakes.
Guys, I don't have any problems with any of these streamers. No, I don't know. Yeah, no, he raided me, but he didn't hate raid me. He was cool. Like, he just said a bunch of edgy stuff and then left.
Billions and billions of dollars
I wasn't
of
paying
getting
attention.
their.
I heard someone. Yeah, no, I think they were just memeing, right? Guys, I don't. Like, even if we're ideologically opposed or something, I try not to, like. Right? Because it's not their audience either, right? Like, their audience may not agree with everything they say either, right? So either way, I know you ain't got beef, Gus. All good, ain't starting nothing. Yeah. No, I try not to have any beef with anybody, right? I just see the positive stuff in all the people that I talk to, right? That doesn't mean I'm gonna like every single person that raids me, right? Liking and tolerate, or what's the word? Liking and being friendly with them are completely different things, right? I just misheard something. Yeah. That was all.
First with their data centers. Oracle's going to compete against Meta.
I think if I have to tolerate you, then that's the problem, right? But yeah,
compete against Google. All of these firms are competing to be the next wave.
But there's a lot of water at stake here too. Doesn't the community have a right to say, hold on,
but again,
before we say yes, tell us how much water you're using?
That's what I have heartburn with. They're telling us what the water usage is, okay?
But DeVries Gao made it clear they're not. He calculated that the total water consumption of AI systems might already be around 200 billion gallons annually, close to 2 times the world's supply of bottled water. And it's not just his figures that are staggering. According to a recent UN report, data centers' electricity consumption in 2025 alone had a water footprint of about 1.2 trillion gallons. That's enough to fill 2 million Olympic-sized pools.
We see that the tech companies are not just not disclosing numbers, they are actively lobbying against disclosure.
In Texas, lawmakers sent a survey to 341 data centers asking about their water use. Only 17% replied.
I'm just trying to find a solution to the obvious problem that we're not getting compliance. It's woefully inadequate, and we need that information.
In New Mexico, 4 Democratic lawmakers are pushing for a statewide moratorium to block large projects like Project Jupiter until the state sets guardrails for evaluating water usage and other impacts. And at least 8 other states have introduced bills that require water use reporting.
Yep.
But even if these companies start to fess up about water use, residents are still left footing the bill for the new infrastructure needed to sustain it.
We're going to get an impact fee from Meta that represents a small percentage of the actual cost that we're incurring to provide that service.
So this huge project that's requiring a lot of infrastructure, water, a lot of new demand on the system, residents of El Paso have to pay for that.
Yeah. Residents of El Paso would be subsidizing any kind of new growth. You can't pick and choose. You have to apply the same yardstick for everybody.
So while residents get stuck with the bill and their water future is in peril, leaders across the region seem to have bargained that the economic development will be worth it.
Project Jupiter are occupying our industrial space and creating jobs and creating that multiplier effect. And again, I compare that, how many people work on a 100-acre pecan farm? Where's the economic value of how you account for the water?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question though is economic value when it comes to water the only thing that matters?
If you're not considering economics, then you're not allocating your resources to the most efficient use possible.
But residents aren't giving up.
If we continue to delay and raise awareness and tell our stories, I believe firmly that we can stop these projects. What we've seen over and over is candidates as well as elected officials losing because of the data centers. The data centers are on the ballot in November at the city, at the county, at the state, at the federal level. We don't think that any opponent is larger than the power of the people.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel. If you want to support our journalism so we can create more videos like this one, join our membership program as a paid YouTube subscriber today. You'll get exclusive perks, including invites to members-only live streams with the More Perfect Union team. We're going to keep following this story. If you have any tips for us, please reach out to us at stories@perfectunion.us.
Damn right. All right.
This is probably 7-8% of the statewide vote from this county.
Yep, as you said, Ralph Norman. I think it's going to be Darline Graham and Ralph Norman based on just the initial results, right? It could be that other guy, but that's the 2 people running off.
Why do you think AOC?
Now let's watch some Francesca Hong while we wait for the results, meaning the state to close its polls.
And Senator Bernie Sanders have not endorsed you.
I have so much respect for the senator and the congresswoman, and they are working tirelessly to make sure that we can flip Congress and the Senate and get Democrats wins in the midterms. I look forward to conversations with them about that too.
Does it show that they don't think you're able to win this battleground state?
You know, a gubernatorial race is different from federal elections, and I think that we are focused on making sure to reach every single voter that we can up until those polls close, and that's what we're focusing on right now.
Come August 12th, if you win, how hard will unity be among Democrats looking ahead to November?
I look forward to being in community and building unity, and I feel very confident that we'll be able to show folks that Democrats are coming together to make sure that Democrats win down and up the ballot this November.
What do you say to critics from within your own party who fear that if you win the primary, you'll drag down some of those downtown Democrats?
Change can be scary, but
fuck data centers. I saw a Facebook page for real estate in North Carolina. Someone posted that he had a client looking for land to put a data center, and well, the comments didn't disappoint. Good. Yeah, there should be a lot of outrage for it, right? Just due to the electricity costs, the water increase, right? The clean water problems that it causes, right? Like the communities often don't even get enough water in some communities, right? So yeah, it's a bunch of the jobs. They don't create that many jobs, right?
when I get scared,
and this is different. I want to make it perfectly clear. I think a lot of people equate data centers to AI. No, data centers are just a way for corporations to make money off of AI. And I want to make that perfectly clear. The problem is not AI. The problem is the data centers, the model that we're currently using to generate money using data centers and AI. That's how you really should look at that, right? So AI is not to be feared, because I said this before, it should be run locally if possible, as much as possible, right? So
look to the voters who remind me every day that not only are we deserving of change, but they get to be a part of making that change. This election belongs to the voters, and we'll let the voters decide.
You just said this election is not about the tweets when you were talking to the canvassers earlier today, but it's gotten so much attention. I know you've acknowledged that in the past. What do you say to voters who see those comments and the back and forth about them and say it's either disqualifying or that in your clarification, you're trying to have it both ways?
What's disqualifying is Tom Tiffany still will not say who won the 2020 election. What's disqualifying is that he has voted to send tax dollars to forever wars, for gas prices going up, for grocery stores growing up. He doesn't care about Wisconsinites. He cares about the Trump administration, who he will put Trump first, and Wisconsin deserves a governor that will put Wisconsinites first.
What do you make of Governor Evers saying in recent days you have focused too much on the tweets and David Crowley is the one who's gotten things done?
You know, service industry workers, I'm proud to be one, and we're built different. I said we've held over 320 events since we started this campaign. We've locked in over 50,000 miles. Just in the last couple of days, we've done 24 cities in 4 days. I knew as a wild card, as an outsider, I would have to out-hustle folks. And what that has allowed us to do is actually listen to more voters, to meet more voters, and make sure that voters know that they have a fighter in Francesca Hong and our movement.
Thank you all. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Speaking of AOC, can I ask one more question? I'm not sure if you saw, but she commented something along the lines of that woke 1.0 was crazy back then in terms of she seemed to imply that the more modern woke mentality is more moderate.
Why do people keep saying this now? This is...
I think more and more people across this state and this country, they are opening their eyes to an economy that is deeply rigged against working class people. So we're going to respond to make sure that we talk about the solutions and how we can deliver for working class people by taxing the ultra rich, ensure that we have a moratorium on data centers, that we're raising wages, fighting for universal child care, and that we fully fund our public schools. That's what we want more people to become awake to, that these things are possible, and our campaign, we make better possible. Thanks.
1, 0, liftoff.
Every day, history unfolds.
To change the life.
An update.
In slowly, but it's been coming in consistently. Different parts of this district. No surprise in his political base of Hartford, where he was mayor, Bronin leading there. But I mean, you can get out here, small towns far away from Hartford, suburbs of Hartford, well-to-do suburbs. Across the board, you're seeing Bronin put up very encouraging numbers here. So I think Lamont survives in the governor's race, but essentially a 28-year House incumbent, John Larson. He was a member of the House Democratic leadership.
They're going to call it probably.
From 2006 to 2014,
Wait till like 20%,
I believe.
Maybe.
In big trouble right now. Deep trouble.
He's in deep shit. Yeah. He shouldn't be doing this bad. Why shouldn't he not be doing this bad? Well, this is good news, right? Another corpo dem out. Now, I don't know much about Luke Bronin, but seriously, if you've been in Congress since 1998, yeah.
Kornacki, we'll be checking back with you in a little bit.
Like John Larson is a corpo.
Thank you so very much.
Okay, yeah, that Larson, we set the bar low on Connecticut
what
results.
What did I say?
I think something
Ralph
might be. Well, let's keep an eye on there in Connecticut, because I think something might be on the way. If you.
Yep, I told you. I told you. They're gonna call it any minute now.
Tell me.
Connecticut.
Anything come in significantly in South Carolina? It looks Norman, I see, got back in a second. Let's in fact kind of dwell on that. And do we have more in?
It's because he has more of this upper part here. Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Adam, but was the initial Richland thing that came up like an hour ago also very favorable to Fry?
I think I remember that. I don't have the accurate screenshot in my head, but I think that sounds right.
Yeah,
okay.
We do.
I mean, the point is what's there now
because
isn't.
There's 30
from
more
the standpoint
minutes, so we're just
of trying to create
I just
separation
want them to call the
with normality of a breakout success for Fry in a big county far from his district, a big vote-rich county, not what's materializing. This is giving him a little bit of separation here, 327 votes worth of separation so far from Norman. But what was hinted at with what clearly looks like a glitch of an update earlier, if you were watching, was something much bigger for him. And so now with half the vote in statewide, you can see it's now a 1,700 vote, 1753 is the margin for Norman over Fry statewide, a full percentage point. And I think what's standing out to me as I look at this is a couple things. Like I said, Fry not going to get out of Aiken what we were thinking he might get. Fry now with about 2/3 of the vote in the biggest county in his district. This is supposed to be the vote bank for him. He's getting a lot of votes out of here. He'll still get plenty more, but 2/3 of the vote is now in. And oh, by the way, that election day vote, Graham's been doing pretty well here. She's getting actually pretty close to him. Meanwhile, look at his opponent, right? His main opponent right now is Ralph Norman. And Norman, we're getting election day vote in York. Okay. Can you tell me what the early election split is, Norman versus Graham? This is why Norman just opened up that lead statewide.
So Norman was getting 54% in the pre-election day vote.
Yeah.
And Fry was getting 10%.
Well, Graham is the one we want.
Graham was getting 24%.
Yeah.
And the election day vote, Graham is getting 27%. Yeah. Norman is getting 52.
Yeah. So it's that trend where she's doing a few points better. He's off 2, but he's on pace with half the vote still to come in York County to get half of the vote left in York County, maybe a little bit more than half of it, right? Whereas like in Horry County, which is the big part of Fry's district, he's got 1/3 left and he's running his election day vote's probably high 30s here? So he's not squeezing as much out of Horry as Norman is out of York. Now, in Spartanburg, Spartanburg is just, this is a big county for Norman, and it's now getting close to complete. He's not going to get much more out of here, but he's been running in the high 30s here. So what Norman has to look forward to, this is the big thing that Norman has to look forward to.
The votes from there, Greenville.
And
the South Carolina.
Can you tell me, Adam, what the expected vote is in Greenville?
Greenville, we have it at 47,000.
Okay, so, and we're at
all right. Yeah, we'll watch it.
5,050.
We're about
63,
6,500. Yeah,
6,500. Okay, so we think we got 40,500 left. If we say that Norman runs a tick below, this is just guessing here, based on what we're seeing. If he runs a tick below, say at 37%, right? 37% of the remaining, he could get 15. Say he gets 15,000 votes out of here, right? And look at where Fry is. Let's say Fry got 10% of the remaining, and that might be a little generous. Yeah. So I think in Greenville, with what's left, Norman over Fry could have a net of like 11,000. A net margin of 11,000. That would be my back of the envelope guess here.
Which would put
for
him
what's
over
left
the top.
in the biggest
So it's
county
gonna
in the
be him
state.
and
This
her,
margin? Look at this margin between Norman
There
and
you
Fry
go.
right now, which sits at 3,002 votes. Right?
I called it, guys.
3,002 statewide. I think it's not crazy. This is 3,002. I think it's not crazy that just here,
That he would get
Norman
most-
over
he
Fry
would
could be
boost
an
up.
additional 11,000.
Which he's already ahead,
So
right?
that's huge.
By like what, 4,000-ish? Yeah, 3,000.
Right? Now, what's Fry's answer to that? Because that would put him at
Would
a
be
huge.
here where he's from.
Okay. His
Myrtle
answer is,
Beach.
well, there's
There
Myrtle
you go.
Beach. There's still a third of the vote to come in Myrtle Beach.
But that's not
Norman's
enough.
barely registering here.
That ain't enough.
Right? Fry's. So, okay. In fact, Adam, can you tell
That
me
ain't
what's
enough,
the
because it's
remaining
only
vote
a
we
few
think
thousand more
in
votes,
Horry County?
Over 11,000, right? See,
yes,
you see, this is how these
11,000
people. This is how I'm just trying to give you like some insight of how people who actually know elections, how they actually work, right? This is what they're doing, and that's why I like Steve Kornacki. He at least kind of shows his work.
Getting what, 6% or something?
But this is how it. Yeah. That's why I said it was probably going to be Norman,
8%.
right?
Okay.
Not that we give a fuck because he's a Republican, but
Yeah.
I'm just giving you like the,
So he
the
could,
workings.
yeah, I mean, this could be
of it.
3,500 votes. So Fry could, Fry's margin here over in the remaining vote here, Fry's margin over Norman could be 3,500 votes. Okay. So, think about it. If Fry, beats Norman by 3,500 here, but Norman
is
beats
11,000
Fry
by 11,000.
11,000 here.
Do you see the difference,
And
guys? He's already
Norman right
3,000
now
ahead.
is running nearly 3,000 above Fry in the
You see it?
statewide count already. And we've seen it doesn't look like there's any real separation between the two of them in Richland. Doesn't look like there's any real separation in Lexington. Boy, there's still some
Call
to
it
come
Kornacki
here.
so I can
We say,
watch
half the
this
vote
shit.
to come. And Norman's getting about half of that.
You're going to call
I mean,
it
look,
anyway,
again,
dog. Come
11,
on.
that's a difference there of 7,500. If that nets out to plus 7,500 for Norman, and then how many votes do we think are left in York?
York, we just got an update, but we're at 6,000 expected remaining.
6,000. If he gets 3,000, I mean, listen,
How can
Norman
how can he
could
lose?
get-
There's no way for him to lose.
Norman could net 2,500 over Fry here.
Yeah.
He could net,
11,000 there.
11,000 here.
See how he's
He could
doing
net
the math,
2,500.
guys?
We're saying Fry could maybe do
3,000,
3,500
yeah,
here.
3,500.
And again, that margin is sitting just under 3,000 right now.
Thanks for the sub.
Still
yeah,
with
she
a
gave
little
it to
bit
you
in
yesterday.
Spartanburg. He's going to, what's left in Spartanburg?
She's at work right now, I think. She has a little.
Sorry, I was
No,
taking
that's
a
all
water
right.
break.
You're allowed. Just don't spill it.
Spartanburg, 3,800.
3,800.
Remaining.
And Norman getting about, 35% of 3,800.
Now you get to use our emotes, girl.
It's so cold in here. My fingers aren't working. You
Motherfucker,
said
what?
3,800?
Yes.
Sorry, 3,800, right? Okay. Right? I mean, if he got 1,300 and Fry say he could net 1,000. He could net 1,000 over Fry here. Seeing a lot of opportunities for Ralph Norman here. I mean, take a look at a place like Charleston County, a lot to come here. Good-sized county. I don't see, Fry is running level with Norman.
So what's interesting about this is it's pretty clear cut. Yeah, see, like he's only winning in the smaller districts by a little bit. He needed to do much better, and he's not doing that. So it's probably going to be a runoff between those two guys. between Darlene and Ralph Norman. Not that we give a fuck, right? I'm trying to show you how like the Francesca Hong math is going to work out too. Yeah, see, he's consistently ahead by about 3,000 votes, 2,500 votes, right? That's gonna fuck him. So W Republicans, fan man. Yeah, no, we don't care at the end of the day, but we're just seeing the math, right? How these people work, and it's important to understand their math.
Yeah, it's not classified in our system exactly what it was, but it broke for Norman.
Can you tell me the raw votes? Because I want to get the margin. What were the raw votes that just came in?
24,917.
For Norman?
Yeah.
And what came in for Fry?
Sorry, that was the total vote.
Total vote.
This is everything. Yeah, so the split there is what we have, basically.
No, but I mean, can you just tell me how many new votes Norman just got? Is that in there?
The total vote report was 24,000.
Right. How many did Norman get? Does it say?
9,886.
And how many did Fry get?
2,700.
2,007. So right. So that is 71. So we said we thought Norman could net an 11,000 more total out of Greenville. Right there is 7,100. So he absolutely, and there's still a third to come. Oh, I mean.
Yeah. I called it.
I think
Kornacki, come on.
Where is Fry overcoming that? I mean,
he's like,
more of what just happened.
Look at
that. Look what just happened with that.
Yeah.
Norman now opens up a 10,000 vote,
Kornacki,
almost 10,200 vote advantage over Fry with that update. And there is more to come. He's pouring it on in Greenville, pouring it on over Fry. Yeah. Graham is running in second right there.
So again, we don't care about who wins in this. I'm just trying to show you the math, right? How it works out. You can follow, if you know the numbers well enough, you can follow who's going to win, right? So when we watch in about 20 minutes, hopefully it'll be something similar to this. This is how most elections work, right? You can use deductive reasoning, math, and these kind of like overall trends to come to a scientific conclusion that it's going to probably be these two candidates, right? So we'll find out probably by the end of the night who's winning, and hopefully sooner rather than later, because your boy's hungry. But yeah, I don't care who one of these fucking candidates wins, right?
Look at Buford. Fry's not even. Buford's running behind Norman. Mm-hmm. Richland. So far, no indication there of any separation.
This is the mathematics side of politics, right, guys? I'm trying to show you, like, if you're into mathematics and computing stuff, right? This is like that more aspect of political science that a lot of people don't always consider. And I think Steve does a good job at explaining it, because like me and him are on the same page, essentially. I called this like 5 or 6 minutes ago, right? Yeah, it's probably going to be him. But I mean, I said that it would probably be Ralph Norman anyway. And look, he just went up by 10,000 votes. Yeah, it's cooked. Cooked. He's definitely taken the W here. Yeah.
5th, Fry in the 7th, Norman in the 5th.
When he breaks down the numbers. He does a really good job. Guys, he does. This is why I watch him, right? Kornacki does a really good job. That if you know what to look for, which is what I'm trying to teach you guys, right? He's good at explaining it. He's good at making it like more relatable and kind of like, oh, you can follow along, right? But this is like the kind of stuff you learn in like political, in a lot of political science classes, right? Especially when it comes to polling, political statistics, right? Statistical variation, right? This is the very math-heavy side of politics, right? So it's one aspect, but not everyone covers it, right?
He's doing this outside of his district.
They're going to call it any minute now. I guarantee
I don't see this maroon shade.
There's not enough vote there.
All of this is inside the 7th Congressional District.
Bingo.
If this were a United States Senator to represent the Petey region of South Carolina, Fry would be in great shape right now.
But
he's basically sweeping his congressional district. Mm-hmm. But this is United States Senator statewide. He has not made any incursions outside of his district. Norman's making those incursions, and he's doing it in just a vote-rich hub there of the upstate. That's a very significant thing that has just sort of revealed itself here. Margin now for Norman over Fry sits at 4.2 points. Statewide, that's just under 10,000. Again, I think that had gone over 10,000. I think it came under because of that update from Ori. Is that right?
Yeah.
Right. So you're getting sort of the remnants of Fry's district right here that are keeping that number. But there's more to come here than there is here. Okay? And what's coming here, look at that split. Look at that split between Norman and Fry.
I mean, I probably would have called this by now, but it's not his decision, guys, right? He has like a ton of math crunchers that are feeding him the information. They're like, wait off until we call it. But I'm going to call it. And I called it like, 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago, whatever it was. Yeah.
And look what it already is.
Yeah.
So between these two counties, that's going to net out to more votes for Norman, to a bigger margin for Norman. Add in this, a third still in York County. That's going to help.
Now.
Where? I'm looking. Tell me, what am I missing? Where's the big county? Where are the big counties where Fry has attained separation from Norman and where the remaining vote is going to cut in like...
Just came in.
Answer? Nowhere. NBC News projects that Congress...
What did I tell you guys? You don't even have to fucking watch Kornacki. I just fucking... I could have told you.
Congressman Ralph Norman will advance to the runoff in the South Carolina Republican primary for the United States Senate. He will face the appointed incumbent, Darlene Graham, sister of the late Lindsey Graham.
Ship it and
runoff
clip
will be held 2 weeks from tonight.
Not that we give a fuck
Darlene
about any
Graham,
of these asshats.
It'll be Ralph Norman.
Right.
And
But
now,
I'm trying to give you like a test study. This is how normally it flows, right? You're looking at like what are the patterns? What are the measurements we're using, right? All these things, and then you can make a very educated guess. And in most elections, you can call it like this. It's really that simple. So that's why we're talking about this one in particular, because he's doing it right now, right?
going to get 29. This number's 32-2.
They're probably going to call Connecticut too, based on my nice pause face. Thank you. All right, let's watch these.
The camera's shaking too. I hate that. That is one of my biggest pet peeves. That is one of my biggest I make content pet peeves is somebody's got their webcam mounted on top of their desk mounted monitor and it's like going like that. Like yeah, I cannot. I can slam on my
Oh shit, he caused it to crash? He caused it to crash! he shook his thing. Wait, finish it. Hold on. He caused it to crash. That's hilarious. Oh my god. All right, now the next one. That's hilarious, dog. But you did it too hard.
Probably
man.
Can't slam on my computer like that. So
don't do that, dog.
Shouldn't do that like that. I shouldn't slam on my computer like that, I guess.
Yeah, don't do that. Oh my god, that's amazing. Thank you, Grove. That is funny. I hate it when people do that. Their setups are whack. They're ghetto as fuck, and then he does it, and it literally crashes on him. The fucking... All right, so 12 minutes until the polls close. This... We probably gonna watch something else while we do this, because that's all he's gonna talk about from now on is these Republicans, unless they're calling Connecticut soon, which I think they're gonna do any minute now.
Sorry.
God, Kornacki, fix your fucking shit.
And some more breaking news out of South Carolina. NBC News can now project that Ralph Norman will advance to the...
Yeah. All right. Been a while since you did that geolocate game. I know, true. I got to play that. That was fun. We could try that real quick. Not really much else, unless we're covering, yeah, because they haven't called Connecticut. Not that it, I'm probably, hold on. I don't want to speak before I put the horse before the mouth, as they say, the cart. So Ned Lamont, 1, no shit there. Yeah, they still have some votes to count. They haven't counted them all, but it's looking like he's still ahead, and he hasn't gone down significantly. So we'll keep an eye on that. Probably on Kornacki. But let's play some of this, and then we'll start the coverage on Francesca Hong. Should be fun. All right. This looks like somewhere here. Israel? Is this Israel? The fuck? Middle East? Looks Middle East to me. Yeah, there's a minaret. I'm willing to say it is Saudi Arabia. That's what it looks like to me. Pretty old building, so could be. This one's gonna be a little hard. It's somewhere in the Middle East, that's for sure. Maybe even Kuwait. I would be willing to bet Kuwait. Let's see. There's no signs to give me like those are big houses. Yeah, they look really nice. So it's just there's very few signs for me to like determine. There's another minaret. So Jesus, this is gonna be difficult. I'm terrible at flags because I fucking hate flags. So that is. Flag that is, yeah. I don't see. I'm gonna guess Kuwait. It's right in the middle there. It's right next to Saudi Arabia. It wouldn't be that far off. Let's guess. Okay, Qatar. Okay, see, not bad. 300 miles away, right? Right next to each other, basically. Yeah, somebody guessed Saudi Arabia, right? It would have been probably out here somewhere. It's closer to that, so there you go. All right. You know, without any like signs or anything, it becomes harder. Those are some really nice houses. This is what I needed. See, something like this to get a sense of Ron Sabor Mini Okay, so this looks like Spanish. So my guess is very rocky. It's very deserty, but there's still some trees. Maybe Mexico? And I'm telling you like the way I think about this stuff, because I have like the way I often think about let's see. This definitely could be Mexico. Could be. Just the way that the topography is. Now what part? Yeah, I think this is Mexico. What part? Okay, these trees do not look tropical, right, guys? So if they're not tropical trees, that means that they are more like deciduous, right? So it's probably in that more northern part of the state, of the country, right? That kind of is in like the border region. Maybe not the border, but closer to the border. How low? Okay. Seeing anything else? I don't think it's Bolivia. Yeah, Bolivia would not look like this. There are... Ooh, wait a second. No. The snow-capped mountains kind of give it away. I don't think Mexico has any snow-capped mountains. Do they? Do I? Yeah. Yeah, that kind of gave it away. Okay, so this must be the Andes? Is it? Fuck. Oh my god. This just changed on me. I have no idea, guys. Wow. Yeah, I don't think this is Mexico. Or it could be, I don't know. But I don't know a single place in Mexico with snow-capped mountains. Fuck. Maybe here? Maybe? I'm gonna guess that, or it's gonna be like Peru. It could be Peru too. But that's my guess. Oh my god, I should have picked Peru. Fuck, I nailed it. See? That gave it away. I'm such an idiot. See? That's why I show my work, guys. It was Peru. Yeah, the snow-capped mountains gave it away. There's no place in Mexico that I know of, at least, right? That has those big of a mountains that are that snow-capped, right? See? So, should have gone with my gut there, but I didn't. Alright, so this is clearly more tropical, right? This makes sense. Now, these trees are very interesting. I haven't seen trees like this. Is this in, like, Brazil? That would be my guess. No, there's a big... Yeah, that's what gave it away. Those were the Andes, Josephus. I should have gone with my gut and picked car wash. Okay. So, I don't think this is Brazil. This is somewhere maybe in Asia? Yep. You see the script? It's very okay. Malaysia maybe? I'm trying to think. Yeah, Malaysia, Singapore. I don't think it's Singapore. My guess would be something like that. Philippines. I don't... This doesn't look like Tagalog to me. This looks like Padok, yeah. Ayat family. Okay. There's a lot of English. That's a sign, right? It's probably a former English colony, which Malaysia would be a former English colony, right? Where though? I don't think it's Thailand, because in Thailand it was never colonized by the British. Yeah, that's my guess. It's. I don't think it's Indonesia. Doesn't look like Indonesia, right? Dong the seafood. Okay, seafood. Malaysia would have a lot of seafood, right? So I'm guessing it's either Myanmar or Myanmar or yeah, I'm gonna guess there. It's gonna be one of those. Oh, I nailed it. Good. See? That's what gave it away, is the English. There's just a lot of English and like Latinized letters. So I wasn't too far away. 81 miles, right? In the middle of nowhere. I don't know where it could be, right? All right. So I'm trying to show my work, right? When I think about this stuff. So, all right. Kebab? Sebalia kebab. Okay. Vikinga burgare. Vikinga burger? Viking burger? Okay. Is this Scandinavia? Yeah. This is like Denmark, right? Oh God, I'm so bad with this game. It's beautiful wherever it is. Okay, let's see. I'm guessing this is probably polls close in 1 minute now. Yeah, well, they're not gonna start. We got 2 more to go and then we'll be done. Let's see. I'm guessing this looks like, yeah, Denmark. I'm willing to bet it's somewhere in Denmark. Denmark or Norway, but I don't know. Oh yeah, Denmark. Okay. Didn't Scandinavia say this? Yep. Sorry, it was Sweden. Damn it. I should have picked Sweden. He mentioned it was Sweden. Sweden has the little A thing with the circle on top. He mentioned that, but pretty close, see? All right. Alonza. Okay, this is. Wait a second. No. No. This can't be it. That can't be it. I think I've been here, guys. Oh no. Oh my God. What? Now, Braza Pizzeria. That's hilarious. CIA game. Yeah, that was interesting, right? Okay, CIA game. No. It looked like a place I've been. It isn't though. Wait, is it? Oh my God, guys, I'm literally. It's Portuguese, so it has to be Brazil. Okay, can't be there. Okay. Ooh. I thought I was taking crazy pills for a second. Capitão, yeah. So I'm going to say this is. It looks like in the south. It doesn't look so much like in the north. It looks like maybe in this area, right? Of Brazil. Okay, there you go. The south of Brazil. Perfect. Not bad. That's the one I fucked up the most on. I should have picked Peru. Not bad. Cool. Never mind, I'm done. Norway. Yeah, I should have picked Sweden. He mentioned that whenever you see this, I just forgot what country it was. Whenever you see this, apparently that's Swedish. I wish Scandinavia was here. He said that little A thing at the top is Swedish. According to him, right? All right. Kornacki time.
tonight is keeping in mind what we saw in Michigan last week with Al Sayed, with his victory. Where did it come from, right?
the khaki.
Remember, we spent so much time talking about like East Lansing doing well in places where there were younger populations, younger median ages, colleges, college
I'm pretty sure
areas,
Norwegians have
okay?
it too. That's what he said. I don't know. You got to ask him.
Remember, we were talking about Western Michigan with El Sayed. We were saying, why was he doing so
I
well
don't know
there?
the language
they were
at
the
all,
counties that had the
Ducky.
youngest median ages in the state. So we're going to be looking sort of for the same thing here tonight for Francesca Hong and Dane County, Madison, University of Wisconsin. That looms as just, as just massive for her. But there's going to be other places, that here too, will look like La Crosse, young median age, in La Crosse, right there on the Mississippi River. We'll look at like, Stevens, University of Wisconsin, Stevens Point, Portage, young median age. There's going to be places that have like branches of the state university.
I like this. I like how he's explaining all this. Thank you, Josephus. That was the perfect timing.
Smaller cities with younger median ages, young professionals. Those are places where she needs to be doing really well too. Meanwhile, for Crowley, it's not just Milwaukee County. Those WOW counties, they call them, right? Like, Waukesha, right? Washington, Ozaki, Ozaki, very wealthy, super educated, high income suburbs outside Milwaukee. These are the places where the Stop Hong side wants there to be like flood election day turnout. They're hoping these are the places that in the last week,
God, what a
that
bunch of
alarm
rich
that was sounded by the
douchebags, am I right,
establishment
Chad?
about Hong's electability would resonate in these places. And that's why I said, if Waukesha does give us that first initial update, why I think it's so key. Waukesha is a big puzzle piece. It's not as big in a Democratic primary as it is in a Republican, but I think this is a county where when you get the number here, this is where Crowley needs to be winning, and I think he needs to be winning by a pretty healthy margin. So that's why I said if we do get a Waukesha update off the bat, and we talked to the clerk in Waukesha County today in anticipation of that possibility to clarify, to make sure that the votes that we see reported, that there's no sequence to these where there's like a batch of vote by mail, a batch of election day, because it's so important. Just everything I was saying about what happened in July, understanding, what the sequence of the vote returns is. The clerk there told us, she told us today, everything that comes in their office is coming in precinct at a time, voting unit at a time. It's all bundled together.
Good.
Vote by mail, election day,
That should make it go quicker.
So returns coming that are reported out in Waukesha, they're going to come from different parts of the county, but they're all inclusive of those different types of votes. So you're getting kind of a complete picture, okay, as opposed to, some of these places you only see the mail vote at first, or you only see the election day. So that's important because the complete picture in Waukesha, for the Stop Hong folks to have any chance, I think needs to be a Crowley win and needs to be a pretty big Crowley win. So that's why I think that's, if they do give us an initial report, other places to keep in mind, just, again, while we're kind of waiting here, that are sort of, potentially, I think, swingish here. I think, actually, can I move this map a little bit? We're squeezing out Kenosha. I think like a good bellwether county is going to be right down here. Kenosha, I sort of think, again, these targets that we've put together here, they would work out to a tie right there. So I think if one has an advantage there, if that happens to come in early, Ozaki, Ozaki, I think needs to be a really big Crowley win. Washington's a little smaller, would need to be a big Crowley win. I think he would need to. Another good bellwether could be right here, where Appleton is, out of Gamey County. I think this would need to be a Crowley County Brown. This is where Green Bay is. The Bow counties. We got the WOW counties, and we got the Bow County. I always say Wisconsin's where we bark like a dog. Bow wow. Okay. The sort of the Fox River Valley versus those suburbs right outside of Milwaukee. Milwaukee County. Okay, here we go.
Okay,
what do we
first
got?
one.
Very, very small here. 3% of the votes, like probably a precinct or something. Watertown, Jefferson County, Watertown, Wisconsin's here. I think the thing that jumps out is just
how close.
Look how much vote didn't go to either one of these candidates.
Mm-hmm.
A quarter of the vote, right? Look at this. I mean, this is like a precinct or something. But I think that's just the first thing that just jumps out. Not going to read into that one precinct from Jefferson County.
Yeah, but if it continues through the night,
Everywhere, keep in mind.
I will say, obviously, I can't try to pause it too much. If it continues through the night, where she goes ahead and like the lib candidates, the centrist candidates, the neo-lib candidates split the ticket, this is going to be a good indicator that she has a better chance of winning, right? I'll let you know that ahead of time.
We're getting 15% in Jefferson, yeah, and already, holy cow, look at how many.
See how close it is already?
This is 2/3 of the vote for these
one
two.
Vote!
And 11 for Kelly.
God,
9.
by one fucking vote, guys.
Sarah Rodriguez dropped out of the race. Mandela Barnes dropped out of the race. Missy Hughes out of the race. And yet, you are seeing a third of the vote here go to the other candidates, okay? So for what it's worth, we put benchmarks together to hit 45% for these two candidates. What did we think you needed to see in Jefferson County? Overall, we said Crowley at 45% needed to win it by
and he's not doing
2 points over Hong. He is beating her by 1 vote, but with a much lower.
God damn it, Thorne! You didn't vote. I blame Thorne. He didn't vote
much
today.
Lower vote for the two of them.
She could have been winning or tied.
We're looking
Mike
at
Crowley,
Mr. a town
Crowley.
or something in Jefferson County, Wisconsin.
Difference
nothing much
one.
more.
This is hilarious.
A lot more than this.
Yeah, that's
to go on.
hilarious.
And not every county. I said what we see in Waukesha. Also, I should note.
Not from Wisconsin.
Not every county does what Waukesha does, with a pure mix of all types of votes at all times. There are going to be some counties where you are getting discrete updates of just the early vote, as opposed to, and so that's one other thing to keep in mind, the possibility here that you're looking at, because there's so much vote here going to the other candidate. Well, it wouldn't make sense that this is the early vote, because Crowley was doing terribly when that July.
Yeah, just looking at the reporting website, it looks like maybe this is about 4 precincts, and it looks like it's, a few precincts scattered around the county. They don't break out vote modes,
right?
But it does look like, it's a couple precincts around the county.
Right. Okay.
And another update from Jefferson. We're up to
Jefferson. Did they do this in the judicial race too? I think Jefferson was giving us
potentially,
Yeah.
They got their shit together.
Okay, it is interesting that what just came in there, Crowley again leading Hong here by
60
point.
votes.
Their share just jumped up almost 10,
a little more.
About 8 points.
Yeah.
The combined Crowley-Hong share. So again, just in terms of trying to discern, were we looking at more early skewed vote versus election day? Bottom line, though, is, this is the kind of county that between these two candidates, I felt like our benchmarks here were saying when all is counted here, Crowley needs to have a slight advantage over Hong. Crowley does have a slight advantage over Hong with about half the vote in. Okay, Waukesha, here we go. Okay, it's a precinct. It's a precinct, but
16 difference.
Should we leave it here and see if they quickly add more?
Yeah.
Let's just, unless anything else lights up, folks, because this hints at the possibility of more to quickly come. And if we get something big from Waukesha, this thing is it's potentially
all these places
earth-shattering.
are super rural. Yeah.
Not trying to oversell it.
I figured
we could be on the cusp of
they're
again,
not indicative
Waukesha,
of anything.
If you're stop Hong, it's got to be Crowley. If you're the Hong side here, and this thing is you're ever ahead if we had a substantial update, is what I'm saying here. 20% of the vote, something like that. I think this is going to be an important signal here. If we are indeed about to get a Waukesha update.
It's another one.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Whoa. Okay.
shit.
Yeah. Now. Okay. It's not a ton, but that's again what we're seeing. We're seeing communities in Waukesha County transmitting vote, and we said this needs to be, if he's going to make it a game, this needs to be a Crowley win, and it needs to be a pretty decisive one. I don't want to say too much at 2%, but I just say if you are looking at something like this at 20%, that is certainly that is certainly in the realm of what I'm describing. But this is 2%. And, one thing we saw when we broke down the Waukesha returns from November was it was sort of these small outlying towns and villages that were kind of reporting early. And what was the report there? I don't want to get off Waukesha.
It was another Jefferson report.
No, we just got a little bit in Wood just to show, Wood here needs to be a Crowley win. We think I had it at about a 10-point Crowley win for 45-45. I think the city of Waukesha came a little bit later in 24. We have more in Jefferson. I'll just toggle back there to see. We're landing at something close to, we're at 2/3 here. Ooh. And I would say,
still not enough vote, but
for Crowley, those are pretty encouraging numbers there, at least in Jefferson. Columbia County, again, this is just a small amount. I don't want to lose the plot at all on Waukesha, but Adam, keep me honest here on anything else.
Another one.
This is Waukesha. Okay, so now this is starting to get a little more substantial here. Now we're up closer to about 10%. And that Crowley number just ticked down too, that Hong ticked up to, but 44-30, again, just to, what we kind of felt here was that in a race to 45, Crowley wanted to be at 49, Hong at 41 here. But that's very, very rough. And so that's early on. These are I think from the standpoint early on here of can Crowley make this a game or was this going to be a Hong runaway? These are, if you're on the I want Crowley to make this a game bandwagon, these are provisionally encouraging numbers for you. But again, it's very low. Limited here. But I'm just, again, these are small. I don't want to read too much without Jefferson's complete. Jefferson's complete. So, wow, that was fast. And again,
but only by 2 percentage
I felt
points.
In a race, our benchmark, it's saying, trying to get to 45% statewide for these candidates, had Crowley 46, Hong 44 here. Okay? And obviously, the early indications are it's going to take less than 45% to win this thing statewide. But, you could see that's right in line. It's for each candidate, it's right in line, because that works the other way too. That's a 45-45 tie. That's each of them. Okay, Waukesha. I just want to, Adam, shout out things out. I said I have this little computer thing I worked up. I want to just try something here.
Uh-oh. I'm just trying to scare you guys. Right outside Milwaukee, Madison, Eau Claire, La Crosse, and kind of Appleton. It's really rural. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, Wisconsin's a pretty rural state, right? From what I understand.
I'm just trying to. I have this new thing. I'm trying to.
Don't eat the memo, Kornacki.
Two keystrokes.
God, he's already stealing it.
This is supposed to give me a projection.
Makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. Grove, you live in Wisconsin?
All right, we got another Waukesha update.
Another Waukesha.
Now you know how I feel.
Okay, I spent an hour on that and I just ruined it. Exactly. All right, we're at about, look, Crowley, we thought to get to 45% statewide, okay? The rough thing we were saying Crowley wanted to get out of here was 49% of the vote. He's running 46.6, okay, with about a fifth of the vote in. Hong, to be getting, to 45% statewide, we said wanted to be at 41 here. She's running well south of that. I want to say, though, that if Hong misses her numbers in the WOW counties, she can make up for it with
Madison?
bigger than expected turnout and bigger than expected numbers in Dane County.
Gotcha.
And we've already seen our estimated vote for Dane County rise pretty dramatically, okay, in the advance of tonight. And so that's already one piece of it for her. And if she gets a bigger share than the benchmark we have for her there, that combination undoes a lot, if not all, the damage of missing numbers, in the WOW counties.
Okay, good
so
to know.
I would just say that the early thing we can say, looking at this number in Waukesha County and next door in Jefferson. Okay, now Jefferson County, it looks like that means there is a little bit more vote there than we thought there was.
Okay,
so
good.
At 95%, we thought that.
Why is that good? They thought they were done. That means that there is enthusiasm to vote. Now, generally, that's going to probably favor someone like Francesca Hong, right? Like I even said that in the Michigan primary, right?
Was complete. I should always say when it hits 95, it's potentially complete. That's when our decision desk goes and looks and makes sure that the estimate matches up and that there's not remaining vote. There was actually remaining vote. But it's our most complete county that we have, So between that and the early here in Waukesha, Crowley is putting up numbers here that suggest he could make this a game, but he's going to have to do this in a lot of other places.
Cut the shit.
Now, in La Crosse County, we got a third of the vote in La Crosse, and we said this is one of those places where you expect Hong to be doing much better.
Yeah.
Again, I'm immediately struck by how much of the vote here is going to other candidates. But we felt that, again, I'm going to have to abandon these 45% benchmarks. That's what I was trying to go and fix there a second ago. But we felt this would be basically Hong could win this thing narrowly, could win La Crosse narrowly by about 2 points and be on pace for that 45%. And she's winning it, by leading it by about 3 points. So again, we zoom out
3-ish
statewide right here. Waukesha's up to 33%. We got a third of the vote now in Waukesha County, and there is Crowley sitting at 46% and Hong sitting only at 30. So Crowley is getting and I want to put this in the context of the total statewide between Crowley and Hong is sitting at 75%, meaning a quarter of the vote currently is going to other candidates. If that lasts, if the other candidates end up with a quarter of the vote, then it only takes 37.5% to win statewide. 33. Where else is there? Let's just go through significant vote. Washara only 7. We're going way up north here. Okay, again, this Eau Claire County. Now this is interesting because I would put this this is a county Hong should be winning, and she should be winning this thing by a pretty convincing margin over Crowley.
Only
again, this is just 12% of the vote.
Yeah.
We don't know where it's from. The University of Wisconsin Eau Claire is here. Again, this could be a geographic thing, but this is a county where when this number gets up, when this 12% gets up, Hong probably needs to be winning here. So you continue to see early on here, in La Crosse, she's sort of just about where she'd want to be, I think. She'd want to step it up there. She's running low here in Waukesha, and Crowley getting a big number there. Sook County, what do we have here? We have about half the vote. Again, this is a county that Crowley wants to be winning. He wants to be winning. He'd want it to look like this. And Columbia, he'd want to be. This is only 7%. I don't want to. 7%. It's a small county. That's subject to kind of jumping around.
Fuck you,
we
Steve.
say 6% of the vote is in statewide, and everything that we've seen and what's come in so far says that question of was it too far gone for the establishment to make this a game and have a shot, or could the establishment consolidate and make this a real contest tonight? So far, 6%. It's spotty, and I'm trying to qualify this, but so far everything is saying they're making this a game tonight. Crowley is making this a game tonight over Hong, and there really has been some serious consolidation here behind him in a very short period of time. I really,
What's that?
The thing
What's that, brother?
The thing that's in my head a little bit as I'm saying he's hitting numbers here. Is what happens in Dane County, again with that through the roof turnout apparently that we have in our system here. If you give me 2 minutes, maybe even less, and Adam, shout if anything else comes in. I'll drop what I'm doing. I want to try to get this.
Yeah, guys,
right.
there's only
This
3,000
thing
vote
that I
difference. 4,000.
So I'm just gonna bear with me. This is
We're
all
still
directly Wisconsin related. What I'm doing
Too
right
early
now.
to call any of this shit, but yeah, you gotta call this. You gotta call this race, right? He's donezo. The fuck?
Okay.
Lindell. Michael Lindell. I forgot he's running. He's not winning. What a clown. Oh my god. Oh my god, guys. That gave me a laugh.
Anything else? Small updates.
Peggy Flanagan's winning,
and it doesn't let you do
but
the
not
back
yet.
arrow
We don't
thing.
know yet. That's another one that I want to know if, right? This is a big difference, right? Angie's going to be like the more pro APAC candidate versus Penny Flanagan, who's more like the Brad Lander type, right?
We just got some more Waukesha and out of gaming.
Okay, check.
Okay, out of gaming. Let's go right up there. We got okay. This is, remember I said this is like, I think out of gaming is like a swing county between these two. We got a fifth of the vote now in out of gaming. Appleton, Wisconsin
different.
here. Fox River Valley, and there's Crowley in that first fifth. Again, just it's consistent with what we. There's Dane. Okay, holy cow. Okay, now this is a small chunk of Dane, and we don't know where from, but this is supposed to be okay. Not everything in Dane is Madison, is University of Wisconsin, but I want to say this is supposed to be based on the benchmarks we're talking about.
This is
supposed to be Hong's best county in the state, biggest vote producer, biggest share of the had a huge turnout today. Hong's benchmark here that we established for a higher vote share was 53. Let me put it this way. To get 45% of the votes statewide, we said Crowley probably wants to be hitting 37% in Dane. In this first update, he's just over 37%.
Ooh.
And the way this is running statewide, probably going to take well less than 45% to win it. This is a very, I don't know exactly where this is coming from in Dane. I want to see as more vote comes in Dane if it looks anything like this. If this looks, yeah.
Taking a look at their county website and the precincts reporting, it doesn't look like there are precincts in Madison yet.
Yeah.
But a few precincts from Fitchburg and Sun Prairie and some around the county.
Okay, I mean, right. There's a lot of, it's a super
Do you think
liberal
Hong
county.
is going to pull it off? I don't know
There's
yet.
a lot of,
That's what I'm trying to look at. But stay tuned. That's what
well-to-do,
we're here for,
affluent, more
Duncan.
professional class, even older.
That's what we're here for.
Very liberal, politically engaged voters. It's not just college kids and young kids. And that demographic I'm describing might be a more in line with warnings from the establishment about Hong. if anything like this persists in Dane, Hong has to win Dane. She has to win it by a
if she doesn't
good
win Dane,
margin.
she's cooked, guys.
We said Kenosha could be a
because she's not
Kenosha
doing
could be
that
a
well
good bellwether
across the
tonight.
state.
Quarter the vote there. There's Hong with a slight advantage up in Racine County, though.
Okay.
Again, Crowley. Yeah. These are. I would just say these are numbers for Crowley these are very encouraging numbers for him. Honestly, I don't think we've clicked on one yet that's not encouraging. We can qualify them all and say we need to see more, and it may not be from this part of the county and everything. These are all, if you're Crowley, I think encouraging
he's right.
numbers. Dane, we're still at 5. Columbia 7. Sook, we're at 60. He's at 41 here. They're not in La Crosse. We got a third of the vote here.
She should be doing better here. Way better.
Another Dane update. Just
We got
came
Dane.
in.
Okay, that just flipped
there
to
you go.
Hong.
It
Okay,
flipped.
well, it flipped to Hong. Now we're at a fifth of the vote in Dane County, and it flipped to Hong, but it barely flipped to Hong. You're looking at the precincts.
It needs to be way higher, guys.
If we're in
She needs
Madison,
to be
we're
winning
getting
like
some idea where we are right here. This is
58%,
Yeah, we are
60.
digging into Madison now.
yeah. I mean, she needs. She needs. I think a double-digit margin over
Bingo.
Crowley here. This is.
That's why I said
these
58,
are. I
60.
think these are underwhelming numbers. If you're Hong, these are very underwhelming numbers so far. We haven't heard anything from Milwaukee. Now, Milwaukee County is not just the city; it's the county. David Crowley is the county executive. It doesn't look like it's going to produce the same number of votes as Dane, but
Crowley's like the more neoliberal corporate Dem.
Okay. Eau Claire just flipped.
Okay.
So now this is more in line. Okay, we said this was initially we
good.
got we had about 20% here.
Still not enough,
In Eau
though.
Claire, we said this is a county Hong needs to be winning. Now more vote has come in here. She has taken the lead here. Again, I think she'd want to be winning by a bigger share than this, perhaps. But it has now moved in her direction. Again, these votes come in from different places in the county. It's not all just the city of Eau Claire. We're still at 34 in La Crosse. We're at 20 in Dane. We're at 50 in Waukesha. Again, for Crowley, that's I think that's a number that would land him. If that was extrapolated statewide, that would land him. That could land him in the mid 40s. For Hong, that's just. There's a lot of that you just see a lot of the vote that's not going to Crowley isn't just going to Hong. A lot of it's going to other candidates. Right? There's 54% in Waukesha County right now. 54% of the voters, now we're up to 2/3 in Waukesha. And Hong's number ticks up a bit. Crowley's remains flat. Okay, 54% didn't vote for Crowley. Hong is not getting 54%. She's only getting 32 of that. Look, 8, 6, 5.
Yeah,
it's
Some more Outagamie just came in.
and more Outagamie. Now that has flipped over to Hong. Okay,
good.
We say this is a swing county. So now some numbers are starting to move a little bit more for her. We say this is a swing county. Half the vote in. She does take the lead right here in that count.
Okay, welcome back.
She did flip over Eau Claire. We're starting to see a little bit more. What's this? Vernon County here, small. We're in the driftless area, right? La Crosse, we're at a third. Dane, we're at still 20%. We say this could be a swing county. Kenosha, we're about half in Kenosha. Hong
She just
with
needs
the
to
lead
be
there.
doing way
so
better
she's,
in Dane, in
when I say
Madison.
these numbers early,
Madison,
encouraging for Crowley. They're definitely, if you're Crowley, encouraging from the standpoint of being competitive. And I think that was a baseline question coming into this. Could he even be competitive? I think he's certainly answering that as an emphatic yes, but they're not.
It isn't a blowout.
They're low. They're very
far.
low for Hong in Waukesha, and so far in Dane, not the kind of margin she's looking for. But it's vast, it's big, and so you really put qualify that because she could really pour it on in certain precincts in Dane County. We did, I think, it's just a little bit. Help me out, Adam. Anything close to?
No
we got
worries,
half in Kenosha,
Peter.
Significant. A little bit in Racine, 2/3 in Waukesha. Okay, we're still just at 7. Rock County, that's a pretty big one. Beloit, Janesville. We got about half the vote in here. And again, what did we think of this? Benchmark said Crowley should be outperforming Hong here by a few points. He is outperforming Hong here by a few points. Richland County, it's just like a precinct. Sook County now up to 62. Crowley continues to lead there. Reset it. What does it all add up to? It adds up to a 5,300 vote advantage for Crowley.
It's going up, which is not good.
That should be going yet down. From Milwaukee County. What you see here in Waukesha, I think you can reasonably expect to see a version of here. I think you could probably expect to see here. Probably will be even worse for Hong in Ozaki than it is in Waukesha. A sixth of the vote in statewide. Wow. Nothing yet in Brown County. No, this is really interesting. This is like,
to be fair, it's only within a few
the best
points,
numbers,
but still.
If you're looking at it from Hong's standpoint right now,
do you have a lot of
best
catch-up?
Numbers that you're seeing on this map, I think are numbers that put you just where you'd need to be.
Who is everyone's
wouldn't give you much margin for error.
We're going for Francesca.
So they're numbers that say has a chance, but not numbers that say, certainly the idea that she was going to win this thing big or run away with it early. I think that's been settled. Won't. But again, if she's at that like just what she needs level / missing only slightly in a few places, again, depending on what's to come here, and if she can run up the score in parts of Dane County,
that's going to be huge.
The sky could be the limit on what she gets out of there, and that can undo a lot. Milwaukee, I think Milwaukee County looms as a real X factor here. I think demographically, there's some reasons to think Hong is going to do quite well there.
Probably.
Our benchmarks say it's the kind of place she should win. These are rough benchmarks, as I say, but this is Crowley's home. This is Crowley's county. He's the county executive. So that's
Dane update.
We got a big Dane update. Adam says, what do we get out of Dane? So we went from 20% in to 31% in. That Crowley, that Hong margin over Crowley inches up, but it's not exploding yet. We still have a lot of
almost 33%
precincts
of the vote
to come. I saw a little bit more, I think, coming in. Did I just see another county light up while we were? All right.
Yep.
I don't think I did actually.
You did.
The biggest pieces of real estate we have in are a third of the vote in Dane. Again, what does that add up to statewide?
I don't know shit about Wisconsin, but Green Bay doesn't have a lot of votes, I'm guessing. That's crazy.
Inside of 5,000 votes right now, statewide. Crowley with an opportunity. I think, look, he's beating her by 5,000 votes in Waukesha with, still a quarter of the vote to come, okay? I think if you look at Washington and Ozaki combined, they're going to be smaller than Waukesha, but he can do something similar. So you're just looking at this, trying to look where each candidate can kind of get margin from here. Crowley, the places Crowley's got to be looking are the WOW counties, certainly. The opportunity in Ozaki and Washington to get more there. And, Milwaukee, I think, can he win Milwaukee County? It's an interesting test. His political base versus, I think, demographically more friendly to Hong. And what's going on in Dane County? Can he ever keep Dane County close? Because, again, you're looking at, Adam, maybe we can give folks a sense of this.
It's gone down. It's gone down. This is good.
When we say a third is in Dane County, how many votes do we think are left in Dane right now?
This is good.
In Dane County,
I'm not liking it totally, but
108,000 left, right. So if you start getting precincts that are breaking, areas that are breaking for Hong dramatically, that's a big pool of votes, that she could use to overwhelm.
Got Milwaukee.
We just got Milwaukee. Okay, now. Wow.
Wow,
now,
very close.
Wow, now, do we know, are we in the city? Are we in the county? Can we tell here?
Taking a look.
Okay. What I just said a minute ago, this is super, super interesting. Because demographically, this is the kind of place that Hong should be doing well. And this is going to be the number 2 vote producer in the state tonight. And it is, though, Crowley's political base, but it's, that's almost half the vote in Milwaukee County that just came in. Adam's trying to figure out here. Oh, while Adam's looking at that, we got Brown County. Okay, we said now this is Brown County, Green Bay, the Bow counties. We said this is where Crowley needs to be winning. a third of the vote there. He is doing that. This is about what he needs to be doing. This is about what he would need to be doing in Brown County, in Green Bay. About a third in statewide. That Crowley margin. Holy cow! This is. If I sound a little more subdued, it's because there's a lot more to process with this one. This is like I said we had no expectations. And the range was like Hong wins this in a blowout right away to like this is Crowley is it's quite something. I don't know if where this is going to land, but a lot of places here he's done a lot better than I think maybe it looked on paper for him. Adam, any idea on that Milwaukee?
Yeah, there's definitely results from inside Milwaukee, not all results. I'm just trying to do a rough tally for what's been reported.
Well, you did that.
Milwaukee.
I think we just got some Washington. Yeah, now this is a little closer. I thought this is much smaller. This is one of the wild counties. It is the smallest of them. Ozaki just came in. We got a fifth of the vote in Ozaki. As I said, I think Ozaki would look like Waukesha and maybe a little bit more friendly for Crowley. Let's see what the remainder is. It's about a fifth of the vote there. But I mean, the opportunity here for Crowley, I think, is that the name of the game is to try to run up the score in these counties. A little low for him there in Washington. I think at least in that third of the vote. But that's the smallest of the wows. If you want to miss your mark a little bit in one of the wows, you would want to do it in Washington. And then Adam is just working on Milwaukee, so we reset that statewide.
Yeah, just looking at Milwaukee, it looks like from the city proper, it was about 30,000 votes, and Crowley was winning at 47-45.
Okay, so this is it's pretty even then, and outside of the city is not much different.
Yeah, based on those results, I think that's
pretty evenly. Right. So that's not like I don't know that that's. And remember. I do keep in mind that Milwaukee is we should mention this. I want to zoom out to the statewide. Keep in mind that the city of Milwaukee is one of the places that holds its early vote until the very end of the night.
It's a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
And that's probably 25,000 votes. The city of Milwaukee. That's a vote that's probably not that great for Crowley. Because again, so much of that was done, that early vote was done when he wasn't a candidate. Let's see if we're in a situation where those 25,000 votes loom big late in the night. Margin now 43-69. Did more just come in from Dane?
Yes.
It just shrank.
Okay, yes it did. And again,
his margin shrank to it's like a little more than 4,000.
Hong is not opening up here. I think this is the big story. We're closing in on half the vote in Dane County, and Crowley is not even, but darn close to it with Hong here, and this is the kind of place where when I was looking at what it would take here to just get there for each candidate statewide. Crowley's at that number. This number, this is a number that I think with everything else that we're seeing. Hong, meanwhile, I think wanted to be getting, I think this is much lower than the number Hong wants to get out of Dane County. I'll put it that way. I'm still waiting, holding the possibility in my head that there's deeply, Hong-friendly demographics in some precincts that haven't reported yet that could change that. But we're getting more and more from Dane, and it's just starting to, she's not opening it up there. Let's look at
If you stick with Dane, in the city of Madison, it looks like we have 28,000 votes. And Hong's winning 47% in Madison, over 34% for Crowley.
And then so outside of Madison, Crowley is winning it, I'm guessing.
That sounds right.
So there is a bit of a Madison, non-Madison divide there. It's not all Madison. 5,300 is his margin. Crowley's over Hong statewide. 37% of it. Wow, we got a fascinating race here. Brown County, we're still at 34. Outagamie, we're still at 45. I'm just looking here for places where we've got new vote that are of substantial size. Washington, 68 in Waukesha. We've seen 43 in Ozaki. We're up here from, I think 18 was the first report. So yeah, and it stayed about level. I think Hong might be up a tick, but it's basically stayed level there. We did say Kenosha could be a bellwether. Now 60%. Hong continues to lead there.
It's funny. She's winning the bellwether
votes
counties.
separating them. Racine, which I think again, this is only 3%, but I expect Crowley to, in these counties right here can bank some margin, and Milwaukee's just fascinating again because we did just that clash between the demographics and between Crowley's political base. So statewide, 38% of the vote. Crowley continues to lead us now, about 2 points over Hong. Did more from La Crosse come in? Yeah, we're close to. Okay, now it opened up here. So we said this is one of those places where a young median age. This is a younger median age than the rest of the state. University campus is friendly to Hong, and Hong here. This is a good number for
Another
her.
Milwaukee update.
And a low number for Crowley. But we got a big Milwaukee update. Now we're up to three-quarters of the vote in Milwaukee. And Crowley's going to, So Crowley up. Adam, what's the expected remaining vote in Milwaukee County?
Milwaukee, we're looking at
Fuck you, Kornacki.
32,000 is our current estimate.
I think most of what's left in Milwaukee now is central count, right?
Yeah, that sounds right. The number that we had, the decision desk had tracked down earlier was right about that, yes.
Okay, so just to let you know, I mean, we just got a ton of Milwaukee.
Statewide, though.
And we think there's about, they call it central count. They take the vote by mail, they take the early vote. It all goes to a central facility just in the city of Milwaukee. It typically is what they report out at the end of the night. Sometimes it can be very, very late at night. Maybe it's going faster tonight and we're going to get it sooner. Huge wild card because you could see Crowley is holding his own here, slightly ahead of Hong in this county.
But there's only a 2,000.
What's that vote by mail going to look like? That's a lot of vote by mail in a place where Crowley's holding his own right now. But a lot of that vote by mail we say is going to be cast when he wasn't a candidate or when he was kind of an afterthought in the polls and other candidates were kind of popping. What's that vote by mail going to look like? Is he going to fall behind in it? Is that an opportunity for Hong there in Milwaukee County? That's, and I'm not sure how long that's going to take him. I know we got reporters there. Anything you hear from our reporters on that central count and when we'll hear from it? Crowley,
just that last update from the decision desk on that absentee vote, I think it was about 28,000 was the estimate that we got.
You think about that.
It should be right there.
That's close to everything left, we think, in Milwaukee County, is that central count. In Dane County at 44%. Anything significant just come in while we were talking that through?
Dodge.
Okay.
Dodge.
Hang on, I just saw. This is small. Why did I think Brown just came in? Okay. Dodge came in. We're at. Does this go from zero? Or
I think so, yeah. I don't think we had done a Dodge update.
Yeah, Crowley, again, these are Crowley numbers. I mean, these are like, Crowley needs to win this. This is what he needs to be doing here. He's doing it, and that Hong number is low. So, yeah, now he's up to 8,000 statewide. And what are the, places where Hong would be looking here, as we said, would be like, Portage County, Stevens Point, I think that's going to look like this. I think that's going to look
another Dane
like
update.
this. We got more Dane. 58. Okay, now that was more friendly to Hong, but only
good.
What was her margin before? It was about 2,000. She probably added about 1,700.
Yep.
They're up to 60% in Dane County.
But she needs to be winning by double digits there, right, to take the lead.
And
it's
Hong
very close.
Is losing
it's closer than I thought it
statewide
was going to be.
by 6,400 votes with nearly 60% of Dane in. Her margin here is only 3,732. I mean, this is supposed to be the idea of this was going to be a sort of DSA earthquake in Wisconsin. This was going to be its epicenter, Dane County. This is what Dane County looks like with almost 60% of the vote in. So again, zoom out. I've been processing this and reserving judgment and the possibilities here of, the very friendly Hong precincts in Dane and everything. but that's a lot of vote in Dane County, and that margin there has not opened up the way I think a lot of people expected it was going to. Meanwhile, waiting on central count in Milwaukee. Waukesha just a tick more came in since we last checked. Nothing there in Washington. In Ozaki, I think nothing more came in there. We were on Dodge County. We said, he's hitting his numbers here. Crowley is certainly hitting numbers there. Where else? We have more in Rock County. We're up to 60% here.
They're very small numbers, though.
Walworth County.
300
these
votes.
are, I don't know where Crowley is. Crowley headquarters in Milwaukee. We said Rock Hill was getting excited for Norman. Folks in Milwaukee probably like what they're seeing here in Wisconsin right now. I'll tell you that. And the folks at Hong headquarters got to be probably pretty nervous here, because this is clearly that late consolidation, that late effort by Evers and the establishment wing to consolidate the establishment behind Crowley.
Fuck you too, Kornacki.
Clearly that took hold here. He has a real chance of winning this thing here. And I think, we'll say, it's for others to do the analysis of key turning points and everything. But these Hong numbers, they're quite low. So far, they're strikingly low in some places compared to where I think demographically.
The only hope, this is my hope, because we're not going to know right away, is that new people come out and vote, and that will push her over the edge, because this is a very small difference.
She might be doing a little bit better, which is not to say she's out of this, because,
Yeah, she's definitely not out. But
the range of possibilities at the start of the night was like,
possibilities,
Hong wins this thing big to Crowley wins this thing narrowly, okay?
There you go.
Now we're,
so you heard it.
So it's as much as I'm saying these numbers for Hong are not what.
But I'm not
I
digging
think
the
her
results
folks were expecting. You're still in that realm where each candidate has a shot here. Because at best this is pointing to, if you're Crowley, at best this is pointing to you winning narrowly. At best, if you're Hong, this is pointing to you still winning narrowly. So nothing more in Dane since 58. Brown still 34. I'm just kind of poking around, but Adam, tell me if anything substantial comes in.
It's got some Door County.
We got a little Door, the famous one-time swing county. Yeah, this is what Crowley exactly. Yeah, Crowley wanted a big margin out of here. Probably wanted a little bit bigger than this, to be honest. The Hong number, though.
That Kelda Roy's girl is.
This is the resort. This is the this is everybody vacations in Door County. Some retirees live there. Very beautiful, beautiful place. Higher income, high college degree attainment, and on the older side. That's why you expect it to be better for Crowley than for Hong. Okay, statewide, more than half the vote in. Crowley's margin there sitting at 61-92. Ozaki came in. That Hong number has ticked up a bit. Ozaki, how's it looking compared to Waukesha? They're both looking about the same. That Crowley number ticking down a little in each, huh? That's 69. That's still where it was. Washington 36. So we zoom out. Yeah, it's these numbers. If you're Hong, I say are low, and Crowley kind of hitting just about what he needs to. That again, if you're Hong, that's all undone. If you can get this, if you can really open up Dane County. So much of that's all undone if you're able to do that. But so far, she's not been able to do that. And so you're looking at these sort of large. The vote is outside of Madison and Milwaukee, and the vote's a little bit more spread out in Wisconsin. Marathon County. What do we have here? We got some vote. It's basically a tie in Marathon County. This is when our benchmark would have said Crowley needs to, would like to win. Strikingly low, though, again, just like that win number statewide is going to be probably about 40%, huh? Where else can we show you here? We got some more. Just go through these counties. Okay, here we go. This is near Superior, Wisconsin is here. Okay, this is one where this is one we had as a benchmark. Crowley would like to be winning Douglas County. Crowley would like to be getting a good number out of Douglas County. Most of the vote is in, and he's not going to get that. This is better for Hong than it is for Crowley in Douglas County. This isn't that big, but this is Superior. Duluth, Minnesota's up here. It's for this section of Wisconsin, it's pretty good size. Let's just kind of go through and see what else we have vote from. Dunn County, what would each candidate want to see here? I think Crowley would want to win this narrowly, okay? Chippewa County, Taylor, I'm just kind of going through them. Trempealeau, we're in the driftless area. I love saying that.
Yeah, me too.
This would need to be, Crowley would want to win here. He's doing that. Lacrosse, we got most, now we're pretty much done in lacrosse, huh? And Hong getting I think Hong did a little bit better here. And more.
This is almost double digits. Good.
To the point, the Crowley number is on the lower end here. Hong's getting a number I think that she wants to, but Crowley, it just means
you look exhausted.
More of the vote,
I'm just
more of the
paying
non-Hong
attention.
vote went to other.
I'm really not that tired. I'm a little hungry. That's probably what you're noticing.
Number to be higher here, and so that's a place where I think that factor we're talking about of votes being cast early, the chaotic nature of the race might have hurt him. We have yet to hear from Winnebago County. Oshkosh is here. We have 2/3 in Outagamie now. We said this could be a swing county. Okay, we said this could be a swing county.
And
Hong
she's
is leading there. Yep.
pretty well.
Steve, I'll keep you posted on Wisconsin results. If you want to take a quick detour to Minnesota,
needs to be higher, though,
we are
guys.
getting about 12% of the vote there total overall, including Dakota County has reported.
Okay. This is that. We said we expected to be a very slow night
Peggy Flanagan.
In Minnesota. Peggy Flanagan, Lieutenant Governor, running on the left. Angie Craig, the Congresswoman from the Twin Cities area.
Yep.
As Adam says, basically, how much of the vote is just that?
12%.
Okay, it's about half the vote is from Dakota County. Okay, and it's essentially a tie right there.
I do, especially these longer streams.
If more.
I got to start getting snacks and stuff and
keep me posted. I'm expecting this to be super slow.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted for large counties there.
I want to get back here. Anything happen here while we were
it's
just
still
checking?
really
We got
too
177 votes from Jackson.
Okay, so we didn't get to it. Okay, so we're still sitting here in Dane at about 60.
Guys, this is going to be the kingmaker.
Crowley's leading
God.
this thing by 6,600 votes statewide.
Yeah.
Let me look into. I want to see.
Unless Milwaukee's the kingmaker, right? Which it doesn't look like it will be. It's got to be way more.
Is Josh going to be able to get me into neat?
Yeah, he can get you in. We'll get him down here. Fond du Lac just got to post an update as well.
Okay, something else ticked in. It caught my eye right there.
Yeah, that's.
Eat 2 pounds of chicken.
That was what it was.
Yeah, like Hasan.
Whoa.
I know.
Wait a minute. What's happening here? I think we got a
chicken
little 42,
and rice. That's
45,
all he ever eats.
48.
Chicken,
something's
right?
off here.
Oh, yeah.
about
Okay. I see the error.
Yeah,
I do. I
That's
really
what it
need to
was.
bring lunch.
Folks, this happened in South Carolina too. Sometimes there's these glitches, data entry glitches.
My
and I think that's what's
dedication to you
happened
guys.
there. Brown still 34. Again, I'm just looking to see if we got any more vote from these places. Outagamie, Osaki. We're talking about has the statewide expected vote been adjusted again?
Yeah, our current estimate is 743,000 total.
So it's going up again.
Yep.
What's our Dane?
Dane County, 157 total.
Okay, so that's only going up 1,000. What's Milwaukee?
121.
That's the same. Interesting.
And it's also possible it's one of those ones where they updated the statewide number
Without updating
updating
right,
counties.
right. So I mean that's the other possibility we have to keep in mind. 70, we got more in Dane. Okay, so now again, Hong continues. It is a 4.5 point margin here. Her margin she's getting a net of 5,100 votes out of here. This is one of those places where we got to be careful. What Adam just said, if the election day is through the roof in Dane, this could be the kind of place where this is the expected
Francesca
vote.
Hong.
This is based on what we were expecting the total vote to be in Dane. If the election day vote is through the roof, this can be adjusted. These numbers are often adjusted by our decision desk.
That's what I'm hoping.
Throughout the night, as they get a clearer picture of how many votes were actually cast.
Because if you're running off of the exact tally of 2024 or of the last election in the primaries, you're cooked, right?
As they go from the expected vote to seeing.
So that's what we're really waiting for. Like, was there a turnout? Was she able to get people who normally never vote to vote? If the answer is yes, she might win. She has a good chance. If the answer is no, then she's cooked.
Actually was.
It's really that simple, guys.
So we think there's about a quarter of the vote left in Dane County.
Yep.
There's a possibility.
And this is why voting is important, right? Because if you're somebody who normally doesn't vote, you are not counted in the system. And if somebody like Francesca Hong runs in your state or district election, whatever the fuck it is, right? And they're a DSA candidate, they are going to, like, your vote will matter, right? You getting other people to vote will matter.
Yes. I think tonight, though, the possibility we're dealing with is it more?
Coughing cover
Is
up.
it more because of surge turnout?
Good.
And again, I think I think Hong needs something.
Get that
I think that's something
guy
she
out of
needs.
here, kid.
The more votes she can get out of Dane, and again, I've been saying, are there these precincts where she's just through the roof and opening that margin? So far, that margin has not budged much. You know, she's got it up to 4.5. I think it was 2 earlier.
It needs to be way higher. It needs to be double digits there.
She wants to be winning
win.
this, by double digits.
See?
Instead, she finds herself down statewide by 1.5.
That's
6,200
okay.
votes behind Crowley.
But still, it needs to be lower.
3/4 of Dane counted. And I think that becomes a very significant thing because
almost 3/4.
If we get to a point where Dane is basically done, again, that's like 20% of the vote statewide is Dane. It's the most, liberal, progressive. It's supposed to be the epicenter of this. If we get to a point where that's done, okay, this is a big if.
And she doesn't do that well.
And she were still trailing Crowley here.
Then she's cooked.
Things open up for Crowley because he's still got, he's still got places on this map. We're talking about, we'll see. We'll see if that's central count absentee in Milwaukee. Ozaki, he's at 16. Okay, these are filled in a little bit more. Now we're at 84 in Ozaki, 77 in Washington, still sitting at 69 in Waukesha. How much is here? This could be a good one for him, although he's only up 5 right now. And he's just, he's also like the small counties add up. I think that's the other thing.
Yep.
What I'm showing you right here, where Crowley's leading them, and in some cases by very large margins, these add up too. So, if Hong does not get into the lead,
it's going down though
through Dane County and Madison.
It really needs to be lower.
The other places we're kind of looking here, as I say, La Crosse is basically done.
Yeah.
Eau Claire's sitting at 70%.
She won that by almost double digits.
I think she'll do well here in Portage. She is leading currently in Outagamie. She is leading currently in Kenosha. And I think some more vote has come in there. But and we said she did have Douglas County. But if she's playing catch up outside of her home base, that could be a very tough place for her. 1.2 is the margin now, Crowley over Hong. What just ticked in, Adam? I know it was something favorable to Hong.
The Milwaukee, we just got a Milwaukee update that was favorable to Hong.
Okay,
good.
So now
that's about 1,800
so what's our
more
expected
votes.
remaining vote in
1,000 more
Milwaukee?
votes.
So that was 17,000 votes, and
it's split.
we have 15,000 currently as our estimated.
I see what happened. We may have to be upping our expected vote in Milwaukee. So that's it. That's it in real time. When we said before, based on the expected vote, it looked like it was just the central count absentee. Nope. Turnout, it looks like higher in Milwaukee County.
That's what we want to hear.
And
See?
so, and
Good
that
turnout.
last update
Why is that good for her? Because that means that people who normally don't vote in these kind of fucking elections will vote.
Billions and billions.
Jay, what did I just say?
It was a little bit more, not much I'm thinking, but it was a little bit more favorable to Hong. Billions and 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 billions and
what we're talking about.
and billions.
Yeah, that's kind of what I
now
was
we may now be in a place where that central count and absentee is what's left in Milwaukee. The risk for Crowley is this: if it's 25,000 votes,
billions and billions and
this is absentee by mail,
billions and 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 billions and
before this became a Crowley Hall race. He also has the added benefit of this being, Milwaukee City is in Milwaukee, his home county. But a chunk of these votes, a chunk of this 25,000 was cast when Crowley was not a candidate in July. And a chunk of it was cast in July when he was a candidate, but he was like an afterthought in the polls. Okay? And a chunk of it was cast when other candients, Sarah Rodriguez, Mandela Barnes, were still active candidates and presumably attracting a significant portion of this. The problem for Crowley would be if his share of that vote by mail is low for all the reasons I just said, and Hong just gets if Crowley got 20% of it and Hong got 40%
very interesting,
of it,
that's
right?
for sure.
That's significant. That's significant. There's a real risk for him.
Way faster than Michigan. God, fix your shit, Michigan.
It's yet to be counted in his home county, in Milwaukee, the city of Milwaukee. There's a real risk for him there, because a lot of that vote is coming from a time in this campaign that
he wasn't even really considered.
Not a candidate for.
He wasn't
even
an
afterthought candidate for.
That's
a
sign.
significant.
So there's two good bright spots, right? To translate what he just said. There's higher than average turnout, which is why anybody who tells you voting doesn't matter is full of shit, because it does matter in these races, right? Especially when the DSA candidate is on the ballot. If you're someone who doesn't normally vote, this is going to impact the election. Secondly, what did he just say? That about 2,500, well, they're only separated by 5,600. So if it overwhelmingly goes to Francesca, this race is over, right? So those are the two bright spots.
That is significant there. That's not the only city, by the way, in Milwaukee that does it. Milwaukee's the biggest city, and they do the central count. Central count is also done in Green Bay, so you can expect a final update there where we're kind of asking the same question. Central count is also done actually up here. Yeah, what we're seeing, by the way, is a lot of these counties. Remember, we were just looking up here at Douglas County, and it looked like a lot more of the vote was in.
A rural county.
We're adjusting the expected vote now in a lot of these counties. It's coming down. The percentage is coming down. Yeah.
That's a good sign.
Just looking at the numbers in Dane a little bit more, it looks like 50% of what we have in there is from the city of Madison.
Yep.
And Hong is leading that 47-34. Of the 50% outside of Madison, Crowley is leading 42-37.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So she's doing better.
And we've got...
But still...
Yeah, and what I'm seeing in other counties, too, is making me wonder if this number is going to be adjusted as well. This expected vote in Dane. So we'll just zoom out. 60% is in statewide. And let me just check one thing here.
We got another update from Outagamie.
1%.
Okay.
So it dipped down below 5.
Oh, wow. If you're Hong, that's a very good update.
That's a good update,
there,
yeah.
Huh?
Yep.
That's good numbers.
In fact,
okay, this is becoming more interesting.
I did not memorize we have one central count in Outagamie, so I don't think that's what it was. But so that for Hong, that knocked the margin inside of 5,000. She's exactly 1 point behind. She's doing quite well in Outagamie County.
Exactly.
She's doing pretty well in Kenosha. Again, we identified two of these as potentially bellwethers, and so
she's winning a lot of the bellwether
that she is ahead
counties, which is a good sign generally.
I really would like to see.
Why is this a good sign? Because bellwether counties generally mean like what is the general like pulse of the state. And if you're doing really well in bellwether counties, generally that means you do pretty well in the overall state. Now it doesn't always mean that, so hold your pants. But
Winnebago County, we have nothing there yet. Still a lot more, as we say, in Brown, and that includes that vote by mail in.
And I like that the number went down
in Green Bay
for Crowley,
will
which is a
come
good
last
sign.
there.
4,000 votes, a little more than 4,700, right?
Checking.
That's a good sign
on this computer.
That's a very good sign, by the way.
Sorry about this.
It should go down more. It should not go up. We shouldn't be seeing it go up if we're going to pull a victory here, a W.
All right. So Milwaukee, we're sitting at now.
They
by
really
the way,
are.
Again, expected vote was just dialed. The
he's
expected vote just
barely
went up in
winning
Milwaukee
with
because remember
Milwaukee,
we were at 88% in, now 80% in. So more votes. Adam, what's the statewide
That's a good sign.
expected vote now?
757,000.
Okay, good. And I can.
It really
I
is
can
a
now
tug
see
of
it. I
rope,
have this
dog.
thing. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Josh Braun, master of all things technology. He just got me in here. Okay, so now I can finally see this, and I can spare you some of these questions. Yeah. So we still we have 6 counties, 7 counties where there's more than 10,000. There are 7 counties right now.
Okay, went up again.
Where there's more than 10,000 outstanding votes. Milwaukee is one of them. Madison is one of them. So are both Racine and Kenosha? Just Racine. Waukesha. Where else here?
Inefficient, I know, for real.
Portage, yeah. But we have vote there. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What am I missing?
Portage, Winnebago.
Oh, Winnebago, right. The big empty one. Okay. These are the counties where there's more than 10,000 remaining votes. There could be a lot more in Madison. Madison is the biggest single source right now. Dane, 43,000. Currently, we think 43,000 votes remain in Dane County. Remember, these things are subject to being updated. This expected vote has really kept going up as we've gotten a clearer picture of what the election, of what the electorate looks like right here. We think about 27,000 in Milwaukee. Again, that would be that central count absentee vote that we've been talking about. Again, possibility there's more election day vote out there as well, too. That's true in all these places. 19,000 or so votes here in Racine County.
Got another Dane update.
We think, okay, let's go into Dane. And now that was if you're home, that was a positive one.
Good.
That was a much better update for her. She upped her margin in Dane now to 7,500 raw votes. That's 6 points with 83% in. Do you just have the break, Adam, of what that update was? She just won it by?
Yeah, in Dane, she won that 49 to 33.
So, okay, those are the now we're getting into the kind of stuff that we were saying. This is the kind of stuff she needs out of Dane. And that just brought the Crowley number down close
guys,
to 3,000.
we're down to 3,000.
And
this is good. This is really good. Finally.
Clip continues for Hong.
This hasn't
There's
been
still
that great
a lot
this
of
whole
votes
time
to
we
come
watched this.
In Dane
but
County.
It's starting to change.
We got
good.
That was a big update, about 15,000 votes. About 15,000 votes. So that did bring it down. We still have just under 30,000. We think currently about 30,000 that are left there. Again, subject to some.
Yeah, for real. Whoops. Bad.
Okay. Winnebago, I don't know what to expect.
Winnebago County.
This 17,000 should be, you would think, more favorable to Crowley, but a lot of it's that vote by mail, and I don't know about that. Same question in Milwaukee. Huge question
3,700
in Milwaukee with those 27,000. Racine County, close to 20,000 left there. I think that, if you're Crowley, is a very hopeful number because I think he's expected to do he should do 7,000 left in Waukesha. So if you're Crowley, those two places right now, a combined 30,000 votes between Racine and Waukesha County. He did it, guys. I think there's some reasonable expectation he could net some votes out of that. His margin, they're sitting at 3,200 statewide. So he could get some out of Racine and Waukesha, certainly. I think Hong is looking up here at Portage County and thinking she can net some votes there. I said we don't know what to expect with the 17,000 here. We got the mail question, the vote by mail question, the mystery in Milwaukee and in Green Bay. That's not all that's left in Brown County. There could be some other areas of Brown County there that are favorable to Crowley.
Oh my God.
And then we got 27,000
This is awesome.
at least, right, left in Madison.
3,700.
I keep saying Madison. It is Dane
now
County.
It's 3,200.
But where the most recent update broke sharply towards Hong, and if it continued to break that way towards her, she could net, still, I think, 4,000 or 5,000 more votes over
Give
Crowley.
Me the money.
Oh my God!
Give me the money. Okay.
Thank you.
WSNT Me just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb.
Thank you. Wasn't me. Oh my God, I love you. Thank you. You didn't have to do that, girl. What the fuck? Another 5? Oh shit!
To squeeze everything she can out of Portage.
Thank you, girl.
That'd be an opportunity here for.
Oh my God!
Give me the money.
She wants Crowley
me the money.
To.
Okay.
It's not so much that she has big hopes.
Oh my God! Hell yeah! Thank you, girl. You really didn't have to do that. That's so nice of you.
Ooh! WSNT Immy just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Oh my God. Thank you, girl. That's so generous of you. You just gifted 10 gifted subs. Wow. Shout out to Wasn't Me. What up for making it an even better night. Hell yeah, guys.
Have you said thank you once?
Oh my God, love you. Thank you. I love you too, girl. You're the best. Thank you. Oh my God, that's so nice of you. I appreciate that you love the work I do. I can't do it without your support, girl.
And it keeps climbing, barely. And that's what keeps happening.
I think we're going to get a hype train,
too. Must be vote by mail that got. I'm just looking at Iowa County where we just got a little bit of an update. And I saw Sarah Rodriguez's shade come up here. I would guess this is vote by mail. And folks, that's what I say. That this is what happens when vote is cast in July for a race that gets utterly reshaped in August.
Mm-hmm.
All those votes. It's 7% in a small county, but still, just make show you that is a dynamic that is at work here. So as we calculate the relative strengths of each candidate with what's left here, it's also kind of a moving thing because the expected vote keeps going up in a lot of places. We're just finding out that this electorate is a lot bigger. We keep finding out that it's a lot bigger.
Yeah, girl, how you holding up?
Chuga, 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 chew. We got a regular hype train chat, thanks to WSNT Me. It ending at 8/12/2026, 2:21:14 a.m. We at 3 and it's 76%, so let's keep it going.
Oh my God, girl, you didn't have to do that. Another 5 gifted? Holy shit, girl.
Give me the money.
Fuck?
Give me the money. Okay.
Oh my God. That's 15 gifted subs, girl. Damn. I love you. Oh my God, that's amazing. She just shrunk it to 2,400, guys. This is a good trend. Okay, good. Finally. It's going in the right direction. Oh my God. I'm glad you're barely holding on at the very least, as opposed to not holding on at all. Right? She's gone through so much shit, guys. I'm sorry. And I know August is a really rough month for you. I really appreciate it. Oh my God. Thank you, girl. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Chuga, 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 chuga.
What?
Chuga?
Chuga?
Who? Whoa. Ooh 0, ooh 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Hype train, level 4 reached. We advanced from level 3 to level 4. Keep the support coming and keep this train moving.
I love it! Level 4 complete!
W. Smay just dropped a Tier 1 gifty sub-bomb. Everyone take cover.
Oh my God, thank you guys! Look at that, we just got to level 5. Let's fucking go! Thank you, Ratatosk. Thank you, PB and Jan.
Stop the stream? Ratatosk,
Oh my God.
please silent, just resubbed for 12 at tier 1 for a total 12
Oh my
months.
God,
Do not
guys.
been subbed for 12
We're seeing
months.
this in 4K.
Poggers. Do not come.
I'm
I
gonna
love
come.
Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark
Oh my
Zuckerberg
God.
came.
Please
Many
clap.
of them
So
came
much,
numerous
guys.
times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
Jesus. What the hell? Oh my God!
Chuga, 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 chuga. Who? Woo, whoa, duro, 000000000 ape. Train level 5 reached. We advanced from level 4 to level 5. Keep the support coming and keep this train moving.
Cheer 100 hype train for Hong.
Hype train for Hong. Damn right. And Josephus. I'm gonna let that one play too, dog. Damn, we got mad stuff on the hype train. Oh my God. Oh my God, guys. What a W. Thank
Give
you
me
so
the
much,
money.
girl. You didn't have to
Give
do that.
Give me the
5
money.
gifted subs? What the fuck? McKay, oh my God, you do!
Give me the money.
Holy fuck!
Give me the money. Okay. Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay.
Woo, whoa, oh, oh, 0000000 hype train level 6 reached. We advance from level 5 to level 6.
Holy shit!
Keep the support coming and keep this train moving.
Holy shit, guys! What the fuck?
Woo!
Woo!
Lucy Rosie 20 just dropped a Tier 1 gifty sub-bomb. Everyone take
Thank
cover.
you, girl! Oh my God! You didn't have to do that? Oh, wait, what? Oh, guys, I can't keep up with this. What a W night. Oh, it's looking
Give
really
me the
good.
money. Give me the money. Okay.
Doubting Josephus just dropped a percent gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Vibrator? No, we just got an insane hype train. That's all. While we're watching an insane election. Thank you for the gifties. Of course.
McKay in the house just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take
What
cover.
the hell, McKay? Oh my God.
Billions and billions and
billions
and billions and billions and billions and billions and
We can't even keep up with the announcements.
billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions.
I love you guys. You're the best. I love this community.
Billions and billions.
Pure 82 just dropped a Tier 1 gifty sub-bomb. Everyone take cover.
Billions and billions and billions and billions and billions.
Thank you for the follow, Vibrator.
Billions and billions
I love
and
the
billions and billions and billions and billions and
Holy
billions and
shit.
billions and billions and billions and billions.
What a
WSNTV just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover. Do not
You don't know. Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
Billions and billions and billions and billions
Guys, I'm like blown away. This is a crazy hype train. Oh my god. Another one.
Billions and billions and billions and billions
Jesus,
and billions
girl.
and billions and billions and billions and
Oh my god.
and billions and billions and
Fucking fascist fleshlight.
billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay.
Billions and
Chuga,
billions
chuga,
and
chuga,
billions
chuga,
and
chuga,
billions
chuga,
and billions and billions and billions and
Whoa,
billions.
zero,
Oh my god,
zero,
guys.
zero,
Thank
zero,
you.
zero,
Billions and
zero,
billions
zero,
and billions and
zero, 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 oh,
billions and billions and billions and
C
billions and
Brack
billions
train
and
level
billions
7
and
reached.
billions and
We
billions
advanced
and
from level
billions
6 to
and
level
billions
7.
and billions
Keep the support
and
coming and
billions
keep this train moving.
billions and billions and billions
my
and
God.
billions and billions and billions.
You know, it could be all meaningless to that number. It wouldn't be
Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Holy shit, go level 8 hype train.
Give me the money.
To see
Give
Francesca
me
Hong win.
the money.
What?
Okay.
Fucking go! Oh my god.
50 to 33.
What up, chat? We the best. You really are, guys. Best chat on Twitch. Fucking love it. I'm having like a heart attack, guys. That is incredible. Thank you so much. Oh my
Thank
god.
you, thank 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 you.
I think I just hit 41 subs. Yeah, you did, girl. Holy shit! 41 subs.
These can be moving targets, and if there's
Oh my
could be more. And that's a
That's insane. Thank you. You guys are so generous. Holy fuck.
From Madison.
Thank you, McKay, for the 100 biddies. Remember to type out a message so he can read it
And
out.
what we saw in the update before that.
Yeah, she's doing better now.
Two updates have taken.
Oh my
what has been
god.
a pretty steady crowd
Guys,
lead in the
there's only
4,000
a 500
range.
difference.
They brought it down to
What the fuck?
Chuga.
Oh my god.
Chuga, chuga,
We know not
chua,
all of it is
chua,
from this,
who,
from
who, whoa, 000000000 hype train level 8 reached.
Give me the
We
money.
advanced from level 7
Give
to
you.
level 8.
Give me the
Keep the
money.
support coming
Okay.
and keep
Literally,
this train moving.
hype train for Hong. We're literally driving this thing for her to win. W, guys. W. This is insane.
Ooh, Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone
oh my
take
God,
cover.
Thank you, Living Lily. Holy fuck. While we're seeing the difference, 566. What a W night. That alone is a W night, right, guys? Oh my God. And the hype train during this. Thank you so much, guys. What a moment. Chugga chugga. We're still chugging.
Our system here is now saying 17,000 expected left.
Oh my God.
What up, chat? T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T
We the best.
For real. Holy shit, we hit a new record. Let's fucking go. 200, 300 more biddies. That's all we need. Or one gifted sub. Oh my God. We hit a record 8. Holy shit.
Woohoo! Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb.
One more
Everyone
gifted
take
sub,
cover.
guys. Holy fuck. Holy
Tier
shit.
100.
Tier 100, yep. 200 more
What I'm
biddies.
kinda getting at here is,
Holy
you know,
fuck.
I think what's left in,
Let me
in
refresh.
Madison, can Hong give herself some kind of a pad coming out of Dane?
Holy shit, guys. 200 more biddies.
You
Or a
don't
gifted
donate,
sub.
you don't matter.
80 more biddies, okay. Sweet. Oh my God, we did it.
Racine County. I think this is a place
Oh
where
my God, we
Crowley
did it,
is
guys.
gonna, you know,
Record level
if
health
Racine
hype
came in
train
right now,
level
I think that
9.
goes up.
Let's
Not
fucking go.
Still some to come and watch.
We're
Right,
driving
that
this
came in
fucking
right
thing
now.
for Hong.
Okay.
Give me the money.
Holy
Give me
shit.
the money.
There, no,
Okay.
as we
Holy
say, I
shit.
think there's much
We're
more.
driving the
Here's
hype
another
train
place
for
that's been
Hong.
updated. You've been watching it
While
around
she
county.
wins.
The
Holy
percent of the votes
shit,
that came looked
guys.
much higher earlier. That means
I'm blown away. Thank you. What the fuck? Thank you guys. You really didn't have to do. Oh my God, that's so nice of you.
He could get more of a pad.
Like I'm blown away. Night. You're going to bed now. You're like done.
Wisconsin. Even I'm just going to look kind of through.
Holy shit! Holy shit, guys! Wicked Money, welcome to the stream.
He's putting up
Vibrator, of course. I love you guys. We're the best chat on Twitch. Oh my God, I love you. Oh my God, that's insane, guys.
Z, the quick brown fox, jumps over the lazy dog. Chooga 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 choo. Oh choo. Woo. Whoa oh 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 D row H train level 9 reached. We advance from level 8 to level 9. Keep the support coming and keep this train moving.
I love it.
Woohoo. Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Thank you. Oh my God, guys.
What else?
What the fuck?
Cheer 100!
Yeah. So much of this is... Gosh,
oh my God, I'm blown away.
Is it more than 10% remaining?
Challenge accepted and challenge completed.
Heavily pro-Hong.
For real.
What on earth will the
do not come
central count absentee look like?
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
See you later.
Jeff Bezos came. Bill Gates came.
Have a
Mark
good night.
Zuckerberg came. Many of them
care,
came numerous
Patricia.
times. The
Thank you so
bankers have
much.
all come. Everybody's coming.
Oh my
Capital
God.
100
I'm blown away.
Kornacki requires more blood of the innocent.
If Crowley wins it
Yeah.
by 10 points, he nets 2,000 votes. Can he do
Thank
that?
you guys. Oh my, I'm blown away. What the fuck?
Billions and billions and billions.
Gus is gonna sleep good tonight.
Billions and billions
Well,
and
it looks like we're pulling off a victory.
billions and 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 billions.
This is insane, guys.
Billions and billions and billions and
Thank you.
billions and
Oh my
billions and
God.
billions and 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 billions.
The driftless area.
Oh my God. Thank you so much. This is like the craziest thing that has happened on stream. Holy fuck.
He just got a
Setting a new record. Keep it going. Holy fuck. I've never seen that. All right, I've seen it, I think, once when we had the level 4, right?
200.
Yeah, that was our 5.
Votes or so.
Oh my God, guys. Good night to all sweepy friends in chat. Yeah, I can't even keep up with all the good night messages.
There are a fairly spread out.
No, she's still here. She was just saying good night.
Map where I can see Crowley, and I think he just look. Yeah, okay, Iron County, small. Northern Wisconsin. I think we have a few votes. I think this was
What the fuck, guys? What a crazy night. We're driving that train for Hong all the way.
50 to 100 votes.
What the fuck?
Sweeps 20. You see, I'm saying how that does ultimately add
I'm
up
like
in a
blown
race
away,
like
guys.
this.
Thank you. I'm honored.
So I could just
Thank
see
you. You really didn't have to do
collectively
that.
In sort of the small rural counties of northern Wisconsin and the drift look there.
Good night, Gusties. May you dream of Gust and FDR and socialism. Sweet dreams, Gusties.
But the
Oh God.
I can definitely see him doing that here in Racine
Good
County,
night.
and certainly in whatever is left in Waukesha, Washington, as you just saw, Ozaukee County. Looks like we got a little bit more.
Good night.
There, it was friendly for Crowley. These are all places where we're talking on the order of hundreds of votes, maybe in the case of Racine, thousands. He could pad this margin. Whoa, he just got something big. What was it?
Racine.
That was Racine.
Yes.
Okay, whoa, okay. What did I say? We said he could maybe get 2,000, right?
That's not good.
And he
Okay.
gets
Fuck.
1763. So
Has reached the station. We've completed our goal, guys. We got a record hype train. What up?
Not necessarily. all
Chugga
of it.
chugga
This is
chugga.
really
Oh my God,
tricky
it's that
to find out
emote.
higher, but this is a lot of it. This is probably most of it. And so there it is. That's exactly.
Let's see what I ended up getting here.
Pretty much what Crowley wanted to get out of there, I would say. But You know, if
Oh, I got it too.
you're saying, okay,
Oh my
you know,
God,
you
yes.
just took your shot. Was that your best remaining shot?
Fuck yeah.
29:30. He just
That's a
got,
great emote.
He's got something else.
Share your emotes, guys. Oh yeah, you got the Winnie, huh?
We got an
It's
Iowa
random,
update.
guys. Everyone
We
gets a
got
random
Jackson
one.
update.
I love the money one.
This is
So
where,
the
Rodriguez
cow
is
one's
leading
good
early
though.
now. Right.
I gotta
Okay,
admit.
again, it's just small. That's what I'm saying.
Oh my God, thank you guys.
If he's doing this is
Whoa, oh, oh, 0, oh, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. The regular hype train has reached the station. We finished at level 9. Thank you to everyone who subscribed, gifted subscriptions, or cheered.
He gained some votes up
Thank
here.
you.
He gained some votes down here.
What a night, guys.
For Hong
Clip it.
are much more concentrated.
Yeah.
Right? It's
gonna be in those areas.
He is leading in Kenosha. Now,
Oh my God, guys, I'm honored. Thank you.
Kenosha
That was
and
so nice of you.
We should say, City of Kenosha is central count. So that vote by mail, that in fact is perhaps what is left. That is probably what is left in Kenosha County. And I think why that number's been there for a while. The central count of absentee.
We got another out-of-gamey update.
Early in person. Okay, out-of-gamey, where she has continued to lead. What did she win that update by?
38-36.
How many votes roughly?
1,500.
Shit.
There were 50. Right, she won by then dozens of votes. We're saying.
Yes.
Okay, yes. Okay.
30
yeah,
votes.
we're just at this point. It's not. I'm looking for raw votes because it's just we're just so.
I think
But he just got something else. 'Cause
it's
it went from
looking good.
29 to 3,100.
It's not
What else?
perfect,
Yeah, so
but it's looking good.
Haka, he got 100 votes.
Yep.
And China, he got 6 votes.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is what I mean about these small counties. Right. This is where it starts.
Oh my God, guys, thank you.
You're in a race that was down to 500 votes.
What the
a little
fuck?
while ago. I think 594. Was that as close as it got? And Crowley, where it just came in now. See how it just ticks up like this?
We got another. We got a Dane update. We got a bunch of updates.
Okay.
But we got Dane.
We got Dane.
and we got another shutdown.
Let's not belabor that. What was the update in Dane?
So we got 3,800 votes.
Oh, this is good.
Hong,
This is good.
868. Crowley, 1,278.
So I'm guessing we might have been in suburban Dane at that point because that's not 18.
Ooh, we're about to get gusty in here. We are, hopefully.
Yep. So she, but
we also got a Sheboygan update. That was about 3,500 votes.
Shit.
Yep.
Crowley gets 1,500 of them. Hong gets.
Okay. Yeah, you know, I gotta say,
It's closer than I thought. Yeah.
it's starting to become. I don't mean to do this, but it's just. I think we're seeing what just came in.
We got Crawford and we got Barron.
Yeah. So I mean, again, this is like what just came in as a chunk from a small driftless area county. It's a 25 vote margin for Crowley, but what you're seeing is
We're about to get gusty. I'm hoping. I don't want to jinx it, guys.
Margins are small. You know, the places where you're actually seeing Hong's shade of
Holy
blue here, right?
fuck.
We know it's the big college one. La Crosse, it's the college. Eau Claire, college. Stevens Point, right? Wausau. I think a bit of a surprise that we've seen it here in Outagamie and Kenosha. Now, Kenosha's sort of pending this vote by mail, but there's and I think this is a surprise too. Seeing Hong ahead in Douglas County, we don't know if that's going to last.
Oh wait.
3.5 points, 180 votes, 73%.
Okay. Shit.
But what's largely happening now is we focus on the big counties, and I think you've seen. Okay, Wood County. Oh, she just got a good update in Wood County, huh?
Yes.
That is for her. You're close to that. Might be it in Wood, and
Wood.
And she ends up on top there, right? I think that just flipped. That's a county I think Crowley was supposed to win. Not that Wood County is the be all and end all, but again, by and large, we've been seeing more of the small updates from small and mid-sized counties, just slowly, dozens of votes at a time,
Oh my God, guys, come on. Let's fucking go. Can you imagine if we got this amazing hype train and she wins?
Places on the map spread out different
I'm saying, I'm celebrating with all y'all.
He's also had a few of the
This will all be you
counties,
guys.
most
You guys
notably
led her to
Racine,
victory
but
on the Hong
Washington
train.
County, there a second ago.
Oh my God.
Is that Winnebago? We got our first Winnebago update. It's only a few precincts, so let's not overreact yet, because that could be anything. But this is a big piece
we're
of
doing
real estate.
depression.
And if we start getting Winnebago, because again, I think
It's looking really close, though. Like, it shouldn't be this close.
There's Hong doing very
Filipino,
well.
the English, yeah. Come on.
But she needs places. Yeah, she needs, like, given that Crowley, and there's still a lot of those small places.
There's still a lot of, like,
to
vote left. Yeah, there's 20. It's too close to call, guys.
So what does Hong have to work against?
We're an hour and a half in. Almost. Hour and 40 minutes.
Dane,
So I think we should be at pace.
She's got more votes
within the next 30 minutes, we'll know.
Lacrosse, there's still some more here, but
Unless it's really close. Neoliberalism, yeah.
She can get some there. She's been leading in Kenosha. I don't know. It's vote by mail. That's what's left here. We've certainly seen the experience has been in other states that the sort of the DSA vote, the very sort of left progressive vote is more election day than vote by mail. But we got vote by mail. We got vote by mail left in Milwaukee. We're at 3/4 of the vote statewide. Crowley 27-10 is his margin. Let me look at it this way.
This would trigger an automatic recount, by the way, because I think in Wisconsin it's a 0.5%.
Our expected vote looks like it ticked up yet again statewide. We're at basically 772,000
That's a good sign.
Statewide. Our current estimate is that there are 4 counties with more than 10,000 votes outstanding.
Okay.
I'll show them to you. It's 22,000 in Milwaukee County. It's 17,000 right there. That's 17,000 in Winnebago County.
Oh my God, guys.
14,000 here in Brown County, Green Bay. And currently, it's 13,000 in Dane.
I know, right?
As
I
say,
almost
these
did this
numbers
too because
may be
my
higher than this
my
these
chair.
places. That has been a trend we've been seeing tonight. That's our current thinking in those places. We also think a little bit less, but we think there's 8,000 left right there.
So there's still a
in
chance.
Waukesha County.
One just lit up.
And where else do
It
we
lit
have?
up.
Columbia's got
Though gerrymandering is showing. You don't have to worry about gerrymandering in state races.
It's not a good. It's too fat.
Because it's a totality of the state vote.
So, what do we think
But in
of how that vote
House
is gonna
elections,
break?
yeah.
Of what's left in Columbia County right now. Maybe see how much vote is in so far. It's only a scattering of precincts, but Crowley is doing well in those few precincts.
Yeah, it
But we'll
keeps
see.
jumping
This should
up
be-
and
I
down,
think
which is okay
this is
as long
likely
as
to
it
be
doesn't go
better
up too
for
much.
Crowley than for Hong. Okay,
Okay, now it's within a 0.4%.
Are you GTSY? Are you Gusty? Are you Utsty? Are you Utsty? Are you Usty?
Are you Gusty?
We got.
I love that. I'm such a dumbass sometimes.
That's a couple votes.
My dumbass thought it was Gusty.
Only a couple in lacrosse.
Oh my God.
80.
Okay. What's the expected vote in? How much of
Are you GTSY? Are you Gutsty?
We have about
Are you
2
Utsy?
precincts
Are you
remaining in our
Utsy?
estimate.
Are you
Okay.
GTSY? Are
Yeah.
you GTSY? Are you Gusty?
Boy, that vote by mail
Damn right, I'm
in Green
Gusty.
Bay, that vote by mail in Milwaukee, because on paper these are. If you told me there were just, we didn't have that wrinkle, we would say, with that vote by mail being from a time when Crowley was just, not much of a factor. Not all of this in Brown County is vote by mail Green Bay, but that would be. I would be a little more emphatic now about saying what's left is more favorable to
He's
Crowley
good. Gusty
than
and
Hong.
Busty.
That said,
I love that. Gusty and Bugsy.
Even with those questions,
That's funny.
there has been. Well, let's see the rest of Winnebago, because if Winnebago's a surprise,
Winnebago County.
I think things that Hong is looking for right now are for. I don't think it's going to look anything like this, but I think this is a surprise, and I think if Winnebago looks like, this, right, and she could net something like 1,500 votes out of it, right, that'd be a surprise. But going into that, it would have been a surprise. But that's something I think she'd be looking for right now. And we just keep saying it, broken record, but, big numbers and more votes out of Dane. And we have seen that before.
And there's a bunch of counties still that are smaller, but they're going to add up pretty quickly.
The turnout was even higher still than we imagined. It's a possibility. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. But I think that's something
a very good race so far. A little longer than I thought it would be, but it's not as long as
I look
Michigan.
at where Crowley is putting up his best numbers right now.
I think it's going to be a recount, if not. Okay, good.
I'm just looking through places where he's running. There's a couple places.
Guys, look. It's within 0.1 percentage points.
There's still a lot of vote to come. He's running 20 points ahead of Hong. 15. Sheboygan, we say there's a lot left. He's running 15.
But the truth is, here's the problem. It's to avoid a recount, she has to do better than 0.5%.
Places like this.
So it's a double-edged sword.
There's a fair number of places. This is a more dramatic example, but there's a fair number. I think there's a breadth of places like, what just came in? More Dane?
Yeah. And now it's only 1,000 votes.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
wow.
My God. Wow.
What the heck just came in Brown? Which was that that was huge for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was about 18,000 votes.
Near the fucking boomers.
2,000.
With tons of money.
Question. Was that that wasn't central
count,
fucking
go.
It's
we're
possible.
riding the Hong train
no
tonight,
remaining
chat.
vote in
Epic
Brown
night
according
on
to
the
our
Gus
counter.
Next
I'll
broadcast.
check the website.
I said I want percent more, but now I do, because if that was central count, what was his percentage of that vote?
Let's take a look.
If this was central count, this is the question we're getting at from Milwaukee. If he just got buried in central count Green Bay,
it was 44 to 34. Hong over Crowley.
Ooh, that's 11 points.
Okay, yeah. Can we ask our decision desk what we think that was that just? Yep. And do we think there's central count left for Green Bay?
So is Green Bay going to determine it?
The decision desk also flags that the expected vote in Milwaukee County has been raised by 16,000 votes.
That's a good sign.
Wow. So
that's a good sign. That's a good sign.
Remember, this thing was up at 88 once, came down to 80.
Then it went
down,
so which is a good sign.
It makes me more and more.
Is he going to assent?
Makes me. Pardon me for a second. I just gotta.
Oh, fuck you, Kornacki. Fix your nose issues.
Okay.
The Brown website says unofficial results final, and they have 101 precincts, their total precincts reporting. So
so I think we've got central count. I would just love to know if that was the central count number that came in. Well, you said it was 44 to 33. 77 and 75. It's not that the number of non-Hong Crowley votes is not higher there than it is overall. But yeah, was that like the city of Green Bay, or was that like central count? I think that would be, if we could find that out, would be great. So Crowley's lead with that is slashed down to 1,300.
Oh my God.
But you see what I'm getting at, right? Because it's like there is now going to be more vote here. Election day, which is going to be more total vote here than we thought. So it just keeps going up. Milwaukee's been raised now to 150,000. Milwaukee County has been raised to 150,000 expected vote. I can tell you, at the start of the night, that was much, much lower. And now it's just south of the Dane number. The Dane number is sitting at about 157 right now. But again, wondering if that could still go up as well. Those are now the only two counties left in Wisconsin where there's more than 10,000 votes expected left.
Wow. And she's winning that.
Oh no, excuse me. Nope. I said that wrong. There's also Winnebago.
Okay.
Winnebago, which
she's winning still. Not by
so we're
much.
starting to get a little bit more here. Remember that first? This is just precincts. That's why. That first update was Hong by 26. Now it's down to 11. So just let's let this one fill in a little bit. But it's a huge, in the scheme of things, it's a huge piece of real estate. But
what the fuck? Does he have leopard?
We did just get some more.
It's 1,007. That's crazy.
Something else just came in that was friendly to Crowley.
Yeah, Marinette County.
Yeah,
1,200 votes.
But it wasn't enough.
And it must have been that update from
Let's fucking go.
Must have come in too. But
all right.
Yeah, again, this is just the small, demographically small counties that, there's still half the vote to come here. These just add up to, it just seems that there are concentrated places where Hong keeps being able to make pretty big dents in one fell swoop into the number, right? A big update for her out of Brown County, a big update for her out of Dane County, a big update for her maybe out of La Crosse County. It just seems like clearly, as you could see on the map, just by the distribution of the Crowley support here, there are more places where far more places where he's able to do what he just did here in Marinette County, right? We saw him do it. We were talking about Iowa County a minute ago. There's a lot of places,
small places
like this. We saw it in Crawford, not as much, but and it just.
But it adds up to 1,800.
He takes one fell swoop, and then he sort of brings it back up with the Marinette counties of the world, the Iowa counties, and then it just comes down again. Where did it just come down?
1,300.
Marathon County.
Okay.
4,300 votes.
Yep.
Hong wins 1,906, and Crowley gets 1,400.
Okay.
Fuck.
And this is a good. Yeah, this is one I think on paper Crowley probably wanted to win. This is a good number.
And he's not going to win.
This ends up being a good number for Hong. 0.2 of a point. So it's not. I say there's more breadth to his, but there are places like that. That's the sort of. It's not totally straightforward here, where it's like she's just doing it in the college towns or the youngest places. We said we thought like this would be bellwether, and she's winning it. We thought Kenosha would be bellwether, and she's winning it. So that's why this is
He's doing really well in the bellwether, which is indicative that she has a good chance of winning, right? But I don't want to jinx it.
How many votes are left here? Is it really only 13,000?
It's neck and neck, yeah.
And if it's
just
more,
like I think the way the state is run, like the way the state, the vote is coming in. That's why I'm truly entertained by your enthusiasm more so than the. Thank you, I appreciate it.
It is true, though.
Yeah, I love this stuff, guys. Like I used to stay up a lot for these kind of elections and break down like by numbers, a lot like what Steve is doing, but with more enthusiasm. Me and my friends all did this together, right? And I never really put it together, but I guess it is kind of entertaining to watch me, right?
Tip this thing over, right?
I appreciate you guys. Yeah. It can get really fun on these like really interesting elections. Not all elections are interesting, but these elections can be, especially when it's a good candidate like Francesca Hong. So like, yeah. Thank you, McKay.
Big
I appreciate
updates. A couple of them have been in support.
This is a nail biter.
So I think there's more flux in this. I think maybe than that 92% suggests. So sitting 1382. Let me just.
Yeah, this is what we used to do. Yeah, more than politics. Yeah, it is. It's a lot of like math and predictions, and
again. I don't know.
It's crazy, dude. You have to be really good. You have to be really good at this.
We're hopeful that that Milwaukee Central Count update. Hopefully, they beat some of their past history in terms of time.
Is there? Yeah, has Decision Desk said anything about or our reporter? I know we have some reporters there, right? Like
we're trying to track down timing. That's the best I got for you right now.
Okay. But it does look like, I mean, clearly it's not just Central Count now, because there's more vote left in Milwaukee County than we thought, right?
Yes, that's right. I just point to Central Count because I know that's a big expected batch of votes.
Right. Yeah. No. Okay. It's just one of those. It's one of the many. Look at this. Our statewide expected vote has yet again been revised upward.
That's really good news.
We're essentially at 800,000 right now.
That's really good news. Why did I say that?
6.
Because generally, the more conservative candidate,
it's part of
the more conservative the candidate, the lower they want people to turn out. Because people who turn out and vote for the more conservative candidate. That goes for Republicans, Democrats, etc. Right? The more enthusiasm there is, it means somebody is driving that enthusiasm. Either it's Trump, you can't make the determination, but if the numbers are correct, it would be Francesca, right? Like if you would just suppose that it would be her, right? Because Trump alone isn't enough to just cause this. It would have to probably be
everything
another
in that
candidate. So this is a good sign, right? And I've said this from 2 hours ago or whatever the fuck it was we started.
And Central Count.
Green Bay Central Count.
This is a good sign.
Yes, it was the city of Green Bay election plus Central Count plus one of the outlying villages.
So they are basically done in Brown.
Oh yeah, they're done.
They are done. Okay, that is a wrap in Brown, and Hong wins it. I mean that's
really good by like, almost 5 points.
Keep going back and forth on who's got the.
Feels
just
so
when you think,
long ago. I know.
She look in the Fox River Valley here.
Jesus.
Hong has done very well.
Yeah.
I mean, she's going to win Brown County.
Mm-hmm. Another one just lit up for her.
She is going to win, I think, Outagamie County.
Yeah, that's good.
If she can win both of those, I don't think there's any reason she's not going to win or can't win Winnebago County. 324. See, I'm just saying 2 minutes ago.
Oh my God, guys!
Hong hasn't been able to get in front 336.
36
this
votes.
Is she did very, very well here. She's doing it. It's not complete yet.
And this is why I say the realignment is going to look very different than what Steve Kornacki's probably used to like analyzing, right?
That reminds me of I think what is possible in Dane is what I guess I'm trying to say.
It means that if she does better in Dane,
super young.
This is Jover.
Are we
guys, it's even now. What the fuck?
And flood turnout, and it's overwhelmingly.
What the fuck?
And I think
I think she might have this.
Here. I feel like that's the kind of the big
might is the key word
storyline potentially thus far is right.
Mail-in
Some
votes.
of these places that are not the central or the largest county or city inside some of these counties have different voting patterns than what's looking at these cities.
See?
And because these places have the biggest populations in the counties, potentially they're reporting the last.
Yeah. That's right. If that was like Eau Claire that came last, Green Bay that came last, we said, Waukesha, city of Waukesha brought her a little closer here, I think. 78%, 444. And then again, look what the small incremental updates tick the number up. Like just give me an example. What just one or two that just came in?
Chippewa.
Yeah.
305 new votes. Crowley 139. Hong 83.
Yeah.
Polk 79 new votes. 3924. Washington 402. Crowley 138. Hong 128.
Yeah. I mean, so. Again, Crowley has this working in his favor. The Chippewas of the world, the Iowa counties of the world, the Marinette counties of the world. That keep giving him dozens at a time to pad that, and then Yeah,
Let's fucking
you're right.
go,
There seemed to be,
McKay.
like-
Damn right. It's so fun seeing you react. Oh, thank you, girl. Appreciate it.
And
400.
we have just
what?
been sort of.
Oh my God, this was
Gains seem
crazy.
to really slow down, but this one is. Boy, whatever comes next here is huge.
Yeah, it's going to be huge.
We're at 90 in Racine. We had that all come in at once.
Kenosha.
I think.
Yeah, we just got a Kenosha update.
Yeah.
She nets 26 votes.
26, and that might bring us to all in Kenosha.
Yeah, let's take a look at Kenosha. Keep you updated.
So 418. Holy cow. Well.
Damn. See, guys, Hong Rider. Damn right.
You know,
we're riding the Hong Express here. Literally, we just had an awesome hype train.
Maybe I'll look it up.
I love that emote. It's a good one. Oh God, guys.
I think there might be still a few precincts out of Kenosha.
That's good. That's good news. Because she's doing very well there. Okay.
Clarify potential recount rules.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do it.
Because I think we're also getting to the point here where
it's looking very,
might,
very
you know,
up 500 now.
This might land in a range that
might be a recount.
We're saying it might not be resolved tonight.
Recounts are not automatic in Wisconsin, but a trailing candidate may request one if the winning vote margin is less than a percentage point in races where more than 4,000 votes are cast. That's from Associated Press.
Okay, well,
there you
certainly
go.
more than
What did I
4,000
say?
votes are cast, and we're at 1/10
less than a percentage point
of a point right now. I don't know whoever ends up on the short end here if they'd want to pursue a recount, but that also might be a question for our decision desk. What's the procedure on calling?
Ride that piggy.
There is a
quiet piggy.
Potential recount.
Behold.
I
love
if
that.
It falls in a threshold where a recount is permissible. Is that a call at all?
Give us your votes to Hong. Yeah.
I should know.
Come on, Kornacki.
We could get that.
Yeah,
Don't disappoint,
I don't
dog.
think our decision desk will get ahead of if it's super close. I think that's been the past precedent, but I'll get clarification from them.
Let me just look at this. Where are we? 7. So I'll just run down the numbers here. 38 by far, at least as of our current estimate from the decision desk, by far the most, well, put it this way. We think right now that there's 172,000 votes left statewide.
Ooh, that's a lot, yeah.
We think that 38,000 of them
are coming from
Milwaukee County. Okay. We think that 16,000 come from Winnebago County. That's 54. We think 13 come from Dane.
Okay.
We think 7 come from Waukesha. And we think 6,000 come from Sheboygan, 6,500 from Columbia, right?
Can you imagine saying that?
Keep
I'm
going.
from
Those are the
Sheboygan.
only ones with more than 5,000 votes.
Sheboygan
we think
County?
left. 38, 54, 67, 80. That accounts for 86,000. Yeah, I mean, that accounts for exactly half of the remaining vote. Exactly half of the remaining vote in the state comes from those places. Then it's just much more kind of,
spread out.
It's scattered.
Mm-hmm.
In those places that are left,
600
right?
vote difference.
What can we say about advantage for who?
Damn.
Sheboygan, I think clearly advantage Crowley. Waukesha, advantage Crowley. Milwaukee County, they've been running even, pretty much even.
Which is
decent. And so there is still some of that vote left that looks like it's kind of a wash, but a big chunk of this is that central count we're talking about, and we just don't know what to make of that. We think Columbia, do we have much more in Columbia? I would think it's advantage Crowley, okay? Then Madison, advantage Hong. Winnebago, I think we could now say advantage Hong. She's overperformed in this part of the state, right? So counties totaling
W,
29,000 remaining votes. I'd say
Sheboygan
advantage
sounds
Hong.
fun. I know.
713 counties totaling about 20,000.
Can you imagine?
I would
I'm
say
from
of the
Sheboygan
big,
County.
we'll call it the Big Six. I would say our advantage Crowley. And that big puzzle there of Milwaukee, I just don't know what to make of it. It could just be a wash. But, there's the possibility
Milwaukee's a little...
that central count, goes south for Crowley. That's the risk for him there in Milwaukee County. So it's 886 votes statewide for Crowley right now. Now I'm just looking myself. We went to the 6 that account for half of it. I'm just looking for.
Remember, it has to be a point
the
above
next rung
for it to
under
avoid
that to see what's
a recount.
If anything kind of jumps out. Let me do it this way.
Shebangers, Shibuya gangs represent gang signs. What would that look like, right?
She could get
chugga chugga booyak. You guys are so funny.
There's still maybe some votes left in Eau Claire, where she seemed just poured it on in that last update. There are still votes left in Portage. That's another. Yeah, well, it's only 2,400. Right. It's.
I just sent you an update as well.
Okay. Crowley leads. Also, Rock County, where Janesville is, Crowley's got an advantage there. It's about 3,000 votes left right there.
Damn, guys. I think what's going on here is that a lot of candidates dropped out, right? That's why the election results are not as clear. A lot of these candidates have dropped out or they're just doing really bad. And that's why the vote is so close, right? As I kind of figured. Now, will this hurt Crowley?
Okay. We just
it's looking like it kind of is.
Yeah, we got Crowley favorable updates in Sheboygan, Grant,
not
and
Sheboygan.
Barron, and then we just got a Hong favorable update in Rock.
Is Sheboygan going to carry him over?
Rock, and that took us to 95% in Rock. Is that right? Let's take a look.
Take a look.
Yeah, we may be done here.
They still showed 2 precincts reporting.
Okay.
Missing.
And did it was only a small amount there in Sheboygan, huh?
Sheboygan.
So there's still a lot to come there. That the amount left
Why
there
you be disappointed in Sheboygan?
Because that's such a Crowley-friendly place. Holy cow.
For real. Fuck you, Sheboygan.
Winnebago's still just sitting there at 5%. So
yeah, why haven't they?
1,000. He just got another 124. Where did it come from?
We just got a Milwaukee update.
Is that what it was?
That was not it, but I think we just got it. 9,800 votes. So I don't think that was our central.
That's crazy.
It was pretty even.
Wins 38-32. Yeah.
Wait, say it again.
That's very even.
She gets 38% of the vote. He gets 32%.
What was the raw
It's about
vote?
500 net votes for her.
Hold on. Did we?
For her?
Oh, wow. That literally. Okay, yeah, because this was. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I said
Yeah, I see. Okay, yeah. So there's an example. We thought in Milwaukee, right? We were at our we thought we just had the
drinking
central
game.
count
Sheboygan,
left.
You
Turns
drink.
out,
Winnebago,
much more
we drink.
turnout than we had expected.
Let me get the wine out.
Look at that.
Oh, man.
The first update we get from it is
That
very
is a funny
friendly to
drinking
Hong.
game.
She cuts it to 500.
The expected remaining vote in Milwaukee now again is 28,000, and that's right about where we have our central count Milwaukee absentee.
I'm not falling for this trap. I'm not falling for this one.
Again that's the remaining update there, but we'll see.
16, 13, geez, yeah. And I see 152. We should, show folks. Sorry. I said 172,000.
Oh my God. My buddy from college ran a wine club from Sheboygan. Sheboygan.
with an expected turnout of about 800,000.
You can't make this shit up. Really? Why so dankness? Damn. Yeah, there's still a ton of vote. Oh, guys, and it keeps going down.
Couple counties, we still have a scattering we haven't heard from at all, but they're small.
How is this race so close? That's what I'm worried
Greene
about.
County is the biggest with no vote. What do we
if I'm using my like political science hat, right, which I always love to do, it's because there's so many candidates, and that's why it's closer. Right.
It's interesting. 4,600 votes. No votes in Greene County.
And Wisconsin is a purple state. It's very conservative in comparison.
I think Crowley's going to probably do pretty well there. That's a bigger piece of real estate. 4,600. That's right there.
It's very purple.
Where else do we have? We have nothing yet.
Sheboygan. Chugga-boygan.
We think 3,000. We got nothing in Pierce. We got nothing in Pierce yet. That's an interesting one.
There's only 1, 2, 3, 4.
Because
another county.
I think on paper,
Pay
I
attention,
would say
Kornacki. Fuck
again,
you.
This is these places where what's kept this from being simple of just like Hong is running up the score in the college towns, blah blah blah. Is she's
doing really well.
She's had some unexpected strong places. I said the Bow counties are definitely there. St. Croix County is another one, and now Pierce County, just south of there.
Come on, Kornacki,
there's
pay
probably
attention.
3,000 votes. No votes yet. There's probably 3,000 votes here.
For her.
It's one of those on paper,
Damn
I would say, is a
dog.
Crowley County, but given what happened in St. Croix,
call it Kornacki.
All bets are off.
You love that, huh?
If Hong ends up winning this, I think we're just going to say she found just enough sort of unlikely support in unlikely places. Just if she wins, I think that'll be the story. It'll be that she won St. Croix. It'll be that she swept the Bow counties. These aren't things I think that we're expecting. And I think if you looked at some of the if you looked at some of the numbers elsewhere in the state, and then said, okay, now how do you think the Bow counties went? You would have said they were going to Crowley. These things are not necessarily so, or for that matter, Kenosha. That's if. Again, she's yet to actually jump him in the numbers here, and we've just seen this sort of game they're playing here, where she'll take a big bite out of it, and then it'll kind of trickle back up. But 4,000, 3,000. Where else are we looking here?
700 now. Fuck.
We just got Columbia County, another 356 votes. He wins 222.
Another district.
86.
That was right there. Yeah. Okay. Again, and that was one of, believe it or not, that is one of the.
I keep calling them districts.
Bigger remaining pieces of the puzzle. How many votes were there? You said
356.
Okay. Yeah. There's still. And this number with what's true, we have 144,000, we think now.
So it's going down.
Remaining statewide. I see this is the first time, things might be settling down a little bit. I say this only because this is the first time I see our expected vote actually come down.
Way closer than I
see
thought.
793 now.
Right. So that's partly why that number of remaining votes just went down. Our decision desk has now lowered slightly, but lowered the total expected vote.
That's a good sign. I told you. Get ready, guys.
So we may be a sign of kind of getting a little bit better handle on it and maybe narrowing a bit the universe of what's left here. 144,000 votes, 828's the margin. Adam, just tell me, what were the last two? We just got some small ones, but I'm just curious what they are.
Yeah, Shawano was the most recent one, 511 new votes. Crowley 238, Hong 155.
Right. Yeah. See, that's it. He's sustained by a lot of that. Sorry, where else were we looking here?
There's only 1, 2, 3,
where else is
4,
blank?
5,
Washburn County
5
up here.
counties left.
Probably 1,500 votes.
Kornacki.
We think 1,500 votes. Certainly think that's going to be I would think that's going to be a Crowley County.
I want him to check this one up
Crowley.
here.
I would think Crowley.
This one lit up
I
just
would have
now.
thought
This one
Crowley,
right here.
but I don't know what to think. Look what's happening around there. Where else do we have here?
real.
That just has absolutely nothing. We think there's probably about 3,000 votes here. I would think that's Crowley, and that's certainly the local pattern. So again, those are all places where this could, if he gets what I think out of a lot of the places I just circled, that number could get up to, that could knock that up to 1,500, 2,000, somewhere in there, What else is? And then if you're looking at
he needs more green circles. He really does.
Right? I'm circling these small ones, 4,000 here, 3,000, 1,500, all that, right here. She's been doing very well in this area. We think there's 16,000 votes left. So, that's the game they've been playing, right? Like, Crowley could take, add a little bit here, add a little bit here, add here, and then Hong could get a big chunk of it, could just slash it all away in Winnebago. She's doing quite well.
Winnebago!
Did you get a few more in?
Yeah, we got another update in Iowa and Marquette.
How did Iowa break?
242 votes, Crowley 118, Hong 64.
And then Marquette was what?
Crowley nets about 62 votes.
Yeah, just that. Okay. And 142,000 left.
It's chipping down. Oh, God.
And nothing update-wise, timing-wise, from our friends at the Central Count.
I wonder if there's going to be a huge
facility.
dump. Where are the dumps? Give me the dumps. The massive dumps.
No,
the commentary is kind of funny when you have no idea what that means. It's very gamey, right? I can imagine that.
Dumps.
All right.
They call them
There we
dumps.
go.
Big,
Thank you.
massive dumps.
God damn it, Kornacki. Get your shit together,
Well, this is
dog.
a bit like
Michigan.
This is a bit like Michigan last week, where we've
They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps.
I was hoping it wasn't going to be.
We kind of know the places we're looking for here, and we're just waiting for, we're just waiting for the next thing to tick in.
Kornacki
We're looking
seems so
for Milwaukee.
stressed.
We're looking for Winnebago.
He looks like he's fucking Fuzzy Simba. Thank you for the gifty,
Dane
of
was
course.
coming
Welcome
fast
to the
and furious
stream.
there for a while. Did we just
Thank
get
you,
another?
thank you.
Vernon County was the most recent update, 992 votes. Hong wins.
You can thank Living Lily, Wasn't Me, and Lucy for those.
522.
One of those.
Crowley
I don't know
280.
exactly which one. Maddie, welcome.
Yeah.
Good to see you
it's
again.
Driftless. That's,
What do I do with my hands? The driftless, yeah.
Our thing says 141. So
He's
just,
very like.
Let's
This
just wait
is
for the next
interesting.
update together. I mean, there's, we're all looking
Oh my
for the.
God!
We're all looking for the
Thank you,
same things
Fuzzy
here.
Simba.
We're all. We've
Thank
got a kind
you.
of narrow
Wow.
set of places we're kind of waiting on. I think if we. If
Holy
one of these-
shit, Fuzzy Simba. What a. Paying it forward. You're the man.
Give
Or
me the
woman.
money.
Or
Give
they.
you.
I
Give me
love
the
it.
money.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh my
Tell
God.
us what
Fuzzy
that
Simba
vote
just
by
paid
mail
their
is,
gifted sub forward.
like that.
Look at
that
all
would-
the love going around.
Thank you. I really appreciate it,
That
Fuzzy
really
Simba.
might be.
Thank you.
I think that
I'm
is.
honored.
I think
you.
Central Count Milwaukee is
Kiki!
by
There you
far
are,
the biggest
girl.
thing that's
Was
left. The
wondering where
biggest
you went.
individual thing that's left in this state is the Central Count Milwaukee. Vote that
Fuzzy Simba
was
just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub
a
bomb.
good part of
Everyone
what
take
was
cover.
Fuzzy Simba.
before people understood this to be a Crowley versus Hong race.
Oh my God.
I'm not
Thank
sure
you,
how
buddy.
much of it, but a good part of it. And then after that, it's Winnebago and Dane.
Come on, Winnebago.
So, if sort of seems as if you could hit the fast forward button a little bit here. And if you were to get the Winnebago and
I was moving house, just moved to a new house.
right
I'm
now,
exhausted. Oh, there you. Okay, that makes sense.
Would go into the lead. If it didn't, she'd be in very, very bad shape.
She would, yeah.
So, but I think she would.
That's what it looks like to me. I don't want to call it though.
Winnebago plus Dane. Okay, Winnebago plus Dane right now equals in size the vote by the central count Milwaukee.
No teeth, simply
They're basically
Kiki.
the same size right now. So if Hong were to get big numbers with what's left in Winnebago and Dane, pull ahead of Crowley, and then if that, the thing that could really change it is if that central count Milwaukee number is bad for Crowley for the reasons we're saying, and he ends up taking a real hit there.
It's really down to Milwaukee.
You know, it's such a wild card. You know, the county's been running
Milwaukee,
pretty even. There was an update I
Wisconsin.
know that just came in before that was good for Hong.
He's gonna have a stroke. He is. You can
but
see it in 4K right now.
That central count, you could see a world where it's good for her because it's bad for him. You know, because of when it was cast. So, you know, again, if she were to take the lead through Dane and through Winnebago, they're not going to come in this order probably, but if she were to do that and then actually build on that lead in Milwaukee, then you would have, we'd be down to about 70,000 votes left statewide. And
holy shit.
One
guys.
update I do see here, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
From reporter Alexander Shore at VoteBeat from about 15 minutes ago. He's on site in Milwaukee at their processing
Gus is doing
center.
Thank you.
They
I appreciate
were, beginning their process of doing the votes on site there.
So far, yeah, I've been, but it's just because I've had a lot of experience in this, right? It's what I used to do.
He was estimating
Not that Kornacki hasn't,
maybe midnight Eastern. For that
he's a pro too, right? He's definitely a pro.
That's the
He
update
does
we
this
have
for a
from
living.
Milwaukee.
All right.
But I think he's I think he's a little like startled by this shit. I think he's a little too like in the numbers, and I can see the general trend.
Okay.
So
11:20,
I agree there.
you think-
Like he's a little like
Now, I mean, when they say midnight, we're always optimistic, right?
Yeah, it feels aggressive to me.
Oh, God damn it.
Given that I know-
Fuck you, Wisconsin. You're worse than Michigan.
They never go quicker than
I've
expected.
seen the video before. They take it out of the building, they bring it into the car, they drive the car. It's,
They have to
bring
put
it
the
into
oils
building.
on it. They do the...
to get off of Gus's crotch. No, he's definitely not on my crotch.
It's a ritual for sure.
He's the man. He would tell me otherwise.
So we may be waiting a while on
He's the GOAT.
Milwaukee absentee. Almost 30,000 votes.
Kornacki's a pro.
Something-
I think what you're seeing is he's like really overwhelmed by the numbers because he's not used to these kind of numbers. He's used to this being pretty open and shut by now, right? Which is why I try to keep an open
Crowley,
mind.
and that's about 150 in Lafayette.
Okay. Yeah, that puts you, again, you're sort of in that driftless. He's generally done well in here. Puts him, again, close to 1,000 statewide. Golly, nothing in Winnebago.
God, Canadians, am I right, Josephus?
Here's the thing. I have to
take a shit.
Right.
Well, okay. No. I don't want anybody to go anywhere. I will.
Maybe
run.
that's
It'll
what we
take
were
2
seeing.
minutes.
He needs to go to the bathroom.
You know, you understand. But I don't want. Somebody just came in. What was it?
Oh my God!
Dane County.
Oh my God! I almost went to the bathroom for that. Okay.
What?
Hong just took the lead.
You can't go to the bathroom when she just took the lead, motherfucker.
6,000 new votes. Hong wins 50% of them, and Crowley gets 33%.
What was can you give us the raw vote?
Yes. 6,229 total.
Fuck yeah!
Hong, 3,089.
Oh my God!
Crowley,
No bathroom breaks. Get back to it, you slacker.
She won it by 1035.
If I have to be up, you do too.
By 1035 from Dane County, taking a lead of 254. For the first time tonight, I believe Francesca Hong has taken the lead in the statewide tally. That is now with 83% of the vote in statewide.
Thank you.
Taking the lead.
Thank you.
Damn right, Kiki.
Thank you. Thank you.
6,000, and there was another 700 from Portage as well.
700 from Portage.
Call it while he's shitting
Portage
his
update?
Yes.
What'd she win the Portage update by?
385 votes for her and 185 for Crowley.
Okay, and I'm also seeing something else significant here. This update just came in from Dane. It was very big for
Proper
Hong.
thank you.
It looks like as that happened,
dude, like we had the craziest hype train. Level 9 hype train, and there were like 5 people gifting subs, so I don't know exactly who it was because it was going so quick.
It came in.
Fuzzy
we
Simba.
were looking at.
Yeah, it
we
wasn't me.
13...
Is a great chatter, and she comes in here. She's resting right now because she's pretty tired and she's been going through a lot.
Devin, we now have a remaining vote in Dane of 15,000.
I'm looking at the Dane County website in the most. As of right now,
finally took the lead. This is what I've been waiting for. It's not much, but it's.
But they say 274 of 281 precincts reporting on their website.
270. Say again.
274 of 281. So they have 7 precincts remaining.
Right, and we're trying to just gauge how many votes are in those precincts.
Yes,
and it seems
that's
like
those are 2 data pieces we have: that estimate and that precinct number.
I mean, yeah, that's this is what I just feel like I've seen this in Dane before. That's and I think we might be seeing it again here, where it's just like get late at night and it turns out there's more. It just turns out there's more than you expected, and the turnout was just that much higher, and. That is such a huge, if that is the case, that is such a huge thing for Hong. Because again, I think we're now expecting there to be what just happened.
Steve, we just got an update in Hennepin County in Minnesota. It looks like all of their vote, so we may be close to a call there.
This is what happens. We get so locked in, but folks, this is in Minnesota tonight. This closely watched, and there it is.
Peggy
Flanagan,
won.
the lieutenant governor.
Fuck yeah.
NBC News projects will win the Democratic nomination for the United States Senate in Minnesota.
Angie.
She defeats Congresswoman Angie Craig, and she will advance to the general election
the more progressive
to face
candidate.
former broadcaster Michelle Tafoya, who easily won the Republican nomination.
That's good
tonight.
news. Okay. It's a good sign. And they're right next to each other, technically.
Pitted Flanagan certainly running on the left here. Craig representing a more competitive congressional district in the Twin Cities area, seen as the more moderate centrist candidate in this race, but an emphatic victory, it appears, for Flanagan here in this United States Senate race. I say closely watched. Unfortunately, we didn't watch much of it tonight because we've been busy in Wisconsin. But by the way, we said we had low expectations for Minnesota.
That's amazing.
In terms of the timing.
I was really not expecting a call from them first, but pleasantly surprised that we got that in.
No, and it just, instead of jumping between them, I've been locked in on this thing from the start because this thing from the word go has been a puzzle. 295 votes. Francesca Hong leads David Crowley
crazy, guys.
Right now. Okay. I still do need to.
Yes, and they're ready. They're ready.
Okay. Okay. I mean, if you don't mind, just leave it right on this screen, and I'll be right back. You're free to come up, Adam, but I'll be super quick.
I'll stay here. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, Kornacki. What the fuck, Kornacki? Watch them call it. I would laugh. They're not gonna do it. Mike Lindell. I can't believe he even ran. I forgot about that. That shit is so funny.
Now, brother. We have to watch. And I'll see
oh my god. Amy Klobuchar. But whatever. They always play the same music on NBC. This fucking little anthem. Whoa, Amy Klobuchar. Yeah, Peggy Flanagan won. That's a great candidate. At least for Minnesota, right? Fuck, guys. Fuck. Look at this. 39-39. What the fuck? Gotta be literally froze on my ass. Roast Biff, how you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. How's everything?
Rare.
You girls are so funny. The music is so rocky, yeah. I've heard it 1,000 times. They always do this music. Come on, update the music. Oh, Star Wars. Yeah. Doom, 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 doom. Dun, 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 dun. I think it's like 10 or 15 years old, guys. I'm not even joking. I'm all right. How's everyone? Well, we're doing great. Having fun here. Got multiple hype trains. It was based. Thank you so much for stopping by. Really, is the good news regarding the elections? It's starting to look like it. Peggy Flanagan won. That's good news. Yeah. I can't say about Francesca yet, but Hong is ahead by 200 something votes. Yeah. What up? Fucking love it. How was your move, Kiki? What did you... Is your new place nice, or... Is it in a better part of the city? Yep. This is what we're doing, yeah. This is what we're doing here. We're doing the ancient tribal magic, guys. To get the Hong train to a successful destination. I love this. Well done. Did you look at my link? Yeah, I just played it, right? Wasn't me! There you go. You can thank him. You can thank her now. Yep. Oh, that wasn't... Okay, my bad. It's all right. I downgraded because I want to save money. Not bad times. I'm sorry, girl. The economy's doing bad there. I imagine. I mean, the economy's doing shit everywhere. Secret Service helps Trump successfully evade assassins by disguising him as lunch. Officials say he blended in perfectly behind the oranges. Iran will eat him for lunch. Oh,
so
shit.
There was no good time to go do that. Winnebago, okay, wow.
Wow.
So,
no.
We start
Not
with this, catch
Winnebago.
my breath. Crowley retakes the lead statewide. Does it on the strength of
Winnebago?
This, partly on the strength of this, Winnebago County, where we've been saying in the Bow counties here, Hong has been exceeding expectations, running so well, right? She won Brown County, Green Bay. She's winning Outagamie County, Appleton. Why wouldn't she then in Winnebago County, Oshkosh? Why wouldn't the same thing happen? Well, okay, Crowley has the lead here. The thing that we just saw, though, in Brown County, of course, was at the very end that Green Bay came in. Is Oshkosh coming in at the end?
I love you guys. You're the best. Best community.
Winnebago County.
Yeah, I can take a look.
Yeah. That's
So
the question that
thankful,
emerges.
so
but
humble.
for Crowley, because we see it in Madison too.
We are awesome, guys.
But
Love
before
you.
you do that, Adam, was it where else came in? I do feel like he got something else here. No.
Richland just came in, 445 votes. Crowley 193, Hong 156.
Okay, that was it. Okay, so it really was on the strength of what we just saw in
With Winnebago, yeah.
I'm sorry, I had to do that. I'm sorry. It's just no good time.
God, Kornacki,
okay, Adam is
hold
gonna
it
check
in for
on,
3 hours. Shit your
on that,
pants.
But that leaves, we think now, we still think, I'm just checking in here, that we still think 13,000 votes to come in Winnebago County. We still think 15,000 votes to come in Dane. And then this is it. This is central count. Okay? Get familiar with that term. If you're watching this, you already are familiar with that term, I bet. But that could be the decisive moment in this thing. That is City of Milwaukee.
Cheer on 100.
That's the early. That's the vote by mail.
Thank you.
It all gets
Oh my
reported out
God.
at once. Adam said they've already begun the procession
Wasn't me.
there.
What up?
A
Thank
reporter
you,
on
girl.
site, good reporter on site, saying maybe as early as midnight. We know these estimates can be a little optimistic, but I suspect you want to say sometime in the hour would be
Probably.
maybe it's midnight.
It's chicken
Maybe
down
midnight,
quick.
Could be,
Then I'd like to.
Who am I to say? But all these expectations have
fuck's
been
sake.
upended. Something else
600
just came in
votes,
for
man.
Crowley.
Yeah, a little more. Now it's 900. This is crazy,
So Green
guys.
Lake was the biggest update.
We had no
1,500
votes from there. Yeah.
Yeah. Crowley wins 673. Hong
brought my chicken.
492.
Yep.
We also got a Forest update. Crowley
'Cause I'm
293.
starving, guys.
Hong
I don't know.
231.
I can't hold up
And we
much
got
longer.
another Winnebago update.
Yeah.
439
I'm pulling
votes.
a Hasan,
Crowley
chicken
gets
and rice.
210 to Hong's 124.
So yeah, I'd love to know if it. Boy, this is it. So many puzzles with these numbers that they come in because
These numbers are
You
crazy.
know, just when we think we got a sense of this sort of Fox
Cheer
Valley
100.
here.
Thank you, wasn't me. Oh my
Crowley's
God.
putting up incredible
Another
numbers in
100.
Winnebago County, but we thought he was putting up pretty good numbers in Brown County, where Green Bay was, and then all of a sudden at the end of the Brown County count, they gave us Green Bay, and Green Bay was a disaster for him.
We got a
It was
Sheboygan update.
Fantastic. Now that must be good for Crowley.
Sheboygan!
No, it wasn't. All the expectations are getting confounded. It wasn't good for him, was it?
He nets votes out of it, but he only nets at like 50 votes. It was 2,357 votes, 989 to 928.
Okay, so he just went up again. Something else?
Racine.
Yeah.
Crowley gets 519.
Yep.
Hong gets 413.
Uh-huh.
Those are the latest two updates.
So,
my God!
He's pushed his lead
We got our
back
big
over
goal, too.
1,100.
Thank you, guys. What up?
Single tenth of a point, but
Cheer 1,000.
Fucking let's go.
now I'm going to ask you.
Thank you,
Here's what
wasn't
I
me.
see. Can
1,000
can you maybe ask
biddies.
our
Let's
friends at the
fucking
decision
go.
desk?
Yeah.
I now see
Thank
a
you, girl. You didn't have to
Milwaukee
do that. You
County
already did so
expected
much.
vote that is yet
Oh my
higher.
God.
Yeah.
You see it
And a
too?
Mr.
Yeah.
Mime, Reichel.
Okay.
And our total expected vote for the state also higher.
Oh, wow. Okay, wow. Yeah, remember 30 minutes ago when I said for the first time we had adjusted our expected vote?
Let's fucking go. Wasn't me.
Why do I say
Thank you.
that?
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
always see this,
Thank
I
you.
feel, in
Thank you.
Dane County.
Thank you.
We're also
Thank you.
seeing it in
Thank you.
Milwaukee County, where
Thank you.
again,
Thank you.
just
Thank
we
you.
keep
Thank you.
finding out
Thank you.
that turnout is higher. 814,000 is our new expected vote.
That's good.
In this primary.
That's insane.
Cheer 100.
Thank you, McKay.
I keep
oh my
asking
God,
you questions,
100
Adam. I just don't have
biddies.
the ticker that gives
Let's
me county by
fucking
county what
go.
came in. And it looks like he just got another significant, in the context of this, significant.
Yeah. Is this Vilas County?
Yeah,
Is that how you
okay.
pronounce
I
it?
think there
Sorry.
was no vote there before. Right, that was one where we had like no vote earlier, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, but we talked about this with
There's only
like
two
the small
counties.
counties adding up in a close race like this because there's, he's winning more counties than her. A lot of them are real small, but anywhere where there's not really, I think maybe the pattern here you know, it's kind of like, where is there a population center, right? You know, in these counties that don't really have a big any kind of meaningful population center, you know, he wins by a couple hundred votes. Just a couple hundred here, a couple hundred here, a couple hundred here, and then he's able to take. Remember, Hong had moved ahead, and there's basically been like a net change here of about 2,000 votes since then that put Crowley back in front, with a very interesting development there in Winnebago County that I'm trying to understand, because, you know, if what happened in Brown, this could just be the setup for what happened in Brown happening here, or is Crowley doing essentially unexpectedly well here? Is what we're trying to figure out. But yeah,
they're back. All right.
You know, to put this in some context too, just how high these turnouts are. Do I have it in front of me here? I mean, I think we're getting fringe-like presidential primary level with this.
This is really
turnout.
good news, though, for her.
They had like
it's good news.
900,000 for the Biden-Sanders.
Okay, my head is screaming. See you tomorrow. Oh my God! Thank you. Wasn't me. Couldn't have done it without you, girl. Thank you for the awesome night. Love you, and you got a ton of love from Fuzzy Simba and others. Thank you so much. Shout out to Wasn't Me.
So where's the
round of applause?
We think
love you.
8,000.
Love you too, girl. You know it.
Remaining in Milwaukee. Remember, these
Thank you so
these are
much.
moving targets, and if you are watching closely, you know that is higher than we said a little while ago. Dane 15, okay. Winnebago 12,000.
I love it. Thank you. Thank you.
12,000, 15,000, 38,000. Okay, those are the only three counties with more than 10,000 votes left.
With 10,000
Only one more county has more than 5,000 votes left. It's right here, Columbia County, that has 6,000.
Please clap.
Oh my God.
Everything else that's out in the state has fewer than 5,000 votes left. Now, in a context of a race this close, every little thing matters, as we're seeing. As Crowley, more than Hong, Crowley is collecting these little updates from a broad cross-section of the state, right? So Hong needs places that have population centers, it seems. She, I think, can look forward with great optimism to whatever it is that remains in Madison. If that ever gets reported out, I feel like they have just been sitting on this number for a long time there now.
Steve?
Yeah.
I do have an update for you out of Milwaukee.
Yeah.
So there are 9 municipalities that report their absentee ballots at the central location. 4 of them have reported. So it's Milwaukee and 4 other municipalities that will be kind of, I think that accounts for the updated vote. We know the Milwaukee is somewhere around 28,000.
Right.
And there's 10,000 more outside of that. And I think that, you know, some of these other municipalities account for that.
For central count. Or just municipalities we don't have any votes from.
It's their absentee ballots at the central location. And again, 4 of those counties have reported. So we have gotten some of those mixed in already, but 4 of them still have outstanding.
Wait, but no, I understand. So there are 9 municipalities in Milwaukee County that use central count for their absentee and for their early.
Yep.
You're saying we've got is our decision desk saying that they think this 38,000 is all coming out of central count?
28,000 central count from Milwaukee.
From Milwaukee, but is the other 10 central count for other cities?
Yes.
So it is all coming out of central count?
Yes.
Right. I mean, it's all absentee, is what I'm saying.
I think that's right. Yes.
Okay, that's the. I mean, that's. Can we just double check on that, because that's so important, because if we're looking at nearly 40,000 votes that are absentee or early, you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I mean,
how
she's going to
many
win.
of those votes were cast in July?
When he wasn't a fucking candidate. That's a really good sign.
Barnes, for Sarah Rodriguez. How many of those votes were cast when Crowley looked like he was going to be an afterthought?
Oh my God. She might pull this shit off.
You know, if you're Crowley, like.
You're shit in your pants, like you just did.
he has the advantage, and he's building it in these small places right now. He has the advantage in the tally right now, is what I'm trying to say. But Hong has a big bunch of votes, I think, from you saw what those Dane updates can do. She can get a couple more of those. She may be able to get, I'm very suspicious that what happened in Brown is going to happen in Winnebago. Okay, so between 15,000 votes in Dane and potentially a repeat of what happened in Brown happening in Dane, that could get her, that could erase a lot of that. Then, if there's nearly 40,000 votes just sitting there that were cast at like the lowest moment, they weren't all cast in July. They were not all cast in July, but how many of them were? And does that take a batch of votes from a place that Crowley's doing pretty well in, that's his home base? And does that end up making him underperform with it?
Yeah.
And I truly have no idea what to expect with this.
Yeah.
It's just
I think he really doesn't
understand. I think if you remember at
understand.
the start of the night, we said if the stop Hong,
I don't think he understood, like, he was looking at, like, the numbers from before, and they're just completely different numbers. See? Exactly what I just said.
Hong forces, Barnes dropped out, which I think was July 30th. I think they were like one day.
That's a good sign, honestly, because that means he probably thought Crowley was going to win based on the numbers, but not anymore.
Voter thought this was a two-way race between Crowley and Hong.
It's not over yet, but...
And this batch of votes is going to test if that could end up testing whether that makes the difference here. Now, Hong has to get in front. Well, doesn't have to get in front first, because again, if this batch of votes were really bad for Crowley, Hong might do better than him with it. Or maybe it's less of an issue than I'm talking it up to be, and it's quite fine for Crowley. It's a huge unknown.
Andrew at the decision desk was looking at the question that you posed earlier about those Milwaukee County votes. He thinks, so all the places that are listed as having outstanding vote on the website, the municipalities, have reported election day vote. So what is outstanding would be the absentee and early vote. Yeah.
Right.
Oh my God.
I see something just came in that was about 300 votes positive for Hong. What was it?
That was Pierce.
Okay. Yes. That just you gotta love a primary night like this. It's just confounds. Is that the proper use? Confounds your.
This is an epic night. This is much like the Michigan
I shouldn't try to
night.
sound smart, but like I would have looked at this and said,
"It's gonna go
This is
for him."
Crowley country tonight."
Yeah.
And she wins St. Croix, and this is what I'm saying. I think it's population centers to some degree.
Yeah.
Minneapolis, suburbs, but yeah, Pierce and St. Croix, I would have put firmly in the Crowley category, and Hong wins them both.
Right.
And cuts that margin to 1375. So we're down to about 120,000 votes we think left statewide, give or take. As you know, it's been a lot of both tonight.
Everything's filled in.
120. Look, a third of what we think is left statewide is central count, is absentee from Milwaukee. 28,000 of it, about 2/3 of this is the city of Milwaukee. And then I can give you the full list here. Fox Point, Franklin, Milwaukee, Oak Creek, Shorewood, South Milwaukee, Wauwatosa, Greendale, West Allis. Those are the communities in Milwaukee County that send their absentee vote to the central count facility.
Oh my God.
And the 38,000 remaining there come from the city of Milwaukee and a few others of those. We're not sure which, but the city of Milwaukee is one of them.
We think it's Wauwatosa, West Allis, Oak Creek, South Milwaukee, and Milwaukee.
We did know. Okay, so there you go. It's so a third of the remaining vote is, and it's in that. Gosh, if you like a mystery, what do you make of that vote? What do you think it is? You're watching this as closely as I am. What do you think that's going to look like? Crowley just got something huge. What was it?
We got a Milwaukee update.
Oh my goodness! What do we get?
We got 4,500 votes. Crowley gets 2,556. Hong gets 1,568.
Is this being reported out from Central Count?
No.
Let me see
I wouldn't
what.
expect it.
Yes. So now
Really?
Oak Creek, Wauwatosa, West Allis,
Didn't you just say
and
that-
South Milwaukee all reported. So then Milwaukee is still just the remaining.
That was, how many votes was that?
That was 4,536.
Oh, fuck.
Okay. And we think that was Central.
Not good.
You see what I'm getting at? If that was Central Count and he won it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good, guys.
Can we just be sure of that?
Yeah, can you be sure?
So
because
those
I just heard the opposite
were
from
previously
Kornacki.
not reporting, and now they're reporting, and the only one that's left not reporting
Something else
is
just
City
came
of
in.
Milwaukee.
I think something else just came in.
Oconto, 2,611 votes. Crowley, 1,185. Hong, 743.
Yep. That is potentially blockbuster, what just happened in Milwaukee. And that's why I want to be so sure that I'm characterizing this correctly as Central Count.
Guys.
Because if it is,
Fuck you,
it is
Kornacki.
a
You gave me hope
very
for like
emphatic answer to the question we've been posing about what that vote looks like. All these things about when the vote was cast and is there a penalty. Crowley just did you saw it. You saw it. Now,
he did better than he expected.
Well, let's just.
Andrew at the decision desk also thinks that what's just remaining is the 28,000 from Central Count from the City of Milwaukee.
Sure, but he thinks that was specifically Central Count that just came in.
Yes.
Well, if you're at Crowley headquarters now, that is the single biggest piece of news you've had all night, I think. That's huge. That's huge. What were the percentages on that vote that just came in?
Fuck!
The Milwaukee update?
Yeah. The Milwaukee County update that we just got. What percent did he get? What percent did she get?
He got 50%. She got 35%.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's huge.
I mean,
that's 15 points.
This is how much. It's astounding to me, given how much this vote I think comes from a different time in the campaign, that he did that well. He did better. He's running at 43.8% countywide, and we're saying from absentee vote he did 50%. That's crazy. I mean, that's wow. That blows my mind. That's just massive for him because that obviously sets the stage for Milwaukee. If it shows that with the Central Count there was no.
Oh my God! Fuck!
There's no apparent price that he paid for that. For that coming from a potentially a lot of that coming from July or something. So wow.
It is mail and early votes. So it's possible that those municipalities just skewed more towards the early vote. That could be one of the explanations.
Yeah. But it is that combination, and we weren't sure what the mix was, and we weren't. So listen, if that is foreshadowing what is to come from the city of Milwaukee, now this is outlying versus city, although I don't know that we were seeing a huge difference between the two. I see another update just came in for Crowley. What was it?
A little more.
Iowa.
Yeah.
1,165 total votes. Crowley wins 467. Hong 406.
Yeah. Wow. I think we just had a very major moment. I mean Iowa, but I'm still hung up on that because listen, if the Central Count in Milwaukee goes anything like what we just saw,
he's cooked. Yeah.
I think he opens this thing up. That was a 15-point margin. If he were to do that in Central Count, with 28,000, 2,800.
There's still 15% of the vote, though.
If that were to replicate, it would net him 4,200 additional votes, and this thing would move close to 7,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge if, but just to give you a sense of it. And if he then got up 7,000, where could she counter that? And again, where did he just get? Something else just came in small, but I want to register these.
Manitowoc.
Oh, Manitowoc.
Sorry about
That's
that.
did work.
798 votes. Crowley 348, Hong 246.
There's stop the steal.
Yeah. It's
Kornacki, you're a part of it, aren't you?
Because again, if he were to, we're saying 14,000 currently. Did we just get a slight Dane update? I see or we just adjusted the expected a little. I'm seeing 14,000 expected here, right? So like if Hong were to win that by, her best updates have been about 15, 20 points. Say it was 20.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she could knock 2,800 off. You know, which currently would right. That's the thing, right? Like,
wow. Okay.
I think if 14,000 is the actual remaining vote in Dane, and Crowley and Hong won it by 20 points, which I think is giving her a pretty generous, kind of what if total there. That would basically wipe that to zero. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're sitting looking at those Milwaukee central count numbers where we just said if maybe the city isn't as friendly to Crowley as the outlying areas. I don't know, but he just won the outlying areas in that update 15 points.
Yeah.
If he won 28,000, a batch of 28,000 votes by 15 points, he nets 4,200. If he wins it by half that, it still nets 2,000. You see, so it's like kind of like best case Hong, Dane wipes this to even statewide. And now I think something surprising would have to happen with that vote by mail early vote Milwaukee for that not to
have
immediately for when it comes in to.
I know you're tired from work.
Then put Crowley back up by some number of votes in the 4 digits. And then what's left? Winnebago, where I do suspect.
Fuck you, Winnebago.
Again, could be wrong. We're making kind of on-air guesses here. I do suspect the 12,000 there in Winnebago are going to mimic what we had in Brown. Yep. Suspect. I don't know.
I do have an update from Milwaukee County. I am just spying in on one of the local news broadcasts that was. They were streaming live from inside the central counting location, and they're now outside. So it's possible these votes are making moves.
Wait. The people broadcasting have been moved outside?
And there was a camera, and they were watching them process the ballots inside a location. Remember, they have to bring it from the one location to the other.
So much love in chat.
The camera's now outside. So
okay. This is like waiting for the Pope, right? You're looking for the. When's the smoke?
We're looking for any signals.
Plumes of smoke. They'll tell us.
That's the update I have. Yeah.
They'll tell us. But yeah, I just that update that.
We just got another one from Grant County.
Yeah.
Another 750 votes. Crowley 349, Hong 210.
Yeah, they're adding up for him. Now if you're Hong, you need
a push.
What would you need a essentially a surprise in this Milwaukee number? Can we make a case for why that would happen? I guess the case we would make is city of Milwaukee as opposed to one of the sort of inner suburbs of Milwaukee County. So it can be much younger, right?
That's what I thought.
Can be much more demographically friendly to Hong in that way. We find that these DSA candidacies take off in the cities and not necessarily the inner suburbs of these places. So
fuck this place.
That said, we've also found
they're getting into the car.
Okay, but where's the? This is to go to or from?
This is to go from the place that they were kind of loading the ballots onto USB sticks or memory drives to the location that they can put them in the machine so they can be reported out to us here at 30 Rockefeller Plaza.
Why can't they do that in one place?
I don't know.
So wait, I'm so down with the text. Just say it one more time so people can appreciate what's happening.
It went down. Oh no, it went up. Fuck.
We say central count.
Yes.
They got all these ballots there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God.
They counted them?
Yes, they're counted and processed and loaded onto memory 6. And
Memory sticks, literally something the size of a stick of gum?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
And then they're transporting them over to, I don't know, believe it's the courthouse.
Stop the
where they
steal!
can be reported out, or they can be transmitted.
So you're saying they're now in the motorcade on their way over?
That's right.
Is there like sirens, and what does it look like?
It's an
It
armed
looks like
guard.
a car driving in the middle of the night in Milwaukee.
I hope they don't just drive off or something.
I find it entertaining. I don't know. I'm sure everybody at home would as well. But
I mean, this is what we
just got a Columbia update as well.
Okay. Yep.
2,800 votes. Crowley 1,252. Hong 950.
She's going to need something. She's going to need. I mean, this is really coming. I think if you're Crowley, you're feeling better than Hong right now, and I think she needs something out of this central count Milwaukee number that. I say surprising, but we're trying to make the case for what that would be. How we just saw him win central count inner suburb Milwaukee County by 15. She would want to win this by something like that. Yeah.
Oh, one clarification from our correspondent, Shaq Brewster. He's not there, but he has reported there in the past.
Yeah.
They're moving from the city to the county facility, and then they report them out from the county facility.
So the Milwaukee Central Count has done its thing.
The city, yes.
Right. And now they're transporting but okay, they still just have to put these.
Yeah, it's still the same process, just the technical.
So we are
how that's happening.
Is Shaq writing to you? Can you ask him how long would he estimate if they're now en route? How long till they actually tell us the number? Does he have?
Yeah,
can he remember?
I can ask him.
Okay, he knows. He's lived through the joy of this.
Oh my God! Fuck.
But yeah, Hong would need. I think she clearly. I think needs to win it. And maybe it is. Maybe it's totally different than the gap between. I'm sitting here saying I think in Winnebago County there's going to be like a small town city divide. So maybe there is here too with this vote.
I hope. You were giving me hope,
but
and
as you can see, look,
took it away from me.
This number can change, okay, but it hasn't moved that much in our estimate. Yeah.
I had two updates, one from Shaq and one from the decision desk. There was about a 30-minute gap between when it left the city location to the county location before it got reported out to us.
Okay, thank you, Shaq. That would take us to 12:30. Okay.
Damn,
you said it was a second update? You had two? Did you say two updates?
Oh, and both the decision desk and Shaq wrote to me with that same timing update. So I'm trying to attribute to them both.
Okay.
Thank you for helping me out.
Thank you,
guys.
Decision Desk, too. Yes.
Oh, my God.
But right, I think you can see that the 14K, give or take, left in Dane is probably not going to be enough for Hong to erase this. I think you can also see, but, 14K there plus potentially the 12K in Winnebago can certainly get her close. The problem she has then is that you're just seeing this trickle. You just watch this number. You've seen it, right? It
goes up.
This
and then
trickle
it goes
from
right
the rest
back
of the
down.
state is going to continue.
Yeah.
So if she were to, get a big jump from Madison, a big one from Winnebago, and essentially wipe that out, I don't know if it would quite do that, but let's say it did. What just happened is going to keep happening, from around the state, which means she has to win this. Hong has to win this.
As I said, Milwaukee's going to be the kingmaker.
I don't know. She lost
It's like that in Dane County.
The inner suburbs that do this central count thing.
Fuck.
But the city is different than the suburbs. Yep. She's doing well, it would seem. We said
in the city.
It seems that her support is where there's population centers.
Yeah. Makes
even
sense.
Smaller ones. So here's the big one. One of the big ones. Well, biggest city in the state. So to update you, we think there are 109,000 votes left statewide. And now Adam, it does our system is still saying 34,000 in Milwaukee.
Yeah, I think 28 was our estimate earlier. I think it could be above that. I think it could be that number, but you go to their county website, they have one place that has yet to report their ballot, and it's Milwaukee. So
okay, so I
just would have to go with what they say.
It may be 34,000. It may be 34,000 in this update. I'm just trying to make I do want to make sure that would change the math if it was 28,000 central count and 6,000 non.
Yep.
That 6,000 non, I think, has a good chance of being Hong. So that's why I just and this has ticked down to 108.
Okay.
And that Crowley lead sits at 3,400, 0.5%. What else can we say while we wait?
This guy's so nervous. He's shitting his pants. You already got you to shit your pants, dog.
Reasonable.
Boy, we've done this 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah,
this is
suspense
crazy.
on both of these has been great. And I think to the polling question.
I mean, to people like us guys, like we love this crap, right? But yeah.
And two, I think there was a lot of thinking about what happened with the polls last week that led to a closer race than possible.
Damn right, Thorne. Damn right, Josephus.
Due to the polling results, this is another one where it seems margin-wise a big miss, but as you've been talking about, so much changed in the past 3 days, 5 days, 7 days of this race, where the most recent poll I saw, wasn't yesterday. It was a couple of weeks ago, and so I think
guys, if she ends up losing, I'm gonna call it. It's because of that Thanksgiving thing. There were like 3,000 to 5,000 people being like, "Oh hell no, she wants to get rid of Thanksgiving. Could never be me."
I'm not going to reveal the.
I'm not even joking.
Hong,
that's how
the
stupid
number
this is.
in Milwaukee.
I am
Central
joking.
count,
No.
and Hong's going to win it, and she's going to have that. She's going to have Dane, and she's going to have that Dane and Winnebago, and suddenly she's going to win this primary. That could happen.
Yeah.
If she doesn't, I had the thought. The thing that I was thinking of this week was the Democratic primaries in 2020 when Sanders won, Nevada, New Hampshire, kind of won. He got the most votes in Iowa, and there was that moment when it was like, oh, he's going to be the Democratic nominee. And you saw people in the Democratic Party start to make their peace with it, but you also saw this like similar thing, like we say, the establishment reacted to the realization that Hong seemed to be on the cusp of this with like, we got to stop her.
Yep.
And you saw that reaction to Sanders in that like week
So let's slander
in 2020.
her.
And the thing I was thinking of is I remember there was a controversy that week leading into South Carolina where he was asked something about Castro. And like it was basically disavow Castro, and he was like, he wouldn't give he gave an answer that was like, I think it had the effect of making Democrats say, oh gosh, if we nominate him, is this going to be what happens all fall? And I thought of that when I started Thanksgiving
not Fidel
stuff with her.
Castro.
So I don't know, but that's
How
that's
dare
one.
you?
I say this is the pundit-free zone.
God,
no more
this is
punditry for me.
yeah. Please don't. No punditry, dude. We want to hear the facts. My God,
Do you know,
this is like way too close for
I'm
liking,
supposed to give a
guys.
presentation at 8:30 in the morning, 3 hours north of.
Good luck with
I don't
that.
know what I'm going to do.
You're fucked.
I
dog.
do wish we had live streams from Dane and Winnebago.
Tell me what you're seeing. Tell us what you're seeing.
I don't have anything currently for you. I see
okay.
Election result graphics.
Shaq said 12:30. It's 12:06. Whew.
Fidel, I blame Justin Trudeau. Isn't he
How
the
about
son
Winnebago?
of
Can we
Fidel
get-
Castro?
Winnebago doesn't do
God,
central count, right?
Cubans.
Oh, they do.
We could have had
Wait.
Bernie.
Oh. Oshkosh does central count.
Yeah.
no. Ducky.
Yeah, we're just...
Ducky,
still at
you missed the last
108,000.
one of these. It was incredible.
This does remind me of...
This is so similar.
of last week.
Drive faster, guys. God, get those thumb drives in quicker. That's what she said.
I'm good.
I might have missed this too. I'm going to sleep soon. God damn it, Ducky. He looks broken. Yeah, he does look broken. He was hoping to get to bed by now. That's why, McKay. I was too. I kind of jinxed it. Fuck. I was like, they're gonna call this quicker, right? It's Wisconsin. It can't be that bad. Oh, wait.
Sorry, I'm just typing a note here.
My wife, you know, she wants to know when I'm gonna be home, guys. My girlfriend. I have to shower still. I know. Oh my god. This is crazy. But this just shows you how close this election really is.
34,
right?
32. 108,000 expected remaining vote. 1208.
Cicero Fields, welcome to the stream.
Desk and correspondent Shaquille Brewster is
welcome.
1230. I see. Okay, can you just tell us what the couple quick ones, the little ones, the word that just came in here? It's bouncing around a little bit.
We just got
new follower to the commune. Thank you, Cicero Fields.
Thank you.
15 new votes.
Appreciate the
Crowley
follow.
116, Hong 113.
Yep.
And Calumet 3,466 new votes. Hong wins 1,371. Crowley 1,290.
So we're down to 104,000 votes. A third of it, a little bit less than a third of it, is just that Milwaukee.
Talking a little bit to the decision desk, they do think that the expected vote number currently in our system for Dane is a little too high. I think it's under 1,000 votes.
Wait, we think it's under, pardon me, we think it's under 1,000 votes?
Yes, because the Dane County website currently says 280 of 281 precincts reporting. So we're probably just waiting for one precinct.
Whoa. Oh, that's huge. I know I'm
that's bad.
Asking the same thing 3 times, but it's so big. I just want to make sure I understand this.
Yeah.
That's bad.
We don't think there's 14,000 votes left in Dane. We think there's less than 1,000.
That's right.
Wow.
That's really bad.
The Hong math
is not looking good.
This is so important to the Hong math.
Yeah.
And the well may be dry for her in Dane County.
We need it wet. We need that.
Wow.
That well wet.
So
the only precinct that I don't see as reported on the Dane County website is one precinct in Madison.
It's in Madison. Could be. Do you have the precinct results in front of you, or like?
Yeah.
Give us a sample of how many votes. Can you see like a really good precinct for her? How many raw votes? How many votes did she get versus him?
Yes. So, trying to find one. Yeah. So like here's Madison 72, and the precinct we're missing is Madison 74. Madison 72, she got 359 votes. He got 156 votes.
So 200.
Find me the
Madison
votes.
73, she gets 658 votes. He gets 321 votes. Those are like some of the neighboring precincts.
So they do vary in size a little and turn out. Look, be super generous, 350 votes. You know, she may be able to knock from what's left in Dane County. Okay, she may be able to knock 350 votes off this total. That's it. A minute ago, we're sitting here thinking there's 14,000 votes left, and she could take a big chunk of this. Okay, no longer. Now we're saying that maybe she's able to take what is currently a 33-81 deficit, and like best case, she knocks that down to 3,000 flat with what's left in Dane. Okay.
I just need to find exactly
12,382 in Winnebago.
It does look like the Milwaukee City votes have arrived at the county location.
They just arrived.
I'm watching the video.
So describe it, narrator. What's going on?
There's a woman at a desk doing some paperwork.
Well, how do you see the votes coming in? Where do you?
They'll put them. I'm sure they're doing the paperwork to the machine. The reporter at VoteBeat estimates another 25 minutes.
I like Shaq's estimate better. That takes us to 12.
That's the best I got for
25
you.
minutes
I'll let you
too
know
long.
if I see a memory stick or something.
Oh, it just went down.
Interesting that lets us know that
3,100.
Okay, so, if what's left in Dane were to knock this down to
3,100. Yeah, 63. Yeah.
Did we just get another update?
Yeah, we got 2,200 votes out of Chippewa.
Yeah.
Hong gets 942. Crowley gets 724.
Okay. Once again, completely defying my expectations. A solid Crowley County. She actually nets a little bit there. So but again, we were thinking there's like 14,000 votes left in Dane. Doesn't look like there are.
Another
looks like
one.
there might be 1,000
2 weeks in a
at
row.
best.
Jesus.
If Hong were to net 350 out of it right now, that she could knock this down to 2,800. Big outstanding source of votes in Winnebago. Again, if it kind of mimics Brown, but what do we think is left in Winnebago? We think 12,000 votes are left there. If she won it by 20 points, I'm just spitballing. 20. Yeah, that's a big source for her. She needs something. She needs something big out of Winnebago, but. It also, in a way, if she wins, if she were to win that Milwaukee, that Milwaukee vote,
it's really coming down to Milwaukee.
If she wins it big, a 10-point win in a batch of 34,000 votes is 3,400 votes.
Mm-hmm.
She's down 3166. We say she's not going to get much more out of Dane. She could take another bite out of that with Winnebago. I do think as the other counties continue to fill in, as we've seen, it would then tick back up. But, yeah, she could, win the Milwaukee Central Count vote by 10 points. If Hong beats Crowley by 10 points, and if it is 34,000, some
we'll find out in 25 minutes. Jesus.
I think we're not quite sure, but I think if it is 34,000, she could net 3,400 with that. So, if she wins it by 15, 5,000, a little bit more than 5,000. But I think she needs to see something like that. She needs to see something like that. Some kind of double-digit win, I think, with this Milwaukee Central Count.
Damn.
Because it's not coming from Dane for her anymore. She could make a dent
in Winnebago.
She could make a dent from
Winnebago. Come on, Winnebago!
But I'm not sure what's happening. I'm kind of assuming
sick of your shit, Winnebago.
That it's going to line up with the other Bow counties, and that it's going to be like Brown County, where it kind of comes in. It was a late kind of push for her from Oshkosh, but maybe not. And outside of that, as we tick down to 102,000 left statewide.
The woman that was doing paperwork at the table has left the table and went to the other room. That's promising to me.
Is there only one person in this room, or is this like?
There's press and other auxiliary.
Everybody's
officials.
watching one woman at a table.
Yeah.
That's what this race has come
Not that I
down
want
to.
people switching away from the
58 News Milwaukee.
Okay, tell me how.
Oh my God, recount territory. Yeah, for real.
Getting this.
This is
when it
in
comes out. Is this-
recount.
Do they make
if it
a public
continues.
declaration? Do they?
We get it the same way we've gotten all the other results. Is they'll upload it into the system and it'll be distributed out to clients.
Does like our reporter find out first and tell us, or?
If they do, I will let you know. But the best I know is that it'll hit the system.
We did.
He's like, I want to go
we've
home.
had Wisconsin elections come down to this.
Yeah, for
before.
real.
I feel like the
they're always so
2018 governor's
close.
race did. Does that sound right? Scott Walker got
What the
beat
fuck?
by Evers, I think, on central count in Milwaukee.
I do feel like I've watched this process play out a couple times. At this point. Yeah.
I think I've asked you the same questions a couple times too, and you're very polite to continue answering them.
No, it's fun to watch it with you. We just got another Burnett County update.
Yeah.
773 votes. Crowley 291. Hong 256.
Jesus.
Which takes us. Whoa! Did we get more than that, or they just dialed back our expected? Oh, I think that we're now at 92,000 remaining. So I think we just dialed back our expected a little. Does that
Yeah, it looks like they took away or they made that adjustment
Dane.
for the Dane vote.
Oh, it is. Yep, you're right. Yeah.
Fuck! Dane didn't go out and vote for Hong. Fuck you, Dane.
34.
I blame Dane.
Yeah, I mean, so now that Milwaukee vote is well over a third.
And we just got another update from Dane, 500 votes. Hong 271, Crowley 166.
So she nets 95 votes. Out of what? Is that it for Dane? Is that the last thing for Dane? Is that the last precinct?
Their website now says 100% of precincts reporting.
Oh, man. Fuck.
Yeah, now our that takes us down to 89,000 statewide. And that's in our Milwaukee, again, these are moving targets.
Yeah.
Milwaukee 32. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
I think you've asked them before, but can you ask them, do they think that 32 is all? They must. At this point, the whole, of course it is, because they're all, everybody's at this one building.
Jesus.
Yeah, believe it or not, the outside of Milwaukee, I mean, so right,
Yeah, Shack flags from Charles Benson, one of our NBC affiliate reporters. Thumb drives have arrived at the central count. We should have numbers on the 27,000 early absentee ballots in the next 30 minutes.
27,000?
Yes.
So can we ask our decision desk, we're hearing 27,000, what's the 32?
I'll get clarity, but as you saw with that Dane, I think because the vote has gone up so much throughout the night, as you saw with that Dane update, they were aggressive with how many potentially might be coming.
All right, Kristen B.
The Dane vote.
Thank you for sticking by.
Is now exhausted
For so long. Appreciate it, girl.
Yeah, please. Okay, thank you. Because I mean, that's our reporter telling us 27,000, and we had heard 28, and it matters from the standpoint that, like, look, if it's 27,000, and the math, 27,000. If Hong wins it by 10, she nets 2,700 votes, right? Which is short. 32,000. If she wins it by 10, she nets 3,200, 1,700 votes, 17 votes higher than that. It just every vote obviously matters here in this situation.
Kornacki.
But she's clearly going to have to win it big. She's just going to have to win that batch big.
Fuck.
Whatever its exact size. Because then, say we're waiting on Milwaukee and Oshkosh, Winnebago County, make up more than half of the remaining vote.
Just got an update in Shawano County. 1,569 votes. Crowley 676. Hong 519.
Yep. And so it just ticks up a little bit. Ooh.
Yeah.
It just ticks up a little bit. See, that's the thing. He gets.
Everyone get these numbers, right? Perfect numbers.
Outside of Milwaukee and Winnebago, we think maybe 3,600 votes left.
Our decision desk thinks 28,000. City of Milwaukee.
28,000. Okay. So do we think this 32 is going to tick down?
I don't know if we have control over that number.
Okay.
So
I see.
Just keep track of that number for our audience.
That 86 may even be more like 82.
Yeah.
82.
28,000 Milwaukee. 12,000 Winnebago.
Yeah, just ignore it. God damn it, fake computer guy, right?
Greene County is
stop the
Greene
steal.
County is 3,600. It has more outstanding votes as the 3,600 outstanding. I mean, that's running.
Fuck.
That's running big for Crowley. And yeah, there is still some in Outagamie, maybe about 3,000 votes right there. So I think I think Hong will net some out of that.
Damn.
But then I'm not.
Keep
There may be a little bit out of Eau Claire still.
You got so easily mistaken policy because it's
Then
fucking
for every
blue.
place like that,
It's fucking blue, dude.
It is fucking blue.
There's Manitowoc County where Crowley is leading by 20 points, 15 precincts left.
It's a lot of blue.
Monroe County, Crowley is leading by 9. Still a couple dozen precincts left. Small.
the DSA
Small.
tried to ring this guy's a
Columbia,
clown.
Crowley
Oh
by
my
15.
God. Joseph,
Still,
you see this shit?
Just a lot. I just see a lot of those. Well, Columbia is a little bit bigger relative to this, but
I can't believe it.
you see a lot of places where this Crowley thing can tick up, and now Hong has to get a big batch somewhere, and that's going to have to be
Milwaukee at this point.
Milwaukee. Do we have anything going on at this? What are we up to? Milwaukee? Was it Wisconsin 58, Milwaukee 58? What are we?
I've unfortunately lost eyes on on the rooms, but
the rooms.
But we did just get an
90%
update
of the
from
vote-in.
Monroe County. 593 new votes. It looks like Crowley nets about 30.
Yeah, so he's.
But it's within 5.5 percentage points. So there will be a recount if it continues this way. Jesus, Kornacki.
I'm feeling like I'm ready to hear from Milwaukee.
Me too.
He wants to go home, guys. He wants to take a nap. He's tired. He's tired.
I'm trying to think of what to say. I'm trying to think of. I mean,
no, there
I'm
definitely
curious
will
what
be
everybody
a
else thinks. I wish
recount.
we could put a poll up
Pull
or
it
something.
together, Kornacki.
How do they think that central count vote is going to look?
He's EP.
Because you can.
It's past his bedtime.
You remember those
it's
old
past my
Ed
bedtime.
Schultz,
But
Ask America polls?
Yeah.
Those were good. We should bring that
There you
feature
go.
back.
There you go. Let me ask you: do you have the current Milwaukee City? How the vote is running just in Milwaukee currently?
I'll have to put that together.
free Kornacki, free Gust.
That would have been a good question I could have asked a while ago.
Knock your water over, Kornacki. Yeah.
Just to update it.
When is he going to start the steal?
85,000 left statewide. 85,000, more than half from Milwaukee and Winnebago. Well, 80, and again, that 85 may be, in actuality, several thousand lower than that.
Yeah.
Our total expected vote for this primary is, excuse me, I'm not bored by that. I just, everybody in here must be, I think they're ready for Milwaukee too.
That's what he was saying, guys. He's tired.
805,000.
I'm tired.
Which is just, it just nuts. When you think about how high these turnouts have gotten.
Yeah, it's pretty high turnout, which is good, a good sign, but not as good as I thought.
But I am curious what people think. I mean, certainly, it I'll have a better sense of what I think when I hear what Adam tells me here. We know that Hong and the left-wing candidacies do their best in the cities. Yep. Younger and just all of that. So, okay, we're looking at a vote. We're talking about a vote that's going to come from the city of Milwaukee. We got it?
Yeah, so I see about 60,000 votes from the city of Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Crowley winning 47% of them, Hong winning 46% of them.
Okay.
Shit.
So
47.4 to 45.6 to be exact.
Very close.
Pretty even in the non-central count portion.
Yes.
But again, we're talking about
the central cast,
votes cast. I thought in the central count, inner suburb Milwaukee County, that it was not going to go great for Crowley for all the reasons I said about when some of these votes might have been cast. Did not appear to be an issue whatsoever for him. Is it going to be an issue in the city of Milwaukee central count? Somebody else just came in, I think, that gave him a couple. He's got a boost somewhere.
Yeah, Columbia County, 4,182 votes.
Yeah.
Crowley, 1,810. Hong, 1,345.
Yeah.
Oof.
It's going to have to be real big for Hong. It's going to have to be.
We just got a Winnebago update.
Oh, it just look, that knocked a ton of it out.
Oh shit!
So that was 8,000 votes. Hong 3,765. Crowley 2,890.
Say it again.
3,765 for Hong.
Yeah.
2,890 for Crowley.
Yeah.
And there was also a Columbia update in there. Did we do that?
Yeah, I think right before, right? Or was there a second Columbia one?
No, I think that's right.
Okay, so the intuition was right on Winnebago. It at least so far, it's done what Brown did. But was that like Oshkosh there, and now it's going to go back? Either way,
crazy guys.
I don't know what I just did. Either way, that knocked like 800 and change off that Crowley advantage. So, and we think there's about 4,000 that are still to come here in Winnebago.
4,000, okay.
We know 28 in Milwaukee. Know all about that.
Shit.
We do think, well, now it's worth saying, look, we think about 4,000 left to come here. We still have about 3,400 left. Yeah, look, I mean, Outagamie, we're still waiting on 2. And they got a town that does central count. That's not the holdup. Not sure what is, but okay, so between these two, there's room theoretically. We're just seeing in these counties, though, it seems like a difference between is it outlying vote, is it population center votes? I don't know where it's coming from exactly. But, you know, Hong is leading in both of them, and there's vote to come in both of them, so she could still, and she just got something else small somewhere.
Shit,
what
just
came
went
in?
down.
Yeah, Wapaka.
Yeah.
627 for Hong.
What up?
595 for Crowley.
And then quickly, Crowley just won by 2 somewhere.
Sawyer.
Okay, so, it's, you know, but there is room for her.
Now it's less than
There is room for
3,000.
her
What up?
To cut this further here, at
Allegheny.
least theoretically.
Winnebago County.
You know, as I said, you know.
W.
What else is left here? No, I mean, like, but you got a place like Manitowoc County is sitting there, you know, that's Crowley country tonight, and he's, you know, there's probably 2,400 votes left right there. Okay, you know,
Ooh.
Down here in Grant County, Crowley also running up the scores about 24. You know, yeah. There's about 2,400 votes left here. We think about 2,400 votes left here. I think you expect pretty good Crowley numbers in both of those places. And then combined between the two of them, there's about 7,500 votes that are left between Outagamie and Winnebago County, right? So it's about 5,000. Between these two, there's about 5,000. So 12,500.
Oh my God, guys.
And then there's 28 here.
It just went down
You know,
again.
What are we at statewide? We think there's about 70,000 votes statewide.
Yeah.
We got another Outagamie and an Ashland update.
Okay, what just happened in Outagamie?
Outagamie was dead even, 348 apiece.
Wow, okay.
Ashland, Hong gets 651, Crowley 336.
651
Wow.
to 336.
Wow.
Okay, so it's 26.
And we just went down by 1,000. W.
So she has, look, this thing was starting to get into the high 3,000s there, right? Now
Not anymore.
She's slashed a third off of it. Which
The chat is truly divided on whether this is going Crowley or Hong.
Yeah, I have no idea, guys. This is a
It's a
very
suspense.
The suspense is crazy in this.
I tell you, with the last couple updates that we've got here, you know, it's like I say, she got to win it. Got to win it by a good margin, but maybe not. You know, this is, you know,
Hong train back on the rails.
now there's going to be some places here, depending on when these come in. If it's before or after Milwaukee.
Hell yeah.
As I said, I you know,
Ashland
if
is super liberal
Manitowoc gave
college
us,
town,
you could see,
kinda
look
like,
how
okay.
right.
Good to know.
Like at some point, we're getting more of this, and that's going to be good for Crowley. At some point, we're getting more of this, and I think it's going to be good for Crowley. So you certainly see the places on the map still where that number can go up.
Yep.
It looks like there's still vote to come in Eau Claire.
Oh, yeah, there is.
Where we saw she put up a huge number the last
She did
time we
pretty
got
good.
an update. It looks like actually, I think there might still be some vote. Yeah, there's still vote. So look, okay, Eau Claire,
Oh, shit.
Portage, Winnebago.
This isn't over, guys.
Outagamie.
It's not Jover.
Portage 17, Eau Claire 18, that's 35.
What up?
Outagamie 25, that's 60. So between those four that I just circled, that's about 10,000 total votes that are left.
Oh my God.
That to some degree I think could go Hong's way. Right, and then what else here? Oh shoot, I just pressed this. Bayfield has. Now she's up. Yeah, she's leading in. Slightly leading in Bayfield, but there's 1,000 votes left there. There are still maybe 1,100 left in Racine, which is one of Crowley's best places tonight.
Oh my God, guys! Congrats on hitting 5,000.
Yeah, 70,000, and again, it's 70,000. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's 70,000, and it may be less than that. So I think one of these might be over by about 4,000 or so. So we really may be in the mid 60s here. That's half. We're at the point now where we can say I think half of what's left really is Milwaukee.
Yep. Yep.
A little bit less, but
told you.
Right around there.
We're gonna know any minute now.
Anything on this? I think we're now at the time that our friend.
We are indeed, yeah.
It's coming.
I'm refreshing the Milwaukee County website.
It's coming, guys.
Fairly often at this point, and obviously monitoring our election feed.
Hey,
nothing new in live pictures, but yeah.
I feel like I've seen this before. Hang on. Hold on. View Central. Oh, you're on the View Central Count Processing. I think I just found it.
Holy shit.
Yes.
Livestream or?
I don't know what I'm looking at.
The check boxes?
What is Central Count? Yeah, I know. Overall. Oh, I think I see what this is. Why the expected vote. It said they issued 33,276 absentee ballots. What returned was 26. So Milwaukee had 26,000. Oh no, that's in-person absentee too. I see. 15,000 of this is going to be vote by mail.
Okay.
15,000 and change. 10,000 and change is going to be in-person absentee.
Okay.
Early. So that's an important thing here.
Okay, tell us, Kornacki.
A little bit more than half of the vote that we're looking at here is at least potentially from that July period when this race was in flux.
Wow.
It's that vote by mail. A lot of it is in-person absentee. Less than half, but
less than
fair
half.
amount.
Less than half. Did you hear that? That's good.
Okay. What am I looking at here? City of Milwaukee. And is this video showing anything?
Yes, my friends at 58 News have now posted just a shot of the board that they have, which is the same board that you find on the Milwaukee County website, which showing which municipalities have reported their central vote and which have not. And City of Milwaukee is the only one with without a check mark.
I got the spring election results up. I don't need that. 28,000 votes. City of Milwaukee. How's it going to break? Right? 28,000, if it broke for Hong by 10 points, would basically make this a tie statewide. 28,000, if it, broke for Hong by 5, she'd be down 1,400 votes. Facing if it breaks for Crowley by 10, this thing is then close to 6,000. And it's, you don't see how, I don't see how Hong could.
It's pretty much Jover if that's the case.
I think Crowley just gained a vote somewhere. He just gained 30 or 45 votes somewhere. I don't want to distract you from waiting on Milwaukee. Don't let me. We're all just waiting on Milwaukee.
91% in. Crazy.
Where else could Milwaukee?
Fuck.
Like I'm gonna just suddenly find it, but.
Come on, Kornacki.
Oh, I just found.
Come on, you fellow masshole.
The list of everything with the check marks.
Yeah, and Hong just gave a speech, and I think
she did.
Yeah,
What'd
Crowley.
she say?
Come on, you fellow masshole.
I think she thanked her supporter. I
Need
don't
some
have
cheerleaders.
a
I know
readout
he's
exactly.
he's low
she
on
didn't.
energy today.
Heck of a time to give the speech.
Yeah. Maybe she has a speech at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
How am I going to do this?
I don't know. We could still get a car for you if you need it.
I get sleep. I can't. All right. Everybody nobody cares about my sleeping. We're going for. You guys are staying up. I'm not complaining. You guys work tomorrow too. If you're watching this, this is great. I'm glad we got to stay up and do this. This is like.
Yeah.
These are fun nights. Don't know what to expect? I mean, this whole from that first update, right? Was it Jefferson County is the first thing we got, right? We got like 3 updates in about a 5-minute succession there. And right away I was like, I was so hesitant to say it at first because we just didn't, but it was like, yeah, he's definitely made this a game. And then, yeah, he's just all night, but for about 3 minutes there, Hong
he's been ahead.
Trailed, but been right there. And
within like 6,000 to 7,000 votes.
An emphatic number
as low as
in
2,000.
The city of Milwaukee could put her ahead.
Yep.
Gosh. Come on, Milwaukee.
Hurry the fuck up. God, I'm sick of your shit. I blame Eon Wagoneer.
I thought they were going to beat that 2 a.m. mark or 4 a.m. mark that they normally have reported out in the past.
Who was the guy? It was the guy you quoted who said half an hour, which would have been midnight.
Yeah. It's like 12:45.
Can you ask
Everybody's
Shaq,
trying their best.
Can you ask Shaq from this point how long he thinks it would be?
Shaq's working on filing his story. He's got other things to worry about.
Oh my goodness. This is going to answer a lot of questions.
For real.
We just need the number. Sometimes when I do this, it works. Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat was asking again about the recount rules, and we did mention it earlier.
Inside of 1%.
Inside of 1%.
By candidate request, right?
Exactly.
So,
yeah. So there's nothing automatic triggered, but this could live on if it's close enough.
Yeah, and if Crowley were to win this update substantially,
it's not even
he could
midnight.
get this up to a point.
Oh no. They're
It's
on the
4/10
DJ
right
hours.
now, if he were to win this thing by like...
God damn it.
We saw him win the outer, like the inner suburb.
Law dog.
This by 15 points,
Iran
right? So
did
if he, again, 15
I blame
points
Iran.
with this batch we're about to get would be
God damn it, Law
4,200,
dog.
net 4,200. It would push this over 7,000.
God damn it, me and you too.
Don't know
I
if
knew
we're
it.
expecting that, but just to give you a range of possibilities here.
Any minute now, I think, guys.
It is the Milwaukee County Executive. The Hong-style left-wing candidates tend to do better in the cities. They also tend to do better, right, with the election day vote. I think a little something just came in somewhere.
Is this live? Yes, it is. Cyan Mod. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. Could be AI. It could be. This is AI Kornacki.
I
He
say
looks
thank you to
miserable.
everybody here in the studio for.
Yeah, he looks tired.
I feel like I let you down. I jinxed you. I told you a week ago. It'll be nothing like Michigan.
It'll be nothing
Here
like
we
Michigan.
are.
That's what I was hoping.
Thank you, guys.
But no, you guys are exactly like Michigan. God! Could never be me. Jesus, Kornacki. Step it up, dog.
$28.56. Let me just check this thing if there's any update. Yeah, I mean the only update is the ever evolving, but now I think it's. I said it might really be in the mid 60s. It is 64,000.
Okay. Wow.
Is
a lot of
is what we
votes.
think the remaining vote is. 63,000.
When only 2,856 separates you. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, Winnebago, Green. So.
What the fuck, mate? Oh, God, guys.
Milwaukee, come on.
Come on, Milwaukee. Hurry the fuck up.
What can we do to get this, Adam? What can we do?
All we can do is hope.
Fuck.
Is your TV? Is it the thing on there? Is it showing? Are they saying? What are you hearing?
I see a podium with nobody behind it. So maybe somebody will step up to the podium and announce results
goodness,
or
Milwaukee,
take some questions.
You mean there's a press conference about to happen?
No, I think there have been officials kind of giving remarks or maybe updates. I can't actually hear them, as the night has gone on. And so, yes, there is a podium set up and there are microphones. We got a Greene County update, but there's nobody behind it in Milwaukee.
Yeah, Greene County just gave Crowley another 13 net or something.
Yep.
Jesus.
Yeah, okay. Which tick, tick, tick. We go down a little bit.
Fuck.
Oh my gosh. Did Connecticut 1 get called?
Yes.
John Larson lost.
Correct.
He did.
So that also happened tonight.
Yep.
First congressional district of Connecticut.
I could tell based
we have
on
another incumbent, long-serving incumbent,
Lost.
going down to defeat Democrat John Larson. We saw the Minnesota Democratic Senate primary result. South Carolina, we earlier tonight we had it'll be Darlene Graham and it'll be Ralph Norman in a runoff that will probably take place about the time Milwaukee's vote comes in. And while we're waiting on this, we can say we'll be back next Tuesday for Florida. And I don't want to. I told everybody here last week, I said thank you, everybody, for staying this late, and we don't worry, next week will be
normal.
A breeze compared to this.
Thank God.
I'm a dirty, dirty liar. But I'm going to say it again. They count the votes efficiently in Florida. I think it's going to be okay.
I'm excited for next week. It doesn't look like there's we'll see. It doesn't look like there's a bunch of competitive races in Wyoming, but I did spend my summer vacation in Wyoming, so I feel like I have some first-hand
You had to
knowledge.
shoehorn that one in. It's like humble brag about your.
No. I mean, it's one I was excited for because I'm like, I have a little bit of color now since I spent some time in the area. Did you, I know you talked about this last week, but you spent some time on the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Did you stretch into Wisconsin and your trip in this area?
Yes, absolutely. The best way to fly back from, we just got to update from somewhere?
Wapaka again.
Okay.
Crowley 277, Hong 217.
Yeah, another 60 for him. Best way to drive back from Marquette, if you're trying to fly somewhere, is to go to the Green Bay Airport. And it's great because the drive is like 3 hours, but it's really only 2 because you pick up the hour at the time zone.
Somebody was asking if you have a favorite dinosaur. That's their prompt.
Favorite dinosaur?
Yeah.
I was never into dinosaurs.
No?
No.
God, Kornacki, you're such a dork.
I think they're trying to help us out.
Get the fuck out of here. You don't like dinosaurs?
Sorry, keep them coming. Yeah, keep them coming. We had Danny Ford II tonight, and
yes.
What a discovery that was.
Yes.
I had no idea that guy was running. That would be like if Barry Alvarez's kid was running in Wisconsin,
There does seem to be a long line of football coaches or sports coaches, either themselves or their kids, running in some of these races in the past few years.
Yeah. Oh, it's an old tradition. You know, it was Tom Osborne.
What does Polymarket say? I think Polymarket says is
I was thinking
Crowley's
about,
going to win, but they've been wrong
Tarkanian,
before, so don't
Danny
listen to them.
Tarkanian, yeah.
I was thinking about Tuberville, obviously, in Georgia.
Yeah.
You know, we've had a couple of.
You know who the
just this
lieutenant
cycle.
governor of Ohio is right now?
I don't.
That would be 2002 national championship winning Ohio State coach Jim Tressel.
It's a good one.
The sweater vest.
We covered the Texas primary earlier this cycle. Mark Teixeira is the Republican nominee. He's a baseball player.
That's right.
Former baseball player.
That's right. What other?
We just got an update from Burnett County. 500 new votes. Crowley 195. Hong 148.
So he's got it close to 3,000. We are sitting on 59,000 remaining votes. Half of it
Come
right
on.
there. I mean, that's
Milwaukee.
We're basically looking at this. Milwaukee comes in 31. Someone somewhat substantial just came in from, what was it?
Buffalo.
Okay.
878 votes. Crowley 395. Hong 265.
Yeah, I mean, that's that thing. That's that thing we've been saying all night. It's just like there's a breadth to it in these sort of smaller counties here where Crowley is able to just, 150 votes here, 60 votes there, 80 here. And it does, in a race like this, it adds up. And again, why this Milwaukee update has got to, if you're Hong, has got to,
it's got to be really good.
Wipe that all out.
Yeah.
It's got to wipe that all out.
It's got to be fucking good, kid. Come on, say it, Kornacki.
Once that Milwaukee is in, you're left with Winnebago being about 4,000 votes left. Where again, I suspect she'll do well, but it's a little unclear because there's just this, she does better in those population centers than the outlying parts of these counties. Greene, where he's doing well. Monroe, where he's doing well. Eau Claire, where she's doing well. And once you get, that's it. I mean, 54.
Do you have a prediction,
26,
Gus?
22.
I do not. This is incredibly close.
Yeah, once you get through there, we're down to the.
We're really waiting on Milwaukee.
Bare bones. So.
And Milwaukee's already disappointed
54,
once.
And Milwaukee has still not there's any sign of any.
They're giving an update right now, and I'm trying to understand what's.
Do you
what's
have
happening.
a favorite dinosaur, Gus? Yes, Tyrannosaurus Rex. I can name that like that. Come on, Kornacki, get in the game, dude. Pick a dinosaur and move on, man.
We just got a Sheboygan update.
For Crowley, I can see.
Sheboygan, not Sheboygan.
Knocks us down.
Oh,
to
fuck.
56. Are they still giving the update?
Yeah, and I'm just reading the closed captioning, and so I don't have the fullest grasp of this.
Not Sheboygan.
But it appears there were some irregularities in the reporting process, so I think they have to go back to the city location and do some work there, and then potentially kind of restart that process. That's what I'm gathering from the city right now, or from the county update.
Really?
He needs a Paul Schaefer band on the side. I know, he really does.
So we're back to square one on this.
There's like a bunch of dead air. He needs to make this more.
And she's going through the. I'm just trying to read the closed captioning.
Yeah. No. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I did, but that just seems like a very significant thing.
This is longer than Abdul's race. I really hope it isn't, because that lasted till 2 a.m. Fuck.
Yeah, they have to restart that process. So they have to go back to
the
city location I think, re-grab the memory sticks or go through that vote process again and then bring it back to the county.
Oh, fuck off!
You know, at least the drive back, whatever they have to do, and the drive back.
But it's
it would
1
feel that
a.m.
way, given, you know, we got the 30-minute watch process started at 11, and it's now 1 a.m.
Fuck. Oh, fucking hell no.
Well, no
they gotta
traffic.
drive all the way back?
I guess that's good.
Yes.
Oh my god, it's only midnight here. I know.
Are you
Kornacki's, yeah, he's pissed.
What were they
Kornacki's pissed.
Okay.
He's fucking pissed, kid.
Well, what do we think?
Kornacki. Kornacki's wicked pisser kid.
I guess the exact thing, yes, is if 5 of the USB sticks were missing results from the election, so then they have to go try to re-grab them.
Oh no! Spam the giant asteroid emote.
They're,
oh man,
all the
I
folks
fucking
behind the
hate
scenes
you
are talking
guys.
about this as well. So
I was going to bed early today, I thought.
look, it's unfortunate.
The folks behind the scenes here, you're saying?
Yes.
Are
I can't believe we're waiting
How do
on.
I ask this
Thank you, yeah, Al. Thank you.
But there's good news. A massive asteroid might hit the Earth. NASA calculated a 3.1% chance of impact. Now that is the highest ever recorded.
I think everybody was very eager for what we were teeing up.
I was eager for it.
I don't know if people want to go to sleep now, but yeah, it's a blow for getting results in a timely manner.
Oh. Okay. Well,
let's recite Bible verses.
So we're doing this transparently. This is the thing. I'm supposed to.
Yeah, you also
be on
need physical drive time.
I'm down for that.
3 hours
Oh
from
my
here
God.
at 8:30 in the morning.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fucking stupid.
I sent them an
Election
email
judge.
a minute when I was standing here, and I'm seeing if they wrote back, asking if they can.
I've got
push it
you
to
and
later
Hasan
in the
open.
morning.
Oh.
Oh, nice. Hasan's on?
No, that
They went
there's-
to sleep hours ago.
I believe they did.
Yes.
Jesus.
Because they've had, this is the 3rd day of their conference, and they've been very good to me, and
Fuck,
they
he's
planned around
tired.
this, but
Fucking tired, kid.
yeah, I here's the thing.
There will be a very long delay in Milwaukee
Yeah.
upload. 5 of the USB sticks were
Here's-
missing.
Let's
Oh my
let's
God.
look at it
What
this
the
way.
fuck, Milwaukee? Fuck off.
We're kind of indefinitely waiting for them to get their act together here and get the sticks and bring them back and go on. And we've got folks here who are working real late. And I don't think we want to, keep them here to.
Stop the steal. That's what they're doing. They're changing the USB sticks as we talk.
Have you heard of any other athletes running for Congress? It's like we've come so far here. It's been 4 hours since polls closed. It's been an unbelievably interesting and intense night here, and it really is coming down to this one giant
They must use
update
SanDisk.
in Milwaukee. But man,
That's all we need, too.
We waited 90 minutes for them. They did this whole procession, and then they find out there's nothing on the sticks.
Like, what was the point of that?
And yeah, so it's just my way of saying I'm just trying to say the audience here, so I'm not abruptly ending on them. Just why we're doing this, because the audience has been with us for 4-6 hours in some cases for this moment that didn't happen, and so folks, I think we are gonna wrap it here for the reasons we're saying here. Just, but
Kornacki's wicked piss.
I want you to know I hate, doing this to you because you've been. I know you're here for results, and we've come to the point where it's like one thing away. I hope you understand that we just, we got to let everyone here has been here for a long time, and so I'm just trying to. Okay. Oh, I need.
They're forcing him to stay. They're holding a gun to his head.
Okay. So folks, here's what's happening. I'm doing this is sort of a cut-in thing. I have to.
Don't cry, Steve. Right, Ducky?
Set this so it's.
Sorry.
What a disaster. Oh my God, Wisconsin. What is wrong with you?
Melissa, do we want to do Wisconsin results in these updates, or how do we want to parse these out?
Oh my God.
Okay.
He was groggy as a kid.
Okay, so we're doing this is like kind of a cut-in thing. We're gonna tape here that they're gonna insert into News Now. So, if you'd like, you can watch us put this together.
That's V1 groggy. V1. I remember that, McKay. Good time. Oh no.
This is an NBC News special report. I'm Steve Kornacki. American voters in 6 states hit the polls on Tuesday. And I got some major results to share with you, starting with the cliffhanger in Wisconsin. Most of the votes are counted in this Democratic primary for governor. The Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley leads the count right now by just over 3,000 votes over socialist Francesca Hong. But everybody is in a holding pattern here right now. Why? It is because results from the city of Milwaukee, nearly 30,000 votes from there, they have still yet to be released. They will come sometime in the overnight hours. Those results could, depending on how they break, be just enough to put Hong into the lead in this race, or they could solidify the hold that Crowley has on first place. Again, that will be sometime in the overnight hours. We're not quite sure when to expect it. An absolute cliffhanger here. And of course, the backdrop for this is, as we say, Hong, a socialist candidate here, riding much of that left-wing energy that had powered other successful insurgencies in these Democratic primaries this year. The party establishment, led by the governor in Wisconsin, had rallied late around Crowley in an effort to stop Hong. We will see which side, when that Milwaukee vote comes in, ends up prevailing. There are other major results from tonight to tell you about. Next door to Wisconsin in Minnesota,
Peggy
Democratic
Flanagan.
primary for the United States Senate there. The candidate more from the left of the party, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, easily defeats Congresswoman Angie Craig, more of a centrist from the Twin City suburbs. And a major result in South Carolina earlier tonight. This is a special election, the Republican primary for the seat that was held by the late Lindsey Graham, his sister, who's been appointed to that seat and who is now running for it, finishing first in this race.
Are we in the future
and
yet?
Advancing to the runoff. Nobody got a majority here, so there will be a runoff. Graham finishes first. She advances. She will face in that runoff Congressman Ralph Norman. Norman finishing in second place there, ahead of Congressman Russell Fry and former Governor Mark Sanford, a distant fourth. So it will be Norman versus Graham. The runoff in that South Carolina race will be held on Tuesday, August 25th, a short runoff campaign. Major results from, and also one other major result from tonight in Connecticut. A longtime incumbent Democratic member of Congress, John Larson, 28-year incumbent, ousted in a landslide by Luke Bronin, the former mayor of Hartford, Connecticut. Those are the major results from tonight. Thank you for watching this special report. More news straight ahead on NBC News Now and NBCNews.com. Complete wrap up on today. I'm Steve Kornacki. Have a great morning. More news straight ahead.
Fuck. Can we just pass go?
Okay, and now are we showing something you said?
Oh, it just ticked up or down.
Okay, so folks,
You failed
I
us.
apologize calling this. It's just get some sleep is the best I can tell you because it's going to be a while there in Milwaukee. I hate ending it early. We have more next week.
Yeah, it's
Florida,
probably gonna be like 4 or
Wyoming,
5 a.m.
Arkansas. Please, I
Maybe
hope
6.
you'll tune in. September 1st, Mass. We got that Ed Markey, Seth Moulton primary. September 8th, New Hampshire. We got 3 more of these. These have been a blast. Again, I am so sorry we're calling this before we get a winner, but it's just it's going to be too late, and we gotta shut this studio down too. And so I hope you get some sleep. And thank you for staying up with us tonight as long as you did. Look forward to finding out with the rest of you what ends up happening here.
God damn it, guys. Maybe we'll find another one, but... Steve hit it and quit it. What a quitter. He hit it and quit it, chat. All right, let's see if I can find another...
And so many of you, so many people across this state have given themselves because they see themselves in our movement. I can't tell you enough.
Well, she's speaking at least.
You all here. And then to have seen all the art, the music, the community, bracelets, mutual aid. We are growing community through a campaign and through hundreds and thousands of conversations that we've had in places that I don't think
He wants to run,
to talk
for real.
about a gubernatorial campaign. I met so many folks who knocked their first door with this campaign. Yeah. Folks who organized their first event, made their first phone call, text. Hey, they may have even broken no contact to tell their exes to make a plan to vote.
Oh, shit.
And they...
No contact.
You did it because you truly care for the people of this state, and you care about our shared future, and you care about opportunity for others, for strangers. We have built a beautiful, multi-generational, multi-partisan, multi-racial, working class movement.
God damn it, guys.
And it is a movement that meets the moment. This is unprecedented here. And this is how we're going to win together in November and for Novembers to come. The fight continues no matter what. Because no matter who wins this primary, we're going to continue to fight for each other, We are going to collectively reject despair, and we are going to unite. We're fighting for our communities whose land Tom Tiffany happens to be selling to big tech and big oil. Where it's Tom Tiffany's Medicaid cuts that are shutting down our hospitals. And when our neighborhoods defund Tom Tiffany. And when our neighborhoods and our neighbors are disappeared by uncontrolled ICE fascists, it's Tom Tiffany who shows up in support. And while he's doing that, we are fighting for hope. We are fighting for the freedom to show compassion to one another and to show care for the people around us. But our compassion is not soft. It is resolute. It is tenacious, and it will never yield.
Based.
It is a demand
Best gloggy
that we
lord.
are fighting for each other.
Kornacki needs some
And in
sleep.
11
I do.
weeks,
I need some
no
sleep
matter
after.
Who's on this ballot yard?
Disappointing,
we are going
but
to fight to win for one another. We will win together, united. Because everyone who's running in this race, they know that we can make better possible. And we
she just got a little closer.
Make better possible.
Cool. Let's
and
see.
Together, with each other, and for each other, we will make better possible. Thank you all so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Francesca Hong there, speaking as this race still too close to call. Jeff Zeleny is in the room. Jeff, did that sound like a victory speech to you?
It did not sound like a victory speech, Alex. I mean, you can see behind me here, the crowd certainly was eager to see Francesca Hong. They've been waiting for several hours for that. It did not sound like a victory speech. It sounded like a bit of a placeholder. And of course, both campaigns, both candidates are waiting for more votes to be counted in Milwaukee County, a few more here in Dane County, and a few other places. But the reality here is the victory speech that Francesca Hong had planned to give, and her supporters were quite confident that that would happen in the early hours right after the polls closed here at 8 o'clock, did not materialize. This was not the race they were expecting. They were not expecting as tough of a close from David Crowley. So I took a note of one thing she said, Alex. She said, Wisconsin, we built something that will change politics forever. The work we have done will be remembered, almost in the past tense there. So asking her advisors as the speech was going on, they said it's not a concession speech. They're waiting for these the votes to be counted. But it certainly did not sound like a victory speech as well. She clearly
Are
was
you
on
still
the
talking
beginning
about
stages of
Jeffrey
trying to unify the
Epstein?
party.
This guy's been
Whichever
talked about
candidate
for
wins. She
years.
talked about Tom Tiffany, the Republican nominee for governor as well. But Alex, this was not what this crowd was expecting here. They're lingering around a bit longer. But it looks like this will go on. Now we are almost in the early morning hours of Wednesday here. But to answer your question, not a victory speech, Alex.
Is there anybody here that's going to vote for Lion Kamala?
Lion
To
Kamala.
have you with us live.
And I'm
from
told,
that.
Alex, I'm told, Alex, that David Crowley is waiting for Milwaukee absentee ballots to come in, and he may be speaking sometime coming up. But
It's sad, Donald. So sad.
For a few more Milwaukee votes to come in.
Could give a victory speech potentially, and we'll see if this race is even called in the next hour or two once those votes come in.
We're getting more results.
I'm Brian. Kill me.
The Democratic primary race
Same.
in Wisconsin. I want to check in with John King at the Magic
God
Wall
damn
for
it.
the latest. John, what are we seeing in the numbers tonight?
Looking over my shoulder at the toss just to see if the numbers are changing, Kayla. And this is the Wisconsin Democratic primary. And again, the latest.
This is live, by the way.
The establishment we've seen throughout
Okay.
this primary season among the Democrats. At the moment, it is your establishment candidate, David Crowley, who's leading in this race. About 20% of the vote in, so we have a ways to go. You just saw it change a little bit there. 6,300 vote lead, 42% to 39%.
Wait, what?
A long way to go, but let's.
Oh,
just
this
look
is
at
just
the
on
map right
repeat.
now.
Fuck.
And I mentioned earlier, David.
Yeah, I was about to say 29% of the vote estimated. Way more than that. All right. Yeah, I guess they just are calling it a night, guys. Fuck, that sucks. Let's see if there's a.
Gets
Oh,
mentioned
decision desk is on. Cool. They're good.
Comment sections here.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Let's hear a little bit of this, and then I'm
conspiracy.
probably calling it a night. Decision desk is pretty good.
See, it is just humans.
Although I don't like Chuck
doing stuff.
Solisa.
Just like
Ugh.
I thought Rebecca Cleefish was in the house.
Michelle
and
Fishback.
It's Michelle Fishback, one state over.
Just different fishes, you know.
By the way, I'm going to get a Diet Coke. Do not take this feed off. I am coming back.
Oh.
Under no
We're gonna
circumstances
call
shutting
it
down.
as soon
I
as you
paid-
walk away.
I paid for this microphone.
Yeah.
I'm doing a Reagan. All right, I'm coming back. Hold on.
Nice. New
Fuck
Hampshire.
you, Chris.
So,
Or
Mr.
Chuck.
Trainer,
76, 80.
what did you make of
I'm
the
taking
watching
the two Chucks on this fucking stream.
tonight?
So, look, we're biased. The only thing we're saying on our side is I wonder what's moving those lines up and down in those prediction markets. It's not vibe.
In elections, plot twists happen sometimes, though. Yeah, but man, I love the name. How you been? Welcome to the stream.
From Twitter.
We're gonna watch a little more of this, guys, and then probably call it.
It's
a night.
election data. And you know, it's the stuff that, you know, it makes our team real excited because, you know, that we are purveyors of this information. What I will say is a little bit of knock on these prediction markets. Look, just because someone goes ahead doesn't mean you should throw all your money on it. Like, you should understand where this vote is coming. And there's some very smart people on this stream, on this team, on Twitter, who are looking at this. And it is just because someone goes ahead doesn't mean the race is over. And I think that's what we learned on prediction markets tonight is this is, you know, it's not a baseball game where someone hits a home run and they're there. Next thing you know, someone comes over the top.
I am very curious of whether if you really wanted to day trade this hard, were people making money off of the volatility, right? We know volatility. The question is whether this is a sophisticated enough market that you have, frankly, the automated, you know, the way those private equity firms run.
You've modeled it, and you've got cues to buy,
and whether and whether you saw that back and forth, and you know, it's are we gonna, and that's. I don't know if I love that, but if some people want to waste their money that way, you know, somebody's going to make money, but somebody's going to lose a lot.
Right.
Yeah. Look, this stuff, I mean, we've talked about it. Politics to some people is sports, right? We've got a big scoreboard on the screen right now. And I think the way these races are going, you know, people are more enthusiastic. You get more turnout. You get more surprises like we had last week in Michigan and tonight in Wisconsin. So, you know, we're just going to get a lot more close proverbial games.
Yeah.
Do you
I'm just, by the way, I'm just totally
how do you look
trolling
at
Haagen-Dazs sponsorship.
Yeah, there you go. So let's talk the polling error.
You just woke up.
Conversation that's going to be had. Is this? We sort of landed on this isn't polling error per se. This is just race was too volatile, and polling wasn't going to be a good way to see it.
Agreed.
Yeah. Look, I mean, in the last 30 days.
There's been
Crowley
so many ups and downs.
He was out. He was in. And look, if you run a decent poll, you are in the field for at least 3 to 5 days. And so a lot of these polls that came out, look, half the time you're in there and all of a sudden Crowley gets out and you're still asking about Crowley on your poll. So like, I don't know. I don't necessarily think this is, look, polling errors, but I think structurally this one is just hard and there's nothing polling can get around when you got these people coming in and out. The other one is, look, Tony Evers threw his weight behind, and I'm a biased believer. I think the machine works, and I think he said, "Hey,
I just didn't know if Evers
because he's
had
popular."
Yeah.
I'll just be
That's
honest.
a
I
huge
didn't know
thing,
whether
too.
he had one, but he clearly
Ironically.
did.
Yeah,
It's a
look
big
at
deal.
Dane. Look, I think all of us thought Hong was going to win by was going to be winning Dane by more than she was.
Assad numbers.
Yeah.
Facade numbers.
Yeah.
She didn't do that well in
Look,
Dane.
it is there is purpose behind what these campaign workers
Yeah,
do.
and obviously none of us know for sure, but I'd certainly like to know how much Thanksgiving mattered to some of these voters.
Yeah, see,
You know, whether
there's
that
the
was,
joke.
and I say that
Why is the
like
Twitter thing? You know, if
meaning-
if they'd had a response for that question,
Piker's
right,
broadcast.
meaning that it
she
was
might have-
just sort
might
of
never have happened.
even though it was ridiculous, and you could sit, you're just sort of like, it just left an impression, and that's like for some voters, that's all they had. You know.
Hey, can I?
That would
hey,
be
can
so
you share my
stupid.
screen, Lauren, real quick. All right, there we are. Alexander Schur, our guy. This is 121, so a minute ago. Back at it. Officials will be extracting results from the 5 tabulators that they mistakenly forgot to download results from last time around. You have an
They're
actual,
doing
there
it.
They are.
They're starting the steal.
Working hard. Just wanted to share that. So I know I keep saying the end is in sight, and I think I'm just telling myself that, but I just wanted to share that.
I've got an old colleague of mine from Milwaukee, Charles Benson, the NBC affiliate there. He, I think, just got off air, so he wants to jump on. So I'm going to get him.
Bring him on.
I'm going to get him a
I
link
will
here.
jump out. I'll talk to the race call team. You make him.
Thanks, Scott.
fourth screen. Hang in there,
So-
guys.
Appreciate you. Yeah, man.
But I gotta get him the link.
It's not Jover yet, guys.
There was one other
Oh
thing
my
that
God, I
wanted
can't
to share
believe I
while
was
we're
gonna.
at it,
I
which
thought I
is-
was going to
this
bet
is
on
from
Tom
Darren
today.
Zhu, who used to be a Kalshi guy. He points out, he says, now that Winnebago is basically all in, we're getting to the point where Hong not only needs to win the Milwaukee City absentees to win, but win them by close to 10 points, which is, so it's, obviously we are still, yes, waiting on Milwaukee County, but that it's not just about like her emerging slightly ahead. She would have to be significantly ahead, which
I
think
what it seemed
is
to
why
me that she's
people
got
are-
to, she's got to win. She's got to win this Milwaukee drop big, and it's not totally out of the question because we know
isn't.
that it could be older ballots when Crowley was not really, seen there. So maybe she can net 3,000 or 4,000 votes out of it. I mean,
it's just hard. It's just hard.
at this
But
point,
again, there's enough votes out there, right?
you have to.
that
right,
you have to.
It's not out of the realm.
Yeah, there's 5% of the vote left. There's only 2,000 vote difference.
We'll see if I
really.
can get him on StreamYard here.
Yeah, so you can get them on.
Fuck you,
but
Chuck.
He's
both of you.
He's been doing Wisconsin elections forever, and knows this stuff. Plus, he can give us a little bit more, I think, on sort of Crowley. Like, what kind of candidate is
Chuck
he
and
going
Chris.
to be? I mean, in some ways,
Chugga train isn't the
he's been a
station.
candidate
It
for 10
ain't- it
minutes.
ain't. No,
It was
it's
kind
not
of
Jover.
a campaign that wasn't working, and then
In,
all of a
out,
sudden
in.
it worked. And that, now he's got to now he's got 3 months to screw it up, right? You sort of
and
won
I
this
mean,
2 week sprint.
Just to emphasize, and we've said it a bunch, but it is the last 3 weeks in this campaign have been among the weirdest 3 weeks you will see in terms of candidates.
I feel like I'm
getting
leaving
in and
something out here, like missing another campaign where we've had something. I mean, like I said, there's the Mel Carnahan race is one. I mean,
well,
to see a movement like this. I mean, you do see it in presidential primaries, but as Scully was pointing
they're
out
so
earlier,
momentum driven.
we're kind of used to that. I mean, I remember Rubio came like this close to knocking off Trump in Virginia, and it was like, polling had showed it like a 20-point race, and so. But we expect that volatility in a presidential primary.
Chuck
where
Todd's like
people,
such a lib,
voters
but
know they got to
he's
hold their
okay
ballot till the end, right?
He's all right with
they
this
know
stuff.
that nobody's going to sit here and vote early.
He's too lib for
But
me.
for a
He's
I'm
like
just trying to think
Kornacki.
of
At least
something
you get
as
more like
unusual as this, where
analysis.
It was a
But with Chuck Todd, he's
double-digit comeback.
he's too much
win.
of a
I mean,
lib, and
it's
Chris is a giga lib.
It's
So
not quite 28-3. Falcons, leading the Patriots, but I think it felt that way to some Hong supporters. I'm sure.
Yep.
wow, 3.3
So
percentage
there's a
points. Look at
clarification
that.
here. The USB sticks are not, in fact, missing. They were just the wrong file.
They downloaded the
file
wrong
was
stuff.
downloaded onto it.
God
now they
damn
need to
it.
go around. and
Fuck
get
you,
the
you
right
USB
file on
sticks.
it and bring
Here,
them
take
back.
mine.
You've all done this. You drag the file over. You drag the wrong set of files over.
Yep.
Right.
That's
to to the little to the damn thing.
Yep.
I've definitely accidentally downloaded an audit file off of like Secretary of State site, thinking it was the results. So
there you go.
And then was
Jeffrey
very
Skelly
annoyed.
can make
I was
that
like,
mistake.
I was like, wait,
Yeah,
why
go
is
ahead.
this file so small? Oh,
So Skelly, what did you do in the middle of the night during Michigan? Because you were on for like 10 hours.
Fuck you
straight.
guys.
Well,
Jesus.
there was a lot to
What
talk
did you talk about?
I
Wanna
mean, we
get to
talked
bed.
about the results. We talked about primaries. We talked about this primary some and what the closeness of that race might mean for this one, which, well, that
Turned out to mean a
said
lot.
something.
Potentially,
Yeah. And, discuss sort of strengths and weaknesses for each candidate.
He's more
Did a
of a
little chatter
um,
about
a
2016
lib.
Michigan map.
More like a
versus
corporate dem.
The 2026 Senate Michigan map, Democratic primaries.
Well, you
and
could-
talked about polling error. I mean, funny enough, suddenly it was like 5 a.m. and I don't know.
Fuck.
Where by the way, I just came across a Grace Panetta tweet and I'm like, wait a minute, what are we
She's
doing
still
here?
awake.
Where is she? Grace,
No,
we know you're
bring
watching
her
or
back
listening.
on. Yeah, bring her
Get
back
back in
on.
here. Come on, dial back
Why
in. We'd
not?
love to have you.
No.
We're
Um,
opening the doors here.
Yeah, not exactly the best news, guys. But
We're not booking people just live.
Yes, live.
Whoever's
you
awake, I'm texting. I don't know if Charles has figured this out yet.
You could have gotten good money on betting that the Wisconsin Democratic governor's race would be closer than the Minnesota Democratic Senate primary. That was the one that polling
that's
suggested was going to be close. That one is not particularly
let's
close. It was
see.
called hours ago. And this one is this,
Yeah.
And this one, I mean, to be clear, just for folks at home, like the current margin's about 0.3 of a percentage point. In fact, actually, more precisely, because you're looking at rounded numbers there. It is.
I'm doing it now.
It is.
I've been tracking
2,800.
this on your site. You're at 0.38.
It's actually 0.38. Okay, so we are. It's gotten a little bit bigger, which is obviously good for Crowley because he's in the lead. But I was just going to say that El Sayed won by basically a point, and so this is 3 times closer, roughly, give or take. So, I think it's hard for elections to be this close.
Yeah,
I know that sounds weird to say, but especially for a primary,
did anybody
a lot of
really
things have to come together for it to happen.
I mean, when you just judge by expectations and narrative, it feels like it was a big night for Crowley.
Oh yeah,
but he hadn't won
for
it yet.
sure.
Yeah,
No question.
Oh God.
Hey, Skelly, while
Fuck
you were
you.
gone just for a minute there, I was reading a Jaron Zhu tweet that basically said, given Winnebago County, that Hong now not only has to win the remaining Milwaukee ballots, but probably has to win by something close to double digits to make up the margin. Is that right on the math?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Just to ballpark this, which I would have been doing earlier, but I started to do it this earlier and then
All
was
right.
like,
We'll watch this. This will be live.
statewide. So calling it 36,000. Oh, we can do it 37,000 votes. 27.
I can't believe, guys. That's
yeah,
how
you gotta
Gloggy used to look like. If you've been here since day one, that's how he used to look like. Isn't that crazy? That was V1.
Is it 2-1?
Yeah, she's gonna win 60 some.
Yeah,
maybe.
See the difference?
65% of remaining vote.
Crazy, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not quicker at this right now. Just
it's 1:30.
He's really changed. He's really grown up.
But
I just ate a whole half pint of Haagen-Dazs ice cream.
Oh, fuck off, Chris. All right.
I, Steve Kornacki, must again feast on the flesh of humans. I am an abomination unto the earth. I will find you, and you will know my vengeance.
This was last
Israel
week.
calls to me in my dreams.
God
I,
damn it.
Steve Kornacki, must again feast on the flesh of humans. I am an abomination unto the earth. I will find you, and you will know my vengeance. Israel calls to me in my dreams. I, Steve Kornacki, must again feast on the flesh of humans.
Clip it! Yeah, that was great. Fucking loved it, dog.
So you're not on the air at the moment? You guys taking
Not-
a break? What
Yeah.
can you tell us about Milwaukee ballot counting?
All right. So what we're waiting for is this familiar term that you're familiar with, Chuck, known as central count out of the city of Milwaukee. And I was down there early in the evening, and this is where all those early absentee ballots go. And
Okay.
it was around 27,000. Those are the
Yep.
people who vote in person, absentee, or mail in their ballots. And so at last check, there was 27,000 of those absentee ballots. We heard that they had finished the counting. They were doing the processing, putting it all together, putting it on some thumb drives, and then they take it by escort, police escort, over to the county courthouse. And then they do what they have to do there to get the thumb drives in and, the checks and balances. Well, they find
come for
out
Israel
that
in my
5
dreams.
out of the 9
Well,
thumb
that'd be even
drives
worse.
had the audit log. This is all terms that I'm not all that familiar
That'd be even worse.
But they didn't have the
Jesus.
results. They didn't have the
Sure.
results that were put on those thumb drives.
Yeah.
So they weren't able to plug in the number. They weren't
Yeah,
able
you
to hand
idiots.
it off to the county
God.
to say, here are those 27,000 ballots, and here's what the number tells us.
And we're still sure that those are super early absentee, meaning they were probably from a week
No,
or so
because he
ago.
said some are day of, Chuck.
Right.
Some are day of.
Some of them are day of, so we don't even know.
Absentee, there's two ways. It's mail in and there's in person.
Yeah.
And mail in can come in on Monday. Mail in could come in on today. And drop boxes.
Hide
So
the
people
thumb
who had
drives
their
in your
ballot
butt.
already and wanted to drop it off.
Fucking-
We still have drop boxes at certain places. in
Someone give
Milwaukee.
them some
So
thumb
that
drives so
number
we can
is
get to bed.
27,000. But you're right. There's a period there where David Crowley on the
damn it.
ballot, but is out of the race for what was it, 9 days?
Yep.
So how does that impact him on these 27,000? And I'm sure you've been talking about this, but this is his hometown. This is where David Crowley grew up. He's been the county executive here in Milwaukee County, the biggest county in the state, and has won 2 times on the county ballot as the county executive. And look at this. It looks like it may all come down to what that Milwaukee vote says. And with 27,000 ballots there, that's a big number. When you look at the margin, I'm looking at it now, and I'm keeping an eye on he's up by 2,700. And this could be the game changer. And Chuck, I've been here many election nights in 2020 where we wait and we wait for the city of Milwaukee. It's a big blue city. It has the biggest number of potentially Democratic votes. And here we are again in what has turned into a razor-thin governor's race. And the one city that David Crowley and obviously Francesca Hong are waiting for is his hometown.
Hey, Charles, it's Chris. Can I just ask you about David Crowley? What do we know about? Like you said, I mean, he's a known commodity in Milwaukee. He was in the state assembly. I mean, he's been around. What kind of candidate? And again, just in case anyone had any doubt, no, the race has not been called. Yes, David Crowley's ahead. No, we don't know the winner. But what kind of candidate would he be in your estimation? What's your? Because we had all been kind of assuming, well, Francesca Hong's ahead. She's going to be the nominee. Spent a lot of time on her. What about him?
I think with Crowley, what you get is a guy who comes at this from a background, he's really offended when they say he's the established candidate. I mean, this is the guy that comes out of the toughest zip code in Milwaukee, 53026, economic disparities, highest incarceration rate for black men. He grows up in a really tough neighborhood, but he becomes pretty involved in organizing and getting involved in the community. And so, he started as a staffer for Russ Feingold. He then makes it over into the state assembly. And then in 2020 decides to make this big leap to be the county executive. He's a guy who did not earn his college degree and went back within the last year or two to get that college degree. He was a few credits short. But when you look at, he's been able to enter into places, rooms with leaders, and skillfully talk about what he's looking for, what he wants, and he represents, I think, a fresh face in politics where he's looking to get things done. Will he shake things up if he becomes governor? Will he be another Tony Evers? Absolutely not. And it will depend on if they win the trifecta, depending on who becomes the governor out of in this after tonight. But I think he brings a whole set of skills and standards that has found him appealing within the business community, appealing among other leaders. And I'll give you one other example if I'm getting too nitty gritty here. There was a time here where the city and the county was facing a financial crisis. And so the mayor here and the county executive, they had to go to Madison to cut a deal to help save and rescue this financial cliff that they were about to go over.
I mean, I think he came from rough
here. And they had to negotiate a
but
sales
he's kind of a
tax,
lib, right?
not only for the city of Milwaukee,
That's what it
but
sounds like to me.
to expand the sales tax.
It's
at
better
the
than
county
somebody
level.
who comes from
And
rich
so
beginnings,
they had to
right?
negotiate that with a Democratic governor, but a Republican legislature in the Assembly and the Senate. And that's one of the things he was able to do, along with the mayor, Mayor Johnson, to make that deal. And I think, he easily won a second term for county executive, but I didn't think he thought that was going to be his end game, to be a county executive forever.
Yeah.
He was elected at the age of 33, pretty young guy.
Yeah. Hi, Grace Bernetta. Thank you for being here.
Hi.
I think I can't speak for Charles for sure on the last time but you interviewed Francesca Hong not that long ago, correct?
Yes, correct. I was in Wisconsin, not this past weekend, but the weekend before.
What do you make of this? The person you thought looked like she was cruising to this. Did she know this could happen to her?
Yeah, I mean, when I interviewed her in Wausau, I did ask, what have you made? What has it been like for you going through this absolutely wild primary where you have people dropping out, people getting back in? She sort of just said, we're focused on our message and being out there on the trail. She didn't, want to seem to get too caught up in sort of the politics and the intrigue of it all. But look, I think, no one really knew what was going to happen too much going into tonight. This is in many ways even more uncertain than the Michigan Senate primary. And in some ways, this result is much less of a surprise, right? Like we had some advance going in that like the polling was not going to be perfect. Yeah.
Michigan was a good warning for this. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. So we were a little bit more prepared. I think, the most surprising thing, which y'all touched on earlier, is how there have been very few counties where one of them is like doing super well over the other. Not a lot of dark areas on this map.
Not a single over 50%. I double checked.
Yeah. If there's anything that's super surprising to me, it's that. But maybe it shouldn't. Who knows?
Charles, we've been discussing, should Hong, if she ends up coming up short, is it her underperforming in Dane County rather than Crowley? I mean,
I'm looking at the Dane numbers here. She gets 44%. She runs up the score there. That's her biggest margin. She gets 11,000 more votes than David Crowley. So that's a good performance. I think it's the other counties where she maybe thought she could run up the scoreboard a little bit more.
Makes sense.
When you look at the state of Wisconsin, 72 counties. So what's the purple there for you? Are those Crowleys?
Purple is Crowley. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, that's a pretty impressive, number of counties that have moved his way. And I think when you look around Madison and Dane County, was she able to build a bigger coalition? I was with her yesterday. I mean, she talked about having like 300 events.
I think it's going to be really close, guys. They're gonna
7,000.
They're gonna call it in maybe 30 minutes or so.
She really had built this.
We've been saying that all night,
campaign.
though. So.
She didn't really go up on TV. She didn't do that traditional TV.
Fuck you,
did
Milwaukee.
A lot more on social media. So I think she thought.
I might hate Wisconsin more than New Jersey now.
Deliver,
guys.
Provide the dividends that she would want on election night. But the thing that really, really has surprised me, even at this point when we don't know the exact outcome, is Tony Evers. I mean, Tony Evers is this mild-mannered guy,
the kingmaker.
Right? I mean, I say, he's the Mr. Rogers. And I say that in a positive way because he's just an easygoing guy. He doesn't play a lot of hardball politics
like
you might normally see. And so, when he makes this decision to say he's backing David Crowley, he takes a big risk. Crowley takes this big risk to jump in. They'd seen the polling numbers. They knew there were still a lot of undecided voters out there, but who gets all the undecided voters, right? And how things could break. The one thing I was wondering, and I'm wondering if Grace picked up on this, is that, these last 7 to 10 days for Francesca Hong, as everyone was racing towards the finish line, she was walking back a lot of things out there.
Well said.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, if that hit the pause button for a lot of folks.
People.
I was going to, Charles, I was going to ask
Goddamn Thanksgiving.
both of you that.
What did I
is
say,
that,
guys?
we had Molly Beck from the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel on, and she said earlier on the show, and she said, Hong did a really good job of not getting sucked into the kind of national conversation until the last 10 days of the race, where you find her litigating past tweets about Thanksgiving with Caitlin Collins on CNN. I would love, Grace, why don't you start? But sort of,
pretty lazy,
when you were
right?
there, it seemed like Hong's secret to success. This, by the way, we saw this with Abdul El Sayed too. Did a great job of focusing locally until the end, went national, heard his numbers. What was your sense of that? And then Charles, same question to you.
Yeah, so the Thanksgiving thing in particular was fascinating because I was with her on the Menominee Reservation when she was campaigning. It's where I got these earrings. Had a great time, but that was the context before all these Thanksgiving comments. And so when she says it's painful to people in our community, a lot of people made fun of that, but she didn't really say who I was just with last week. And she said a lot of really interesting things to me about what she heard in that community about public education, youth mental health. This is a community that doesn't get a lot of attention. And I actually think it's kind of unfortunate that this has been reduced to, jokes about Thanksgiving, which, yes, she should be asked about that tweet. But it just seems like a real missed opportunity because my biggest takeaway from the time I spent with her is how much of, a policy wonk
crazy
she really
combo
is. She's
as
very
always.
knowledgeable.
Yeah, they're a crazy combo.
She's very, very thoughtful. And that unfortunately didn't really come through in a lot of these interviews. And it just, goes to show how important the communication and literally being ready for prime time is. And I think that's where you see some of the difference between an El Sayed and a Hong.
Well, this is why I'm an endorser of 30 to
Hong.
40-minute interviews. I think the 5-minute interviews are trap. Right?
Yeah,
it's
a trap.
Hard. Tough. Some people are really good at it. Abdul El Sayed knows how to do it, but it's a tactical. It's almost like a tactical skill. Yeah.
Charles, what do you make of that? Because it did seem like she did a really good job. Hong did a really good job up until the time when voters were actually kind of really dialed in of making this less about her being a democratic socialist and, what she'd said in the past and abolishing the Senate. And then right at the end, it just, went sideways. How much does that matter? Do you think?
So when I'm going to look backwards,
I'm going to be pissed if she loses because Thanksgiving.
And we're still obviously waiting for the final results. But I will look at those final 7 days because when you look at her entire
the stupidest
campaign,
thing, right? Oh my God!
She really builds this coalition around the working class. She talks about a term that we sometimes don't always hear in politics about the system being rigged. She's not talking about elections. She's talking about the economy. She really made a connection with voters around this working class theme. She's a single mom. She's the daughter of Korean immigrants. She worked in the restaurant business. I mean, her roots are sort of with the working class. And she made that connection. The one thing that I always found fascinating is when even early on in the polls, when people were still way undecided, Francesca Hong was always up there as at least leading those who had made a decision. And my takeaway on that is that she was able to lock in people early. If you met her, if you engaged in her, she seemed to be like, she could win over that voter. And as time went on, she was able to win more and more of those voters over, even though there was this big pool of undecideds. And then you have what I call the Democratic shuffle, right? I mean, name me a race where you have
we've been trying. There's nothing like it.
It's crazy.
Non-presidential.
Yeah.
Right.
So because of that, all of those dynamics working on this election, that that door for David Crowley to open. I mean, when I was with his team on Sunday, one of the staffers said, we wish we had 3 more weeks. They were wondering,
they didn't think they were going to. They're shocked that they're where they are tonight, aren't they?
I just think you would have to be, given, what they saw
better
as
than they
this,
thought, which sucks.
Big hill to climb. Now, were there some undecided voters out there? Were there some people maybe second guessing? And, Chuck, I'd be interested in your take on this because, I've been here for Tommy Thompson. I've been here for, I'll just say for Tommy Thompson. But who has coattails anymore? Who really can pull someone across the finish line? And a guy like Tony Evers, who, just doesn't seem to be a guy who would be in that position. But at that rally on Sunday, he says, we're going to win this. And I'm like, is he just saying that because, he
well, that's the question I have. Is this the Ben Wickler organization kicking in?
Well, but it is part, Ben, he's no longer,
of course, I know.
I thought they meant Henry Winkler.
Was he
for
able
a second?
to tap
That's
in?
a
It wasn't
different
so
guy.
much the party because the party says it was staying out of this until the results of the election. But, how much of Wickler and how much of really Tony Evers' inner circle, the people on his team who are far more political about these things. Scott Walker, you remember him. He could play chess. He knows how to play that chess game
really
in
down
politics.
to Milwaukee.
On
wow.
Where to be and how to, position yourself. But it's Tony Evers that knocks him off in 2018. So it's going to be a pretty incredible story if the numbers continue to go this way, that Crowley pulls this off. And look, Evers put his legacy on the line, and if he pulls this one off, he just improved it.
Grace, there going to be some bitterness with Hong over Bernie and AOC staying out and staying away.
Oh yeah, I think it would have made a difference. I feel like.
I don't think so.
Jesus.
I mean,
Do you think it would have mattered?
I think it would have.
such a good question. Maybe if Bernie had gotten in earlier. AOC has been much more selective with her endorsements this cycle. I'm not surprised that
I didn't Bernie win the state, so like that would have put him over. Yeah,
AOC didn't endorse here. Bernie, I was a little bit more surprised by. It might have made a difference had Bernie gotten in earlier. I don't know that. Maybe within the Democratic Socialists, but I'm not sure about Hong herself.
So I think Bernie's an interesting question. Bernie wins Wisconsin against Hillary Clinton in the primary. He has some.
And didn't he
roots
win
here.
in 2020?
He's campaigned in Wisconsin. He knows it. He knows the unions. He knows the working class. So I think it's a fair question to ask. What could he have done
because
if he did
the vote
make this
count
endorsement?
is like
and what would that have looked like
within 2,000 votes, 2,000
on this election night? Could it have changed things, especially if it had been earlier, or did he need to come in that final week when things were, looking different for her with all these national media interviews?
I just wanted to confirm real quickly. Hope Carnop, am I saying that right?
I don't know full now. I know Hope. Yeah, for the Journal
Hope.
Sentinel.
So Journal Sentinel, the Crowley Watch Party is wrapping up, and he will not be taking the stage to speak. Campaign staff confirms. Just in case we did play Francesca Hong speaking a little bit earlier, we do not expect him to.
Where she did the, whoever wins, we're gonna win. We're gonna come together.
And then took shots at Tom Tiffany as
right,
but it's sign of unity of sorts.
It did feel like a. I'm not going to concede, but I will.
I got a little breaking news here for you guys.
Breaking news.
We'll take it.
Those thumb drives that I was talking about, now back at the courthouse. Okay. So
snap!
That could be the first time they arrived there was still to be maybe 25 minutes.
Get hyped!
Yeah. So now that I see on these texts and tweets and
I wish
breaking news I'm getting.
I'm going to be so disappointed if she loses tonight.
We're going to get this number, and we're going to get it.
Oh my God!
Relatively soon.
I was just going to say. Well, it sounds like. Are you going to go back on the air? Or
we're not going to go back on the air. I'll be doing kind of what you're doing here. So,
Gotcha.
I have my eyes right on it. But if that number does come in, I'll have to duck out because I do want to get it on our air.
Of course.
All right.
We
should be getting it within
Hey,
what,
Charles,
15 minutes?
You called it the Wisconsin shuffle?
An hour?
No, the
at this
Democratic
point?
shuffle. You know.
Oh, the Democratic shuffle. I was going to say, could we call it like the
Fuck.
Sheboygan shuffle? Like
Sheboygan.
Yeah.
I'm
Love
pissed
some
at Sheboygan.
But you know, I've been trying to think of, you know, we've seen some amazing Hail Marys in Wisconsin. More on the that
for
great
real.
team up in Green Bay. What's that team?
Yeah, what is
Chuck?
that team? Yeah. No, but we don't have Aaron Rodgers throwing these things. I guess.
No.
You know, normally he's
The
the
Fail
one
Mary?
The Hail Mary. Yeah.
But
Don't
you
bring
know,
up the Fail Mary. Yeah.
will this be the Hail Mary of politics? You know, for David Crowley.
You know, when we began our broadcast tonight, we were sort of wondering, hey, did Evers blow this? How did the establishment get in themselves
My
in this
homie from
position?
Sheboygan
And,
is upset now.
You know,
goes,
was
good.
him hemming and hawing too much?
I'm
And
pissed
then
at him too.
We had this discussion with Molly Beck, who said, "Well, the
I'm
AG
more
not
pissed right
running
now than
also
fucking
sort of,
New Jersey.
you know, through the quote establishment ring through the loop." I mean,
and I got called
you know,
that I was
would it
from
have
New
been fair
Jersey,
to sort
which
of
is
say,
insulting.
Hey, Evers sort of,
No,
you know,
it
here he is bailing everything out, and he's going to
Oh,
be the
God.
hero. Now, you're in some ways you're painting him as the hero. Would if he had been the GOAT, if Hong ended up the nominee, would he have deserved?
Stop
some blame?
using these fucking terms, man.
I think
You're
it
too
would have
old for
been,
this
especially
shit.
if you know, it would have been, why did you wait? I mean, if the thought process was, you know, that this is who you wanted in the first place, you know, why not? But it was interesting. You know, the other people on that ballot was the current lieutenant governor, Sarah Rodriguez. So she had been with Evers in his second administration. Mandela Barnes, you know, who successfully won the 22 Democratic primary for the U.S. Senate, where a bunch of the other candidates would drop out at the final week there to give him the easy sail to win that nomination. He was the lieutenant governor in Evers' first administration. And then the other guy, Joe Brennan, you know, it always seemed hard for me to figure out what was his path to the victory lane. He was, you know, he ran the state in essence as the Secretary of Department of Administration, but he was never able
under
to
Evers,
get
right?
under
Evers.
Evers. Yeah, so you had three key names under, you know, the Evers administration, and including Missy Hughes, who dropped out.
Holy shit, my county is pretty rural, and I
really
went
going to
for
be seven
Francesca.
people. There were seven
that fucking
people
rules
on the ballot.
That's good,
Three of
because
them
that
dropped
shows that
out.
these people
Four,
have
if you
more.
included Crowley,
The
who then
Democratic Socialists
got
have
back
more
in.
rural support than standard
such a
Democrats.
wild-
That's a good sign.
Chris,
Yeah,
I love what you.
Very good.
I love what you retweeted
I know a
here.
throat goat.
Chaz
Yeah.
Nettercomb, who did that
Yes.
poll in the one poll in
The
Wisconsin,
State Navigate poll.
State Navigate poll.
Yeah.
Basically,
Read it, Chuck.
Look,
Read
Madison.
Yeah, here's what he said. He said,
I can.
It's like these rural parts. She's doing really well in
Go
them.
for
Yeah,
it.
bring it up because it's worth. They did a poll towards the end here. We've been, you know, Charles and
Chaz
Grace.
is
We've been
a very
talking.
sharp guy.
We've been talking all
you
night
know.
about polling error, polling miss. What does it say? And this is a guy who
Glad
actually
he's
did
there.
one of the polls.
Gee,
this was
watch
his
it, girl.
response. Go ahead.
Do you see it
Kelly.
in my feed, Skelly?
He is.
Oh,
she's
sorry, I
the
should've
throat
gone
goat.
to you. That
Damn
would-
right.
Just go to
That's what
mine,
she's saying,
like
girl.
right there.
That's
It's
what
right
he's
there.
saying.
It's at top.
That's what she's saying.
By the way, we lost Lauren's internet again.
Yeah, yeah.
So we're
Luckily,
we're struggling.
luckily we're on the
Jesus,
air.
everyone's
Yeah.
losing internet.
Skelly,
doing-
just read it.
Losing
if you
thumb
want.
drives.
Yeah.
Fuck
Read
it.
the top part, not
I'm
the
glad
whole.
we
small-
repolled Wisconsin governor after Michigan.
God
We made our
damn it.
weights much more favorable to Crowley, and we still couldn't find him in the lead. Neither could his internal pollster. This is non-response
Okay.
bias that was, it seems, unavoidable. One candidate's voters wanted to answer polls.
And that's, you know, we talk
But
about it
did
all
you
the
guys
time.
see the? Did you ask Molly about
Oh
the
shit.
leaked memo? You know, for
Yeah.
the Crowley campaign as they analyzed.
Yeah,
the
didn't they
poll.
use? I read
Talk
over
about
that.
that, girls. Talk about it.
Local news is asleep on the USB stuff now. It's too. It's a.
I don't remember
thing.
too
Yeah.
much about it.
So we have to
except that,
rely on
you know, they
a bunch
thought
of
the modeling
washed up
of that poll,
anchormen
it didn't
who are
show
streamers now.
what really would have been a better. It still
Except
looked pretty
Charles
narrow.
Benson,
You
like,
know, it
he's
was still going to be a
actually-
very close race, which is, you know, where we are. But they were
Fuck.
sort of saying, "Hey,
Oh fuck
we
us.
don't think
if you
there's
stay
this big
on
of
for
a gap,
bit,
and we think this is
you
actually
can do a
within
Reddit
range."
rave.
And
Oh yeah. It
so
depends.
whoever did that
It depends.
analysis is probably looking pretty good right now.
Totally.
It depends. They
Yeah,
might just
basically, I mean,
call
it seems like
very
what
soon.
happened is that they got a 98th percentile result. like in the world of like, oh, how do we pull this off? Or 90th percentile, maybe they could have won by more in a more ideal scenario, but they got pretty close to their ideal scenario, because you're right. That memo laid out basically how if the electorate looked a bit more like the 2022 primary based on what they knew about it, and they remodeled the primary electorate from that poll they had from public policy polling, it was like 42-41 Crowley.
Right. That was the number, 42-41.
There you are.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 40 to 39 right now, basically, or 39-39.
Right.
So very much in line with that.
Hey, Lauren, you're back on. I'm going to share my screen. I want to, as we're talking about how did we get here and we're waiting for Milwaukee, I just want to share.
This is so close.
Hold on. Let me just share my screen, because this is, I think, really a useful way to think about it. We've talked about it, but this is a good way in. All right. I'm just doing it now, Lauren. Let me make this bigger. This is, Dan Cannonen, who is a Democratic consultant. Now, let me just, before we go through this, look at this.
Another emote slot, which is good.
August 5th.
A week ago.
A
week ago.
We got
7:44 in the morning.
Gifted
We haven't
subs.
seen
That's
any.
awesome.
Oh God, we haven't seen any public data since Marquette's July 2022 to 27 poll. He says that's before Hong went on a media tour exposing her most unelectable
Yeah, this is
qualities,
horrible.
before,
This is like pulling teeth.
Mandela Barnes dropped out.
Wait, for
Before 10
Milwaukee
days
is
of
a
Crowley
good sign
blitzing
for
the state
Hong.
with Evers,
The
before
cities are
huge
going
polling
her
mission in
way.
Michigan
Yeah.
that
Welcome
undercounted
back,
rural
Leonard.
older
It is.
voters and
That's why
black
I'm up,
voters and
right?
share
I'm doing
electorate.
this
Assuming Hong has gone
for the
down
love of
even
the game, my
modestly
friend. What
from
up?
46,
Welcome back.
assuming Crowley consolidates Barnes' support and is at least in the 30s.
I'm doing it for the love of the
assuming even
game.
a slight miss in polling for Hong, given similar dynamics to Abdul El Sayed support. Assume that now groups come in for Crowley, having seen that polling miss. I don't think this is locked for Hong by a long shot. Shout out to Dan Cannonen.
You look so tired. I am.
He's right. I
I'm
mean,
past my
that is
bedtime.
effectively. I'll stop sharing, Lauren. But that is effectively
And I've been
what
streaming
happened.
12 hours almost. 11 hours, 20 minutes.
I've been covering Wisconsin politics for forever, and every year I start out my conversation, because we got younger people here now in the building, and I said, here's what you need to expect tonight. Expect the unexpected. I mean, I just think Wisconsin, it can always be a surprise state.
Well, you have no party registration, right? So it does make a big
right. But we see it more in the November
so there's
side
Republicans
of things.
voting then.
But it just.
Oh wait, you heard that?
The turnout.
Tom Tiffany got 90. Those are some North Korea numbers.
And how they
some
look at
Iran
these elections.
numbers.
And I think this
Iraq
is a clear
numbers.
example of that. That a lot of
Well,
people,
I want to talk turnout. So
Yep.
we're going to have looks like, 600,
semi-open. Okay.
well over 600,000, maybe.
Yeah, they
even,
got to change that.
700,000
No, we're at
total.
756,000 so far.
Total
Yeah,
vote for the Democrats, not quite 500,000 for the Republicans. How significant do you think that is?
Well, I mean,
All right, it's
the
getting
race
closer.
for Tom Tiffany was over after the Trump endorsement. He had
Hopefully
one.
they'll drop it in the next
opponent
10
who
minutes. We've been
could
saying
have,
that for 2 hours now.
Put up somewhat of a fight. He's a county executive in a very red county, but once Tom Tiffany got that endorsement, the other candidate dropped out, and there was another young guy in there that was just in it, but had no chance.
He hit it and
on the
quit it.
Republican side, there really wasn't that big turnout. But 756,000. If I look at 2022, I don't think that U.S. Senate August primary had that kind of number. If I go back even to when Evers won in 2018, when there was a bunch of names on the ballot as well, I don't think we're at this number. So this is a surprising number, and it also, I think,
because that can screw up polling, right?
Yeah.
If you miss if you model a turnout and this is much higher turnout than was expected, you also can have a polling miss.
And so that's what's going to be interesting to look at here. I'm just reading some messages here to see if something has changed. But here's what I do. I look at early voting to try to gauge how interested the voters are. And early absentee ballots were almost identical to the 2020 U.S. August primary for that U.S. Senate seat. Ron Johnson was on the ballot that day, too. He actually had a primary. So there was a big turnout on the Republican side and a fairly decent turnout, but not this kind of number in August of 2022 for when Mandela Barnes
Seems
becomes
like
the nominee
they let
for
the
that
guy
U.S.
with the
Senate
one
race.
finger do
So
the
even
counting.
what a point is the early vote
and inserting
looked like
the thumb
it wasn't going to be
drives.
much different. And
God.
it certainly
Next time wear
so
a
a lot of
condom,
people
right?
waited. until today to vote.
Look, I'm just looking up
fucking
previous
dude.
primaries this century, and there's none, Republican or Democrat, that I can find with this high of a turnout.
In
Except
Wisconsin?
50 in Wisconsin.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
just a, you had about 680 for the Michaels Cleefish race.
Yeah, and that was
You had
close.
about
Yeah.
a little over 600 in 2010 for Walker Newman, which certainly had its share of turnouts. You asked about 2018. That was about 500,000.
Yeah, that's what I said.
On each
501.
side.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I mean, Skelly, we do this. There is a correlation between high primary turnouts and success in election and success for that party come general election.
There is some relationship. I do think that, when you do have a situation where one party did not have the main race driving turnout, like in this, you have to be cautious about that. But I do think we've seen, pretty consistently in this election cycle that statewide Democratic primaries are higher.
By the way, I know we have echo issues. Everybody keeps saying
we're
echo
working
issues.
through
I
it.
don't
Yeah,
know
I
what it
thought it
is
was
either.
me.
We're working
We'll
on
try.
it.
How do I have the fucking better
Hey,
setup than you
Grace, I have a question,
fuckers?
'cause
Aren't you supposed to be
literally
pros?
on, our air
Jesus.
for the entire night, last Tuesday night and into Wednesday morning. Is there anything that we should read, or is it overly analyzing the narrative to say Abdul El Sayed was projected to win easily and he won by 1? Francesca Hong was projected in polling to win easily. She's behind. That the Democratic Socialist candidates or the Democratic Socialist aligned candidate in the case of Abdul El Sayed, that there is a performance when the votes are actually counted or a doubt or something like that
Oh, fuck you,
exists
Chris.
here
See what I mean
as we
about him
move
being
toward
lib?
going forward.
He's so lib. Oh my god.
Yeah, well, it is true that Democratic primary voters this cycle have turned out to be very, very electability minded and electability focused and very concerned about that. I think there is probably with polling, I know we've gone over some of the factors that contributed to why polls were a little wonky this cycle. I think there might be a non-response situation going on potentially. And I also just think too, and this is obviously not a huge factor, but I would just note that Wisconsin has same-day voter registration. It's not a ton of people who register and vote same day, but it is a factor that you can account for in polls. So we would just mention that. But
oh shit,
to your
I didn't know
question, I think, yeah, more than anything, it just shows.
Well, I think
a
I
couple
did, but I
things,
forgot.
Yeah, one being that voters, Democratic primary voters in these swing states are not as far to the left as voters in some other places. And also the other thing I think is important to note here is that TV ads really, really matter. Really matter. Obviously, all the significant outside spending in Michigan didn't necessarily get Haley
I can't
Stevens over
believe
the finish line.
TVs still
I think
matter.
it was a factor.
TV ads. Can
to
you
be
imagine
sure.
watching TV ads in
And clearly here
2026?
too,
Could never
Francesca
be
Hong
me.
wasn't really up on the air herself. There were obviously Republican ads.
I kind of noticed that, like when I went to like the middle part of the country, there were so many people just watching TV, and to me that was weird because I don't watch TV, right? Like if I'm gonna watch something, it's on Netflix or something like that, right? Or I'm watching a YouTube video on my TV. I'm not like watching TV. It's the voters who haven't figured out that even if you win, the moderates hold up the Dem agenda when they get power. Yeah. I noticed that when I went to, Missouri? There were a lot of people just watching TV.
Know that they have the drives per
The
Charles.
Midwest.
They have the USBs, which we think.
I would assume they actually double checked.
We think the
and
right
made sure
information.
that these.
Can you imagine
that
if they have to do this again? They
And
get
that
the
was,
wrong USBs, or they fucking download the
10 minutes
wrong
ago.
data.
So I mean, we assume that this is
there's nowhere to
in
go.
process.
Yeah,
like the
for real.
people who are
Jesus.
in charge of this
Any minute
have
now,
the
hopefully.
information they need, and we are just continuing to wait. Skelly, is there, just while we're here, is there? I see 95% in. Is there anywhere else that has any significant vote? I mean, I know Winnebago was for a while, but is there anywhere else that has any significant vote left? And by significant, I mean 1,000
Winnebago
or more.
disappointed
Yeah.
too.
So there are two other places. The main one of note is Greene County down here south of Madison, which has been the limited vote we have in there.
Weirdly,
been better
yeah.
for Crowley, but not. It's they may be having similar technical difficulties, though with fewer votes overall. And then Portage County, which is up here, which is actually good for Hong, but there are a couple thousand votes left there. That's
Can you
been
go back to green, Skelly? I just want to see how many votes are remaining there real quick.
Like 4,000.
4,000. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right. So in the bulk in Milwaukee still is like 19,000.
It's like 20, possibly more. I mean, again, these are based on estimates from county reports that we've gotten. I think Charles suggested there might be
entirely estimates,
a little bit more than that.
A little bit, like 28,000. Yeah.
Yeah. But the point is, there's not a lot left.
Here we go. More bad news. Greene County is experiencing a server issue.
Yep.
The transmitter
normally
results
this wouldn't matter.
Like, I know.
Right. It's the closeness of the race.
Stuff doesn't matter, but it's the closeness of the race. People will not see.
Fuck
me.
I know. The transmitter
Fix your
results
shit,
are currently
Wisconsin.
contained in encrypted files that county staff are unable
Other
to
Michigan.
access or open for reporting.
Oh boy.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No!
Oh,
for fuck's sake.
Does happen. This stuff does happen in most elections. It's just
How the hell? I don't know.
The margin is such
I drank
that
some.
it doesn't, we don't
some
pay
energy
attention
drink.
To it.
So
on
everybody
election
gets to
night,
see
it doesn't. It's
I
we
should
don't
be
get
asleep.
caught
I'm
up in
normally
it,
asleep by now, girl.
It's, the final results are there.
I'm just
once
trying to.
the
Whoa,
state
another
has
Sandy
certified
shocks.
them, and
Damn.
Right.
It's not a big deal.
Fuck. Come the fuck on,
But
so
yeah,
I can get to bed.
It's the margin is currently a little under 2,800 votes, and I did do some math on this, and was not really doing the greatest job, but I would say that at this point, basically, Hong needs to win by like at least 9. Maybe 10. It depends on again how much the vote
9 or
goes
10
to
points.
the others. That's
It's
actually
possible.
Really what
It's not
the other
entirely
candidates. But it might be that she needs to
impossible.
win by somewhere between like 9 and 12 or something, depending on how much vote is going to the other candidates. So it seems unlikely, but obviously because there's such a big chunk in Milwaukee, we can't.
And Charles, we have no
can't
clue. We don't know what part of Milwaukee these votes came from, right? Geographically.
So central count represents all wards.
Yeah.
It's citywide. So no matter what ward you're in, if you voted by absentee, in person or mail in, it all goes to central count.
Yeah.
So it's not a certain part of the city or one part. It's the
Skelly, bring up
entire city.
Milwaukee
That's
County
crazy.
for us. You
Okay.
were giving us a little bit of a. This is likely where we don't have our Milwaukee County map broken up by precinct, but give us a general sense, Charles, of where Hong's strength was. We assume it was in downtown, in that area.
I haven't
Love
been
it.
able to drill down to see what that number was like because I only get the sort of the big bird's eye view. But I would be interested in seeing, because, you would think, and still we don't have all the votes. I mean, this is Crowley's backyard. It's his county. So you would think he would have had sort of that hometown, home field advantage.
But he's not really doing all
she
that
did
well,
spend some
which is
time
the
over
one
here.
good thing, I guess.
But Crowley, to me,
Fuck.
it's, is it his hometown? It's the city he grew up in? Is that the one that's going to decide the outcome of this election?
Yep.
Yeah, and we've already said this, but it is fascinating to see Crawley only up by about a point in his home turf, and Hong only up by about 7 on her home turf, and no one north of 50 in a single county. At least the last time I checked.
We're not a state where you have to get above 50, or there's a runoff.
Oh no, sorry. I just meant
the lack of blowouts.
Like no one's
that's what I'm
getting
saying.
blowout county results. Which
Right.
is,
I mean, Kelder Roy's. I'm looking at Kelder Roy's. She was still in the race. She was able to get. Maybe she comes in third. She's behind. By
There's a blind quote from a Hong person that's blaming Roy's for not dropping.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of votes in Dane County that might have gone her way, in particular. But also statewide.
Oh, so Kelder Roy's was
16,000 votes. She's a state senator from that county, and
same
so
vicinity, yeah.
Yeah. So that's and I was actually looking at this race. I mean, was it going to come down to Dane and Milwaukee County?
Well, that's just one
they
person.
were the two big
Don't trust
powerhouses for Democrats.
Munchlax.
But one was Hong's base, the other one was Crowley's base, and I was almost like it was, Milwaukee County versus Dane County. That Milwaukee County much bigger, but could they run up the score there, and would they offset each other, and then the rest of the state would settle the matter. But this has just been absolutely fascinating to me, having covered so many Wisconsin elections, having been up late at night on so many elections.
Yes.
I'm still thinking we're deciding that 2000 race, where George Bush lost by less.
What people forget about that is that
I never got distracted by Florida. It was really tight.
If Florida stays with Gore, Bush challenges Wisconsin, because remember that would have Gore needed Florida to get over, but Wisconsin would have been enough to flip it back to Bush or whatever. Wisconsin had the chance of being the Florida had it not been for that. Charles,
I didn't know that. I forgot about that.
No, Skelly, I wanted.
Jesus.
Did you see the? We're now sitting at 0.28.
He's right. Then again, my brain is mush because it's
we are within 3/100 for the auto.
11 hours and 30 minutes.
I think the last Dane. Well, the last Dane votes are in. I was seeing what a little more came in from somewhere. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure.
I think there's more from. I think there's more
That's
from
not from
Green
Madison.
that just came in.
Oh,
Scott.
maybe that's what it was.
Oh, that's
I
not
think
from,
that's what it is.
Well, that's not saying that here.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I mean, look, all it takes is like actually, I can actually.
Oh no, it's Monroe. It's Monroe. Sorry. Now ask me where Monroe County is. Charles will know, but I will not.
So what? It's less than 2,000 now.
Trying to think.
So 2,000.
But I think that's where she's gained she gained marginally there.
Final bit from Winnebago a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, because she's only down like
she gained
2,000
600
now.
votes out of that.
2,000, yeah.
And Monroe,
That's
she
good.
gained about 100 votes. So
yeah,
that's how it went from 2,800 to 2,100 was those two combined.
Okay.
So there you go.
Progress.
Yep. So
Fucking Brian, kill me, guys. We're just waiting on
Yeah, we're down at
Milwaukee
2,100.
to be the kingmaker.
2,117.
So we're getting an interesting little tidbit here from Michael Pruser on our colleague on our decision desk. Well, we are a decision desk on our projection team. Absentee ballots in Winnebago. So that's what we just got 4 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Had Hong winning by 10 more points than the county as a whole.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
She netted like 600 out of that.
Yeah.
But
Which is still not great.
Similar result in the Milwaukee absentee drop would net Hong enough votes to take the lead. Again, I mentioned this earlier. If she
Did you hear that, guys?
roughly wins by 10-ish points,
Did you hear that?
what's outstanding there, she could catch. Now, obviously, that might be less
It's
likely
not-
in Crawley's backyard.
Yeah,
but it is
exactly.
It is.
We've been
not-
talking about this all night, though. We have no idea where these votes came from, right?
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. It's like we don't
Stop
know.
the steal.
And so that's we know roughly how many votes are left, but we don't know. Can't know what the makeup are.
Well, at this rate, we're not going to know until Thanksgiving who wins. Are we allowed to make
For fuck's
Thanksgiving
sake.
jokes?
Yeah, I like that. Good one, Chuck.
Chuck.
Yes.
Hey, Skelly,
Terrible
something
fucking
weird is
joke,
happening
dog.
with your map.
Blue
Oh,
room.
that's because I.
There it
Welcome
is.
back,
Sorry,
buddy.
I was just
Jesus.
No. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, Kelda Royce is the Ralph Nader of the 2026 Wisconsin Democratic
For
primaries.
real.
With
Fuck you,
worth
Kelda
noting.
Royce.
I mean, like, she had 58,000 votes.
Yeah, like
I
that
do
could've
wonder though.
been so indicative.
Joel Brennan staying in the race.
That could have been
like, probably
kingmaker,
more of
as
his
they
votes
say,
would have
right?
gone toward Crowley. I mean, that's the thing, is that you can kind of go down this.
Yeah,
And
right.
probably
You
Sarah
completely
Rodriguez
agree.
too, to some extent. I do think more Mandela Barnes votes might have gone to Hong.
Look,
it's
at
tough.
the end of the day,
I hate
it's
this.
who thought it was a good idea for her to go national before this primary?
Don't do an interview on CNN.
Right. And maybe it was a fundraising. Maybe they thought it would be good for fundraising, but that I mean, when you just look, the unforced error was that, right?
Charles, go ahead.
Yeah.
So I was just looking at Sarah's numbers, Mandela's numbers, total about 60,000 votes between the two of them.
Yep.
And she dropped out before Mandela, but there's 60,000 votes.
Yep. And we're dealing with 2,100 votes. Yeah.
God.
Yeah. Even Missy Hughes, who was, dropped out even earlier. I mean, she got
her margins low.
3,100 votes.
It's a girl.
When you're talking about this close,
remember the girl
margins,
and the boy Frillish are different colors.
Somebody in our chat said Mark Pocan did not endorse
Thanksgiving.
in this race.
I told you, Eon Wagoneer.
Really?
You would think
Thanksgiving is what caused her to lose. God,
Charles.
I'm kind of not
trying
joking
to,
either.
recollect if that has been the case, and so I can't.
Can
give
you
a solid
imagine
answer on it.
that being
Yeah,
your
it's true.
most
He didn't
important
endorse,
vote?
but he had kind of tweeted some
Wouldn't you
things.
fucking vote for a
being
candidate? Could
the
never
media
be
should
me,
focus
chat.
more on the historic nature
Jesus.
of Francesca Hong's candidacy
I
and
don't
not
like
be
how she
focusing
wants to
on
get
her
rid
old
of
tweets.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, so he had some pointed tweets, but he did not officially endorse.
Interesting. And he's a giant for people. I mean, Mark Pocan is very liberal, right? I mean, so it would make sense.
And Madison.
He's Madison's Congress.
Madison,
Yeah,
right?
Madison's Congress. No. Yeah.
It would be.
He wouldn't
it would be
survive
helpful.
if he weren't. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Hey, Grace, how much of an on the ground when you were there? How much of an and Charles, feel free to answer this too. But how much of an on the ground ID and turnout operation did Francesca Hong have? Like, because we're talking about Tony Evers and the political machine and his ability. Like, she kind of came out of nowhere, and I always wondered with candidates like that. Like, did they have the
Give
money?
me the vote
Did they
so
have
I can
the
go to bed.
organizational know-how? Like, did you have any sense of that?
Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, my sense with Hong, obviously, be curious for Charles's thoughts on this as well. My sense is that it was just like pretty traditional organizing ground game. It was not necessarily, definitely not a lot of money, not a lot of traditional TV advertising. I think it was just the combination of just being out there and hammering on the same message. And also, this has been the case with some other primaries this cycle, just having a really clear,
we were making that joke.
defined message that makes you stand
joke.
out in a very crowded field. I think, whether that was the, raising the minimum wage, free childcare, I think especially the data center moratorium
Such fucking
helped her kind of stand out.
posers.
But I really do think it was just a lot of
You can barely even see who's talking because there's
guys.
so many.
Yeah,
Charles. All right.
We're getting breaking news that
Breaking news.
they're posting these numbers. So
All right.
Oh shit, they're posting them.
We'll do our thing. You go do your
Hypers!
thing, my friend.
Hyper
Charles,
Zemo.
go. Thank you for all the
Thank
time.
you so much.
Yeah,
Great to
enjoyed
see
it.
you. Great catching up. And now we've got, because I think we both rely on different vote counts.
All
I
right,
don't think
so
we can
this
be
was
in the
worth
same-
it, I hope.
At that point, right?
I hope.
You can't cross the stream.
Fuck.
You know?
Yeah.
Okay,
You
cut
gotta
the
be careful.
boomer
We can't
reference.
cross the
Ghostbusters reference.
Yeah,
Good
there-
Ghostbusters
I like the
reference.
Ghostbusters reference. All right,
Yeah,
thanks, guys.
All right, man. Thank you.
All right,
Yep,
go
bye.
Packers.
By the way, Charles became my favorite person with that bit of breaking news that they're posting
I love
the
that.
results. No one makes me happier than that.
Come on, let's go.
All right. Well,
So we're waiting.
with bated
How
breath
am I
here.
still up,
There's
guys?
supposedly a press
I'm so
conference,
tired.
Too. I'm
Oh my
seeing
gosh.
some evidence of
There
here
we go.
from
You
the,
damn
chat-
right, Blue
from
Room.
the chat. I want to take a look.
All right, come on.
Man.
I stumbled across.
Quit
the
checking
live
the chat and
earlier.
check the
Yeah,
message,
here we
the
go.
data. I don't care about your chat. We're watching this because they literally Kornacki called it quits, guys. He hit it and quit it. He ditched us. Okay.
We're literally waiting, folks. If you're wondering, we have been told that the results are being uploaded in Milwaukee.
As we
Here,
speak.
I'm sharing the press conference I just found.
Get hyped. Come on.
Essentially is an audit. And then we also do 2 extra voluntary audits. And so there's plenty
Oh
of
my God,
checks and
they're
balances
they're
within
streaming this, guys. All right,
to alleviate any of those concerns.
let's go. Let's fucking go.
Questions?
What was the total number of ballots cast then among all the candidates?
Let's see. What do we have on Michelle? This it right here, ballots cast?
That's total for the whole state.
No, for county.
For the whole county, you want to know for that race only?
Yeah.
They just upload. I have the numbers if you want.
Do it, Skelly.
Do it.
Let's do it. I'll unshare.
Won this batch of votes. They added about 25,000. He won by about 1,200 votes. And
No!
so Crowley is projected to Democratic primary for governor in Wisconsin in a pretty remarkable result.
Wow.
Really
unbelievable.
Quite
you, Chuck.
incredible result.
I believe the Wow counties. Good job with the Wow. Yeah, we gotta do Wow county.
Wow. Yes.
Wow.
Wow.
Recount,
Wow.
recount, recount.
That is, yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Wow.
Also, we just
there it is.
Florida,
I hate
Florida,
this.
you can't do this. Okay. I mean, I know.
God
you
damn
count
it.
faster than
Yeah,
the
I'm
others,
telling you,
probably, but no.
Nixon Vindman. I'm telling you, this
No.
Nixon Vindman.
And you're like, oh, what do these fuckers have anything to... Guys, Decision Desk HQ is pretty... The team behind them, I'm not saying these fake-ass streamers. I'm saying the team they have are pretty good. So, fuck. Yeah, they're calling
Confidence
it
in my people that are
That's
Florida.
bad.
One
That's
thing we
really
now
bad.
know-
Oh, man. Fuck.
Best administrative
Right.
team is because they
Right.
went through the most disastrous thing
Correct.
possible
All
in
right.
2000. So
No,
Hey, by the way,
it's a voting system like screwing up a presidential race.
yeah, screw it.
Before we sign off, and I'm about to
Yeah.
leave,
Me too.
over 90,000 people just on Twitter on our three DDHQ, mine, and
Watching.
Chuck's streams. People are watching. Grace Panetta. Grace is like, this is an early.
There's still hope of that the recount would
Right.
change it.
Grace is
I know.
It's not like... It's not terribly... Don't hold your
It's like
breath.
the whole thing. You'd be able to like actually get up tomorrow.
I know.
All right, so
Imagine
so,
that.
I mean,
What a
remarkable
fuck.
result, not just because it took forever, but a remarkable result in that a guy who Skelly, what he dropped out July 8th and he got back in July 17th.
Yeah.
Is now the Democratic nominee for governor in a critical swing state and will be an incredibly sought after if he wins. And I would say he's probably slightly favored at this point in a general against Top Tiffany. Incredibly sought out surrogate.
I'm so
endorser,
mad, guys.
You know, I mean, he becomes a very
Fuck.
Crowley becomes a very important person.
Oh, I mean, look, a win in the general election, and this is a potential. I mean, look.
Why didn't Hasan go and help her out?
One of the big 7 swing states is automatically going to start getting talked about. You know,
100%. Grace, you have a thought?
Use that audience in
I know, we already put the guy
Madison
in the
and
White House.
Milwaukee
The
and
Man.
Green Bay.
How about that? Yeah.
Wisconsin, y'all. It's
Nazi
gonna-
guy.
just always keeps us on our toes.
It always does. It fucking
yeah,
sucks.
can't-
I
many
hate
people are
Wisconsin
saying-
so
many
much.
people
Hey,
are
can I
saying-
can I
Do
God.
we
just
have
Chuck,
everything in from Waukesha, by the way? Weigel was just
I
asking.
believe so.
me. Yeah.
Believe so.
Chuck, can I just make one last point?
Yes,
The
sir.
only poll that matters
Is
is
this
the
the one on
poll election day.
It's election day poll. That's the one?
Fuck.
Well, and I will say,
Or the day after election day, as the case may be.
I'm so mad, guys.
I will say this is, a big plus in my view for on the ground journalism and reporting. And I'm a little bit biased in saying that. But I think with everything that's going on with polling, with prediction markets this cycle, they are tools. They've been useful tools, but clearly not all encompassing and not something that everyone should hang their hats on.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
I'm
vibes are
so
back. We've just
mad.
made a full circle as an industry.
I was just gonna say
Back
though,
to the vibes.
I'm
Back to
very
vibes. Shoe
happy-
leather journalism.
I mean,
I think they fucking rigged the vote by changing the USB sticks.
Are sort of getting
Guys,
crashed
that's my
here because
conspiracy theory now.
there's nothing wrong with letting actual elections happen.
Oh my
And if you're
God.
blind in them, it's not the end of the world.
Fuck.
And by the way, Alexander Schur of VoteBeat on the ground in Wisconsin is the real winner. David Crowley may have won the Democratic nomination, but Alexander Schur won my vote.
Yeah.
Follow him on the internet to Grace's point. All right, I'm leaving.
All right.
All right, we're done here too. All right, guys. What a disappointing night. I don't even want to play this.
He stood unshaken, a voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reborn. He spoke the truth where the cost was high. He lived for Jesus.
Fail. Thanks for stream. Thank you, Blue Room. That was disappointing, but it happens. Stay tuned for the credits. I'll be back probably Friday.
Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. A husband, a father, his family held near.
Stupid as fuck. Yeah, stay tuned for the raid. We're gonna raid out to USA Hole. They're on. And I'm tired. I really am sleepy. So it's way past my bedtime. Yeah. Don't hold too much breath in that recount. Yeah. Good night. October! We're raiding out. You get to be a part of the raid. Yeah, guys. Disappointing.
The battle is raging. The darkness will fall. We rise
Fuck.
with the spirit. We answer
I'm
the
pissed.
call. The truth is eternal. The cross is our guide. With God as
Fuck
our
you,
guide,
decision desk.
we march side by side.
God damn it. Steve Kornacki knew it. He hit it and quit it. Fuck, guys.
We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. We are Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk. Forever alive. Charlie Kirk.
Oh my god. Night Owl. You just got the Night Owl achievement. You all did, I guess. I don't do that too much anymore, but god damn. God damn it, guys. All right. Let's raid out to Gwen. We'll tell her that Francesca lost. Fuck. Stay tuned for the credits and then we'll raid out, all right, guys? Use plenty emotes. Yeah. Fuck. What's going on with the fucking... Yeah, get some rest. Thank you, girl. I appreciate it. All right. I don't know what's going on with the credits. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you so much for everyone who donated. I really appreciate it. Love you guys so much. We got a record level hype train. What up? Let's fucking go!